Hello, my absolutely beautiful astrology soulmates. It's me, Stormy Grace, and are you ready to be empowered with the insights of your 2024 astrology? Because if that is you, you're going to definitely want to hang out with us live today as myself and 4 other really powerful astrologers take you through not only all of the different areas of life that we're going to be watching out for the trends of 2024, but we're doing it for all 12 signs. So I'll be here giving you your overview. Wade Caves is going to give each and every sign their beautiful financial timing for the year. Christopher Renstrom is taking us through relationships. Cameron Allen is going to hold us down in the medical department to include some medical movements for you as well. And Tiffany Harlick is going to bring us into the spiritual development and walk us through every quarter of 2024 for each sign, what you need to be watching out for in order to continue to grow and maximize your astrological energy. So if that's you and you're looking for that kind of insight, make sure you stay and hang out live with us, especially come talk to us in the chat. We are live in the chat with you all day long. We'll also make sure that the resources that you need to not only get in contact with your astrologers, but if you need a chart, you want to get a book, you need a digital transit calendar, whatever it is that you need, we'll make sure all of the links are not only in the chat, but in the description box down below. Now, keep in mind as well, beautiful friends, we'll be going all day long here. So grab a snack, grab a beverage, and make sure you're listening in. Even if it's not your sun sign or it's not your rising sign, make sure you're listening for a family member, a spouse, a friend of yours, someone you know who you could definitely be helping understand their yearly astrology as well. Now, if you can't hang out with us all day long, I totally understand, and I'm going to make sure that all of the videos are posted individually by sign tomorrow. You'll be able to check it out right here on this channel, but today we're doing it only by live, so we would love for you to tuck in and join in with us. So grab some snacks. You know how I feel about those snacks. Get comfy, and let's get ready to enjoy the 2024 astrological insights from 5 fantastic astrologers. Absolutely beautiful Aries friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024, where we are going to break down the year and see what is going on for that fiery fire energy of yours. But this year we're taking it up a notch. We're getting a little deeper. We're going a little further with your horoscope so that you can maximize the energy of the cosmos and know what's on the docket for you for 2024. This year, you're not only going to get the annual report from me breaking down the movement of the outer planets and where this is going to create long-term emphasis for you, but I've also invited 4 other top astrologers to break down your horoscope by finance, relationship, medical and health, and also Tiffany Harlick is going to pull it all together at the end, give you spiritual and self-development for not only your year, but she is going to take you through quarter by quarter. So Aries, honey, let me tell you, when I say put this in your playlist, get a notebook, jot some things down, and prepare to spend some time with me, spend some time with us. That is exactly what I mean, because we are here to get you set for 2024. Now, before we jump in and look at your horoscope, please click in the description box down below to meet up, take advantage, get in contact with any and all of the astrologers that are going to be in your videos today, because all year we are committed to tapping in and being of service to you. So make sure you click down there, check us out. If you need specific help in finance or you need specific help with something in your spiritual development, you want to make sure you can get in contact with the one of us that can really, really help you. As well as we're traveling through 2024, my goodness, get your toolkit ready. Get your astrology toolkit ready. click in the description box down below and get your digital transit calendar from our friends over at Y Skies Collective. It comes right to your phone so that you can know the transits that are happening. Now, the other thing you want to be mindful of, Aries, is that yes, in this video, I am going to break down what's happening in the outer planets for you, getting you an idea of a long-term theme, because it takes longer for those themes to actually pour out. But I will be with you every month, and I will also be with you every week. And if you're following me over on Instagram, I will be with you every day, walking you through the aspects that are happening. So make sure you're taking advantage. Everything you need is in the description box down below. And if you're ready, I'm definitely ready to get into the Aries 2024 horoscope. All right, my beautiful Aries friends, as we are preparing to travel through 2024, we've got some major planetary shifts that are not just major because they will impact you personally, but they impact the world around us, which means that how you engage and how you're going to be able to make moves, offer your services, products, and yourself to the world is infinitely different than it has been in the previous decade. So we really want to focus in on what these outer planets are bringing into the themes of your life, starting with Pluto, who's going to be taking this dance again back into the energy of Aquarius. Now, we've seen Pluto dancing between Capricorn and Aquarius energy, and it's going to still do some dancing here in 2024 before Pluto actually makes it stay to do long-term 20 years worth of time in Aquarius. So you want to understand the dynamics. So as we're coming into the year, we've got Pluto still in the energy of Capricorn, and this has been here lighting up your 10th house space. So Aries, we know as we're traveling throughout 2024, there's still going to be this emphasis on a really big change or a continued change to your career zone. Now, when I say career, I want you to also think 10th house. Think broadly about it, okay? So your career can be the actual work that you do. Maybe you have had a complete destruction or you've had a complete change in direction that is allowing you to rise and be empowered in what you actually do in your career. But this could also be your title. In the last 20 years, have you taken a major change to your title? Were you single and out here trying to mingle like a Pringle? And now you're married. Were you married and now you find yourself in a different position? Were you just you and now you're a grandparent, right? What has been the title change that is also continuing to work out under this energy? But now as Pluto takes this move into the energy of Aquarius, we're going to see that your 11th house gets lit up again. Now I want you to cue back to March of 2023, Aries. What started to happen in your 11th house of friends, social groupings, social media, long-term goals, aspirations that you had for yourself, your connections to organizations. So this gives you a little clue about what 2024 has to offer to you when Pluto gets back into the vibration of Aquarius. And you want to know this because as Pluto makes the moves here, Aries, this is your signal that your social grouping, your friendship grouping, your alignment and understanding of AI, technology, and these kinds of things is going to take a massive overhauling. And this is one of the things I want to remind you, Aries, is that you're a sign that is about big energy, big fire, big warrior, big courage. But sometimes when it does come to changing what you perceive to be a grouping that you're safe in, this can actually be a little bit challenging to you. But I want you to remember that the North Node is also traveling in Aries this year. So your new friends, your new soulmates, the people you need to really unfold your destiny, it's all happening for you right now. It is happening and it is on time. So to the best of your ability, remember that sometimes if a friendship, a social grouping is falling away, it's because it's in its destiny to be falling away, but the universe never leaves a hole. You will have your tribe. You will have this advancement of your technology. You will use technology in different ways, even if it's just because the world says now you have to. So let's talk about those nodes for just a second, Aries, because we do have the nodes traveling with the North Node in Aries, so in your first house, and the South Node over in Libra in your 7th house. Now, the North Node in Aries is pulling you forward. Where are you going? What is your destiny? Where are you to make a name for yourself in this next year? Where are you to say, this is what I believe in, this is what I want, this is where I am willing to be known, I'm willing to have my name put out there. But also, who am I willing to be and what do I need to look at about myself in my relationships to actually have them work and be nicely in balance? Because that South Node in Libra is working for you, Aries, in the 7th house space. So it's saying something about your relationships, conscious, chosen, one-on-one relationships, it's time for those things to fall out or to fall away in how you have been gauging in those relationships. So as we're traveling this year, I really want to encourage you to activate your relationship with whatever you call a higher power, whatever you call the universe, because as these relationships are changing and some are falling away, or the way that you have interacted in particular relationships really changes, I want you to know that it is this space where you get to see and you get to decide, is this relationship as healthy as I would like it to be? Is this relationship, is there something that I can adjust about me that will improve the health of this relationship? Or is it time for me to let it go? But whatever happens, the universe has got your back. Remember, you cannot mess this thing up, okay? Now, let's continue to talk about you, Aries, because I like that for you. We've got your ruling planet Mars stepping into retrograde this year, so this is pretty important because when Venus or Mars go retrograde, they're so close to us that we really feel the impact of that retrograde. So as we get into December and your ruling planet is going to go retrograde, it's going retrograde in the energy of Leo. So what it tells us is, first of all, there's some big changes happening around children, pleasure, beginning something new, maybe actions you've been taking to begin something new, to put something out there. And this is going to be something that has a big revelation in how you're doing what you're doing or what you desire to be doing as well, Aries. Now, I want to cue you again right here before we're even in 2024. Think back between June and October of 2023 because we had Venus go retrograde in this Leo vibration. So Venus very much so set the tone for you getting a new understanding of what you value in your fifth house, understanding what you value in joy and pleasure, where you're willing to take a risk in expressing your own beautiful creativity. So Venus set the stage and got your heart and got your aesthetics even on board. Now Mars will help you really actuate that, like really manifest it, do it, go for it, but also tweak the strategy if you need to in order to really get something done. I will say, you're going to get a lot of information from the 4 other astrologers who are going to break this down for you, but keep an eye on that Mars retrograde because it can actually be really, really helpful. Jupiter is going to change signs. It's been traveling in your money house, in the second house of Taurus, and it's been cool, right? Like you've made some bigger financial decisions. Maybe you had bigger financial bills come to you in 2023, or you expanded out in your money zone in some way, whether it's that you were able to make more money, you spent more money, you had an expansion of understanding of what you would like your financial life to look like. So we'll continue to travel with that vibration in your second house, being nice and expansive until we get to May. In May, on the 26th, Aries, we've got Jupiter moving into the vibration of Gemini. Now we've got Jupiter in air, and air and fire are very compatible energies. They expand each other. So this gives us the cue here, Aries, that as we get into May, we're going to see your social circle, your networking, how you talk, the things that you write about. Maybe you're buying, maybe you're selling something over this next 12 months. We're going to see it get a great expansion. Now, here's a cue for you. You want to go back in your life 12 years ago, because 12 years ago, you had Jupiter in your third house as well, Aries. What was expanding for you? What happened? What were you starting to talk about, teach about? What did you leave behind? Because Jupiter is here to expand it. Jupiter in this third house position for you, Aries, also will bring you a new teacher. Let me say that again. It will bring you a new teacher to show you how to do something. And maybe it's not that you need to learn a whole new skill, but it's how to get it out there, how to communicate it out there, the networks you need to be attached to in order to really expand. Some of you are going to be teachers, and I cannot wait to see you around the block because I know you have something delicious to share. Now, we've got Saturn and Neptune both continuing their journey through the vibration of Pisces through your 12th house space, Aries. So this is nothing less than an absolute understanding for you this year that your ideals and ideas about spirituality, about creativity, about rest, about rejuvenation, about hidden things, whether it is a hidden illness or it is a hidden creative talent or something that you're working on behind the scenes, maybe a secret that you're keeping, whatever it is. With Neptune traveling here, you have some different ideals. Some veil has been lifted where you're like, that won't work for me anymore. I can't make that happen. And Saturn says, okay, Aries, stop talking about it and be about it. Even if you're just working on it behind the scenes, be about it. If you're like, I need more rest, and Saturn in Pisces encourages you this year, Aries, to do less, honey, do less. In order to get your money right, in order to get your spirit right, Saturn in Pisces might be saying, stop talking about it, be about it, do less. Let some things transition out, let things culminate, but absolutely in full capacity, work on your spirit, work on your heart, work on getting clear and creating a beautiful, solid container that you have no doubt that whatever move you make, whether it's in your money, your relationships, or yourself, that you are seated in the hands of the universe, safe and protected. Get that together, Aries, and the rest of the year can just really be divine. Now, we don't want to leave out Uranus over in Taurus because it's going to continue to travel here in the money house. So while Jupiter and Uranus are traveling together before Jupiter leaves in May, you've also got this opportunity where, Aries, you may be making money. You may be engaging in money or creative talents, how you make money using your creative talents in ways you really never thought that you would. Some of them will be in technology. We are in the digital revolution. So some things about that may really include technology, but it may also be bringing up gems and jewels and beautiful skills and talents that you have that you didn't know you could actualize them and turn them into something valuable. Now, I also do think for you, Aries, with Uranus and Taurus here, it gets you a little bit stuck out of any rut that you've had around finances. So this can be really very helpful for you to be like, okay, I've kind of been sitting on this and I haven't made any decisions, or I didn't understand how to innovate my money. This can be really, really useful for you because we're going to have Uranus here all of 2024. So this is one steady energy, just like steady Eddie Taurus, that you can come to count on. Now, remember, as we start to get into the middle of the year per se, right? It's the middle of the year, depending on which calendar you're following. But when we start to get into the time zone between May and June, we're going to start to see our outer planets get ready to take their retrogrades all the way until the end of the year. And that will be the time for you to understand that not only has the world changed and maybe come to a pause and a rest, and you get the opportunity to review, redo, reconnect with everything that you're starting at the beginning of the year and really perfect it, but also that the world is making space for what you have to offer in order to bring it out. Now, my beautiful Aries friends, make sure you go over to stormygrace.com so that you can also follow along and you can look up a resource list of the new moons, the full moons, the eclipses. What does it mean when it's happening in particular houses for you? You can get your natal chart, you can get your progress chart, your birthday charts, whatever you need, so that you have the tools and resources this year to really make your understanding of astrology work for you. Speak the language of the cosmos. I love that you come listen to me, but I want you to have the kind of year where you go, Stormy's website says that this moon is happening in my 5th house of my personal chart, and this is what it means for me. So go grab your resources. Everything's in the description box down below. But right now, my beautiful Aries friends, I'm going to leave you in the beautiful, capable hands of Mr. Wade Caves.
So the positions of the nodes makes this a pretty busy and active year for Aries sun signs and those with Aries rising. It's a few transits that I think you could definitely take advantage of. Early in the year, in February, Mars moves into Aquarius, which will be in sextile to Aries. Mars is helpful for Aries because Mars rules that sign, and the sextile from Mars can help give a little bit of strength, with new ideas and things that you are bringing into fruition that need a little bit of bravery. Same thing in April, Mars will enter into Aries. Now, traditionally, Mars moving over somebody's sun or ascendant is not the most advantageous because it can show places where you might be a little bit impatient or a bit reckless in spending, but it's a bit different when you've got a strong Aries emphasis in your birth chart because this brings the chart ruler back into strong position. We have some positive traction in Gemini in May and July. Jupiter enters Gemini, which will be in sextile again to your sun or ascendant sign. And then with July, Mars and Gemini, both of these could be advantageous for making big changes. And then later in the year in November, Mars in Leo in trine to your natal sun, a good time for new developments. But there are also periods to watch. When Mars enters Capricorn in January, that's going to be in square to your sun. It's often the case that Mars squares to sun or to your ascendant if you're Aries rising can bring some rashness and recklessness you'd want to avoid. March, we have a lunar eclipse in the opposing sign, and then in April, a solar eclipse at 19 degrees of Aries. These are generally things you want to avoid, as well as the Mercury retrograde period in Aries. So that will happen on April 1st and end on April 25th. So probably April's not the period from March 25th until April 25th, a period you want to avoid making big decisions. In September, Mars enters Cancer. So this squares Aries from the other side of what we experienced in January. So Mars in Cancer and square to Aries will bring about some of the more difficult themes related to the ruling planet of Aries. And in October, the solar eclipse in Libra, the opposite side, not ideal. With eclipses, you want to allow, a few weeks on either side. So at least 2 weeks before and 2 weeks after that you just want to take things a little bit at pace. Overall, it's a lot of activity for Aries this year. Once the nodes slip into Pisces and Virgo, I think we'll find ourselves in a position where there's more helpful windows for Aries than otherwise.
Hello, my name is Christopher Renstrom, and I'm here with your 2024 relationship forecasts. Let's begin with the zodiac sign of Aries. Aries has a lot going on with them this year in regards to relationships. Not only is the North Node traveling through your zodiac sign through the entirety of 2024, but also Chiron, the asteroid representing the wounded healer, is traveling through your sign as well. What this means is that there will be a very strong emphasis on you, yourself. Now, you might be like, well, what's new about that? Aren't I always supposed to be thinking about myself? Aren't Aries supposed to be headstrong and full of themselves and all these sorts of things? Well, actually, I found the opposite to be true. Aries, I find, has a tendency to sometimes suffer from a lack of self-confidence. They want to be in the leadership position, but they don't always feel comfortable taking on the leadership position. They would rather be the soldier trailing behind the leader, maybe boosting the leader when they need that boost of morale, or chastising the leader if they're not living up to their expectations. They'd rather be in that position than to be in the leadership situation itself. This year, the stars will be putting a very strong emphasis on you taking over a leadership position. But what does a leadership position really mean for an Aries? That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be CEO of a company, or you're going to be general of the armed forces, or anything along those lines. What a leadership position, what an authority position talks about is basically dad. Aries is one of the 3 zodiac signs that deal with the father. There's Aries, there's Leo, and then there's Capricorn. And this year, all 3 of those signs will be playing a very active role in your horoscope. In later January, Pluto will move from the zodiac sign of Capricorn into the zodiac sign of Aquarius. And this will signal a shift in energy from you struggling with an authority figure to you actually becoming an authority figure. You kind of had a dress rehearsal with this in the earlier part of last year. But this year in 2024, it begins in earnest. So this is where you really sort of come into your own, but also as an authority figure. An authority figure that people are going to be looking up to as a role model, looking up to emulate, also looking up to chastise and bitch about behind your back if you're not living up to their expectations. This is something that you will be feeling at work, but it's also something you're going to be feeling in your own life. For instance, you may have issues dealing with your own father that are taking place around this early period of 2024. Or you may have issues dealing with the father of a spouse or partner of yours. These may play a very strong role for you. Then we follow this with the eclipses that are taking place in March and in April. Aries, if you're not in a relationship now, you probably will be around the time of the eclipse. Now, that kind of goes contrary to conventional wisdom in astrology. Eclipses aren't really seen as the time when people get together or things along those lines. It's more kind of like a lot of suppressed or unconscious energy comes to the fore. But what I've seen in the work that I've done in recent years is that actually a lot of times eclipses bring relationships. And when you remember that the rulers of the eclipses, the lunar eclipse in March is ruled by Venus, which is in a water sign, Pisces. And also the solar eclipse on April 8th is ruled by Mars, which is in a water sign, Pisces. This is pointing to a very strong emotional energy and a very strong emotional bonding that's taking place. So this is something that I would expect to happen. Now, as you can imagine, this is going to press all kinds of buttons for Aries. Aries prefers to be the person who runs to the rescue of someone in trouble rather than sharing relationship space with someone else. Indeed, the idea of showing someone your weakness is one of the perennial problems of people born under the astrological sign of Aries, something that is being exacerbated by Chiron being in your sign throughout the year. What this eclipse is asking you to do is to show you your partner's needs, to show you your your partner your needs, and to show your partner your vulnerabilities without grousing about it or being resentful in some sort of way. You don't have to be tough all the time any more than you have to be optimistic or can do. Now, this is going to be a very interesting reflection on you because Aries is what I often call coach dad. You come into people's lives to sort of get them up and going and to be better versions of what they are. But that doesn't necessarily include you. You're in charge of that. So a partner or a romantic attachment sort of asking you about you and what they can do to sort of help you be a better you might be something that you scoff at first. But by the time that we get to the second eclipse in the fall, it's something that you may be becoming more open to as an idea. Now, in September, it's September 1st to November 19th, Pluto will come back down into Capricorn. And again, this will bring up father issues very, very strongly in your life. How you play a father issue. And this includes women, by the way. Lots of men take on mothering roles and lots of women take on fathering roles. And so again, this might be a very powerful trigger for you from September 1st to November 19th. And it's something to be aware of, not in terms of repressing or controlling, but doing the opposite. Ask yourself, what piece of armor can you take off? How can you show vulnerability in a way that's meaningful and bonding? Things that make you like, but things that are necessary in order to have a successful relationship with another person. Finally, your ruling planet Mars turns retrograde in Leo, the zodiac sign of the good father, on December 6th, and it will remain there until February 24th. And again, this will bring up questions about your relationship to people in authority. And this can be professional, but it can also be dealing with parents or older siblings. So the way that you manage these situations, the way that you sort of introduce yourself as a parent into these situations, maybe you're parenting your parent at this time, or maybe if you were the youngest sibling in a family hierarchy, you're taking on a more older sibling role. These are things that will be interesting when they come up. They will be challenging, they will be provocative, but more importantly, they will be empowering and they will help you to grow.
Hey Aries, welcome to your 2024 medical astrology forecast. And I'm going to keep it really short and sweet for you. You just want to be very mindful this year that the North Node is moving through your first house and the South Node is moving through your seventh house. And so what we want to be mindful of is that the first house represents the physical body in medical astrology. And so when the North Node comes, there can be an excessive amount of energy happening there. Yeah. And also the South Node being in the seventh house means that since there's an excessive amount of energy that we're feeling that we might be giving out and leaking and dispersing, the South Node in the seventh house means we might be potentially being depleted by some of the connections and relationships that we're in this year. Now, something else you want to be mindful of is that Saturn is going through your 12th house, which is the house of mental health and medical astrology as well. But Saturn is tending to be in this joy in the 12th house, which means it's kind of comfortable there. And I know sometimes the 12th house sounds kind of scary to some people, but you know, the 12th house is the house of self-undoing. And so we want to consciously undo ourselves, allow ourselves to unravel and let go of things. And as a Aries rising, oftentimes we can have the energy of go, go, go. And we want to chill that out this year. So one thing that I'm inviting all Aries risings into this year is a very simple practice. And this practice is to put your hands behind your head in this manner. And what we do is we close our eyes. I'm going to keep my eyes open, but we close our eyes and we simply turn our eyes to the right and we hold it there until we yawn or we swallow. And then we bring our eyes back forward and then we bring our eyes to the left again until we yawn or swallow, or if you have it on a timer, maybe do it for 3 minutes. And then you bring your eyes back forward again and just let that relaxation drop over you. So just a real quick, simple, easy, fast, and dirty way to go about it. So my invitation is, in this present moment, allow yourself to go through that practice and see how it feels. And let me know how you're feeling. And also, if you have anything going on with you already from a medical perspective, then feel free and reach out and get a full consultation, because that's the only way to truly know how severe something is or is not. So again, being mindful that this is a general projection and overall overview for all Aries risings. Have a blessed year. Peace.
Hey Aries, this is Tiffany Harlick, and I'm here to give you your spiritual astrology forecast for 2024. It's my intention to give you clear, concise, and accurate information to help you with some self-growth opportunities this year. Real quick, my promise to you, again, is to deliver clear, concise, and accurate information with heart-centered delivery to the best of my ability. And your promise to me is just to follow your free will, to follow your heart, and to never use astrology against yourself. So your theme for 2024 Aries is all about relationships. This is where you're going to have the most amount of personal growth opportunities, is within the lens of relationships. Krishna Das describes it like this: it's just about polishing the mirror of your heart, right? Because we're all just these reflections of each other. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities in 2024 to witness contrast, to witness the dark and the light, the yin and the yang, the masculine and the feminine. There will be opportunities to learn through these polarities and opposites. So this is all about progress, not perfection. This is a year of integration. This is a year of understanding through contrasts. So if you see things that feel unbalanced, I would ask you to just stay curious about that. Why does this feel unbalanced to me? What seems a little bit off here? And what can I learn about myself through this situation? And just don't give up before the miracle happens. Okay, your mantras, Aries. I'm in right relationship with myself, which makes everything else better than okay. I'm aligning with the best version of myself one day at a time, 1 hour at a time, and one response at a time. When I'm centered, happy, and neutral, I attract right relationships of all kinds. Your ruling planet is Mars, and so your spiritual forecast is going to incorporate the transits of Mars. Mars is one of your primal motivating factors in helping you decide how you want to work with your energy this year. And so how can you rise to the occasion of your inner Mars from a spiritual development opportunity lens? You know, Mars is a spiritual warrior. So I'm asking, what wars are you going to stop fighting inside of yourself? Where are you going to stop beating yourself up? And knowing that fighting is a form of accepting it or tolerating it. So let's go into your quarters. So this is just at a glance. In the bigger scheme of relationships, we're also going to be breaking it down into spiritual vision, health, and some buried treasure. So let's start in Q1 with a main focus on relationships. Okay, in January is a 9-month in the numerology, and this is all about integration, assimilation, letting things come together for digestion. So this isn't like this fresh new start feeling of a new year. It's more about really integrating all that you're bringing with you in 2024. You might want to do some kind of vision board about what you're integrating, what all the different pieces of yourself that you want to bring forward in 2024. The first half of the month looks really good with the Mars forecast. There's flow. Mars is going to sextile Saturn and trine Jupiter. This is just the next right thing, not the next thing right. And then there's challenges, maybe the second half of January. So being aware that we're all healed until we're triggered. We're all in the state of grace until we have that one thing that trips our system. And so be aware that second half of January, as Mars squares Chiron in the nodes, trines Uranus, that there might be some challenges. Mars representing the masculine and Chiron, of course, the wounded healer. So knowing that some pieces of your medicine bag may have to do with healing wounds from early childhood, paying attention to the inner child, things like this may be cropping up for you in January. In February, the numerology shifts to a 1, and this is all about focus. And so it is important to have good focus, and it helps you with your ability to be inspired, to see clearly, and have your purpose and your vision out in front of you. But sometimes with that 1 energy, we can get kind of like blinders on. And so we need to just be clear with other people if we need time to focus, right? Just to be communicating all the expectations out there. The first half of February, Mars, you know, your ruling planet that offers so much energy is going to be in a positive position to Neptune. Neptune is kind of like the great yoga teacher in the sky. It's the part that we just fade into the mystic. It's the part of us that's very intuitive and creative. And so you may find the first half of February that your spidey senses are on, that you're feeling more creative, that you're wanting to spend more time with your muse. And then Mars will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius on the 11th. And I just wanted you to be aware of this because, not on the 11th, in your 11th house. I wanted you to be aware of this first 2 weeks of February in case you're wanting to network or join some new groups or get some perspective on relationships through the lens of your network, the people that you hang out with. Okay, and in March, this might be like the pinnacle month for you to be aware of the theme of relationships. It is a 2-month in the numerology, which is about relationships, not just the relationship we have with our significant other or our pets or our children or our best friends, but the relationship that we have with the unseen world. So between the seen and the unseen, between the physical and the spiritual. Mars will have gone from Capricorn into Pisces. We skipped Aquarius. So Mars will have gone from Capricorn into Aquarius into Pisces here by March. And so I know that there's going to be a focus on the spiritual path by the time we get to March. And so the first 2 weeks of March, Mars will sextile the North Node in Chiron. That's good, positive flow. And then as it squares Uranus, there can be a plot twist. There could be something big that comes to your attention, your awareness, and you see what you're really wanting to change. So it's important to do some discovery about yourself and your relationships so that you can be eyes wide open by the time this plot twist comes around the middle of March. Now, at the end of March, we have our first eclipse of the year, and it's on the 25th in 5 degrees of Libra. And this is in your 7th house, where we typically find information about our significant other. This could also be a business partner, but typically we are looking at somebody that you are very close to that will show you more information about yourself. So some self-development activities for the first quarter of the year. I've broken them down each quarter into meditation, stewardship, and an activity you can do. So for your meditation, maybe you want to create a new playlist. Maybe you want to download a different meditation app. Maybe you want to play with some new music or some sound bowls or some sound bath healing, something like that. I included a couple of my favorite songs I listen to in the morning over there for you to play with. In terms of stewardship, do you want to start developing your psychic gifts? You know, early in February, when you're feeling more when you're feeling more intuitive, know this, you know, our senses extend into the spiritual realm. So sometimes we smell, see, hear, taste, and feel things, or just know things that are in the unseen world. And starting to understand that so that you're not afraid of that could be a really wise use of your stewardship, the wise use of your own natural gifts. We were all born wise. It's just a matter of if you want to develop them, how you want to develop them, and who you want to develop them with, right? So if you're starting out with psychic development, something my teacher taught me is stick with a teacher for at least 1 year. That way you can get a good foundation before branching out, because there are a lot of opportunities out there, and this will help you just get your foundation and start your development process. The activity, you know, maybe get on Pinterest and do some kind of vision board to integrate all of the different aspects that you want to bring into 2024. And I have a recommendation for you, The Mastery of Love, to read that one by Don Miguel Ruiz. So a book recommendation to go with this quarter. Cool. All right. Your eclipse support themes this quarter are going to be in the 1st and 7th house axis. So feel free to grab a screenshot. This 1st and 7th house axis has to do with the sacred unification within my soul, the sacred divine masculine and feminine inside of me, so that I can be fully aware, aligned with that thing inside of me before I go out and expect to find it in the world. So, you know, the eclipses can show us some things about ourselves that are really coming up from buried treasure from the past. It can change things in a dime. It can feel like a lot of heated energy around this time at the end of March. And so just be aware of some of these issues around self-acceptance, some codependency themes, emotionally charged relationships. And knowing that, you know, to ask yourself, where have I been playing small, or where have I been downsizing or upsizing or changing my energy to try to meet something else? And where can I just be balanced inside myself? Another one to look at during this month would be a relationship inventory this quarter. And so this is one that I personally use. If I'm upset at you, I know that I've got 3 fingers pointing back at me. So if I am disturbed, there's something that I can do about it. And this is what I personally do. I didn't write this inventory. Again, the purpose is to understand yourself and to know yourself, not to figure out what somebody else's motives are. But if you want to take the time to journal through these questions, right, you would then share it with a closed mouth friend, you know, get it out of your system, say, do you see anything else that I'm missing here? Maybe sleep on it, meditate, pray about it, and then turn it over and see if you get some new ideas or insights in the morning. Now, if you're not upset or bothered this quarter, that's awesome. If you're cruising, Aries, it's something that you could do on a more regular basis is just to check in with the people that you love. How's it going between us? What's going well? Is there anything that you can see that would be room for improvement? And have I been of service to you? Is there some way that I could be of service better? In the second quarter, I'm suggesting that you connect into your spiritual vision. And I love this word, right? It has spirit and it has ritual in it. And our spiritual vision comes from the third eye. It comes from the heart center. It comes from developing your psychic senses. And so if you are working on those February, March, you're going to have a stronger approach to your spiritual vision as you come into this second quarter. So in April, this is one of the bigger months of the year, okay? And I'm feeling like you're going to have this new purpose, this pivot, this interest, this new calling. It's a 3 in the numerology, which is more creative, right? More outwardly focused. And boy, is there a lot going on in the skies. Mercury is retrograde all month in your first house. The eclipse is happening in your first house. And so there's some kind of rectification or reconciliation within yourself, with your identity, with who you are, with how you shine in this world. So you're going to have to get right with yourself, right? On the 10th, Mars is going to be right next to Saturn, another opportunity to recommit to yourself and cut away the things that aren't working for you, to get very strategic, disciplined, and focused. On the 20th, one of the biggest transits of the year is the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. And this falls in Taurus, which would be in your second house of money. And so if you are looking to change real estate, if you're looking to buy something, if you're looking big, if you're looking for some financial windfalls, you would be best served studying these opportunities as you're getting closer and closer to that conjunction, which then fades away a little bit towards the end of April. And then on the 29th, Mars will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. And that is one of the reasons that I feel like the spiritual vision is going to be one of your biggest gifts this quarter. What really is spiritual vision, right? It's taking time to be quiet, to listen, to meditate, to look, to see, to try to understand something that is beyond just us and beyond what we know and beyond this physical realm. In May, we've got a 4 in the numerology, and the 4 is about being still and stable. It's about riding the surfboard where all the waves are going crazy around you. That 4 is about just being solid and concrete and reliable. Now, Mars will move into Aries towards the end of April. And so, right, Mars in your sign, this is still an opportunity to do some self-awareness checks, some self-editing, some discovering more about yourself, again, through the lens of relationship. On the 3rd, Mars will sextile Pluto, right? And Mars gives us that drive, that purpose, that motivation. And Pluto helps us see what needs to be changed, what needs to be regenerated, what goes beyond, right, our normal understanding. Towards the end of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node, which shows us our destiny, our purpose, where we want to go, our life's calling, right? And Chiron, our medicine bag that gets us through some of life's biggest challenges. And so you might find a new purpose or a new sense of answering a new calling here at the end of May. In June, it's a 5-month in the numerology, and that's where we feel very distracted, right? We can be easily distracted, I'll say, with a 5. And so you want to be careful to not overcommit your time or energy. On June 3rd, so you're going to feel this all of May. It'll be building, and then release on June 3rd. Jupiter's trining Pluto. That's a big leap of faith for all of us. This is that opportunity, as above, so below. As you think, so shall you be, right? So really using that spiritual vision to your advantage. Mars is going to enter Taurus there at the end of the month, in June 9th through July 20th. And it's going to be in a challenging position to Pluto. So checking in with that initial question about Mars, what wars are you going to stop fighting within yourself? When we stop fighting, when we drop the rope, there's peace. You can say to the people that feel like maybe are defensive in your world, like, hey, I love you so much. I'm not going to argue with somebody that I love so much. These are the type of things that you could be saying. In terms of self-development, I really want you to consider the Silva meditation. The Silva method provides a training. You can get free, you can get paid versions. But Jose Silva was born in El Paso, Texas, and he came up with this beautiful way of training the mind, focusing the mind to use your spiritual vision. It's very specific. It's a very clear technique. And the coolest thing about it is he says it doesn't work at all unless you're using it in a way that uplifts other people. So kind of a manifestation technique, but also helps you with that spiritual vision. In terms of your stewardship, I think it would be great to check in with your finances if you need to have a phone call with your CPA or just ask some discovery questions, look at your budget, review some of your rates, maybe your worth, where you're getting your sense of identity and your self-worth. This would be an interesting time of the year to be looking at that. And then in terms of an activity, right, that inner child that lives with us our whole lives, if you want to look at childhood photos, if you want to reconnect to that inner child version of yourself and do some reparenting where you could write them a letter, you could write them a promise note, you could write them a thank you. You can do a meditation where you bring them into your heart, right? Say, I choose you first. I love you above all else. Reparenting yourself in some way. And then also checking in with that financial stewardship. A book you could work with is The Warrior of Light by Paulo Coelho. And I like this style book because it's just these short blips, this little pieces of information. So you can flip through and just get like a little nugget at any time and get a different takeaway every time you look at it. In the third quarter, I'm suggesting that this would be a good time to check in with your health. So in July, it's a 6th month in the numerology, which feels much more like nesting and going within and being nurtured. This is a month for intuitive self-care for you, Aries. The first half of the month, there's a lot of energy for you available for creative change. So staying open to futuristic solutions, things that are going to work that differently if you come about it from a different angle. Mars is going to be right next to Uranus in the sky. Uranus is that great awakener, right? It's the shifter. It's the lightning bolt. It's the Einstein energy. And so you want to be careful and play it safe. But this is happening in your second house of finances. So if you have done some of those budget check-ins and financial check-ins, this could really work in your favor, right? You could pay something off quickly. There can be all kinds of good news that can come of this. Mars will move into Gemini July 20th through September 4th. And in Gemini is all about decisions and dualities. The energy of Mars in Gemini is very chatty, very this or that. And so as you're working through some of your spiritual development activities, journaling, talking things out, getting different perspectives, not making sure, solid, absolute decisions, but going kind of back and forth and getting more information. Gemini is about learning. It's about transmitting information. It's about discovering and taking classes, things like this. In August, the numerology changes to a 7, and the 7 is really about a soul quest. This is more like reading Hafiz and Rumi up in your bedroom than it is about being out in the public. And this is good because in August, you have a huge opportunity to do a health reset with Mercury retrograde going through your 6th and 5th houses. So reconnecting to health in a way that's fun for you. So instead of maybe joining a gym and doing everything specifically with a specific routine, how can you just have fun by working out? Do you want to pick up tennis again? Do you want to try horseback riding? Do you want to, what is the fun way that you can access to improve your health this quarter? Mars is going to sextile the North Node and conjunct Jupiter, then square Saturn. So in August, there's some mixed information in the skies, and one door closes and the other one opens. And around this time, Jupiter squares Saturn. Jupiter shows us our biggest dreams, our wildest moments, our bucket list items. And then Saturn shows us where we really need to kind of keep it realistic, where we have responsibilities and duties. And when they are square each other, this provides a really challenging dynamic. It feels like there's inner tension. It feels like we're not sure whether to go or to stay or when to hold them and when to fold them. And this energy will come back to give us more information in December. So just be aware of some of those tensions going on and take care of your health. In September, we've got an 8-month. And I'm calling this more about buried treasure. So this is a double 8-month because we're in an 8-year. And so the 8 is the infinity symbol. And just know this in September, what goes up must come down and what goes down must come up. Play it safe the first half of September. When Mars in the sky squares Neptune, that cosmic yoga teacher, that one who knows no boundaries, who dissolves in order to evolve, just know that it's better to play it safe, to watch out for your elders, your littles, and your pets. Go slow. This can be a time where things are confusing, when things are a little bit more hazy, when more will be revealed, right? So just go slow this first half of September. Knowing that when Mars moves into Cancer, you might also be wanting to do some home edits, some feng shui, some taking care of your nest, this whole quarter, nest and health. On the 18th, we have our second eclipse here, which falls in the 12th house of the supernatural. So the 12th house is known as a house of troubles, but you can always turn your troubles into some sort of reconciliation, and it can become the house of redemption. So during this health reset month, I want to invite you to create a spiritual healers list, and that's something that you can access all year long. I was really robust with my suggestions here, but basically this is anybody that you want to work with mind, body, spirit, health, any places you want to visit that would be beneficial for your well-being, and anything that you want to have on hand at your home. In the self-development of this quarter, I'm inviting you to check out the Ho'oponopono prayer. And if you haven't read the research on this, it is fascinating what has been done with it. But it goes like this, and you can use it for yourself or for other people out there, but ultimately it's this interior reconciliation inside yourself. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. And you just do it inside, you do it towards yourself. The stewardship is really about your body. How can you be a good steward to your own physical health, your own mental and emotional health? Do you need to learn about the aura and the protective system of the aura and the physical body? Do you need to learn more about that mind-body connection? And then your activity is to really have a list of your go-to creature comforts that are also healthy for you. You could also do some Pinterest or vision boards with some fun home edits going on this quarter. In terms of the creature comforts that are healthy for me, this helps me so much when I will get the groceries and make a list and say, here are the menu items that are available, and not have to make a decision in the moment that I'm hungry, but be aware of what we have on hand that sounds good, and I can just pick from there. So that's kind of what I meant by that one. My book suggestion for you this quarter is Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I got the paperback, and I couldn't really get through it. But once I listened to it on Audible, it was great. And there's meditations in there that I will walk with, or I'll sit in meditation with. And it's wonderful for working with that 12th house activation that you have going on. Here's a little bit more about the sacred reunification of your soul in terms of the 6th house, your health through routine, and the 12th house, the supernatural side of you. You might notice that some of your habits or things that you used to really, really love aren't giving you the same pleasure anymore. And some of that's sliding away. You might be aware of some guilt or shame that's coming up that you're not really needing to carry around anymore. You might be aware of some self-sabotage themes. Like, are you willing to make some adjustments and not self-sabotage this quarter? And can you see that some of your sensitivities are some of your biggest gifts? So feel free to take a screenshot and journal through those. As we move into the 4th quarter, we're talking about buried treasure. For October, this is a 9-month again, integration, just like January. And right off the bat, you're going to have another eclipse in the 7th house of relationships, your bigger theme for the year. The first half of October, I'm suggesting some mechanical repairs. This is a great time to check in about your car, your house, your electronics, your technology, things that need an upgrade or some attention or just some routine maintenance. And as you do these things, out in the physical world, it does help on the interior castle here. So the things that you are good stewards of does have an effect on your energy. Are you driving around in a junked up car, or are you taking care of it to the best of your ability? Are you letting stuff pile up at home, or are you cleaning out the energy, playing good music, freshening things up, keeping some plants watered, right? All of this has an effect on your energy and your spiritual development. Towards the end of the month, another plot twist is available for you there in October. So, check in with the skies and see what the trick-or-treat forecast is. Mars will be in an interesting sextile there to Uranus, and it trines Neptune. So a moment to connect with your muse, a moment to connect back into your spiritual gifts and surprise yourself and let some of your no's turn into wows, right? I have so many fun, juicy stories about no's to wows in psychic development. And this is where you can really learn them and learn those techniques. Okay, in November, this is a 1 month. And the 1 month is about focus. It's about precision. It's about staying on task. And just be careful that you don't have to put blinders on. This is about connecting into your power source, right? Your higher power. I want you to stay flexible. And I thought it was kind of Scorpio of me to put purging and praying on there. But what you're seeing here is Mars in the sky, right, is opposing Pluto. And I think there's going to be some power struggles. I think you're going to notice feeling pulled in two directions. Yet Mars will trine the North Node. And if you listen to your gut and you listen to your heart and you're staying plugged into your power source and not anybody else's, and you are deconditioning from the world that has tried to form you and give you ideas and make you think from your mind instead of your heart and body, right? If you stay plugged into that power source, you're going to be fine, because Mars trine the North Node is going to show you this is the way for you. Mars will move into Leo there on the 4th for the rest of the year. And the Mercury retrograde cycle will be in your 9th house, right? The 9th house has to do with our philosophies, our belief systems, the journeys we take overseas. And so you might be really interested in a pilgrimage or some kind of travel that has to do with a meditation or yoga retreat or something like this could be of interest to you. In December, it's a 2 month, so a last opportunity of the year to look at the relationship theme. And as Mars retrogrades, it'll be in your 4th house of home and family and your 5th house of creativity, of children, of having fun, of lightening up, right? And so sometimes with spiritual development, we can get so intense, or sometimes with astrology, we can get so particular. But at the end of the day, right, we're here for a good time, not a long time. So use this retrograde cycle, that it's a double one here, Mercury and Mars retrograde at the end of the year, to review and cut out the things that are just too much, too heavy, right? Yes, keep your responsibilities intact, but maybe there's an opportunity to remind yourself to have fun, that this is your dream life, right? And there at the end of December, yes, we will have that Jupiter-Saturn square again that will show us some of those inner tensions where we're having to reconcile some of those growing pains with what we have to do with what we want to do. Okay. So your self-development for this month is to try some breath work. You could sign up for a class. You could find some free thing to download on YouTube or Insight Timer, something like that. A simple way to work with the breath work is the box breath, where you inhale for 4 to 6 counts. You pause for the same amount, 4 to 6 counts. You exhale for 4 to 6 counts. You pause for 4 to 6 counts. So inhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. Pause, 2, 3, 4. And that's the box breath. That will help you get centered, help calm your nervous system down. The stewardship I mentioned was about the maintenance, whether it's with your car or your computer or your home, or even if it's public transportation, if you're needing to renew some tickets, if you're needing to clean out like the air filters, things like this, maintenance of your home, being a good steward of the place where you live is important. And an activity for you to consider is to review the open centers of your human design chart. So you may not have your human design chart. If you want one, there's a free one at mybodygraph.com. But if not, these are for the open centers. So if you have an open head, you're going to ask this question: does it matter? Does it concern me at this moment? If you have an open ajna, you're going to ask, do I feel like I need to be certain about this? But I find that they're really good for anybody. So it's a great list of questions for your self-development as you are reflecting on the year, Aries. And because of the breathwork suggestion, there's some really cool modern books about breath out there, but this is the one that is my go-to that I absolutely love, and it's Science of the Breath. It was introduced to me during yoga school, and I think it's a phenomenal, very classic book on breathing. So we made it through the end of the year. I'm so glad to be with you. I have one more slide after the resources here. I'm Tiffany Harlick. You can find free handouts, articles. You can find information about my bees or my astrology newsletter or sessions there. I have some outside resources listed for you. And if you're interested in my digital astrology calendar, please use the code STORMY2024 to get $10 off. I've written it for 7 years, and it goes into all of the aspects, the planetary aspects, the lunations, the ingresses. If you're new to astrology, it's great because you can click on the title of each one and it'll expand and show you a description of what that transit means. And there's also an emoji. So there's a sun emoji if it's a good vibe day, or an umbrella emoji if it's like a lay low kind of day. If you'd like to work with me to become a certified astrologer, I'm offering that in 2024 at the Lisa Williams School, and I offer a metaphysical membership. So I would love to hang out with you. I'd love for you to check out the calendar and learn astrology this year. It comes in 6 languages. And ultimately, Aries, you're here to love yourself. You're here to know yourself. And if you do nothing else this year, just follow your heart. It has been an honor and privilege to serve you in this capacity. And until next time, guys, namaste.
Hello, my absolutely beautiful Taurus friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024. And what a big, beautiful year we've got on our hands, Taurus. Lots for you to do, lots to be thinking about. And not only have you had such beautiful shifting energy in your personal space, Taurus, but also the world has opened up and made a space for your beautiful gifts. And so this year, we're taking these horoscopes up a notch, and you're not just going to get information and horoscope from me, but I've invited 4 other brilliant astrologers who are masters at their craft to help you get prepared to actualize your energy, your health, your finances, but also your gifts, to get them out into this big, beautiful world that is just waiting for your contribution. So make sure, I'm telling you, Taurus, make sure you save this to your playlist. Make sure you grab your pencil, your journal, your notebook, whatever you need, and settle in, because this horoscope is going to be nice and long, going to be combing apart every little piece. Wade Caves is going to take you through finances. We've got Christopher Renstrom taking you through relationships. Cameron Allen is here not only with your medical view, but with movements, Taurus, to help you all year long. And at the end, Tiffany Harlick is going to pull it all together, break down not only your horoscope for the year, but she's also going to jump in and give you spiritual development by quarter. She's giving you by quarter. So we have got something good for you in here, Taurus. So get a snack. I'm a Taurus too. We need a snack. Settle in and let's see what 2024 has to offer. Before we jump in here though, Taurus, to get in contact with any one of the astrologers in this video, and we are here for you all year long, click in the description box down below to get in contact. As well, while you're down there, get your toolkit set. Get your toolkit set. Get your digital transit calendar from our friends at Skies Collective. It brings those transit reports right to your personal phone so that you know what's happening. And you can always remember that while I am going to give you the outer planet breakdown, because it tells you a lot about what the big stable themes of the year are, I am with you every month to tell you what's going on. I am with you every week to break it down even further. And if you are following me on Instagram, I am always with you every single day as well, telling you what's going on in the cosmic sky. So get hooked up, click in, come become a part of the soulmate tribe if you're new here, because we're doing astrology and we're talking about life over here. All right, my beautiful Taurus friends, that's enough. Let's get in here and let's talk about what is going on for you in 2024. Now, first and foremost, Taurus, we've got Uranus continuing in your sign. Okay, listen, I'm a Taurus as well, so I get it. We have been being shaken, not stirred, honey, since 2018. So, Taurus, if you are not different than you were in 2018, I'll be absolutely shocked. And for some, it's just been shocking. It's been electric. You literally feel like electricity is coursing through you, right? But what this has done, Taurus, is in that beautiful earthiness that you are, it has gotten beneath the surface. Remember, Earth, you're an Earth sign. It goes in and down. So down below the surface, Taurus, of what you were ever even thinking of, Uranus has waken up your gems, your jewels, your minerals, pulled them to the surface. As well, Uranus, Taurus, for you has also pulled up any issues in the body, really looking at specifically what's going on in that sacred pelvic bowl of yours, Taurus. Where have you just been holding on, grinding down, right? And now Uranus has opened that up and you're like, I'm not attracting abundance. I'm not being abundance. Where's my beauty routine? How come I'm eating all weird? That has been opened up in the body for you as well to take care of. And so where we want to celebrate Uranus's continued presence is that it is changing you. It is getting you in alignment with the true vibration of Taurus, which is to be brilliant, to be beautiful, to be receptive, and to not only have, but to be abundance. And Uranus has opened this for you. Can you receive it, Taurus? So we'll continue to see that traveling. Now, Jupiter is still in Taurus as we begin the year as well. So Jupiter in Taurus has helped you to expand, Taurus. Now, if you're a Taurus like I am, I expanded my waistline a little. I did the most. I ate a little bit in 2023. I ate, y'all. I ate. And if you ate too, I'm going to tell you, don't get down on yourself, Taurus. We had to taste the things. You know what I mean? Uranus was shaking us, not stirring us. We had to have a snack. We had to have a snack. Okay, so Uranus, it really was like that, like Jurassic Park for Taurus. Okay. Jupiter in Taurus is going to continue until May to help you with its expansion because it also expanded you out into the world. It gave this option and this possibility for you, Taurus. So where you're going to have this still working for you until May is you have refined the way that you would like to expand yourself out, your look, your aesthetic, the way you teach, what you sell, what you have to offer, the wisdom that you're bringing in, teachers that you have decided are of ultimate value to help you actualize your gifts. All of that will continue. But when we get to May and we see Jupiter move into the vibration of Gemini, now lighting up your second house space, I first of all want to bring your attention to this. When Jupiter moves into Gemini, it moves into an air energy. Okay, so this is actually very good because we become a little bit more fleet of foot, as it would be. And so this is great because if you were doing a little bit of eating, okay, or something else happened for you, had you down, the weight went up, you were literally expanding in some way, maybe you were pregnant and expanding beautifully, Jupiter in Gemini helps us shed a little bit of that. But what Jupiter in Gemini will also do for you in lighting up that second house space is change your relationship with money. Now you're starting to bring in content, have conversations, sign contracts, do negotiations, have networking in your life that teaches you about how to change your financial life. Maybe you're in the position where your income streams are streams. I want you to have income rivers. That means they are flowing and delicious. But if you're not sure how to do that, or you feel stuck, or you feel afraid, or you've never been taught that, Jupiter will bring you teachers as long as you expand and say, I'm willing to learn that. So your second house really can have a nice big expansion as we're traveling in 2024. Now we've got the nodes traveling through Aries and Libra. So this means that your 12th house and your 6th house are in activation of destiny points. Okay, Taurus? So with that north node in Aries, it's lighting up your 12th house space saying, Taurus, come this way. come to me. So first of all, you've got some things behind the scenes. You've had some skills, some talents, some secrets, some whatever, some illnesses behind the scenes, Taurus. And they need to come up and out. You need to know that they're there. You need to have an acknowledgement that they are there so that you can see what you're going to do with them as we get into 2025. Even late 2024, you'll start to get some symbolism around that, okay? But also, Taurus, oh my God, and I just love this for you. North Node in Aries in the 12th house is, first of all, get your spiritual life together. What do you believe in? What grounds you? What makes you say, no matter what, I know I am safe, loved, protected? What is that for you? Fight for that. Aries that. Usher that in. Be a sacred gardener and bring your spiritual life to life. But the other thing, Taurus, is do you rest? The 12th house is about rest, rejuvenation. It is okay to do less. But if you can't do less, and that seems like a foreign concept to you, or you have some but stormy to offer me, the 12th house with this North Node here is also going to show you where you have got to make changes in you, Taurus, to understand why you can't get in alignment with that vibration. So make sure that you are really abundant in taking care of that Aries energy. Follow the flow because it's a destiny time. Now, to help you with that, we've got Libra traveling through your 6th house space. And Libra is showing you the relationships that need to fall out at that South Node point. So in the 6th house, it's your daily routines, right? So something, Taurus, in your daily routine, the universe may be showing you that needs to go. That needs to go. Where can you do less? That's if your kids are of age and can do things for themselves, let them do that. You know, if people are not asking you for advice on their life, Taurus, stop giving them. Do it less. Where can you do less? And where can you create? Venus still rules Libra. So where can you beautifully surrender something in order to allow the right balance and restoration to come to you? And as these two nodal points are working, we're looking for integration where Aries says, I need to make decisions to change how I'm doing something, or I need to initiate my change, right? And Libra says, I need to surrender some we in order to have the me. But when it's done beautifully, they integrate, and we have this beautiful interdependence between how I rest and how I work in my daily routine, how I work out, and where I'm not so obsessive that I can't let myself have a day off, where I treat my illnesses that I have, including mental illnesses, but I don't shame myself or continue to work out of bad behavior, right? So this is a really beautiful axis for you. Okay, Pluto is going to be doing a big dance, which is big news for us here. So Pluto's been dancing between Capricorn and Aquarius, and we're going to come into the year still rocking and rolling with this Pluto Capricorn vibration, 9th house for you. It's been working here for 20 years. This is not new information. So you have had a destruction in what you believe, your education, your higher education, training, your ideas around travel, legal things in your life, okay? So Pluto has been working to create changes there. But then when it stepped into Aquarius, this started to change your 10th house, your career zone, what you do in the world, your soul level calling. So as we're going to experience this, Pluto's moved temporarily into the Aquarian vibration again, Taurus, I want you to back up to March of 2023. What happened for you in your career? What started to happen? And the destruction doesn't mean that everything fell apart. It got really bad. Whatever fell apart didn't belong anymore. But instead, you can also look at where was the empowerment, because Pluto is the VIP planet as well. It takes you to the next level. You're up there with that next echelon that you would like to be experiencing. So where did you experience, Taurus? Also, stepping into your empowered self, being empowered, right? Now, here's another thing about Pluto that I want to throw out to you. Two things. One, Pluto will also show you in your career house as it's coming here, and maybe it even did in March of 2023, Taurus. It'll show you where you don't have the mindset belief to really have the career that you want, to really have the role that you want. So this is just my example. If you're saying, I would like to own my own company, but you don't have the structure and the mindset to do that, it'll show you, and the pain point becomes obvious. That's a beautiful thing about Pluto, is where's the pain point? You find out very quickly. But also, if you say, I want to be a wife, I want to be a husband, it's going to show you, do you have the skill to do that. And if you find out you don't, if you have a pain point there, bring content into your life. Jupiter and Gemini bring content into your life to teach you the skill so that you can have what it is you would like to step into your empowerment. Now, the other thing is that Pluto is an outer planet. So it's not just changing for you, beautiful Taurus. It is changing the world around you, which means that the job, the career, the skill, the beautiful something you have to offer the world wasn't ready. They weren't ready, Taurus, but they're ready now. The world is getting ready. Bring it online. We are in the digital revolution. Bring it to your community. The world is also ready for you now. Isn't that just gorgeous? Isn't that just gorgeous? Okay. We've got Saturn and Neptune continuing to travel through the vibration of Pisces, and this is lighting up, again, that 11th house space for you. So I'm telling you, around social media, technology, innovations, and advancements. Taurus, a long-range goal, vision, and aspiration that you have for yourself. Get it together. Get it together. Saturn in Pisces is like, stop talking about it, Taurus. Let's be about it. Write it down, put it on paper, and surround yourself. The 11th house is friends, friendships, social groupings as well. Surround yourself with the organizations, the people that you want to go to the next level, whatever that level is for you. If it's the level of healing because you're grieving, if it's the level of finance, what is your next level? Because here's the thing, Taurus, I just want to give it to you. If you want to grow, you have to be in grouping with people where what you want to grow into is normal. Okay? If you want to learn the language of astrology, you have to be with people who speak astrology because it'll be the most normal, natural thing to them. If you are trying to learn astrology and really grow there, but you're hanging out with hairstylists who don't speak astrology, you're not going to grow and you're going to feel like the odd person out. So Taurus, honey, yes, let's have a little bit of faith, put some structure around the groupings and also your friendships, Taurus. This may be a time in your life where you're like, I love this person. We've been friends for 100 years. I really love and I support you spiritually, but we're not going in the same direction. And Saturn will ask you to emotionally and maturely look at the relationships that you have in your life. I'm really excited for you. Okay, and last but absolutely not least, we've got Mars stepping into retrograde this year, and that is big news because when Mars or Venus go retrograde, it's close. So we feel it. We feel it. It's like, ooh, I felt that. You know what I mean? Mercury goes retrograde all the time, so we just notice it, but Venus and Mars go retrograde, and we feel it. Now, Mars is going to go retrograde in Leo, so it's going to light up your fourth house space. But I want you to flash back, Taurus, to the energy between June and October of 2023 when Venus went retrograde in Leo, revaluing things for you. You might have sold a house, bought a house, literally your conception and value of what is you living your best life, what is your best expression, what is really in your heart around your home, family, real estate, property, got a complete reset. Now, as Mars is going to come in, Venus has set the table and Mars is here to eat. Mars is like, I will have the bread. I will have keto. Mars is here to do something with it. So you may be relooking at a strategy. Maybe you move to a place and you're like, we're getting close, but this isn't quite the right place. Maybe it's working from home, something happening with your parents that you need to have a review of. Whatever it is, the changes to home, family, real estate, property, and the strategy, and also your desire around them will show up at the end of the year when Mars steps into this retrograde in Leo. My beautiful Tauruses, I hope you have a gorgeous, gorgeous year. Make sure you go over to stormygrace.com. I have got a whole new website coming together for you where you can go, wait, I have got the full moon happening in the third house of my actual natal chart. What does that mean for me? And I have broken it down for you. So go over there, get into our resource list so that you can really take advantage of using your astrology this year and bringing that conversation to your table. Now, my beautiful Taurus, I'm going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Mr. Wade Caves to talk to you about your finances for 2024.
All right, we've got some really good times available for Taurus this year for making financial changes and to bring about some good financial results. In January, Mars enters Capricorn and will send a sextile to Jupiter and Taurus. Those are very advantageous for you if you are a Taurus sun or Taurus rising. Good times to be moving forward on financial projects. March, we have Mars moving into Pisces, which sends a sextile back to Taurus. Also very helpful. Mars is one of those planets that can kind of spur you into action and get you moving and have things move forward based on bravery and courage. I love the sextile in April between Mars and Pisces in sextile to Jupiter and Taurus. That's a really good connection for those of you who are born with Taurus sun, Taurus rising. In July, we also have a sextile with Mars and Taurus and Saturn and Pisces. Typically, these transits happening between the malefic planets, the more difficult energies, Mars and Saturn, not terribly advantageous. But for Taurus, there's good relationship that can be built between Taurus and Pisces, and hopefully something there for you to build on. But there are also some windows to avoid. In February, almost the entirety of February is a bit tough because Mars enters into Aquarius, and that will square Taurus, and so it will hit hard aspects to your sun or ascendant, whichever you happen to be. And then Mars in Aquarius square Jupiter in Taurus. That is in particular a bad aspect for financial prosperity. So I wouldn't be making any big actions around the 27th of February. The 9th of June, we see Mars move into Taurus. In general, when Mars is in Taurus, you'd want to be avoiding any kind of big financial decisions. But like I said, in that July period, there's a bit of a window there that seems more advantageous. The November period, when Mars enters into Leo, and that's going to be, Mars moves slowest in Leo. So it'll be in Leo for quite some time and then turns retrograde in December. So I would avoid November into December and into the beginning of 2025 for new developments with your financial portfolio.
Let's talk about Taurus. Taurus's world was turned upside down in the year 2018 when Uranus, the planet of revolution and change, entered your zodiac sign. And if it wasn't turned upside down in the late spring, early summer of 2018, it definitely was when Uranus re-entered your sign at the beginning of 2019. Since then, it's been anyone's guess for people born under the zodiac sign of Taurus. Now, a lot of astrologers kind of thought that Taurians were just going to sort of suffer from psychic stress fractures during this entire time. How was Taurus going to possibly contend with Uranus, the planet of revolution and change, rolling through its sign? And indeed, there were many Taurians who were, kind of like Indiana Jones running in front of the boulder that was coming, rolling down upon them and trying to figure out how they were going to escape, and then even at times harness this wild and crazy energy. Well, Uranus takes a number of years to go through a zodiac sign, and as you can imagine, one begins to acclimate after a period of time. In other words, if you take a roller coaster long enough, let's say you take a roller coaster for the first time, you do the loop-de-loop, and you're like, white-knuckled and, terrified. Well, let's say you're roller coaster repairman and you have to go and ride that roller coaster every day to see how it's going. At a certain period of time, you acclimate to the wild and crazy energy. And this is what's gone on with Taurus. In fact, a little bit more than that has gone on with Taurus. Uranus's presence in the zodiac sign of Taurus has not only acclimated Taurus to unpredictability and revolution and change, not only has Taurus gotten used to the idea, Taurus has sort of grown warmer to the idea, and maybe even in some degrees taking on those wild and crazy predictable changes voluntarily rather than feeling like it's being imposed upon them. Jupiter entered your zodiac sign last year, in the year 2023, and it will wind up its stay in Taurus on May 25th of 2024. And so Jupiter is kind of accelerated. Jupiter kind of will act as an accelerant when it's near Uranus, all right? So it's accelerated these changes, but it's kind of Jupiter's presence in Taurus has transformed the changes of Uranus into something more profound, if you will, something that is more deeply resonant with the sign. In other words, instead of things being wild and crazy and goalposts being shifted all the time, Jupiter has really introduced the idea of why is this happening? What is the meaning of this? And what am I getting out of this? So not only has Jupiter sort of increased the restlessness, but it's attached the restlessness to something more profound, like a connection to a higher purpose or a deeper sense of meaning. So for some Taurians, this has actually shown up as the breakup of families or long-term relationships, where they have felt that I have been living in a rut for too long and I need to break out. Or if they haven't instigated that change themselves, the partner has been like, I've been living in a rut with you for a long time. I need to break out. Okay, so one way or the other, this is going to happen. So whatever the catharsis or whatever the crisis for Taurus, it has brought very deep and penetrating questions, which is, what is my life about and what is my higher purpose? Now, not all Taurians have been like the Three Little Pigs with the big bad wolf coming along and blowing down houses of straw and wood from left and right. Some Taurians have been happily comfortable in their house made of brick, okay, in which they have actually been like, oh, I want to deliberately work with this planetary change, and I want to choose the destinations that I want to go in, the directions that I want to go in. And again, these could be on a spiritual level, or these could be on a physical level. Many Taurians have been known to relocate or move during this period of time. And all of that begins to come to an end on May 25th, when there is a final conjunction, May 25th, when Jupiter leaves Taurus. But a month before, on April 20th, there will be a Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in Taurus. And so this is when things really come to a head. So if you have been resisting Taurus, this is when you'll feel like you're being dragged forward into your life, into the next chapter of your life. And if you've been persisting Taurus, this will be a period of time in which you feel around that April 20th, in which you will feel that you've really, that you're onto something, that you're getting somewhere. So how does this impact your relationships? Well, as I said before, with Uranus and definitely Jupiter joining Uranus in the zodiac sign of Taurus from 2023 to 2024, there's going to be a feeling of some relationships just haven't been able to withstand that sudden burst of energy and have probably fallen by the wayside. And that might be because they've outgrown their time or they've overstayed their welcome. Other relationships might have really sort of bolted to life, come to life during that period of time, and it could be very, very exciting. But for those of you who have gone through these changes and you're still in a relationship, this change of temperature when Jupiter goes into Gemini, which is in late May, sort of will bring the roller coaster to a slower pace. It will be this feeling that if you've made the changes, now you have to integrate them into your life and into your relationship. And if things didn't work out, you have to integrate that into your life and explain it to the person you're in a relationship with. So there might be some Taurians who are sort of like coming back home after having left in a very dramatic way, maybe asking for a round two. And there may be other Taurians who are just sort of like, okay, this is where we are, and let's pick up a relationship and figure it out from here. The thing that's important for Taurus to remember is you still have a couple of more years of Uranus in your sign. And the other thing that's really important to remember is that you are a zodiac sign of stability. You are a zodiac sign of consistency. So no matter the radical or dramatic changes that have taken place and are taking place for you, you still have to reconcile them with your need for stability and consistency. Now, a lot of people think, oh, that means going back to the way I was living life before. No, that doesn't happen when you have Uranus going through your sign. It means committing to the future course that you're traveling down, the future path that you are now taking. Anyone who's signed on for that is a relationship worth keeping. And anyone who hasn't in your life, well, those are the people that you say goodbye to, because at this point, you really need to be true to you and to the people that you want to surround yourself with.
Hey everybody, welcome to your 2024 Taurus Rising Medical Astrology Forecast. And just keeping it short and simple, we want to be mindful that Jupiter is moving through our first house, and Jupiter rules our 8th house, and Sagittarius is there. And so the 8th house oftentimes can represent where we feel emotionally and psychologically constipated. And so the energy of constipation, and also the 8th house represents, some people would say, death. And that seems a bit dramatic most of the time when we're actually practically applying astrology. And so what we want to think of it as fears that make us experience things that we fear more than death. Yeah. And so just being mindful of that, we want to focus on our nervous system and making sure that we don't get energetically constipated. And just being mindful, Jupiter is moving through Taurus, and it'll leave Taurus May 26th. So we want to be mindful there, not to get our energy stagnant. Sagittarius also rules the central nervous system. So the energy of the central nervous system being in the first house means this might influence and affect our physical body on a very tangible level. Also, Jupiter is a slower planet as far as when it comes to assimilating and digesting, and so is Taurus. Taurus is a slower sign when it comes to digesting and processing things in general, of course. So we want to be mindful of that. So I'll give you a practice that kind of corresponds to that, but I'll say more. We also have Uranus coming through the first house, and this could bring a frenetic, very tense energy. In herbalism, we would call it the wind tension state. So thinking about the wind coming by and hitting you in your face over and over again, and it makes you kind of cringe. That's like the state that the body might be in. So we want to do something to release that as well. We also have the nodes going through the 12th house and the 6th house. Well, the 6th house is representing physical illness that can manifest through our daily habits. And the 12th house can represent our mental health. And so having the nodes there, we want to really use that as a point of emphasis. And the 6th house being Libra rules the kidneys. We want to focus on that. And the 12th house is Aries, and it rules the head. So we kind of want to focus on that. So how do we put that all together as a simple practice that can be applicable for a lot of people with Taurus rising? Very simple. Because oftentimes too, mental health just has to do with the need to surrender consistently. And the 6th house also can correspond to the digestive tract as a whole. And so the practice we want to do is just one of surrendering. So we get into this position and we take our hands, we place our hands on the ground, and we bow our heads down between our hands. And we just do this in the morning time to release and let go. Also, by doing this, when I do this, I'm slightly engaging my back muscles here to really squeeze on the kidneys a bit there. Yeah. So when I come up, I'm squeezing those back muscles to get that energy moving, getting blood moving towards the kidney region. I can also rub here as I bring my head down. My head, Aries, dropping my head down, releasing, surrendering, so that I will not have any mental health problems. Yeah. Also, by doing this, the 6th house corresponds to and co-rules the digestive tract. So I'm also pressing down the digestive tract here. And so that's the practice for Taurus rising for 2024. And you want to be mindful too, if this is an uncomfortable position on your knees, you can always use a pillow to put down so that you can find more comfort. And if that's not comfortable as well, you can use 2 pillows. So having a pillow underneath, like I just had, while also adding a pillow underneath your knees so that it's more accessible for you to come down into this position. So again, coming down like this, rubbing the kidneys, or just placing the hands down, coming down, and then making sure to squeeze the back in the kidney region while coming up. So that's the 2024 forecast and simple practice for Taurus rising. Have a beautiful year, dear ones. Peace.
Hey, Taurus, I'm Tiffany Harlan. So before we get going, I just want to make a quick promise to you to deliver clear, concise, and accurate information to the best of my ability. And your promise to me is just to follow your heart, to follow your free will, and to never use astrology against yourself. Your spiritual opportunity, Taurus, is going to be with your health and your routine in 2024. And so is there some area that you are polishing your emotional well-being by getting on top of your health game and keeping a more consistent routine? There will be some changes of pace. And so your routine is going to be changed, and that is going to give you an opportunity to have a new reaction and have a different kind of response. And so these are the themes, whether it's slow and steady or up and downy. The theme for you to grow from and learn from is going to come best around your physical health and vitality and the rhythms that you use in your life. There will be supernatural support systems, and you might want an accountability buddy this year for any of the goals that you have in mind. Your mantras: it feels good to be in my body. I enjoy the human experience of life. I love being around uplifting people in a balanced and healthy way. I'm willing to see what the universe is helping me see in divine right timing for my best and highest good. Your ruling planet is Venus. And so Venus is a primal motivating factor in helping you decide how you want to work with the energy this year. So we're going to be looking at the Venus transits throughout the year to help you kind of activate some of your spiritual development throughout this year. So how do you rise to the occasion of your inner Venus? Really, it has to do with addressing what emotional wars you're going to stop fighting within yourself. What emotions are you going to stop using against yourself? And knowing that fighting something or continuing to hang on to something or struggle with something is a form of tolerance. It's a form of accepting it. And so how can you use the power of love that Venus has to heal some of these old tendencies, right? So as we're looking at your overall year of health and routine, we're going to break it down into 4 quarters. The first one, health. The second one with supernatural support. The third one about sacred contracts. And the fourth one about the ties that bind. The ties that bind. But first, let's talk about your health. So in January, it's a 9-month, which is a month of integration, of assimilation, of digestion. Venus is in Capricorn. That's very conservative, reliable, practical, dependable, practical magic, right? So your sign is in the sign of Capricorn. Your planet is in the sign of Capricorn. And then the first half of the month, Venus will square Saturn, but trine Chiron in the North Node. So wherever we have a North Node aspect, that's really about love pulling us forward, our calling, our destiny, hearing what the next step is on the path. When Venus squares Saturn, sometimes it can feel like we've taken on too many responsibilities, or some responsibilities or duties are being put on us that maybe we didn't ask for. But just know this, because Chiron is there, the medicine bag of the planets, that these are some karmic relationships. These are some karmic opportunities and choices. And so your ability to adapt and respond to the best possible light is part of your spiritual development, Taurus. So the second half of the month, Venus is going to square Neptune. Things are a little bit hazy. Things are a little bit confusing. They're not quite as easy and flowing as we want them to be. But then she'll sextile Saturn and trine Jupiter. So I'm just saying, like, let a little time pass. If it doesn't feel like it's lining up, just fake it till you make it. Act your way into right thinking. Do the next right thing, and you will feel better mentally. In February, there's a little friction. It's a 1 month, and we tend to have our blinders on. And that can help us if we need to really focus on something. But it can also be kind of alienating. So know that February 1st through 15th, that you might be turning some no's and some roadblocks and some obstacles into, wow, that was the best thing ever. So just bless it or block it all of February. You can see that there's some opportunities to engage your network, especially as Mars conjuncts Pluto and Aquarius in your 10th house, right, of career, of what you want to do with this world. So you've got February 14th with a pivot, there's some information coming in hot, a change of power. If you want to be considering a raise, if you want to be considering a leadership position or take on some leadership qualities, you could ask your network what they have available for resources for you. All right. In March, we have a 2-month, which in numerology is about a relationship. And it can be your significant other. It could be the relationship you have with your pet, but it also is that relationship that we have with the unseen world, right? Our self versus our higher self, the physical with the spiritual, the me versus my higher power. And know that in March, you have a huge opportunity to focus on your health reset. So if you haven't been feeling the health theme, this is when it's really going to start to stimulate for you. Venus in Pisces is a great time to take a yoga or meditation class, to enjoy some new music, to make a new playlist. There's the spiritual law of non-resistance available for you the first half of March as we go into the first eclipse of the year. I was in a class last summer and my teacher asked me, what is the downfall of humanity? And I just didn't even hesitate. And I said, resistance. And so if you're considering what you want to stop fighting, this is an optimal time of the year to work with the spiritual law of non-resistance, to be like a leaf on a fast moving stream, to look at where the green lights are instead of where the red lights are. And this eclipse is happening in 5 degrees of Libra. So you could look at your chart to see what that activates and just know that it's in your 6th house of health and healing. So stimulating a change of routine that's better for you, changing the things that you need in order to feel your best. So here's a sacred reunification within your soul when the eclipse happens in the 6th and 12th house. So the 6th and 12th axis always works together, right? And you might notice that there are some things that you used to really, really like to do that aren't giving you the same amount of pleasure and happiness anymore. There are some habits that are falling away. This is an initiation back into the sacred heart being that you are. There's opportunities to see where you might be self-sabotaging, where you might be feeling powerless, and where you might be aware of some adjustments that you want to make in your own interior castle. So the health reset, I like to recommend that people write their spiritual healers list. So my list here is very robust. It's just opportunities, offers for you to consider what you want on your list. For me, it's about practitioners, places and spaces, and also my home remedies kit. I really got into homeopathics a couple years ago, and so I definitely have those in my kit. I've got flower essences. I've got other things that feel supportive to me, and you might discover some new ones to put on your list this year. So this quarter, I'm inviting you to use the Ho'oponopono prayer, and if you haven't read the research on that one yet, it's definitely something to look up. But it goes like this. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I love you. The stewardship opportunity you have is to yourself, to be a good steward of your own body temple, your own physical body. And so how will you be a good steward of your body this quarter and this year? And a journal prompt for you is to list your creature comforts, right? This is something like for me in my house, when we get groceries, we'll make a list of menu options that are available based on the food that we have. And that way, when it's time to make a decision for dinner or lunch or whatever, we can just go down the list and say, okay, this one, that one. Make your life easier by having the creature comforts that you want and need available to you this quarter. And then a great book to check in with is Metaphysical Anatomy. It's by Yvette Rose. There's a couple different volumes. I like the big yellow one. It's I think it's the best book on metaphysical anatomy. So if you've got any sort of health issue, or you're being made aware that there's a pain or something to flush through or work through in your physical body, this book will address the emotional component behind it. And it's just fascinating. So I invite you to check it out if that resonates. For your second quarter, Taurus, this is where we get the supernatural side to come into play. In April, this is one of the bigger months of the year. It's a 3-month, which is very extroverted, charismatic, charming energy. And I'm suggesting that you have a little focus on interior design. Now, what do I mean by interior design? Yes, when you change things in your house, absolutely, it changes the energy in your physical body. So that's one place to stop. But with so much of this 12th house energy going on, the interior design has to do with your interior castle, the interior heart space, that place that's deep inside your soul. The Mercury retrograde cycle will go through your 12th house in Aries, and this will help you find a part of yourself that you've lost touch with. April 3rd, your ruling planet will be right next to Neptune, and there's nothing stronger than the power of love here, especially as Venus moves into Aries. It's hot and fiery and sassy, right? Some like it hot. Venus will be in Aries all of April. And then the eclipse in April, this is the one that everyone will see in North America. And this is happening in your 12th house, of the house of burdens and prisons and things where we've self-sabotaged. We can turn all of those into the house of reconciliation if we're willing to see and learn the lessons of the 12th house in terms of this eclipse. More will be revealed. Very tricky to predict, but very easy to see in the moment and looking back. One of the biggest transits of the year is the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction on April 20th, and it's happening in your first house, your identity, how you shine, how you express yourself. And so if you're making big changes to yourself, especially if you're using this first quarter as a health reset opportunity, Jupiter grants wishes and Uranus makes them happen quickly. Jupiter is the great magnifying glass in the sky, and Uranus is the big Einstein brain, the aha moment. There's something powerful happening for all of us, but it's going down in your first house of self-expression. And so I want you to be aware of that so you can take advantage of that. Okay, in May, it turns into, the numerology shifts into a 4, and the 4 is about being steady when all of the world around us is up and downy, okay? Venus will move into Gemini May 23rd through June 17th. This is when we like to talk things out, when we like to take classes with each other, when we like to write down a lot of different options. There's a this or that element, and we like to keep things a little bit more light. So that's why I have May as shuffling the deck. There will probably be some good conversations had with Venus in Gemini. And at the first half of May, Venus will square Pluto, the planet of great change, the planet that digs things out from our subconscious and says, what do you think about this one, right? And so I know that as Venus and Pluto are challenging each other, it will be okay. There will be results. There will be something good come of this, right? And there will be bonds that are made and broken. The second half of May, Venus will be right next to Uranus and Jupiter and Taurus there, and then sextile Neptune. This is a great time to understand more about your psychic gifts, getting in touch with that supernatural side. This energy very much aligns with your eclipse opportunities. There's probably some metaphysical messages available for you, and it could have something to do with your finances. So keep this in mind. And then in June, I'm asking you to consider taking a leap of faith, doing something just because you believe that it's possible, doing something because you think that there's no way to fail anyways, going forward with the Fool card energy. It's a 5-month, so we can get very distracted and be pulled in a lot of different directions. This is an opportunity for us to use our spiritual vision, see something playing out, go into a quiet interior space and visualize the outcome. This isn't to hang on to an expectation, but to set up the neural pathways for success. So May up into June, as you think, so shall you be. And then on June 4th, Venus will be in Cazimi, in the heart of the sun in Gemini. This is an auspicious time for love. This is an auspicious time for affection and connection and being together and having that sense of brotherly and sisterly love and also passionate love. So these are themes to consider. Your self-development, if you would like to consider making a ritual music playlist, I listed a couple here off to the side that are some of my favorites. This will help you get in touch with your highest heart, something that would help you just connect into that soul side of yourself. In terms of stewardship, do you want to consider developing some of your psychic gifts? We were all born wise. We were all born with some level of senses, sight, smell, taste, hearing, feeling, and just knowing. And these physical senses extend out into the spiritual world. So do you want to take some time learning what your gifts are and what your natural talents are within your psychic development? And then in terms of an activity here with all of that 12th house, with all of that subconscious, supernatural, unseen world, things coming unearthed and delivering them to you for consideration and assimilation, do you want to use a Pinterest board or a vision board to integrate all that you're learning about yourself this quarter? A great book that I like is Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I liked to get the Audible version better because I like to listen to the meditations that are offered there. All right, Taurus. In your third quarter, we're talking about the sacred contracts that your soul has made with other people, with other places, with situations, with themes, with events that you wanted to come to this precious human life to experience. In July, it's a 6 month, which is all about nesting and nurturing and taking care of yourself and taking care of your house. And it's rose quartz and rose petals and baths and beautiful, luxurious, calming energy. The first half of July, right, there's more open doors and it kind of creeps into some closed doors there. So you're rewiring some of the things that you thought you wanted, right? I read a quote the other day. It was like, you don't know how wrong your dreams are until they all come true, right? So there might be something inside of you that's changing. You thought you wanted this, but you're not so sure you wanted this. And it's all working together for you, not against you. Venus is going to move into Leo, right? The sign of the heart-centered leader, the creative, the actor, the artist, the one who's the life of the party. And it will be there July 5th through August 5th. This is a time for us all to shine our love light. And towards the end of the month, Venus trines the North Node and Chiron. So the activity here as she sextiles the South Node, to me, that feels very deja vu. That feels like sacred contracts. That feels like somebody I knew from a past life, or you look up and you think you've seen that person or you know that person before, or you introduce yourself and you just immediately have a connection. This is an interesting time to pay attention to who's showing up, who's texting, who's calling, who do you notice out there in the field. Okay, now in August, we have a 7 in the numerology. This is more interior, reflective soul work, okay? And the retrograde cycle will go through your 5th and 4th house, meaning your roots and your refuge, the place where you go to feel like a sense of connection to the past, a place where you relax at home. And so you might be doing some feng shui or home redesign during this time of the year. When Venus moves into Virgo in August, it's the little things that count. So send the texts, say the I love yous, leave the heart-centered rock in the path, and it's the little things that count. In August, at the end of August, Jupiter will square Saturn, and we'll have 2 opportunities to work with this energy in 2024. This is the first one in August 19th, and the second one will come back on December 24th. Jupiter shows us what we want, our big ideas, our bucket list travel, the biggest, best possible way to live the expression of this human life. And then Saturn shows us our responsibilities, our duties, the things we have to do. And so there can be some inner tension with what I want to do and what I think I'm supposed to do. This is a challenge of the mind. So you can name your mind, right? You can give your mind a name and then excuse it when it starts to give you all of these ideas that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, or you're not acting according to the plan, right? Like this is an opportunity to see outside of that. In September, we have an 8 month, and what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. So you're going to be riding some waves here in September. The first half of the month, again, this idea with Venus and the South Node and Jupiter, I just think you're going to be making some very interesting connections. This is kind of like the energy of, I have this aunt who's always like trying to help me out, who always knows somebody in the network, who is making connections. And that's what the energy feels like for you, Taurus, this first half of September. And as we lead into the eclipse on the 18th, it's really perfect, right? Because it's happening in your 11th house of alliances and friends and the people that we have these soul contracts with. So I want you to really stay curious about, again, who's showing up, who am I naturally drawn to talk to, who feels like a good connection, and understand that something bigger is wanting to happen through your life through these connections. So if you're looking at this, the eclipse themes of the 5th and the 11th house, this is a sacred reunification that you're having with your inner child. The 5th and the 11th house, yeah, it is the audience. And yes, it is friends. And the 5th house, sure, it's about playing and creativity. But we can't get further along the path if we have some inner child frustrations. And so here are some themes and questions and ideas that you might be seeing around this time of the year. Okay, I'll let you screen grab that. And as we're considering self-development, I love to recommend the Silva meditation. You can get free versions or paid versions, and he has a specific method for focusing the mind that he guides you through, or his practitioners walk you through. And what I love about it is that he says that it does not work unless your vision also helps so many other people. So play with that, see what you think about it. In terms of stewardship, it would be checking in with your friends. What kind of friend am I? What kind of friend am I being? With that Venus and Virgo, the little things that count. Do you want to send out a bunch of cards, just some I'm thinking about yous, things like this? And then in terms of your eclipse theme and reparenting yourself, consider childhood photos or looking back at that small version of you, and what promises will you make to your inner child this quarter? And what would the best parent in the world tell that version of yourself that they need to hear, right? That I choose you, that I love you, that I'm so glad you're here, that I believe in what you're doing. And these things will absolutely help rewire the neural pathways of your mind, the pathways of your heart, and help you, heal and grow. The book recommendation I'm suggesting is Sacred Contracts by Carolyn Meese. And as we go into the fourth quarter, Taurus, I'm talking about the ties that bind, the thing that keeps us together, the alchemy of love and emotions. In October, we have a repeat of the numerology. It's a 9 from January. It's integration, assimilation, things coming together, things coming full circle and starting to make more sense. Now, on the 2nd, we've got an eclipse in your 6th house of health, right? So things coming back around from earlier this year when you were working on your physical, emotional, and mental health. And the health you have in terms of relationships. It's in Libra, right? The health that we have in terms of relating to other people is also very critical this quarter. October 1st through 15th, I'm suggesting progress, not perfection. Just doing the next right thing, not the next thing right. So don't get into analysis paralysis. Don't get overwhelmed and shut down completely. Just do the next little thing right, or the next little thing. Doesn't have to be perfect. When Venus moves into Sagittarius, right? Have you ever met a free spirit? Have you ever met somebody that is just spontaneous and says yes and marches to the beat of their own drum? That's the energy of Venus in Sagittarius. It's a pilgrimage of the heart. It's doing something just for the love of doing it. That's the free spirit energy available to you there at the end of October. In November, it's a 1, and this is a repeat of the February numerology. This is where we can get hyper-focused on things. Now, Venus will move into Capricorn there, November 11th through December 7th, and this is when we're more conservative, where, yes, we have practical magic, but we need to go slow, we need to be considerate, we need to be mindful, and so slow and steady wins the race. I'm suggesting the theme of focus pocus for November. Using the method of the Silva method for mind control can be very helpful during this time. The Mercury retrograde pattern will happen in your 8th house of shared resources. That's the ties that bind. So anything that maybe you've been in a joint venture and it's not working, or maybe you have a shift or you want to be in a joint venture, whenever there's 8th house themes, the typical thing you hear in astrology is sex, death, and taxes, right? So yes, there will probably be some issues for you to discover with sex, death, and taxes. But what that is the deepest human bonds, the thing that connects us viscerally at the gut level, the thing that rocks us to our core. And so these shared spaces, shared resources are going to be a big part of your heart here at the end of the year. In December, it's a 2-month, which is about relationships, right? This one we have with this world and the next, the seen and the unseen, our inner soul and our oversoul. Venus will move into Aquarius, the sign of networks and friends and the future. And so I'm suggesting that we raise the vibe with our tribe at the end of the year. Mars will retrograde while Mercury is retrograde, but Mars will retrograde in your 4th and 5th house. So where can you change things up at home to make it a little bit more fun, make it a little bit lighter, make it a place that isn't so serious, that feels good when you walk into it. It feels like you can relax and it's a place of ease, and home is a place you run to and not away from. And there at the end of December is a repeat of that August energy I was mentioning about having growing pains and some inner tension. So your self-development ideas here are to do some breath work. I recommend the box breath, where you inhale for 4, you pause for 4, you exhale for 4, you pause for 4. And that is just the simple box breath. This is something that will help you pause and re-regulate and calm the nervous system down, take a step back, zoom out, and be able to respond instead of react. There's a lot of great books, modern books on breath work, but the one that I like is a little bit more classic, and it's called The Science of the Breath by Yogi Rama Charaka. How do you say Yogi's last name? I don't know, but that's the one that was given to me by my yoga teacher, and I find it so useful. I love to refer to it. It's easy, it's small, it's a short read, and I hope you enjoy it. In terms of your stewardship, this would be a good time, again, to take care of some of the issues going on in your house, in your car, in your the things that need regular repair and maintenance. You're showing good stewardship for the things that you are in charge of. And in terms of an activity, I'm asking you to consider the open centers of the human design chart. So if you're curious about your human design chart, you can go to mybodygraph.com and get a free one. These questions are associated with the open centers, but I think that they're good for anybody, anytime. And so you can go through these questions anytime that you feel agitated, doubtful, powerless, vulnerable, upset, like you should be doing something differently. When the mind is overactivated, these are the go-to questions that will help you kind of get back in that right alignment and relax into what is meant to be. These are things like, does it matter? Does it concern me? Do I know when enough is enough? Am I trying to prove something? Am I trying to avoid truth and confrontation? So these are some to work with. I have one more slide after this one, guys, but let me pause to tell you thank you for coming on this little journey with me to look at some of your spiritual development themes in 2024. You can find me at tiffanyharlick.com. You're going to find some really great articles, some free handouts. You're going to find information about my bees and my astrology newsletter that goes out on Fridays, and I would love to work with you one-on-one. I've got some outside resources listed there for your health and well-being this year. And if you're interested in my digital astrology calendar, I want to offer you this beautiful $10 off code when you use the code STORMY2024. It's normally $39. You'll get it for $29. I've been writing it for 7 years. It has all of the planetary transits and ingresses and lunations, and it includes the moon phase family. It's a really fun calendar. So if you are new to astrology, or if you're astrology pro, you can click on the title and it'll expand and give you a description of what each transit means. And so you can start to learn and incorporate astrology in your day-to-day rhythms. It goes in any time zone. It goes on any device. It's in 6 different languages, and I hope you love it. If you'd like to become a certified astrologer with me, I'm teaching at the Lisa Williams School this year, and I offer free classes through my personal membership. So if nothing else, Taurus, this is a year to love yourself, to know yourself, to follow your heart, to follow your free will, and to use the astrology to activate the best timing of your life. Let the universe have your back. And thank you for the opportunity to serve, guys. Namaste.
beautiful Gemini friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024, where we are going to go into what is breaking down for Gemini in 2024. But to make sure that you are absolutely prepared and know what's coming, know what the trends are, you're not only going to get the breakdown of the big outer planets and those long-term themes for the year from me, but I've also paired with 4 other phenomenal astrologers. So we've got Wade Caves bringing you finance. We've got Christopher Renstrom taking you through your relationship themes for the year. Cameron Allen is not only bringing you medical astrology, but also movement Gemini to help you this year. And Tiffany Harlick at the end is going to pull it all together, give you your astrology of spiritual and self-development. And she's also going to take you through every quarter, Gemini. So you want to take this video this year. And I am telling you, get a pen, get paper, put it on in the background and just listen, because everybody has got something to offer to you, because we want you to be prepared. Now, also in being prepared, we want to make sure that your 2024 toolkit is absolutely loaded. So make sure you get your digital transit calendar from our friends at Wise Skies Collective. Click in the description box down below, take advantage of my coupon and get it. It brings the aspects right to you. You can also get in contact with any one of our astrologers in the description box down below. And while we are going to do a lot of my portion on the outer planets, remember, I am with you every month. I am with you every week, breaking down even more aspects. And if you're following me on Instagram, I am with you every single day, letting you know what is going on in the cosmic sky. So engage with me, and follow along here. Join the Astrology Soulmate Tribe, and that's us right here on YouTube, okay? All right, my beautiful Gemini friends, let's get in here and talk about what these outer planets have to offer for you this year. Now, first and foremost, it's big news. We've got Jupiter that's going to be moving into your sign this year. Come May, we're going to see Jupiter coming out of Taurus, out of that 12th house space where you've been expanding things behind the scenes, maybe working, rehabbing injuries, learning about things behind the scenes, treating illnesses that you have, treating creative projects behind the scenes, getting rid of things, Gemini. I hope that you spend 2023 getting rid of the stuff that needs to go on ahead and come to an end. And then when we get to May, we're going to see that Jupiter moves into your sign for the first time in 12 years. So first and foremost, Gemini, make sure you back up 12 years ago. What was happening? What was expanding for you? What were you learning? Where were you demonstrating wisdom? What was going on at that time frame for you in your first house? Were you being seen or being known then? Because Jupiter is bringing a similar vibration for you here in 2024, where expand out, let us see you, let us know you, change your look. Now for Geminis, I'm going to tell you, because this is in your first house, you also want to be mindful that while Jupiter does love to expand you out, it also loves to expand you out. So if you are eating, you'll have some expansion. If you are pregnant, we might see some expansion, obviously, right? But here's the other thing. With Jupiter in Gemini, unlike when Jupiter was in Taurus, it's not always in the physical body. What can happen, Gemini, is that Jupiter expands you here where you feel like your head is going to explode with so much information. So I do want you, as your beautiful air self, to take it a little bit easy with all of the content that you may be ingesting this year, because a piece of this is to also network. And remember, you just need to hold down what you do and what makes you unique to your community, and network with other people so that they can offer the next piece, and you're not trying to be everything from everyone, and let a little bit of that stuff come on out of your head, okay? Now we're going to have Uranus continuing through the vibration of Taurus, so still in that 12th house space, bringing up things from the past, shaking up though the gems and the jewels from you as well, that it can actually be turned into resources. So I'm telling you, even as we travel 2024, Gemini, what do you already know? What do you already have around you that maybe you haven't been using, you haven't been actualizing, and it can be turned into a resource? Other things that Uranus is bringing in terms of a theme for you is if there have been things in your health, in your wellness, if there have been secrets that have not been handled and resolved or come to the light, Uranus will raise the gems, jewels, minerals, but also the bones and the bodies to the surface as well. And some of that will be in the physical body. So make sure, to the best of your ability, if something comes up, you are getting engaged with handling it and resolving it, okay? Now we're going to see Pluto make a move. It's doing this dance, continued dance between Capricorn and Aquarius. So in Capricorn, it's been working this vibration over the last 20 years in your 8th house, joint resources. Any place where you are jointly connected to another person, whether that be through sex, intimacy, insurance, money specifically, right? So Pluto has been breaking down where you have been connected to another resource and trying to reset it. And in ways, if you have been overly dependent in some way on resources that were not your own, or if you've accumulated a lot of debt, Pluto is trying to break this down and get you out of it. Now, we will see that Pluto is going to take a little jaunt over into Aquarius, lighting up your 9th house space. So this becomes a space of expansion, right? So here you can not just have Pluto in the breaking down energy of like taking something away, but it can also be where you're fully empowered because you have learned something. You have a philosophy, you have a training, you have a skill set, you have a belief system, you have faith. Faith, Gemini, you are going to be called to demonstrate faith, not just having it, but trusting it. Because remember, there are plenty of people in the world who have faith in themselves or faith in a higher power, and they are miserable. Okay, you're going to have to demonstrate faith plus trust, and Pluto will get you in the position to do that. And sometimes the blessings and the movement and this beautiful, empowering expansion out and up, the blessings can feel sometimes as heavy as the challenges. So really work on your faith this year, okay? But Pluto is changing it. Now, in another way, Pluto is also changing the world out around us. So I can just tell you, the world wasn't ready for you yet. They weren't ready for you yet, Gemini. And this year, the world is going to continue to get ready. Now, flashback to March of 2023, Gemini, what started to happen for you in publishing, marketing, broadcasting, training, teaching, traveling, legal things, immigration, faith, what was changing for you at that time? Because we're going to continue some of that theme as Pluto travels through Aquarius, okay? Now, we've got these nodes and the eclipses that are going to be happening in Aries and Libra this year. This is not new news, but we still are continuing this journey. The North Node in Aries is pulling you forward, but the North Node in Aries is in really nice connection with your air energy. Air and fire expand each other beautifully, especially when they mix nicely, right? So there is this expansion for you between your 11th and your 5th houses. Now, in that 11th house, Aries energy, the North Node, it's a destiny point, Gemini. It's a destiny point. So the people that you need in order to move forward in ushering yourself, warrioring yourself, planting your own sacred garden, they're going to start to show up. Seek, and the universe will present itself. And usually at the North Node point, it does it through people. And there are people who are going to say Aries things to you. What are you doing to benefit your 11th house? Friends, social groupings, social medias, what networks and organizations are you connected to help you? Who's your tribe, right? So you have some real help in this area, but also what is your long-range goal, design, and aspiration for yourself, Gemini? Get hella clear on that. And that Aries North Node can make it a little bit easier to see what has to happen for you to have that experience. Now, that Libra South Node on the other side is taking away in relation what is no longer needed. This is working through the 5th house for you, okay? So over here in this 5th house vibration, what it's pulling away from you is one, I do think a relationship dynamic for you that has to do something around your parents or a story of your parents. Like my parents never taught me that I could create e-courses online and be successful, right? Like whatever the dynamic of the parents is, I actually see this through the 5th house for you as well instead of the 4th, because it has to do with you being the child. But also where you've had like too much waiting for other people to start. You've been waiting too much for other people to have your joy, to have your play, to take a risk, to, do something where you also engage your children, right? So whatever's kind of been this, there's too much we. Now the Aries North Node is infusing a little bit more me, which does not say that the we is gone, but it will take away the imbalance of the dynamic. So I will tell you, let go what is trying to leave. Let go what is trying to leave. And remember at the Aries point, who are you saying that you would like to become and what has to happen for you to make that happen, okay? Now, to support that, we have got Mars going retrograde at the end of the year in the vibration of Leo. So first and foremost, when Mars goes retrograde, we feel it. We feel it. Oh, we feel it because it is quite close. And Mars is about my desire, but also the strategy I'm using, what I'm doing in order to get to those things. So what I'm doing in order to creatively express myself. Now, this is going to light up the third house space for you. So this is teaching, writing that book, that website, communication, things with siblings, contracts, negotiations, buying and selling of homes, cars, these kinds of things, okay? But I want you to flash back between June and October of 2023 because Venus set the stage here. Venus set the stage when she retrograded through Leo energy, and you revalued something here. Something in this area of your life, you're like, I don't value that anymore, or I'm ready to be done with that. Somebody told me I couldn't have that, I couldn't do that before, and you see now that you can. And there is a healing that came with that. So as Mars comes through, Venus set the table, Mars is ready to eat. Okay, what are we doing to eat from the third house? And you'll have a chance to review that. And it will also help you review at that Aries North Node point, what do I need to do to be in the right connection with my 11th house, my tribe? Saturn and Neptune will continue to travel through the vibration of Pisces. Now, Neptune, having come retrograde, you have some different visions about your goals, right? About what's right for you in life, what you really did value, how you thought that you could make things happen. And this is in your career. There were some things I think that you saw, you're like, I can't do this way anymore. This won't work. But it's not just your career. It's also your soul level calling, Gemini, in the title that you want to have in the world, and especially in public. Neptune could have created a bit of delusion. You're showing up as one thing on screen, and it's something different over here. So Neptune would have brought these things into a more humble spiritual alignment, which is just the truth. But then Saturn being here in Pisces says, okay, let's stop talking about this business. Let's stop talking about being a wife. Let's stop talking about being a friend and be about it. So this is where you actually have some help to gain your mastery. And then as we gain mastery, we demonstrate our expertise. So these are actually wonderful aspects and wonderful transits for you to be having as we're traveling throughout 2024. All right, my absolutely beautiful Gemini friends, you've got plenty goings on as we're traveling throughout 2024, but I want you to make sure you're absolutely prepared. So let's bring this horoscope and everything you're going to hear from the rest of the astrologers as well down into your personal chart. So if you don't have your own personal chart, go to astro.com, Cafe Astrology, or click in the description box down below and get your personal natal chart from me. And then you want to go over to stormygrace.com where I've built a whole new resource list for you so that you can say, this particular full moon is happening in the second house of my personal chart. What does that mean for me? And I've got an index for you to look it up and start to get explanation. So click in the description box down below, get what you need so that your toolkit is set for 2024. All right, Gemini, I'm leaving you in the very capable hands of Mr. Wade Caves, going to talk about financial timing for you for 2024.
All right, it's a big year for the mutable sign. There's a lot of activity, some of it positive, but there's a few bad aspects that are coming up, or at least, if I say a bad aspect, I suppose what I mean is almost too volatile. There's just a lot of activity. It can make it very easy to get on the wrong side of a profit loss statement. When we take a look at the more positive developments, you can see that Mars in the beginning part of February enters Aries, and that will send a sextile to your sun sign of Gemini or rising sign of Gemini, whichever you happen to have. So that sextile is advantageous for helping develop and move things forward that require bravery and a little bit of courage and maybe going out against the grain. April, Mars enters into Aries. That can be advantageous for you as well. What I'm really looking forward to is Jupiter moving through Gemini. Jupiter moving through Gemini, that'll happen over the course of the year, and it will extend into 2025. And it's generally accorded that Jupiter moving through the sign of your sun or ascendant opens up a lot of opportunities. But with Jupiter and Gemini, the opportunities may be a bit unfocused. So it's important to make sure that you're lifting up every stone and investigating what's going on. Mars enters Leo in November, and that transit will cast a sextile to your natal sun or your natal ascendant, whichever happens to be in Gemini, and typically advantageous in the same way of Mars being in Aquarius. But there are some really tough transits this year for the mutable signs. Mars entering Pisces is a big one in March, because this brings in April Mars and Saturn into conjunction in Pisces. So when Mars and Saturn come together, even on business deals that perfect around that time, whenever we've got Mars and Saturn together, even the good things they bring tend to bring some tension, some irritation, some discomfort. So just be mindful that it might not be to your advantage to be working on anything financial too close to that date. Saturn turns retrograde in Pisces in June, and that is going to be in square to your natal sun or natal ascendant, whichever is in Gemini. And Mars enters Gemini in July, and so Mars will be passing over either the sun or ascendant that you have. So any close contact with Mars would be problematic. The biggest thing to watch out for is what's happening in August. We've got this pileup. A Mars-Jupiter conjunction is usually actually a very helpful thing. It helps us to be able to boldly step into new direction, to expand opportunities in a way that can feel very brave and pioneering. But at the same time that this happens, Mars will square Saturn, Jupiter will square Saturn, and actually not shown here, Venus is also plugging into this in a T-square. So there's a lot happening in this period that we'll want to be very cautious of. So this is not the time, August is not the time to be signing new contracts or making big investments. In October, Jupiter goes retrograde, and it will remain retrograde for until the end of 2024 and into the beginning of 2025. And that retrograde period is not necessarily damaging on its own, but if it comes into contact with hard aspects to other planets, because Jupiter is a planet associated with wealth and wealth management, that can be tough. Mercury turns retrograde in November in the opposing sign of Sagittarius and will station the following month in December, also in Sagittarius. Not everybody will feel the heat of a retrograde Mercury, but if your sun sign is Gemini, your ascendant is Gemini, then yeah, you would be picking this up. And then at the close of the year in December, Jupiter will be retrograding back towards a square with Saturn and Pisces, typically not ideal for financial investment. So I guess if you are thinking about traveling around the winter holidays, you might want to buy your tickets early. Be very careful to make sure that you've got the right dates selected, because this period is one where it would be very easy to see money kind of fall away.
Now, the big news for Gemini is Jupiter entering your zodiac sign on May 25th. Now, whenever Jupiter enters one's own sign, that's something that everyone's like, oh boy, Jupiter's entering my sign. That's because Jupiter is the planet that's associated with good fortune and higher purpose. So Jupiter brings all sorts of good things when it enters your own zodiac sign. So Jupiter will be in your zodiac sign from May 25th of 2024 until June 10th of 2025. And this is going to affect you very powerfully, very dramatically vis-a-vis your relationships, because Jupiter rules your partner sign Sagittarius, which means that your partner is symbolized by Jupiter, and Jupiter will be moving through your sign. So this is literally, if you're not in a relationship now, someone coming into your life and sweeping you off your feet. I'm probably talking metaphorically, but I don't know, that might be literally as well. All of a sudden, when we get to May, there may be, if you're single right now, a relationship that all of a sudden like bowls you over, that comes out of nowhere and is like the most exciting thing that's ever happened to you in your life. If you're single, what if you're not single? Well, that might be someone coming into your life that's making you think twice about the relationship you're in and bowling you over and putting you into a bit of a moral dilemma as to what to do, because this person is so exciting and you feel so revitalized and invigorated and head over heels that you may find yourself trying to consider how to see this person on the side, or maybe renegotiating the rules of your relationship to make it more open-ended, or perhaps even leaving your relationship altogether. This is the type of power that Jupiter has for Gemini when it's going through your own zodiac sign. But let's say it's not that dramatic. Let's say it's someone coming into your life and really taking focus. You know, you're completely enamored, you're completely enraptured with this person. Well, during the same period of time, you have Saturn and Neptune both passing through the zodiac sign of Pisces. And so Saturn and Neptune are really, they're two different ideas, but where they sort of come together in a theme is this theme of obligations and duties that you feel, particularly in the area of work. So you may be feeling 2024 might be a period of time where you might be promoted to a new position, or if you're not promoted to a new position, people in your company might decide, well, let's like lay off some people and give you all their extra work, you know, and so you may be feeling, you know, the pressure of deadlines, the pressure of a heavy workload. And so this is something that is always going to be in the background of your life throughout 2024. So you can see if there are heavy demands on your time at work, where love interest coming into your life can make things exciting because you feel like a workhorse, you know, like pulling, you know, whatever workhorses pull, wagons, I think, or something like that. But at the same time, it could be like, I can't really come out and play. I can't really come out and be with you. And the person might be like, well, you know, then maybe it's not meant to be. And you might be like, no, it's meant to be. And you can see where the Sturm und Drang and the drama is going to come from that. So what I would recommend is actually try to have fun with that energy as it comes into your life. But if it's something in which it's upsetting a relationship, or maybe you've got a family, you might want to be a little more practical in the way that you approach it. Now, you might be expecting me to be like, oh, don't pursue a romantic dalliance like that. But I've been working with Jupiter long enough to know that the romantic dalliances are a little hard to refuse. So what I would advise is be practical about it. If you're going to renegotiate the rules of your relationship, renegotiate them earnestly and sincerely. If you're going to have an affair, then be smart about it. But something that you might not want to do is be like, oh, I'm going to leave this relationship or family or whatever to pursue this new love interest, because it is Jupiter going through Gemini. It is there for a year. So it's not necessarily something that I would like bet a lot of money on, you know? So if it's something on the side, good. But, you know, as far as like leaving everything, there may be a price to pay, especially when you consider that Jupiter will be squaring Saturn on August 20th and then squaring Saturn again on December 24th. So these will be very, very difficult times where you're kind of like choosing between, you know, obligations and your heart. And believe it or not, even though squares can make you feel like these are irreconcilable differences, there is a way to have your cake and to eat it too. And that is if you are smart about it.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to your 2024 Gemini Rising Medical Astrology Forecast. Okay, so something that I talk to my clients about often, and so this is going to be a generalization as far as Gemini risings. We want to look towards Mercury retrograde to really find out when can we slow down, right? Because oftentimes Gemini rising, the energy is very frenetic. It like has a lot of motion going on with it. But this year it's even more emphasized because Mercury is going to be going retrograde within the fire signs this year. And fire tends to stimulate things. And with the Gemini rising, the energy is already in motion a lot. So if we take this energy that's in motion a lot and Mercury going retrograde, inviting us to slow down just a little bit, this can stimulate us a lot if we're not paying attention to that throughout this year. So the first Mercury retrograde that's happening in fire signs is going to be in Aries from April 1st to April 25th. Also during that time, Venus moves into Aries, where it tends to have a little discomfort, and Venus rules your 12th house, having to do with mental health. Not saying it's going to create a mental health problem, but we just want to be mindful of these compounding factors that we're starting to talk about here. Also during that time, Mars and Saturn are going to come together in Pisces, and Mars rules the 6th house, having to do with acute illness or illness that we sometimes accumulate through time in our day-to-day actions. And then Saturn rules the 8th house, having to do with things that can create fears and anxieties, and that translating to like health problems oftentimes. So we just want to be mindful of this constellation of forces around this time during the April 1st through April 25th Mercury retrograde. That's the most highlighted time, I would say, for the year that I found. The second Mercury retrograde is going to be in Leo, and that's from August the 5th to August 28th. And then the final one is going to be from November 26th to December 15th. So being mindful of all these things, the practice that I have for Gemini risings, specifically inviting you into this practice during the Mercury retrograde periods, is what we call in yoga practice, Sitali Pranayama. And how we do Sitali Pranayama is ideally, ideally we sit cross-legged and taking our wrist and putting at the back, taking the back of our wrist and putting it on our knees, sitting up as straight as possible, relaxing the shoulders. And then what we're going to do is stick our tongue out and make an O shape, like this. See? And then what we do is breathe in through the mouth. And once we breathe in through the mouth, we're going to hold our chin down for a 5 count as long as it's comfortable to you. And then we lift our chin back up and we exhale. So I'm just going to give one example, and I'm inviting people to work with this for 1 to 3 minutes to start with, and then see if you can increase from there. Specifically, again, during these Mercury retrograde cycles that are in fire signs. But if it feels digestible to you, then this could be something that you practice in general, because Sitali is said to be the cooling breath, the soothing breath. And Gemini risings oftentimes need that soothing quality with all that motion that can be going on. So this is what it looks like. And then you repeat from there. Appreciate you for being here with me. Stay blessed.
Hey Geminis, I'm Tiffany Harlick, and I am here to give you your 2024 spiritual astrology forecast. So if you have a Gemini sun, moon, or rising, or you're watching for a Gemini that you love and adore, you're in the right place. So welcome to the forecast. And before we begin, my promise to you is to offer clear, concise, and accurate information. I have a Virgo midheaven, and I'm going to give you my best delivery as possible. And your promise to me is to always follow your heart, to follow your free will, and to never use astrology against yourself, to love yourself. Okay. So your spiritual opportunity, Gemini, is to enjoy the ride. We're here for a good time, not a long time. There's so much fifth house activations of playfulness, of creativity, of children in your year in 2024. I want you to make sure that you have ample time to stop and smell the roses, that you don't overschedule things, this year. This is a year that you're going to find opportunities to do some inner child work. This is going to be a year when you're going to make some money moves. And I know that there's going to be a new version of yourself that's emerging as 2024 unfolds. So don't be afraid to ask your friends and your network and other people for social support. And don't be afraid to lighten up, right? To just take things a little bit easier. Your mantras are best day ever. I'm excited about what this day will bring. And I choose to enjoy this precious human life, trusting it won't slip me by, right? Time is on our side. So your ruling planet, Gemini, is Mercury. And Mercury is a primal motivating factor in helping you determine how you want to use the energy this year. So I have used the Mercury transits to offer this forecast for you. How do you rise to the occasion of your inner Mercury? Well, it has to do with the thoughts that you're thinking and the words that you're speaking, right? These are the things that Mercury governs. And so will you stop using your thoughts against yourself? Will you stop fighting yourself for something? Fighting is a form of accepting and tolerating it. So these are some things to be aware of as the year unfolds. So you're here to enjoy the ride. And in the first quarter, there's going to be some really creative energy for you to take advantage of. In the second quarter, it's going to be about finding friends and alliances. And in the third quarter, it's going to have more to do with a career pivot and a reputation pivot and what legacy you want to leave in this world. And the fourth quarter is going to be more about relationships. So let's see how this starts. As we consider the first quarter having mostly to do with creativity, we start January with some heavy energy. We've got a 9-month, and the 9-month in numerology is all about integration, assimilation, something coming full circle. Mercury will be in Capricorn as we start the year. And this offers you some conservative approaches. This is about practical magic. This is about dependable, slow-moving, conservative approaches. The first half of January is going to be a little hazy. Mercury is going to square Neptune. We should take caution. We should plan more time off. We shouldn't just come into the year hot and rolling, because this is the energy of things being slowed down. So there might be some caution lights come on for you. You might have some obstacles, and you might have some fits and starts. It would feel more comfortable if you were going to ease into the year. Now, towards the end of the month, things are looking a little bit better. There's more concentration and clarity. In February, we go into a 1 month in the numerology, and this is when we're hyper-focused on something. And sometimes we can have blinders on and alienate ourselves in this phase. So with awareness, you don't have to do that, right? You can be focused on something without alienating other people. When Mercury moves into Aquarius, this is the opportunity to stay curious, to keep asking questions. Aquarius is about, the collective consciousness and the network and our friends and our alliances. But it shows us that there's somebody has the answer out there, and it doesn't have to be me. That the ideas in the collective consciousness might be dropping and dripping down to you in your conscious field. So just stay curious. You might have some great ideas coming to you through your intuition in February. Now, as Mercury sextiles Neptune and all these other movements he's making in the first half of February, Neptune you want to think of as like that yoga teacher of the sky. Neptune dissolves and evolves and fades and blurs, and Mercury is in a positive position to that. So using your psychic gifts, understanding your psychic gifts. We were born wise. We were born with senses that extend from the physical out into the spiritual world. And there are absolutely techniques and strategies you can use to develop your psychic self, just like if you were a musician that wanted to learn to play the scales on the piano, just like if you were in sports and wanted to learn the skills and techniques and strategies to be the best in that sport. So that's open to you. That's open to everyone. February 16th through the 29th, there's more challenging energy there. So I just use the prayer, right? Bless it or block it. If it's for you, it's not going to pass you by. So you don't have to be scared about that. You just ask for help with blessing the path, making the green lights very clear, or making the red lights very clear. In March, this is the energy of relationships. It's a 2. And it's about co-creation. And so often we forget that we are co-creating. A lot of times when we have those blinders on from the 1 month, it's like, no, bring spirit in, bring your higher power in, bring your best version of yourself in, bring your partner in, bring somebody else in for another perspective on what kind of collaboration you're wanting to do. You don't have to do everything by yourself. That Seven of Wands feeling, it's not you versus the world. There are intelligent forces and beings that want to work with you to collaborate and co-create. In March, Mercury will move into Aries. Aries, known as the pioneer. Aries, the sign of the self, the identity. And Aries helps us, again, with that ability to have focus. So as we look at the first half of March and Mercury makes a sextile to Uranus and Pluto, right while it's next to Neptune, I think you're going to see some plot twists. So be open. Don't have a whole lot of expectations. Just be more in flow and in your co-creation state. As the first eclipse of the year comes, it happens on March 25th in your 5th house of creativity, right? And that has a lot to do with this first quarter. How can I find some creative solutions? Who knows something? I'm going to ask the hive mind. I'm going to stay curious as times change here. So, in your 5th house, this is a sacred unification with your inner child. And so if you'd like to take a screen grab of this, there's some questions for consideration as you're working through this eclipse at the end of March. So yeah, the 5th and 11th houses are about the audience and the actor, the network, the type of people that you hang out with for pleasure, your creative gifts, your creative talents. So you might want to even ask some of your friends, hey, what creative talents do you see in me? What are the gifts that you think that I have? And learn something about yourself that way. Your self-development for the first quarter. You might want to make a new playlist. You might want to hear a couple songs that are on my playlist right now, but you might want to do something that helps you get into creative flow. You might want to change music genres. You might want to ask a friend to make one for you or to collaborate on a playlist and use all of the energies we talked about here. In terms of stewardship, I mentioned developing your psychic gifts. My teacher, I think she has a great suggestion to stick with one teacher for about a year or be mentored by one person for about a year so that you can get your foundations and then go exploring from there. There are so many people that you could learn from and get different tools and techniques from. But as you're slowly developing your psychic gifts, it's great to just be kind of in the zone or the school of one person so that you can get a strong foundation before branching out. And then because this time of the year, we're really trying to bring an integration in, I'm suggesting that you write a spiritual mission statement, that you do some kind of new bio that includes a spiritual why, like, why am I doing this? Why am I in this line of work? Where is my joy? What am I really providing for the tribe of humanity through this? And just get in touch with that side of yourself. A recommendation I have, I was suggesting The Artist's Way here by Julia Cameron, but there are many people that have written books on creativity. So if you have like a favorite, like Stephen King wrote a great book on his writing process. Elizabeth Gilbert wrote Big Magic on her creative process. But it would be great if you could learn or get some inspiration from somebody who you feel had done very well with their creative spirit. All right, Q2, Gemini. This is about your friends. This is about your connections, the people you like to hang out with. You turn into them, right? You know that saying that you're like the 3 or 5, the people that you hang out with the most. You kind of take on each other's qualities. And so being aware of what alliances that you're making and where you're spending your energy and who you're sharing time with here in April is going to be important. The 3 energy is more outward facing. It's more charismatic. It's more courageous and exciting. And so April is one of the bigger months of the year. A lot of the astrology happening right here in April. We've got a Mercury retrograde in your 11th house of friends, of the future, of solutions, of tech, right? Of AI. And then the 1st through the 15th, you'll have a Cazimi. Mercury will Cazimi in Aries. So it will be in the heart of the sun, in yourself. And so you're going to know yourself. You're going to love yourself. You're going to learn something new about yourself in April. And then the eclipse also happens in your 11th house of friends, of benevolent partners, of the group, right? Are you're the lucky charm for your friends group? Do you know what they need? Are you growing and evolving and getting different types of friends in your life? This will be an interesting one to watch for you guys. Now, the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction is happening on April 20th. So all month long, maybe even all year long, as it rolls in and then releases on the 20th, Jupiter is the great magnifying glass of the sky. Jupiter expands everything, good or bad. It blows it up, it makes it bigger. And Uranus is the great quickener. Uranus is the Einstein, the aha moments, the things that happen quickly, right? And so I know that there can be some of this windfall type energy. And this is happening for you in your 12th house, which is all about your supernatural strengths, gifts, intuition. It is the house of troubles. And we turn the house of troubles into the house of redemption once we start to bring the subconscious conscious and we're aware of some of the motivations that are driving us behind the scenes, right? It's the house of the hypnotized too. So in May, Gemini, many hands make light work. The energy of the 4 is about being stable, while the rest of the energy is wavy. As Mercury moves into Taurus in May, we're going to want to slow things down. This is slow cooking, slow learning, slow everything. Just this approach that is just easier, has more room in the schedule, has more rest in the schedule, has more opportunities for food and sensuality and all of the things that Taurus loves to think about, Mercury. The 1st through the 15th, with Mercury next to Chiron, if you think about Chiron as the wounded healer, you think about Chiron as the medicine bag. And with Mercury right there, it could be something that's very top of mind that's coming up to give you an awareness about something that's wanting to heal inside of yourself. This could be happening through the lens of your friend group. You could be doing a group healing or a group journey or a group session of some kind. Caution lights come on the second half of May as Mercury squares Pluto and conjoins Uranus in the sky. So very unpredictable astrology weather there the second half of May. And as that's unpredictable, we've got this Jupiter-Pluto trine building and connecting. So yep, Jupiter's active again. And in June, it's a 5-month. We can feel distracted. We can feel pulled in many different directions. I'm asking people to take a leap of faith. Jupiter is the king of the gods, right? And Pluto is the king of the underworld. So we have these two influences in a beneficial aspect. Something is working together on your favor behind the scenes. So if you have trust issues with the universe, this is a time when that will be made aware to you for the purpose of healing, growing, and moving through it. Again, that feeling of distracted follows the numerology into the astrology. Mercury will move into Cancer by the end of the year. And that is the time when we're more reflective. We need to recharge the batteries of our heart. It's time to get by the lakes and by the rivers and by the waters and calm things down. This is a time when we tend to see people wanting to do family reunions with their mind on their family or going back to their roots, right? Cancer. Your self-development opportunities have to do with the Silva meditation. The Silva meditation you can get free, you can pay for it. There are many different options available. I think there's some on Insight Timer and YouTube. But Jose Silva was born in El Paso, Texas. And what I love about his strategy and his technique to learn mind focus, to learn how to work with your mind in a higher state of being, he said his technique only works as long as you're using your spiritual vision to uplift other people, as long as what you're doing, what you're manifesting, what you're asking for in prayer is also helping many, many others. So check that technique out. In terms of stewardship, this is a time to be a good friend, a time to check in with your friends, a time to do a give back for your friends. And in terms of an activity, reparenting yourself with that 5th house energy, going back through, looking at childhood photos, telling different versions of yourself how much you love them, how much, I'm so excited to see you. Wow, I choose you. I'm happy that you're here. I love you. things that the inner child may have missed along the way. What promises will you make to the inner child that still lives with you, right? What promises will you make to have fun with them this year, right? Sometimes my inner child needs to have a pink donut in the morning or ice cream for dinner. Sometimes my inner child wants to go on a bike ride. These are things that you can do to play, right, with your fifth house energy. Book recommendation I have for you, Gemini, is Sacred Contracts. It's an older one by Caroline Myss. If you've already had that one, don't worry. It's for all those other Geminis, and you pick a different one out. She's a great author, has many to choose from. In the third quarter, I'm suggesting that you pay attention to your reputation. This is a 10th house theme. Reputation goes hand in hand with your career, goes hand in hand with your midheaven, goes hand in hand with what the world needs from you, goes hand in hand with your expectations of yourself for your own purpose, what you want to provide. And so your reputation isn't just that shallow thing. It has more to do with your life being the legacy that you want to leave behind. In July, you're going to see some 6 energy, which is nesting and creature comforts, and it's going to help you see your natural talents. Mercury moves into Leo in July, and so if you are creative, if you are writing a screenplay or a book, or you're pitching something to producers or publishers or media, this would be an interesting time to play with that. The 1st through the 15th, Mercury, Neptune, and the North Node are working together, but then Mercury opposes Pluto. So I just feel like there's some power shifts that are positive for you, that you're going to surprise yourself if you listen to your intuition. You could play the game of having a day where you only follow your intuition and not your mind, and see what happens, see how it feels, see what muscles develop. The 16th through the 31st, I'm going to say follow your heart. As Mercury moves then into Virgo, we're going to shift our focus away from the Leo energy and into the Virgo energy the end of July, which is a little bit more routine, a little bit more earthy, a little bit more grounded, right? And so be aware of this interior shift too. In August, we go into a 7-month, which has to do with our soul quest, where we're interested in Rumi and Hafiz and the very poetic soul, writers of our time. And so I think that this is a great time to nest up and circle up with a good book, to be inspired, to be more reflective, to be quiet. And during August, Mercury will retrograde through your 4th house of home, family, and roots, and your 3rd house of communication. And so this might be a time when you're moving some furniture around, when you're shaking things up with your home and family, when you need to visit a place from the past or visit somebody that you have a shared history with. These are good ways to activate the astrology for your own spiritual development. Towards the end of the month, we've got Jupiter square Saturn in the skies, and Jupiter shows us our wildest dreams, our bucket list, the thing that we want to do most with our precious human life, the thing that we're excited about, right? And then Saturn shows us our responsibilities and our duties and the things that we have to do. And there's some tension between those two energies. So I'm calling it growing pains, and I want you to be aware of it. And you don't have to do anything, fix anything, just notice how the tensions are showing up for you. And then this will repeat in December, so you can review it and see what's changed over time. In September, we're in an 8-month, and this is the infinity symbol. So what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. And for you, I'm suggesting a career pivot in September, mostly because of this eclipse happening in your 10th house of career and reputation and your give back to the world. So leave a little space for grace in September. Here are the support themes for your eclipse, which have to do with the 4th house and 10th house axis. And so this is a sacred reunification with your lineage, studying your ancestry, writing letters to your ancestors that are thankful. There's so much content about like healing from, all of the pain of the past, but really our ancestors got us to this point in humanity. And is there something that we could be thankful for? Could we bring forward their gifts and recognize those and have some gratitude there? This has everything to do with, yes, your career, and yes, your reputation. It's all in alignment with the 4th and 10th house axis. So take a screen grab of that and see if you want to journal through those questions later. Your self-development here in terms of meditation is to do some breath work. Now, I recommend The Science of the Breath, which is an older classic. It's a really thin book, easy to read. You can fly through it in an afternoon easily. But there are many great breath work books like the Wim Hof or James Nestor. There are many that you could choose from. A simple one that you could start with if breath work is new to you is just the box breath, and how you do that is you inhale for 4 counts, you pause at the top for 4 counts, and then you exhale for 4 counts, and you pause at the bottom for 4 counts. And so you do this in a little cycle until you have that relaxed feeling, until your central nervous system relaxes, until your mind is off duty and not hyper focused or obsessing on the thing that you were about to have a reaction to, but you saw that coming and you went ahead and did your breath work and came back to a place of response. In terms of stewardship, I want you to check out your home and your car and your office maintenance. Take care of the things that need to be taken care of. And in terms of an activity, I want you to consider the open centers of the human design chart. You can get your body graph at mybodygraph.com. And if you do that, you'll see the open centers and you can ask yourself the open centered questions for each of the centers. But even if you're not into that, I think these are a great list of questions to ask yourself so you can see, am I operating from the mind or am I operating from my soul, my body, my physical understanding, my inner knower, my intuition? And so these could be some things to ask yourself. Okay, Gemini, as we go into the 4th quarter, this is the one where we get to focus more on relationships. So in October, we have a 9-month again, that energy of integration, of something coming full circle. So you might be revisiting some themes from January when we were also in that 9 energy. This eclipse is in the 5th house. So we are absolutely revisiting the 5th house of playing, lightening up, having fun, being creative, hanging out with our friends, that we're here for a good time, not a long time, that we're here to enjoy the ride, right? And so these eclipse things will come back up for you. And this is just a reminder that, the energy is kind of intense in October, and to pause when agitated, use your box breath, right? Go to yoga. In terms of November, it's a 1 month, and this is a repeat from February, where we can be hyper-focused on something, which can be helpful, but it can also create some analysis paralysis. So as Mercury moves into Sagittarius, and will retrograde there, this is going to go right over your 7th house of relationships, right? And so I want you to be working with some of these ideas of Sagittarius, which have to do with a quest for the truth, a quest for the good time. Sagittarius has that jovial energy. It's ruled by Jupiter, the king of the gods. Jupiter has the magnification, the amplification, the pilgrimage, like the bucket list travel, the wanting to learn foreign languages, and really wanting things to be fair and right in the world. And so where are things fair and the right in the world in terms of your relationships? And then in December, we have the relationship theme carry on because the 2 frequency of the numerology is exactly that. And so this is a December 2 remember. Mars will join the retrograde party in your 2nd and 3rd house. So the 2nd house has to do with our values. So Mars is going to help you review your budget. It's going to help you review your worth, your self-worth, how you're charging for things, how you're spending your quality time. And then by the end of December, that Jupiter-Saturn square we had back in August will come back around, and you'll see where has that inner tension reconciled or gotten louder, right? And then it's up to you with how you want to navigate and handle those growing pains that we're all experiencing. Now, because it's a relationship themed month there, I wanted to offer you my personal relationship inventory. These are the list of questions I ask myself when I'm upset, bothered, or agitated, because I know that those feelings come from me, not other people, right? So if I've got one finger pointed out, I've got 3 fingers pointed back at me. And that is where I go inside, internal, reflect, and go through these questions in order with a friend who can reflect some things back to me once I'm done. And then I sleep on it, and I go into my meditation and ask, is there anything else I've missed? And I'm willing to surrender some of these bad habits that I've picked up along the way. The relationship inventory is a way for you to check your motives. And if you're not there, if you're in good flow, everything's like totally cool, It's something that you could do on a more regular basis with your relationships is just to check in. Hey, what's going well? Hey, what could I do better? Hey, how can I be of service to you? And use these as tools towards the end of the year. The meditation I'm offering for you, Gemini, is the Ho'oponopono prayer, which is, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, and I love you. And this is a prayer that you do internally with yourself. It's not necessarily one you go tell someone. I recommend that you research it. It has such a powerful history to it. It's a beautiful prayer that we can borrow and see if it's something that you want to take into your meditation. In terms of stewardship, yes, the body is the temple. And how will you be a good steward of this mind, body, physical, emotional, spiritual person? And then in terms of an activity, this goes back to the relationship theme. I've got some journal prompts there for you. The book I'm recommending is Metaphysical Anatomy by Yvette Rose. And so if your body's talking to you, if something is kind of loud or giving you some issues, this is such a cool resource to be able to look that up to see what physically is happening. And then she'll show you an emotional component. It's really wild. It's a really good one. I highly recommend it. Okay, I have one more slide after the resources. So I just wanted to take a second to say thank you for joining me through your spiritual forecast this year. At tiffanyharlick.com, I've got a handout and some articles that I think you'll love. If you're on my site, you're going to see stuff about beekeeping and astrology. I love to do one-on-one sessions, and I have a newsletter that goes out every Friday. The outside resources are listed. And if you're interested in taking astrology with you all year so that the universe can have your back, I have a digital astrology calendar. I use it in Google Cal. You can use it in any calendar system, any platform, and it'll travel with you through any time zone. And when you click on it, the planetary transits or ingresses or lunations, they'll have a title with an emoji, a sun for easy days and an umbrella for lay low days. And the description will show you what that transit is about. So you can start to learn astrology all throughout the year. And there's a code, Stormy 2024, so that you can have $10 off. So it's normally $39. It makes it $29 for you guys. If you'd like to become a certified astrologer, I'm teaching at the Lisa Williams School next year. And I have classes that I offer through my membership too. So Gemini, the main lesson here is to know yourself and to love yourself. We're here for a good time, not a long time. So I want you to enjoy the ride this year. It has been my honor and privilege to serve you in this capacity. And until we can work together again, guys, namaste.
Beautiful Cancerian friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024. We're Cancer this year. We are taking it up a notch on this channel to help you be absolutely prepared for 2024. So not only are you going to get the outer planet overview from me, because I want you to see the long-term themes that are going to impact you, Cancer, because it's really what we've got a lot of development packed into. But I have also paired with 4 other astrologers to break down your finance, your relationships, your medicine, and your spiritual development, and to take you quarter by quarter of what is going on for you. So I'm telling you, Cancer, grab pen, grab paper, put this on in the background, take it in as much as you can or as little as you can at a time. But there is a full, really, really laid out horoscope for you in this particular video. So I want you to enjoy. Now, I also want your resource toolkit to be stuffed and ready to use. So make sure you click in the description box down below and get your digital transit calendar from our friends at Wise Skies Collective. It brings those transits right to your phone so that you can understand, hey, this is void. Of course, you are ruled by the moon, Cancer. When is it time to shut down and relax and breathe for a minute? You have more space in the year if you know and you can work with your energy. So make sure you click down there and check it out. And also remember, you can get in contact with myself or any one of our astrologers, all in the description box down below as well. Okay, beautiful Cancers, let's get in here and see what these outer planets are doing for you in the dance of life, starting with Pluto. First of all, we've got Pluto going to make this move into the energy of Aquarius. And we saw some of this dynamic show up in March of 2023. So start to calibrate your mind to what was going on in March of 2023, especially around joint relations, joint connections, sex, intimacy, inheritance, estate, death, money with a partner, collaborations with people, healing, relieving yourself of debt, getting into debt. Some people were getting into debt. What started to happen for you? Because Pluto started to show you what it was going to break down in order to rise you up. But before it goes on ahead and does this long jaunt and stay for 20 years in the vibration of Aquarius, it's going to still dance a bit in Capricorn. And this lights up your 7th house space. So Cancer, likely over the 2023 timeframe, you did something where you stepped up. You took on a relationship in some way. Maybe a relationship had to die down and die off so that you could be reborn and be re-empowered in that relationship. Or in the dynamics of it, you changed employment. I think that this could be a huge change in your employment as well, Cancer, because that vibration is Capricorn. So whatever it is, there's this sense for you as we're traveling in this first bit, and really I would think until the fall of 2024, where you are in a position of some kind of mastery. You are in a position of some kind, you're more empowered, and this energy will carry for you. And as we see Pluto, especially 2025, staying in Aquarius, will work a lot more on that 8th house, but just flash back to March of 2023 and see what started to change, and you'll get a bit of cue as to where things are going. Now, as we're also coming into the year until May, we're going to see Jupiter and Uranus in the vibration of Taurus, which sits in a really nice connection with your energy. It's cozy, it's comfortable. You guys know how to work together. Taurus and Cancer always love to have some snacks, some sex and some snacks. You know, like that's really what you guys got going, because it's so nurturing. It's so good. Okay, but we're going to see Uranus. We're going to see Jupiter only stay in Taurus until May of 2024, okay? So while it's traveling here, though, in this vibration of Taurus, it's been lighting up your 11th house space. Friends, social groupings, long-range goals, designs that you have for yourself, your tribe, Cancer. You've had an expansion that's been happening here. New teachers, maybe elders have come into your life or your space, and they're teaching you something about your tribe, your new tribe, right? Things have been changing in your social group, or maybe you've expanded and widened your social group, okay? But as we get to May, we're going to see Jupiter move into the vibration of Gemini, and this will now light up your 12th house space. So things going on behind the scenes. So Cancer, this year, it is a great year to understand that at a spiritual level, your spirituality may change this year. You may be expanded into a belief system or a way of believing, but actually learning a practice in your life that changes the way that you live your spiritual content in your world. I also think that Jupiter in the 12th house, if you've had anything that has been behind the scenes, but you didn't know it was there, you know, let's say that you have had something going on in your immune system or something like that. Something that has been behind the scenes may also present itself, but you're also presented a teacher and a system on how to handle that thing. More than anything, though, with Jupiter here in this 12th house, the expansion of your 12th house, your genuine spirituality, your rest, your rejuvenation, your ability to understand what it means to have clarity and serenity of mind, not have your mind going 100 miles an hour, is really where Jupiter is lining up. Now, it's said that when Jupiter's traveling through your 12th house, all of the learning that you need to do is absolutely surrounded and protected by guardian angels. And I love that vision. So whatever you got to go through, you've got absolutely a spiritual support team and probably a physical support team as well. We're going to see these nodes and these eclipses travel through Aries and Libra. So we're going to continue some of these lessons that we've been experiencing. Now that North Node in Aries, Cancer, is pulling you forward, saying, come this direction. It's your destiny to move this way, right? To take on this role, to lead Aries in this way. Now, Aries is also a cardinal energy, just like you are. So you've been making a start. And this is in your 10th house of career. This is your career, your soul level calling, the title that we call you in public. This has also been a big deal. So you've been moving towards it. But what the North Node in Aries asks you, Cancer, is what are you willing to fight for? Where are you willing to fight for changes within yourself that are the me, the adjustments in the me, so that you can have integration with the South Node in Libra that creates the we? Because the we, South Node in Libra, is down in your 4th house space. So there are some things in the 4th house, home, family, real estate, property, your roots, old connections, your internal psychological foundations that have been falling out. They need to move away because the way you've been relating to them is done. But there are some things at home too that it's like we need the we, and the way that you've been engaging them needs to change. That's what needs to fall away. So you may be challenged with that North Node in Aries to say what in you needs to be adjusted in the me so that you can create the integration of me and we, where you get what you need, but you're also being able to take care of whatever's happening in the domestic zone, okay? Speaking of Aries and Libra, at the end of the year, we're going to see Mars go retrograde in Leo. So this is another fire energy that we're dealing with here, okay? But when Mars goes retrograde, Cancer, we feel it. We feel it because it's close. It's close to us. Mercury goes retrograde all the time, so you notice it, right? But when Mars and Venus go retrograde, we're like, is that you? You know, it's like that. So when Mars goes retrograde here in this Leo vibration, first of all, the thing that you want to know and you want to understand is that come back from June to October of 2023. Venus was retrograde in this Leo vibration, so it set the table. You have a reevaluation. You revalue something in your 2nd house, your worth, your finances, how you value the work that you do and how you're paid for it as well, your money and what's going on with it. So Venus already set the stage. Venus set the table. And Mars is here to eat, okay? So when Mars goes through its retrograde, it's going to ask you the strategies that you're using around your money. What's happening with your money? What are you doing with your money? How are you expressing it? Now, Leo, in its very nature, even though this is your 2nd house, Leo is a creative, joyful, playful kind of energy. So it could also be that you are making investments, or you need to be setting up investments for the future of your children or children in your space as well. So we'll talk more about that as the year goes on, okay? We're going to see that we have Saturn and Neptune still continuing through this vibration of Pisces, a fellow water energy. So again, you sit in easy aspect to this. Now, this has been lighting up your 9th house space. And Neptune here, Cancer, having recently come out of retrograde, has really let you see some things around 9th house concepts: publishing, marketing, broadcasting, training, international travel, contracts, immigration, but faith. Faith is the big one, Cancer, right? And you had some ideas about what faith, higher power, God, whatever the word is for you, what it was. And I think that the Neptune retrograde of 2023 let you see that is not going to hold up in your life. Maybe you can't stand on that philosophy or belief anymore. It is time to get some new ideas and ideals. But where Saturn is here in Pisces, lighting this up for you in the 9th house, it's saying we need to stop talking about it and be about it. Put some structure to that faith. Put some structure to that training. Put some structure to teaching. Put some structure to that travel. Let's do something. Let's raise the mastery. Saturn is not going to let you out without maturing. You need to demonstrate some level of mastery of this area. And where it's beautiful is that where you have the mastery and every little bit of mastery that you acquire, Saturn delivers the gift of discipline brings freedom. That's what I want you to remember all year long, because that will really, really, really help you with this particular transit, okay? All right, my beautiful Cancerian friends, I hope you have an absolutely gorgeous year. And again, I want you to really make the astrology work for you this year. So make sure that you have your full natal chart, and come and click in the description box down below and get one from me. Go to astro.com, get one for free. Do what you need to do to have your own personal chart in addition to these general readings that you're getting. But also go over to stormygrace.com. I have created an entire resource that is continuing to unfold so that when I say this is happening in in your second house of the general, you can look at your own chart and say, that's actually happening here for me. And what does that mean? I've created the resource for you to get the information. All right, Cancer, I love you so much, and I can't wait to travel the year with you. Remember, I'm here with you monthly. I'm here with you weekly. And if you are following me on Instagram, I am also there with you daily, bringing you the cosmos. Now I leave you in the beautiful, capable hands of Wade Caves, who's going to talk to you about your financial timing for 2024.
There is, I think, for Cancer, a little bit more negotiating room for 2024 transits than we see with the other signs. There's a lot of activity happening in the mutables. There's a lot of activity happening in Aries and Libra. So amongst the cardinal signs, this is one of the safer signs. So if you've got a sun in Cancer, ascendant in Cancer, either of those, this year is going to allow for, I think, a bit more flexibility. There are some very clear positive times, like when Mars is moving into Pisces, that will be in trine to your natal sun or ascendant, whichever is in Cancer. And then in April, we have Mars in Pisces and sextile to Jupiter in Taurus. Great for advancing new ideas, expanding portfolios, making financial modifications to your strategies. There are also, a few periods you'll want to watch out for. So Mars ingressing into the cardinal signs is going to be tough if you are a Cancer sun, Cancer rising. Mars in Capricorn at the beginning of the year will be in opposition to your natal sun in Cancer, ascendant in Cancer. And at the end of April, Mars enters into Aries, and that will continue until about mid-June. So that period, you just want to watch to make sure that Mars is not in a very tight square to your ascendant degree or your solar degree, whichever is in Cancer. And then in September, Mars enters Cancer. And when Mars enters Cancer, it tends to stir up, emotional buying or financial decisions that are perhaps would benefit from some, slowing down, really reviewing the plan, understanding how this folds into a broader financial strategy.
Cancer. 2024 is definitely a year dealing with relationships and associations. How do I know that it's a year steeped in relationships and associations? Because you're spending a lot of time talking to people about their money. All right. Now, I don't know if you happen to work in a profession where you do talk to people about their money. Maybe you're a real estate broker or you deal with finances or something along those lines. And so that might make this year not too different from what is the usual status quo. But from what I am seeing with the alignment of the planets, you're talking to people a lot about their money and a lot about their keeping their words and keeping their promises. So let me sort of give you a little background on this. First of all, you have the North Node traveling through the zodiac sign of Aries. And the North Node in Aries for you is very much a position that deals with status. And it's also dealing with career as well. Being a Cancer, home and family is very important to you. Career is important to you, but career is in service to home and family. Here, with the North Node traveling through Aries, you're always going to feel like you're being drawn back to career, no matter how much you're trying to get out of it. So in other words, let's say you're trying to take on a part-time position. Let's say you're trying to cut back on your hours at work. Let's say you're even trying to transition out of what it is you do, or maybe you're even selling your business to someone else. The stars are such in 2024 that they're not going to let you go so easily. Actually, I'm wondering if they're going to let you go at all. In other words, there's something that always drags you back into business that you really thought that you had seen the end of. You really thought that you had tied up the loose ends. You really thought that you had set everything up, to set up this lifestyle, and you are being drawn back into your previous commitments and your previous obligations. With Pluto's shift into Aquarius, one of the changes that you're going to notice in your life as a Cancer is the sudden infusion of people in your life. Suddenly, there's a bunch of people in your life, which is why told me that, okay, you're going to be dealing with relationships, but you're also dealing with people and their personal issues. So it could be people and their personal emotional issues, or it could be people and their personal psychological issues. But those happen, and that might take on a sort of intensity this year. But more than that, I'm really seeing you dealing with people and their financial issues, because there seems to be a lot of anxiety or nervousness in the financial quarter that I see for you this year. Now, if I were just looking at you and your finances this year, I would be like, Cancer, you're good. All right. You got things together, you figured out a game plan, and you're going to be fine. It's your finances when they include other people. So these could be people who are dependent on you. These could be people that you're in a relationship with. This could be a roommate. This could be anyone that you're joined to financially. It could be loans that you give out to friends, or loans that friends have given out to you. But what's happening here is that there is some trouble that people are having with keeping their part of the bargain, with keeping their end of the deal. And being born under a parental sign, Cancer is a parental sign. Part of that is because you're ruled by the moon, which is next to Leo, which rules the sun, which often will represent the father. So the moon is the mother. You also get a parental feeling because you are the partner sign to Capricorn, and Cancer and Capricorn do tend to take on parental roles at the age of 3. Okay, but anyway, so there is this feeling of being parental to people. Now, that might be because you have children, or that might be because you've got siblings who are 15 years older than you and you're taking care of them like they're children, or maybe you're in charge of your parents in some way. But there's definitely a parental feeling to you, and there's this sense that you're trying to move, whether it's your company or a group of friends or family, you're trying to sort of get everyone over the hump, or get them to a place where everyone can be financially solid or secure, and it's not happening. It's not happening not because you're like hitting obstacles or anything like that. It's not happening because the idea of trying to do this with the people in your life kind of feels like you're herding cats. There's always a new crisis, there's a new problem, someone sees a bright shiny object and they go running after it. And so you're doing your level best with trying to be both the head of your household and also trying to help people with what they contribute to this household. What I don't want to see you do is to take everything on your shoulders. Okay, this is almost like a typical Cancerian reaction to things like this. I'll take it on my shoulders and I'll figure out how to do it as long as everyone else is okay. Cancer is very loving and very nurturing in that way towards other people, not always loving and nurturing towards itself. Okay, and this idea of you having to shoulder the burden. Well, Cancers, you've had Pluto in Capricorn since 2008, 2009. I don't have to tell you about what it's like to shoulder burdens, specifically burdens that you didn't really ask for. So what's happening, it's very subtle, but it's there with Pluto moving into Aquarius and then Jupiter moving into an air sign, Gemini. What's happening there is that it's kind of forcing you to talk about sharing the burden. And actually, it's more than sharing the burden. It's kind of prompting you to get other people to give according to their means. And this is what's going to allow you to enjoy some sort of emotional satisfaction and fulfillment this year. If you're always worried about finances and people not really keeping up with their end of it, and then you're not saying anything, that's going to turn inward, and that's going to make it very difficult for you to sleep at night and very difficult for you to digest your meals in a nice, peaceable way. With Cancer, anxieties always go to the tummy. Okay, so what you're going to need to sort of practice this year is not reprimanding people about them not keeping up with their bills and things like that, but you sort of sitting down, kind of being proactive and sitting down with people and mapping out what they can do financially to contribute to the household, or what they can do financially to help themselves out. If you're talking to a friend, this might be a lecture that you've given a bazillion times in the past about, shaming them into being better with their money. But this is the year when you sit down and you sort of put on your financial advisor hat. Helping people to help themselves financially is a big theme this year. And part of you may wonder, okay, but what's that say about me emotionally? Finances and emotions are very much tied to one another. On one hand, it can be like, let's have fun and spend money. Okay, like that can be like, an emotional spending for exhilaration. Or it can be like, let's manage our money, And the way that one manages their money, are they profligate? Are they skinflints? Are they cheap? A lot of ways that someone manages their money will show you what they're like emotionally and what they're like psychologically. All right. So that's why money and emotions do go together. It's more than just feeling like there's enough money in the bank that you can sleep at night. Those earlier tensions that you're going to feel, and I think it's going to be with a partner, and it's going to be around the eclipse in March, the lunar eclipse on March 25th, and the solar eclipse on April 8th. This might be when you realize that a lover or a spouse or even a business partner is having trouble keeping up their end of matters. This is something that's going to come to a head with the last Mars-Pluto opposition on November 3rd. And hopefully that will take care of it. But if it doesn't take care of it, then I'm afraid that Mars turning retrograde in Leo and being on December 6th, and it will be retrograde in Leo until February 24th. This may be a period of time in which there is a fraught emotional tension about this, in which you're trying to figure out how can you help the partner figure this out or talk to the partner about this. Sometimes we have to have a number of fights before we can have a conversation. And that might be what's going on during this period of time. So don't give up hope. Don't say, I have to take this burden on my shoulder. Just be committed to a future in which you want everyone to sort of give according to their means, and that you're the person who's sort of in charge of managing that and not doing it for anyone. And the more that you can have this feeling that you're sharing the burden, and that more than just you is contributing financially to your home or life or lifestyle, the better you're going to feel, and the more loving and in a different way that you're going to feel towards friends and loved ones in your life in 2024.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to your 2024 medical astrology forecast for Cancer rising. And for this year, what I want everyone to focus on is Jupiter in Gemini. And Jupiter doesn't go into Gemini until May 26th, and it's going to stay in Gemini throughout the whole year. And the reason why we're focusing on Jupiter in Gemini is because Jupiter rules the 6th house, having to do with potential acute illnesses. And we also use it as a co-ruler of the digestive tract, the 6th house is. And so when the 6th house, when the ruler of the 6th house is in the 12th house, something having to do with our mental perturbations, and that is the fluctuation of our mind, can oftentimes lead to potential digestive issues. So we want to be really mindful of that, especially with Cancer rising, as the stomach and the intake of nourishment is a really important thing for the sign of Cancer overall. Also, something you want to be really mindful of is the eclipse that's happening in October in Libra. Because when that eclipse happens, it's going to be squaring Mars in Cancer. So Mars being in the 1st house in Cancer oftentimes can lead to issues having to do with the digestive tract. And again, of course, with medical astrology, this is not going to manifest for everyone. But if you tend to already have this issue, and sometimes with Cancer rising, they have sensitive stomachs already, you just want to be really mindful of it. And so a practice to do in order to really care for and nourish your digestive tract for this year is being mindful of how many bitter foods you're eating. So just the flavor of bitter in and of itself. So thinking like dandelion greens or drinking dandelion root tea, things like this can be super, super helpful throughout the year. I'm picking dandelion because dandelion oftentimes corresponds to Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is your sixth house ruler. And again, Jupiter is going to be in Gemini, which is the sixth house ruler. And Jupiter has to do with the assimilation of fats and oils in the body. So we just want to make sure we take care of our digestive tract for this year for Cancer rising. And so that's the 2024 medical astrology forecast. And I hope you have a beautiful and blessed year. Peace.
Hey Cancers, I'm Tiffany Harlick, and welcome to your 2024 spiritual astrology forecast. So if you have a Cancer, sun, moon, or rising, or you're watching for a Cancer you love, you're in the right place. And my promise to you is to deliver clear, concise, and accurate information as best as I can to the best of my ability. Your promise to me is to always follow your free will, always follow your heart, to love yourself, and to never use astrology against yourself. Cancer, for you, your spiritual opportunity in 2024 is to find your spiritual home. Okay, this is going to mean different things to different people because we come from different walks of life. But I want you to find the support that your soul is craving. I want you to connect with your chosen family. I want you to find some devotional space. You might see that you're having to answer a new calling, that you might be changing jobs or roles. And I want you to find comfort in community. And don't stop before the miracle happens. Your mantras are, I'm at home in my body, I sink into my bones and enjoy full vitality. I'm thankful for my roots and ancestors, for they paved the way for my precious human life. My home and work bring deep fulfillment, peace, and joy. And you can modify those, right? Your ruling planet is the moon. So the moon is a primal motivating factor in helping you decide what you want to do with your energy this year. And so how do you rise to the occasion of your inner moon? It's really considering what emotions, right? The moon ruling our emotions, what emotions you're going to stop using against yourself and others. Understanding how to work with your emotions instead of letting them rule whatever's going on in your life. Okay, so that's that. We're going to talk about your spiritual home in 4 different quarters. The first one is your lineage, your ancestors, your roots and refuge. The second one is having to do with intuitive jobs, understanding your psychic side, understanding that or answering a different calling. And the third quarter, we're going to talk about some financial stewardship. And the fourth, we're going to talk about hearth and health. Oops. So this first quarter, we're talking about your lineage, where you come from, your family, and your chosen family. And here, because we're working with the moon, we have started to just look at where the new moons are for the Cancer forecast. And so, yeah, there's going to be some other things here throughout the year, but you're going to see that these new moons are your anchors that help determine the vibe of the quarter. So in January, we have a 9-month in the numerology, which is all about integration and assimilation and something coming full circle, finding closure, wrapping things up. The new moon is in Capricorn, right? Capricorn has to do with our healer energy. It's very Stevie Nicks energy, very Earth Mama crystals, but it's also very business CEO rising to the top. And so I want you to be aware of your ambitions and be aware of your inner adult. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to be more mature. It doesn't have to mean that you have to be more responsible, but it does mean that you need to harness, just like we have an inner child, right? We have an inner parent or an inner adult, and we need to have develop a relationship with that side of ourselves. So that's something for you to explore in January. In February, it's a 1 month, and we tend to have blinders on because we get hyper-focused on something. So if you're feeling a sense of urgency to focus, just be careful that it doesn't turn into obsession or analysis paralysis. On February 9th, the new moon is in Aquarius, and this falls in your 8th house of shared resources. This is where you might find that you're in touch with some influential networks, that people out there have the answer, that you don't have to know everything, that the answers aren't going to be hidden from you, that the solutions are there, and that there is a community that is available to you, not only just to help you, but for you to help and serve. And in March, it's a 2-month, which has to do with relationships. This new moon is in Pisces, and it falls in your 9th house of spiritual journeys, of pilgrimages, of understanding the world through a different culture. And Pisces will help ignite your intuition. It will help ignite your psychic gifts. It will help you understand that you are born wise and that all of the senses that you have extend out into the spiritual world, and that you were born with psychic gifts. And so this could be a month when you want to set some intentions for developing your emotional intuitive states. On the 25th, the eclipse falls in your 4th house of home and family, your childhood home, the home you live in now, but also your roots. This is why lineage is the title of this quarter for you guys. And so an eclipse in the 4th and 10th house axis is going to ignite both home and family stuff and career stuff, right? And so this is a sacred reunification with your lineage, with your ancestors, with the people that you came from. And there's power when you surrender, when you don't have to know everything, when you don't have to plan everything. This is just to stay curious. Here are a bunch of themes to play with and journal through. I'll let you screen grab that and come back to it. You know, there can be this kind of Hallmark movie moment where something brings you back to your home and family. Now, in terms of the relationship inventory, the first new moon of the year fell in your 7th house of significant others. And so there are several significant people in your life, but if you are partnered, that provides a really clear lens for you to understand yourself and to know yourself. The relationship inventory, this is something that I personally use. I didn't write it, but I do use it when I'm upset, right? And so if I have one finger pointing out, I have 3 pointing back at me, that means I have more work to do of polishing the mirror of my heart. And so the purpose of asking yourself these questions is to understand your motives, the subconscious, to get it out and to really start to behave differently. And so I go through these in order, I share them with a friend, and then I get some insider feedback. Is there anything I'm missing? Or do I have blinders on in this area? And then I sleep on it, pray about it, meditate, get some new insights, and then I let it go. And I try to act my way into right thinking and when we know better, we do better. And if that's not you, if you're not charged up by relationships this quarter, on a more regular basis, you might ask yourself and your significant other, or the one that you're practicing with here, is what went well and where can I improve, right? How was I of service to you, right? Be aware of these things. Your self-development. Here in the first quarter, I'm suggesting that you create a new playlist. This could be something that you use in the morning as your devotional inspiration. I listed a couple of songs that are on my playlist right now. In terms of stewardship, this is considering your family ties and who you're responsible to and what you're responsible for and how those roles might be shifting this year. And an activity I'm suggesting is to connect with your council elders. This could be your tribe of light. This could be your angels. This could be your favorite aunt. This could be a teacher that you really respect or a mentor. But determine who is your council of wise ones. And I want you to just pour your thoughts and questions onto paper, just to your trusted advisor, and I want you to consider what they would say. So write all your questions with your right hand and then your dominant hand, and then answer them with your non-dominant hand, and let something occur from the soul level, from the unconscious, and see what occurs. A self-development idea for a book to read this quarter is to Clear Your Clutter with Feng Shui by Karen Kingston. And I love this book. It's one that I refer back to all the time. For Q2, I've got the idea of intuitive jobs for you, Cancer. In April, we have a 3 energy, which is very charismatic, more outward, more outgoing, wanting to connect, wanting to get in the mix. The Mercury retrograde cycle goes through your 10th house of your job, your career, your reputation, right? The thing that the world needs from you. And so whether you have a jobby job or it's something that looks different, the idea here is that the world needs something from you. And a study of your midheaven will help you understand that. For example, my midheaven is in Virgo, and so it doesn't matter what I do or what I teach or what I'm talking about, whether it's bees or yoga or psychic work or astrology. The idea is that I'm delivering in a Virgo way. That's my Virgo midheaven. That's my 10th house. So I like to provide bullet point data, right? That's helpful to people. And so what is your 10th house, and what would that help you understand about your role and your job, right? Using your intuition this way. I do see that you might have a career pivot in mind, because not only is Mercury retrograde in your 10th house, but the April eclipse is too. And this one is in 19 degrees of Aries, and it's the one that North America will be able to see. Also this month, there's one of the biggest transits of the year is the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, and it's happening in your 11th house. And so I want you to think big and think about your network and ask questions and connect with people. Jupiter expands and Uranus does it quickly. Things can happen overnight in a good way. So do you want to set your mind up for success, and just believe that good things are happening for you, right? In May, it's a 4-month, and this has to do with being still, steady, confident. This is being the surfer that is still while the waves are crashing all around. In May, the new moon will be in 18 degrees of Taurus in your 11th house of friends. You're going to know something about your worth with the new moon in Taurus. You're going to be focused on values, and you're going to have these conversations with your friends and your alliances and your social clubs. This is like being the treasurer for your beekeeping club, right? There's lots of ways to work with the themes here. I'm just giving some ideas. In June, we have a 5 in the numerology, and the 5 is when we get very distracted. We feel pulled in many different directions. So can we go with the flow? Can we be in non-resistance in June? And can we use our spiritual vision? So we just had this big, huge, interesting thing happen in April, and as that has released, it's the new energy that's coming in is that Jupiter will trine Pluto. And so as you think, so shall you be. As above, so it is below. On June 6th, the new moon is in Gemini in your 12th house, right? The house of the subconscious, the house of the hidden, the house where we can self-sabotage sometimes, the house of troubles that turns into the house of reconciliation, right? And so this is an optimal time to set intentions around your psychic abilities, any classes you want to take, anything you want to learn, anything that you want to transmit, information, marketing, chapters, writing podcasts, things like this. I think it would be a great idea to write your personal mission statement this quarter. You could update your bio. It could be simple, but I've listed some other questions here for you if you'd like to go a little deeper. And then for your self-development, Silva method is one I'm recommending to all the signs because the Silva method developed by Jose Silva. He was born here in El Paso, Texas, and he developed a technique for clearing the mind, for elevating the mind, and working from a place of clarity and elevated mind. And so in terms of his technique, the thing I love about it the most is that he says that, it only works if your intention of what you're wanting to manifest also helps so many other people. So there are many free versions, paid versions. Check it out. See if it's for you. In terms of stewardship, we've got to be thinking about your work and what your devotional mood is to your work. It doesn't mean that you have to change jobs or get a job or don't get a job. It just means what's your mood about it? If you have to do spreadsheets all day, are you so excited that this is going to be the most beautiful spreadsheet of your entire life? Is this a creative pursuit? Can you just play with the energy of being devoted to something that's higher than yourself? This is where your job stewardship comes into play. Are you answering a calling or are you fulfilling a duty? Or can these concepts Venn diagram in some way? I have a psychic development activity listed for you. It's called the reverse blink. Basically, you close your eyes and then you open them quickly and close them again. And in that moment that you got a little flash of information, I want you to recall as much as you can. So everything that you just saw, whether it was a potted plant or a car going by, what color was the car? Were there two people in the car? Who were they? What was the license plate? Just get as much information that you can remember. And when you remember in detail, just like when you remember a dream, This is a way to fine-tune your concentration, and it will help you receive non-local information and psychic information, and it will help with your recall. A suggested book for you is The Hidden Messages of Water. I think everybody should read this, but especially people with a Cancer placement. It's by Dr. Emoto, and I got to see him speak here in Austin. One of the things I love about his work is that he shows, how our thoughts, our mind, our heart affect our environment. Right. And so how important it is to work with some kind of meditation technique to clear, replenish, come at the world with a full heart. And I also love that everywhere he went, when he did his speaking gigs, that he would go to a body of water and think good thoughts and bless that body of water, knowing that his thought had ripple effect for the whole community. So in Q3, we want to talk about some financial stewardship. So the July numerology changes to a 6. And so the 6 is about nesting. It is that very Cancer energy to come inward and make home a place you run to and not a place you run from. The new moon matches this energy perfectly. The new moon in Cancer in your first house. Maybe you want to do some address numerology or some feng shui, or just make your home a place you run to and not away from. Very home vibe energy. In August, it shifts to a 7, and this is about soul quest. This is about finding meaning and truth in life. And in August, we have the Mercury retrograde cycle going from your 3rd to 2nd house of finances. And this is where we learn the lessons that my net worth is not my self-worth, and what are my core values, and what do I really believe, and how am I really treating my money? I had a client once who she was not having luck in the love department. And she said everybody that she dated was putting her last, and she wasn't getting the attention that she needed. And I said, well, how are you treating your money? And it was confusing at first, right? But we explored it. And she said that she doesn't really treat her money anyway, that she doesn't think about it. She doesn't file her own taxes. She crumples the money up. It's at the bottom of her purse. She doesn't have a spreadsheet for income and expenses. And so we changed some of that. And so she started paying attention and being a good steward of her finances. And lo and behold, it changed all of her relationships, right? And so this idea of financial stewardship having to do with not just your net worth, but your self-worth and your value and the pride that you take, right, can be very pivotal and transformational in all of the departments. The new moon is in Leo in your 2nd house of money and worth. And so having a budget boot camp this quarter is probably very helpful for you. On the 19th, Jupiter will square Saturn, and Jupiter is it's this great cosmic magnifying glass. It makes everything bigger, makes everything more grandiose. Jupiter represents our biggest dreams, our wildest passions, like the thing that we want to do and expand and be seen and be known for and encourage more of. It's wealth and abundance. And it squares, it challenges our inner Saturn. And the Saturn side of us is the one that's more responsible, that needs to have a sense of duty, right? And so this idea that we have some tension between those two sides of ourselves is going to be apparent in August and again in December. Now, in September, we shift into an 8-month, and the 8 has to do with the infinity symbol. So think about like what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. And the new moon will be in Virgo, so the garden of the soul. This is in your 3rd house of communications and learning and the way that you're thinking about things. So maybe you want to take a master gardener class, or maybe you want to learn beekeeping, or maybe you just want to get some things in order with your health. Virgo also rules our daily routines and rhythms, and so maybe those are changing for you. The eclipse is happening in your 9th house of philosophy and worldview and foreign languages and travel. So here are the themes of the 3rd and 9th house axis with eclipses. I invite you to take a screen grab. This is a sacred reunification with your inner knower, right? With the things that you already know. This is an awareness around your knowledge, your insight, your intellect. Okay. Your self-development, I invite everybody to try the Ho'oponopono prayer again. So again, it goes like this. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Thank you, and I love you. It's a prayer that you do internally, and I encourage you to research it because the history behind it is so powerful. Again, your stewardship is to your finances this quarter. It's a really good time to talk with a professional, a tax professional, a business professional, somebody in the finance world, a friend that's really great at it, and sit down and take an honest look at your financial life. And in terms of the activity, because I know that Cancer side of you is loving what I was saying about nesting and being at home more, especially this quarter, to keep the home fires burning, right? What is this? It means to maintain a daily routine and provide the necessities of life in a home or community. So we're thinking about our home, but we're also thinking about that spiritual home, right? That spiritual home that is part of the bigger theme for your year. So what does it mean to keep the home fires burning to you? What does that look like in your life this month or this quarter or this year? And what home edits are you making that help you feel more like yourself, that it's really a reflection of who you are, right? A book for consideration is listed there below. And as we go into the last quarter of the year, this is about your hearth and your health. All right. So in October, Cancer, we're looking at your ancestry, your lineage, your roots and your refuge. The eclipse happening in Libra, the sign of partnerships, is in your 4th house of home and family, your childhood home, people that you share history with, people that you share emotionally charged events with. The home is also that sacred place where we can rest. In November, the new moon will be in Scorpio in your 5th house of pleasure, of joy, in the sign of deep transformation and change. And also this month, Mercury will retrograde into your 6th house, right? Your health, your routine, your rhythms are changing, your health needs are changing, your diet may need to change. The things that you do to take care of your physical body, your temple, will be top of mind here in November. And in December, Mars joins the retrograde party going through your 2nd and 1st house. So this idea of 2nd house of money, 1st house of identity, of myself, all of it's kind of working together. You can't pull one without pulling the other. The December new moon is in your 6th house. So health, money, identity, all part of the things working in your favor to show you the next state of your evolution and growth. Now, I mentioned that Jupiter-Saturn square where we had the inner tension of growing pains, of wanting to go big, but needing to be responsible, and all of the structures, and where do we get where do we overcommit? Where do we undercommit? Where do we play small? Where do we think in too big terms? All of that is evening out. And so look back to August and see what themes are coming back up for reconsideration. And because, your health is top of mind this quarter, I want to invite you to make a spiritual healer's list. So the list here I have is robust. You can make it as big or as little as you want. When I'm looking at this list, what I'm seeing is what are the practitioners I want to work with? What are the spaces I want to be in? Who are the counselors who are on who are my council of elders? And what kind of home remedies kit do I want to bring in to play, right? So I want you to include contact information, and this should just be an easy thing for you to look at. You could schedule some routine health maintenance type stuff before it gets to a place where you have to do something about it, right? And this is just something for you to keep, again, top of mind. The meditation that I'm offering for you guys is to do some breath work. Science of the Breath is a great book, but I'm also recommending Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I personally prefer the audiobook because he has meditations in it. If you're going to do some box breathing is a real simple one to bring you back into your body, into your solar plexus. And you inhale for 4 to 6 counts. You pause for the same amount of time, 4 to 6 counts. You exhale for 4 to 6 counts, and then you pause for 4 to 6 counts. And so you do this to regulate, to calm the nervous system, and to help you be more centered and grounded. In stewardship, I'm asking you to consider your culture connection, going back to your lineage, going back to your culture. What is it that you want to learn, explore, or embody this month? And then your activity is to research your ancestry, your family tree, to go back to your roots, to give you insight and information about your own development. to help you understand who you are and where you came from and what that feels like for you. Again, the invitation is always there to write a gratitude letter to your ancestors, to bring some thanks to the people that got you where you are. So I have one more slide after this one. I just want to say thank you for sticking with me through this episode here. You can find me at tiffanyharlick.com. I have free workbooks and cool articles, stuff about beekeeping and astrology. I send a newsletter out every Friday if you're interested in that. There's some outside resources listed for you. I want to make sure you know about my digital astrology calendar. I've been writing it for 7 years. It's good for enthusiasts of all levels. It includes all of the planetary transits and ingresses, the lunations, the moon family cycle, and you can get $10 off when you use the code STORMY 2024. If you click on the title of each of the different events, it'll expand into a description and it'll list out what that transit means, so you can learn astrology, have it in your back pocket, let the universe have your back all year. And if you don't want to click on it and read everything, there's at a glance, you can see the emojis will help you too. So the sun shows you some more good flowing, good mojo energy, and the umbrella shows a little bit of daylight when you might want to lay low. So if you'd like to become a certified astrologer, I'm teaching at the Lisa Williams School. I offer classes for my membership too. And above all else, Cancer, you are here to know yourself and to love yourself and to follow your heart on this journey in 2024. It has been my honor and privilege to serve you guys in the capacity of spiritual astrology. And until we can work together again, namaste.
Hello, my absolutely beautiful Leo friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024, which I can't even believe we're ready to start the 2024 year. But let me tell you what, on this channel, I'm going to be making sure that you are really prepared to see what is in the cosmic sky and the astrological energies so that you can make the most out of your 2024 experience. And to do that, not only are you going to get a horoscope for this year from me, but I've also paired with 4 other brilliant astrologers to take care of you in the area of finance, relationships, medicine, and spiritual development. So let me tell you what, you guys, get a pen, get paper, my Leo friends, put this video on in the background, come back to it all year long, because we are really going to be unfolding and unpacking all of these different areas for you in this video. And I'm really excited to share this with you. Now, to also make sure that your 2024 is whipping and zipping, we want to make sure that your toolkit is loaded correctly. So make sure you get your digital transit calendar in my description box down below. Now, you're also going to be able to get in contact with all of the astrologers in this video in the description box down below. So please click down there. Take advantage. We want to help you if you're ready to have help. We want to talk astrology with you if that is what you are looking for. All right, my beautiful Leos, let's get in here and start to see what 2024 has to offer for you. Now, first of all, Leo, big news in the sky is that Pluto is going to continue to do this dance between Capricorn and Aquarius. Now, that's cool with the Capricorn energy because we're pretty used to that. You know, it's been dancing in the Capricorn area of your chart in that 6th house for 20 years. This is not new information, new intel. But you will have this continued theme of looking at things, Leo, in your daily routine, okay? And some of the things in your daily routine, Leo, your life maybe have have broken down in certain ways, but also I never want to miss the fact that Pluto is also the VIP energy. So just as much as your daily routine may have changed, it could have also changed because you began to take that step up. You came to the next level. You're in the VIP section of whatever that looks like for you in your life. If it's the VIP section of your health and mental health and wellness, of a daily routine that really works for you now, even if it's not the same one that the world told you were supposed to have. Whatever it is, the breakdown and rebuilding has made space for some beautiful changes for you. So you will continue to see that energy. But then we're going to see Pluto step into the vibration of Aquarius. And first and foremost, I want you to come back to March of 2023 when Pluto first moved into the vibration of Aquarius. Because what was happening for you at that time? What were the changes you began to see in relationships? Aquarius is the opposite sign for you. So this is right across the street in your conscious chosen one-on-one relationship house. Now, when you're thinking about this, I want you to think about, yes, your marriage, your business partnerships, where you have chosen to partner with another resource for a reason. But I would love for you to include in that as well the relationship of you with you. Are you living in alignment with the season of your life? Where are you at from your natal lunar phase to your progressed lunar phase? Are you living in alignment with where life is at, you with you? What about your connection with you and whatever you call divine, higher power, God, whatever that word is for you? These are going to be some really big changes to your social group that Pluto is going to bring about. And it's also going to speak so much more to the advancement of technology. Pluto in Aquarius is telling us that we are in the digital revolution. So what's happening? How are you taking advantage of not only social groupings and changes to your relationships here, but how you're also changing your relationship with technology and the support that comes around that? How are you using it? Are you afraid? Pluto can bring up fear for us. I don't want to be taken over by AI, right? Or where are you learning to embrace it? So the changes here in your relationship zone will be significant. And again, depending on where you are at in the experience and the evolution of your lessons, this can also be a VIP status, or you're coming to the next level. You have significant partnerships coming into your life that take you on the next bit of the journey. Now, we don't want to forget as well that we've got Uranus and Jupiter in Taurus as we're starting this year. Uranus will stay in Taurus for the whole of the year. And again, this is not a new energy for you. So it's like, yeah, you know how to work with this because it's been rocking and rolling for you at the top of your chart, for over a year. That your career, who you are, what we call you in public, the title that you take on, maybe we call you CEO, maybe we call you wife, mother, worker, volunteer, grandmother, grandfather, whatever we call you in public has been really being changed around since 2018. Now, Uranus is going to keep unfolding that, continue to bring you innovation in this area. Now, as Jupiter is continuing its travel through Taurus, it's going to help you expand what you're learning about your work, your title, or your calling in the world. And it will continue to do that for you all the way until we get to May, where we're going to see Jupiter then get into the vibration of Gemini. Now, this starts to light up that friendship group. Friends, social groupings, who's your tribe? Again, we've got a whole other thing with relationships at a public level really being activated for you, Leo. So you're going to want to be paying attention to who's in your network. And I'm telling you, with Jupiter coming around, first of all, go back 12 years into your life, because that is the last time that Jupiter would have been here in the Gemini vibration for you. So what was expanding? What were you learning, experience? And now you can bring that wisdom, but you're also going to have new teachers come in, new information about technology, new goals and aspirations for your life. So I want to say this too, because Uranus and Jupiter are going to have their conjunction as we come together here. One of the ideas for Leo that keeps striking me is that really your social groupings get different because a different scenario comes into your life that makes it so. So one example, and take it as you need it, but if you're going along and you've been with your partner for a while and y'all are living your best life, Jupiter, you've been traveling, being in the sun, being cute, I love that for you, and then you decide to have a baby, adopt a baby, children come around, the social group naturally gets different. So it could be something that changing for you as we're traveling, okay? We've got the nodes traveling through Aries and Libra, and this again will be a continuation from what we began to experience in 2023. Now, this is going to light up Aries in that 9th house, pulling you forward. The nodes are a destiny point, so it's saying, come this way. It is your destiny, your helpers, your squad, your soulmates, your spirit guides. They're all over here helping you move forward. And at that Libra South node, it's saying this needs to fall out. Your relation, your understanding, your balance to these things over here in the 3rd house need to go on ahead and begin to fall away. But with the North node traveling through Aries in the 9th house, it is you saying, I have to publish, I have to market, I have to broadcast, I have to start that YouTube channel, I have to take on the training, I have to teach, I have to do the traveling, right? Like I have to initiate my own movement forward. And at the Libra level, in the 3rd house, where it's like, I've been so lost in all of the details of my life. I've been so lost in the talking about it and not so much the doing about it. I've been lost in the thinking instead of the producing. So somewhere in here, you're trying to get these two, Aries and Libra, to come to the space of interdependence with each other. New belief systems, new ideas, new ways of taking the knowledge you have, Leo, and expanding it out to the world. And we'll continue to see you striving for that, and your helpers who are going to help you on that destiny path coming along to support you as we travel 2023. Now, to the another point of this, we're going to have Mars, the ruler of that Aries North node and of Scorpio, of course, go into retrograde at the end of the year. And this we gonna want to pay attention to. We're gonna want to pay attention to this because when Mars and Venus go retrograde, because they're so close to us, they're personal planets, we feel it. You know, Mercury goes retrograde like all the time, so we notice and it's like, that's weird. But when Venus and Mars go retrograde, we can find ourselves like, woof, right? Okay, so you need to take note of that. And that's not to be scared. It's to say, hey, you're probably going to feel this energy. Now, in 2023, I want you to think about June to October when Venus went retrograde in Leo and you got a reevaluation of what it means to be you, your aesthetic, your name, your external environments, your confidence, who you are, you know, flashing back in your life going, you know what, before I didn't believe I could do that, or I was striving for that and it didn't happen. And now my creative, beautiful self is out. Okay. So Venus set the table. Now Mars is here to eat as it will take this retrograde in Leo as well. So Venus, you got new value. Mars, what are you going to do with it? What is your desire on what you want to do with it? So we could see during this Mars retrograde that you are going back over something that you've been trying to put out. Maybe you're going back over that body, yada, yada, right? Maybe you're going back over presentations, photographs, external environments, things like this. The way that you move in the world will get this really genuinely beautiful review. Let's not forget about Saturn and Neptune continuing to travel through the vibration of Pisces. So Saturn has been in Pisces, Neptune has been in Pisces. So again, we don't have this entirely new vibration happening over here in your 8th house. But as they continue to work, one of the things that you're going to notice is that in terms of joint connections, joint finances with a partner, an institution, any place where you have deep, intimate connection, okay? Death, debt, taxes, insurance, astrology, healing, wellness, trauma, any of these things, sex, of course, birth, reproduction, debt, any of those things, you are going to have, it's not a flip of the switch, but this area of your life has needed to get a lot more spiritual. Your ideas and ideals around how these areas of work out for you, you've been like reevaluating, and some things have dissolved where you're like, I don't necessarily believe this particular thing anymore. Neptune came out of retrograde here in 2023. And so as we're walking forward into 2024, you've seen where you've had some rose-colored glasses around some belief systems over here or some actions you've been taking. And now Saturn in Pisces in its continued journey is going to say, okay, I want to put a crystallization around this. Let's make your spirituality, let's make your ideas, your ideals real. Let's bring it just from out of the ethers into the real, touchable, tangible, usable place, a faith that you can stand on, a belief and ideals that you can stand on. That's what Saturn is about. But Saturn says, Leo, stop talking about it, and we have to be about it. So you're going to demonstrate some level of mastery or learn something that helps you learn and gain the wisdom of some level of mastery as Saturn travels through this Piscean zone, and emotionally as well. You may be really stepping up, coming to the next level in some kind of connection and really intimate and deep collaboration with another resource this year that takes your experience to a whole spiritual level. All right, my absolutely beautiful Leos. I hope that you have a gorgeous year. Make sure that you click in the description box down below also and get your own natal chart so that you can see where this is happening in your personal chart as well. And head over to stormygrace.com where a whole new index of information has been built for you to say, oh, the new moon is happening in the 5th house of my actual chart. What does that mean for me? The interpretations, I've got you. They're there, so head over and check it out. But now I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Mr. Wade Caves, who is going to give you your financial timing for 2024. Bye, Leo.
Okay, so with Leo, we have a fairly open year with a few important points that we'll want to draw your attention to. I mean, we start with some good transits about Jupiter and Mars entering into Gemini in sextile to Leo, the support that can give. I might have brought to your attention, Mars in Aquarius. You might think, oh, that's an air sign that could be beneficial in the same way that Mars and Gemini is beneficial. But of course, Aquarius is opposing your sign of Leo. And so it's got a little bit more trouble involved. So we'll come to that in a moment. Jupiter and Gemini, that will be casting a sextile to the sun or ascendant degree, whichever is in Leo. And Jupiter is very helpful for financial planning as the natural significator of wealth and wealth management. Mars in Gemini in July, that transit also generally supportive. It's just something you'd want to be aware of that once we come into August, there's a pile up of very tough aspects. And so really the benefit will be, coming in the earlier part of the year. Some periods to avoid. February, as I said, Mars moving into Aquarius is a bit troublesome for Leo. That's in opposition to Leo, so this will be not ideal. It usually shows some kind of plan that stirs up aggravations and tensions and frustrations. The square between Mars and Jupiter, also not helpful for responsible expansion of one's financial strategy. In June, Mars moves into Taurus, and then in November, Mars moves into Leo. Both of these ingresses can stir up a bit of trouble. Mars and Taurus, that is in square to Leo, and then Mars and Leo, obviously that's going to be a conjunction. So these are periods where you might be expected to be making more rash, quick decisions rather than slow, thoughtful, pioneering ones. Also note that at the end of the year, Mars turns retrograde in Leo, and that will continue into the beginning of 2025. And so in the winter months, probably best to avoid making big shakeups to your financial strategy and planning.
I know it can be intimidating to hear that Pluto is moving into your opposite sign. All right. This seems to have a lot of Leos freaked out. Well, and why wouldn't you be? It sounds so ominous. Pluto will be in my opposite sign of Aquarius, and it moves into my opposite sign of Aquarius on January 20th. All right. And how long is it going to be? There, it's going to be there for 24 years. Okay, so automatically it's okay, Pluto in my opposite sign for the next 24 years. Does that mean I'm unlovable for 24 years, or I'm dealing with domineering personalities for 24 years, or I'm dealing with people giving me ultimatums that they're going to spin on one heel and leave my life if I don't give them everything they want? No. This is not what's going to be happening to you with Pluto moving into the zodiac sign of Aquarius. The wonderful thing about the modern planets taking so long to move through the sky is is that you actually get a chance to acclimate to the energy. Uranus, it's kind of a little bit like, I don't know, does Pecos Bill acclimate to, throwing a rope around a tornado and being dragged through all the states? Well, that's kind of like my image for Uranus. You don't really acclimate to that. But with planets like Neptune and Pluto, they lend themselves to growing accustomed to the rhythm of the planet, to getting used to the energy that's come into your life. And of course, we're dealing with an opposition. And with Pluto taking up residence in your opposite sign of Aquarius, that means it's sitting across the table right from you, or it's sitting on the seesaw right across from you, if you happen to play on a seesaw when you were in nursery school or kindergarten or thereabouts. Now, sitting across Pluto on a seesaw, well, you're not really dealing with equal weight here. It's funny that Pluto, for being such a small planet, carries a lot of weight in astrology. And every time everyone's like, oh, it's just like a dwarf planet, it's like, you call it a dwarf planet. Let's see what you're saying during your Pluto transit. But anyway, so you're sort of like, imagine sitting opposite Pluto, and you kind of think that, you're on an even playing field there. Well, you're not. Sitting opposite to Pluto on a seesaw is kind of like sitting opposite a sumo wrestler in the other seat that's opposite you. So the sumo wrestler is squarely on the ground and you're squarely up in the air with your legs dangling, trying to get the seesaw to move a bit. All right. So yes, Pluto is going to have a very determining effect, but it's not going to overwhelm you as a Leo. Actually, what it's going to do to you as a Leo is make you more leonine. In other words, you may be staring down someone who isn't going to be agreeing with the way that you want to do things in life. This could be a business partner. You may be staring down someone who, during this period of time, you've gone as far as you can go in your relationship. If that's the case, and if you feel that your partner, whether it's a romantic partner or a business partner, isn't getting you, okay, this might be the year where you go your own separate ways. What happens with an opposition is that they will highlight the weak points in a relationship right off the bat. And then it's up to the two people involved in the relationship to figure out where they stand with that. Now, sometimes it happens and people are like, you know what? I haven't really been in love with you for a long time, and oh my God, how can you say that? Well, actually, I haven't really been in love with you for a long time. Okay, well, this is this opportunity of Pluto coming into your opposite sign gives you a chance to say, okay, well, let's part ways. Okay, and that might be happening to some Leos this year with Pluto really entering into the zodiac sign of Aquarius. For other people, it might be like, okay, we don't see eye to eye on these things. And instead of trying to figure out how we're going to see eye to eye on these things, what happens if we leave room in our relationship where, I don't know, you say potato and I say potato, and we decide not to call the whole thing off? So this can be a little bit of a lost period, of a descent period, of the old rules not really making sense like they used to period for you. But if the love is there, and remember, relationship and love are ruled by two separate elements in astrology. Love is ruled by water, and relationships are ruled by air. Love rules water because you can love unconditionally. You can love someone, and that person doesn't have to be around. Ask any water sign. But no, you can love someone, and that person doesn't have to be around. Maybe it's a secret crush. You absolutely adore someone, and they have no idea that you exist. Or let's say you love this historical figure from 1780. Well, that person's been off the planet for a number of years. I mean, so you can have this love without someone being around. Relationship, you have to have someone around. Okay, relationship, there has to be someone sitting in the opposite seat of the seesaw. So what may be happening is that the relationship part may have kind of reached a wall, but the love may be strong there. It may be very powerful. And so that can either deepen the relationship, which is something that you'll discover throughout the year. Or it may allow the two of you to separate, and if you have kids, you co-parent. You don't really leave one another's lives, but you're not really in a relationship either. There are so many different alternatives to relating and to relationships nowadays, and these will be heightened with Pluto being in your opposite sign. But as I said, your reaction is that you're going to become more leonine. And more leonine doesn't mean more like, arrogant and I refuse to be in a relationship like where I'm not loved properly and recognized. No, it's not going to be like that. But you might become more leonine in that you're coming more from a place of the heart. Okay, that you're more coming from, I don't know, your place of Leo realness, and Pluto being in your opposite sign is going to sort of highlight that. And so this might be things that you are experiencing this year. So if there's a sudden feeling of like, I don't feel the feelings that I used to feel, don't act on them yet. This is Pluto beginning its transit opposite your sun. Let yourself sort of be in that place where you don't recognize the landmarks, where the feelings aren't really the same, but then you're not really quite sure where they're going either. This is a wonderful place to be in, and it's the best place for working with Pluto. So I would strongly recommend that. Again, you may feel like there are obligations that demand, that you be there in front and present and things like that, but try to sort of take a couple of steps back and take a larger view picture of this, because there are changes that are going on in your heart, and there are changes that are going on in your emotional and romantic availability, changes that are going to be pretty much things you knew on a gut level, but never really thought that you were going to see in your life. Finally, we have Mars turning retrograde in Leo from December 6th to February 24th. And this may put you in an awkward position where the choices or the actions that you're making in your life come with a tremendous emotional cost, okay? And that's December 6th to February 24th of 2025. And what I mean by that is that you may be called upon to make decisions that may be the right decision, okay? But the circumstances couldn't be more dire or more opposite that. So this isn't really a sort of being true to myself type of thing. It's more like being put in an unenviable position where you have to make decisions about your relationships, in which you can see what you're going to get out of it, where you want to go with it. But there may be an emotional cost that's steeper than you initially thought. And again, we're dealing with a Mars retrograde. Again, we're dealing with Pluto, which actually has re-entered Aquarius at that point. And this is something where you have to be true to the Mars, all right? And Mars is always action steps and moving forward. And you have to be true to the Mars, even if you don't want to be true to the Mars during that period of time.
Hey everybody, Cameron here, and welcome to your 2020 forecast for Leo rising. So for this year, Leo rising, what I want you to pay attention to and look out for is Saturn moving through your 8th house in Pisces. And we want to pay attention to this because Saturn is the ruler of your 6th house, having to do with acute and short-term illness, and also what we're doing in our day-to-day life that can have a tendency to create issues with our physical health. And so with Saturn being in Pisces, we want to be really mindful of how the lymphatic system is moving in the body, especially because Leo has to do with the heart, the cardiovascular system, the spinal sheath as a whole, and then also just circulation in general, right? So the cardiovascular system having to do with circulation. And so one thing that we have a misconception about oftentimes, especially here living in the United States, is that when we think about the cardiovascular system, we reduce it down and we say cardio. So when we think of cardio and making sure that the heart and the blood is moving properly, oftentimes what we're doing is running or doing something that's actually stressing us out in order to get the cardiovascular system moving. But what we need to know is that we can also get the blood moving by doing very, very simple practices because it's based off cardio and vascular, right? So vasculature in the body and also the cardio system, the heart pumping things. And so some very simple things you can do is raise your hands up in the sky, hold it for 30 seconds. I'm not going to hold it for 30 seconds for time's sake. And then drop the arms down. And then repeat again. Hold the arms in the air. And then drop it down. And allowing yourself to feel the blood flow in the arms through that process. Also, something else you can do, stand on your tippy toes for about 30 seconds to a minute. And then slam down on your heels. So get it back up on your tippy toes. Come down on your heels. Also, something that I didn't say is that the 8th house is also a house of health, or a house of health having to do with how illness can potentially manifest. So we want to be really mindful of that. That's why it's so important, because Saturn is in a house that can create potential illness, and it's ruling a house that can also create potential illness. So we just want to be mindful of that. Another thing we can do there to make sure the lymphatic system is moving is just tapping the body. I like to have people do this for like 3 to 5 minutes. And then stop. And feel how your blood in your circulation is flowing from that point, so it doesn't get stagnant and constipated, because constipation is the energy oftentimes that happens when things go into the 8th house, right? Even if we think of it as the house of death, so-called, right? Like, what happens with things when they die? They kind of get stagnant and stuck, and that's what actually creates the decaying process. The 8th house also can co-rule the colon, so we just want to be mindful of the bowels as well there. And make sure the energy is flowing there. Yeah. So that's the 2024 forecast for Leo risings, and I hope you have a bright and blessed year. Peace.
Hey Leos, this is Tiffany Harlick, and if you have a Leo sun, moon, or rising, or you're watching for a Leo that you love, you are in the right place. I'm going to offer a 2024 look at your spiritual astrology forecast. So I hope you enjoy this look, but before we get going, my promise to you is to deliver clear, concise, and accurate information for my Virgo midheaven. And your promise to me is to just follow your heart, to follow your free will, and to never use astrology against yourself. So for you, Leo, your spiritual opportunity in 2024 is all about transmission. This is the information exchange. This is the ability to lead with ideas and really finding the education platform that you're interested in entertaining on and learning from. This is about right alignment with the type of information you're taking in and the type of information that you're sharing. So this is an opportunity to stop gossiping or to stop sharing information that impacts other people negatively, and to not be in alignment when people are complaining or upset in a way that is really kind of a downer. What you pour your mind into expands, especially this year you're going to see in the astrology. I'm also kind of curious what forms of humanitarian aid or foreign aid you might be interested in supporting this year. I'm curious if you're going to be interested in some spiritual technology or some spiritual apps that might pique your interest. And I'm curious if you want to have an accountability buddy for anything that you're wanting to accomplish in 2024. Your mantras are, it's good to be me. I trust my body to guide me to correct circumstances and people throughout the year. I'm excited about shining more in 2024. Your ruling planet is the sun. So the sun is a primal motivating factor in helping you decide how you want to work with your energy this year. And so I have taken the solar transits out so you can see what is going to be illuminated to you each quarter. How do you rise to the occasion of your inner soul? What will you stop using against yourself? You know, your inner soul, your inner sun. So in terms of transmission, we're going to break it down into 4 quarters. The first quarter is going to be your inner knower. The second one is about a pilgrimage that you want to take. And the third one is about shared dreams, shared resources. The fourth one is about supernatural support and gifts. So as we consider the inner knower, we're going to be looking at January, February, and March. January is a 9 in the numerology, and the 9 is about integration, assimilation, digestion, coming together. And in the solar transits, it looks like moderation would be best. It looks like there's some tension in the skies. This tension is good because it shows us what we don't want in order to know what we do want. But this tension can also lead to more irritability, right? And so with this irritability, can we see where maybe some moderation would be useful here in January? The sun is in Aquarius, and so you can always ask your network for help, ask your friends for solutions and ideas, and get out of your head and ask other people what they see, what their perspective is, to find solutions and answers. In February, we have a 1 month, which is really about being focused. And so you need to be careful to not get into analysis paralysis where we're hyper-focused or we're overstimulated on one thing. So that's going to require some self-awareness. The sun is making more positive, flowy transits here the first couple of weeks of February. And because of her connection to Chiron and the North Node and Uranus, I feel like you're going to be having that deja vu or deja vu experience of like, yeah, I feel like I've known that person before, or we just click, or the conversation is so good, or things are just flowing. The sun will move into Pisces mid-February. And so there can be a time when you might feel more creative. You might feel tapped into your inner muse. You might feel like you want to experience some yoga and meditation in a different way. Pisces is ruled by Neptune, the yogi of the skies, that blurs and blends and dissolves, right? So this ability to relax is going to be important with the sun in Pisces. In March, we shift into a 2 in the numerology, and this is more relationship focused, not just the relationship we have with other people, but the relationship we have with our higher self, our oversoul, our higher power. There's mixed vibes in the March skies, so be aware of that and know that when the sun moves into Aries, it will be time to focus again and to shine and to really stay top of mind what like you want to have in terms of pioneering information, what you want to study, what you want to learn, where you want to go. This eclipse on March 25th is happening in your 3rd house, right, of the transmitter, the message giver, the marketer. The 3rd house also has to do with our siblings, our childhood friends, our early childhood development, our elementary schools and neighborhoods. Libra has to do with relationships. So you're going to see some overlapping themes here in this eclipse. And in terms of the support themes for this eclipse, you'll see that the 3rd and 9th house axis work together. And so this is a sacred reunification with your inner knower. And so what networks are changing? What neighborhoods are changing? What extended family is changing? Do you need to check in with some people from a past that you have a shared history with? Is travel a really important part of understanding and knowing the universe, right? What student and teacher dynamics are you aware of? So I invite you to take a screen grab and see if any of this resonates as the eclipse nears on March 25th. And because it's in Libra, because we have this relationship theme going on, I'm inviting all of the signs to take me up on this relationship inventory. I did not write this. This is one I personally use when I'm upset, agitated, things, feel a little tense in the skies. If I am upset out there, I know that 3 fingers are pointing back at me and that I can look at myself and do some self-reflection to figure out where I set the ball rolling, right? We don't want to shop for bread at the hardware store and then get mad at the hardware store for being a hardware store. So these are the types of tools that I personally use to check in with my motives, to check in with how I'm behaving in terms of relationship and the energy I bring. Now, if you're totally cool, Leo, and you don't need this type of exercise, know that you can do a check-in on a more regular basis just with the people that you love. What's going well between us? What's not going so well? Have I been of service to you? What could I do better? Simple things to check in. your self-development for this quarter. I would recommend that you download some type of meditation app or create a meditation playlist. Use technology, use your spiritual technology, and see what you come up with. You might find something fun. You might find an app that teaches you a foreign language, or reads a sacred holy text to you, or shows you some different types of workouts or dance moves. But work with that this quarter. Your stewardship here has to do with that 3rd and 9th house axis. And this is about cultivating culture. What kind of culture do you come from? What kind of culture do you bring to the table? What does culture mean to you? How can you be a good steward of culture? And your activity is to write to your council elders. So your council elders can be real or fictitious. They might be your favorite aunt or a mentor or a teacher. They might be, a celebrity that you really look up to. You can make this exercise up. But the point is to use your dominant hand when writing your council elders, your spirit guides, a letter, a question with your dominant hand, and then allow your non-dominant hand to write the answer and see what you get. I'm recommending the book The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron to help you connect with some creative solutions and your own creative process. If you've already read that one, Stephen King writes one that I really like. I know a lot of people like Big Magic by Elizabeth Gilbert. But I feel like as long as you can stay creative and open-minded, the solutions and also projects and things that inspire you are just going to pour in. All right. In the second quarter, Leo, we're talking about a pilgrimage. And in terms of this is because of your 9th house activation. April is a huge month in astrology. This is one of the busiest, loudest months in 2024. It's a 3 energy, which has to do with connection, finding like-minded people, finding your spiritual home, right? This is taking on a new perspective. Mercury retrograde in Aries will show you a part of yourself that you lost touch with, will bring something back around to you. And it's in your 9th house of travel and philosophy and gurus. And, it's traditionally ruled by Jupiter, which is the king of the gods. And so this 9th house activation continues into your eclipse moment on April 8th, when it's in 19 degrees of Aries in your 9th house. So spiritual travel, pilgrimages, this concept that we were just journaling about with culture is coming forward for your awareness. On April 20th, one of the biggest transits of the year is the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. It's happening in your 11th house. So Jupiter expands, makes things big. It's benevolent, and it's exciting, and it's fun, and it's seeing the best possible case. It's growth and wealth. And the Uranus is all about things happening quickly. It's very Einstein. It turns energy over fast. And so I'm curious what kind of mass sightings we will see on April 20th or around April 20th. I'm curious what kind of things will blow up in a good way. And can you get your mind around things happening for you in a positive spin? This is happening in your 10th and 11th house here, Leo. So not only just the network, but the 10th house, like where we need to have a career pivot, where we need to think about our give back, where we need to flow with the changes, where the network will show us what is needed from us in the 10th house, the midheaven. Okay, May we have the 4 energy, and the 4 is about being steady and graceful and calm and grounded when the world is chaotic. So your meditation, your yoga, your workout, your dance moves, your somatic therapy, whatever you're doing for your mind, body, spirit health is going to be important to kind of keep intact during May. There's many spiritual blessings available for you in May. The sun will move into Gemini, right? And this is going to stimulate this information exchange, this idea, this overarching idea of how we're going to share information this year, what kind of educational platforms we want to be on. As the sun sextiles Saturn, it gives you that inspiration to keep going. And it's going to also sextile Neptune and trine Pluto. So something's changing in a good way. You can follow your intuition. You can trust your heart. And you can have fun with the information that you're getting. Just a reminder to be careful with what you pour into your head and out from your mouth. In terms of June, it's a 5 energy, and this is very extroverted. We can feel like we're being pulled in many different directions. But just as that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction releases, Jupiter will go on to trine Pluto in June. This is when people are being asked to take a leap of faith, to change something big, to trust in the unseen world. And I'm suggesting that you, Leo, recruit some support. The sun will move into Cancer at the end of June there. Cancer is all about roots and refuge, how we make our homes a place we run to and not away from, where we feel safe, where we feel calm, where we want to connect with our soul family. Some self-development tools for you. So the Silva method, I am recommending to everyone this year. It is an old tool that I still love and use. And if you haven't used it yet, you can download it for free or purchase different versions of it. Jose Silva was born in El Paso, Texas, and he came up with a meditation technique that helps you elevate your mind to operate from higher states of consciousness. And it's essentially using your spiritual vision, right? And some of it, yes, is for manifestation type purposes. But I love because Mr. Silva says that this won't work unless your vision includes helping many, many, many other people. So that's a tool for you to check out. Your stewardship. What is your devotional mood to your work, your bhav, right? What is that inner knowing, that inner compassion, that thing that, when you get up in the morning and you make your bed, are you devoted to something greater happening through you today? Or are you just doing your chores? Are you just making the spreadsheet? Are you just getting through? This is an opportunity for you to understand if you're answering a calling or fulfilling a duty or both, right? Because of those blessings that we're activating this quarter, I want you to really pause and journal about miracles. I love, there's a book about it's called The Visions of the Children, and it was about the children that saw visions of Mary in Lourdes, France. I love stories like that. But miracles come in many forms, right? There's that near miss moment. There are near death experiences. There are unexplainable things that happen. And this unexplainable side of life that you can turn into a miracle, something that is not explained by natural or scientific laws, right, is considered the work of the divine agency. And so I want you to be inspired by miracles. There's a reading recommendation for you there. And then as we look at the third quarter, this is about shared resources, shared dreams, shared spaces, and our deepest human bonds. Okay, so Leo, in July, this is a month where we're going to be wanting to nest more, wanting to recreate keep the home fires burning. The 6th month is about nourishing yourself. It's about rose quartz and beautiful baths with rose petals, and that sense that everything's peaceful. It's very Queen of Coins energy. The sheets are all clean. There's something wonderful in the crock pot that makes the house smell great. That's the energy of the 6th. The first half of the month, the sun is going to challenge the nodes and Chiron. And so I know that it's going to be 1 step forward and 2 steps back, 1 step forward and 2 steps back. And so be aware of this steady progress that you're making. It's about progress, not perfection, right? It's about doing the next right thing, not the next thing right. You know what I mean? The second half of July, I'm suggesting some deja vu moments or some deja vu moments. These are these karmic connections that we have with other people that you might recognize from many, many lifetimes ago, or that you might be creating new lifetimes with. And so just be prepared to have those connections and notice who's in your life that second half of July. In August, this is a 7-month of spiritual development and self-development. The Mercury retrograde cycle goes through your 2nd and 1st house, your finances, your worth, how you feel about yourself, and your identity, how you want to shine your creative light in this world. What's your thing? What's your niche? Who are you? These are the questions that are top of mind, I'll say, in August. And there is spiritual support here. The sun sextiles Jupiter, trines Chiron, and squares Uranus. It's like anything can happen. This is a choose your own adventure. This is understanding your psychic nature and using your spiritual vision in the way that you choose. On August 19th, so growing, and then releasing on August 19th, Jupiter in the sky will square Saturn. This creates inner tension because Jupiter shows us what we want most in the world, and Saturn shows us where we're restricted. So our responsibilities, our duties are in this kind of challenging aspect to something outside of that wants us to grow, that wants us to go beyond. And so we're managing some of these tensions, and I want you to be aware of what tensions you're feeling, because this will come back around in December. In September, this is an 8-month, and what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up, and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. In September, because of your 8th house activation, I'm asking you, what kind of band member are you? Are you good at being in a band? Who are you playing with? Who are you collaborating with and creating with? What music are you making? Are you able to be in non-resistance? Are you able to be like a leaf on a fast-moving stream? Are you able to identify the green lights and go forward? On the 18th, the eclipse in 25 degrees of Pisces is in your 8th house. This is a sacred reunification with your values, with your core values. Are you aware of self-sabotaging when you're not feeling loved for who you really are? Are you aware of some kind of catharsis around your money or other people's money? Are you detoxing from financial or emotional bonding or entanglements like triangulation? So I invite you to take a screenshot and journal through those. I also invite you to write a personal mission statement with some of the questions I've brought forward here. And in your self-development, I encourage you to work with the Ho'oponopono prayer. Again, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I love you. And if you haven't read that research yet, the history of that prayer is fascinating and powerful. I want you to consider your financial stewardship this quarter, perhaps talking with some financial professionals or being ready and willing to take an honest look at your finances. Your journal prompt with this 8th house focus can also occur around shared resources. The 8th house is not just who we own land together or who we play in a band together. It's our deepest human bonds. It's the people we love and miss and connect with deeply, And so I want you to think about not only just the information that's coming in this year for you, but also the people that you're allowing in your energy field this year. Okay, so a reading recommendation for you. And then in Q4 is supernatural. So supernatural support. In October, this is a 9 energy. It's that integration energy, the same as January. Something's coming full circle. So what are you more aware of now regarding your energy transmission, your information exchanges, the kind of material you're allowing in, the kind of people you're allowing in, and the kind of energy that's coming out from you? October 2nd, this eclipse goes into your 3rd house, and you can revisit those themes. As the sun opposes Chiron, squares Mars and Pluto, you might be aware of some fears that you're overcoming or that you're facing. And in my lineage, fear stands for F everything and run, or face everything and rise. So those are some considerations to offer. I read a Jim Morrison quote the other day, and it was something along the lines of, if you really face the thing that you are most afraid of, then you're free. So welcome to your freedom, Leo. The sun will move into Sag October 22nd through November 21st, Scorpio. It'll move into Scorpio, and then we'll move into Sag in November. And in November, we have a 1 month, and this is a month when we can be hyper-focused on things. And so being aware that this is a repeat from the energy of February, and knowing that you're gaining momentum and that the patterns from February are here for your review. So what's in your awareness right now, and what can you reflect on, and what sense can you make of it? As Mercury retrogrades in Sagittarius, this goes over your 5th house of creativity, your inner child, right? So what old activities did you used to do that you want to do? Like right now, I've been on this big Nintendo kick. Like I really want to find an old Nintendo because we used to play Nintendo in the 90s, right? And so I would just like something like that, reconnecting with something from your youth that's just kind of fun and lighthearted and creative, and not just something to get totally lost in, but something to help you keep things light. So in December, this is a 2-month. So this is like March, a focus on relationships at some level, whether it's you and your higher power or you and someone else. The Mars retrograde cycle goes through your 12th and 1st house. This is going to offer you an opportunity for the 12th and 6th house axis. So sometimes medical mysteries. The book Metaphysical Anatomy by Yvette Rose is really great if you're having some medical mysteries or some questions about some phantom pains or things that you can't explain, right? As the sun squares Saturn, Neptune, and the nodes, this is a time to do less, to say less, to take things off your plate, to be reflective and still. That inner tension that we saw in August about the growing pains resurfaces here in December. And so I want you to see some patterns between August and December where these tensions are being released. What are you more aware of now from these 2 months? Your self-development is to do some breath work with your meditation. You know, the box breath is a really easy one to use. There's great books out there, like the James Nestor book on breath work. There's, of course, Wim Hof. But the one that I recommend is Science of the Breath. And so with the box breath, you start here at your baseline and you inhale for 4 counts. And then you pause at the top for 4 counts. And then you exhale for 4 counts. And you pause at the bottom for 4 counts. And if you pause when agitated and use your box breath, it will calm your system down. You will get back to a place of neutral and being grounded. Your stewardship, again, is to work with that 3rd and 9th house axis of culture and information exchange and education. What culture do you want to connect with? What movies do you want to watch about helping people in foreign cultures with different education systems and different education platforms? These type of themes might be helpful for you if you're looking for a volunteer or stewardship opportunity. Now, towards your journal prompt, I'm offering that many research studies show that people on their deathbed have a major regret of not traveling and of not spending enough time with their family, not saying I love you more. My grandmother, my Mimi, died when she was 102, and I asked her this question before she passed. I said, you know, is there anything that you regret? And she did say that travel was up there, that she was a well-traveled woman, but she did wish she had seen some more places. And because you have that 3rd and 9th house activation of travel or a pilgrimage or something, you don't even have to get out of your home to understand and fall in love with another culture, another part of this precious world. So do you want to write a gratitude letter for the joy you've experienced this year, the places you've traveled in the past? Do you want to write a promise letter to your inner child for the joy that you're going to be creating or the places that you're going to be learning about? Things like this. And of course, Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I recommend the audio version because it has meditations that you can hear and use versus just reading them in the book. So that's my preference. So one more slide after this one. Just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity to walk through your spiritual opportunities for 2024 with the astrology and your ruling planet. You can check my stuff out at tiffanyharlick.com. I offer sessions. You'll see stuff about beekeeping. There's free workbooks and articles. There's also my astrology newsletter goes out every Friday. There's some outside resources listed for you. And I would love for you to check out my digital astrology calendar. You can use the code STORMY2024 for $10 off your purchase, making it just $29. And I've been writing it for 7 years. It has all of the planetary transits and ingresses. It has all of the lunations and the moon family cycles. And so basically you have the astrology in your back pocket. So I use it on Google Calendar, but you can use it on any device. It travels with you in any time zone, and you click on the little title and it expands the description, and you can read through and learn astrology throughout the year. And if you don't want to read through, you just want to at a glance, there's a sun emoji for the easy days and an umbrella emoji for the days that you might want to lay low. So if you would like to become a certified astrologer, I'm teaching at the Lisa Williams International School for Spiritual Development next year. And I also offer free classes for my membership. So Leo, that's it for your 2024 spiritual forecast. Above all, you're here to know yourself, to love yourself, and to enjoy the ride. So it has been my pleasure and honor to be of service to you. And until we can work together next time, guys, namaste.
Beautiful Virgo friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024. We're Virgo this year. Lots of changing tides, lots happening. The fact is we've got Saturn and Neptune in the vibration of Pisces, and we are also going to start to see these nodes begin to dip into the Virgo and Pisces seas as well. So there is a lot happening in who you are, what's happening with your relationships, as well as some rise to recognition that may be happening for you as well. Now, my job on this channel is to make sure that I'm giving you information to get you really prepared to experience the cosmos and align your life with it for 2024. And to do that this year, I've kicked it up a little notch. And you're not only going to get a breakdown of the outer planets from me, but I have also paired with 4 brilliant astrologers. Wade Caves is going to bring you your financial timing for the year. Christopher Renstrom is going to take care of you in the area of those relationships. Cameron Allen is not only bringing you medical astrology, but also movement, Virgo, to help you in your physical body for 2024. And Tiffany Harlick is going to bring you your spiritual development, tie it all together, and walk you through every quarter of 2024. So Virgo, listen, I'm a Virgo rising. So I'm telling you, there is information in here, and I cannot wait to share it with you. So please grab pen, grab paper, grab your forecasting journals, however you roll, put this on in the background and continue to take it in, because you have got a long video with so much good information to help you throughout 2024 that I don't want you to miss a thing, okay? Now, also to make sure that your toolkit is nice and full, make sure you click in my description box down below to not only reach out to any one of the astrologers that you will see in the video coming up today, but also to take advantage of your digital transit calendar. You want to make sure you've got it just coming right to you, okay, so that you can understand what's happening in the cosmos, all right? So it's all in the description box down below. And don't forget, I will be with you every month, every week. And if you follow me on Instagram, I'm also with you every single day, Virgo. So we've got astrology to talk about. Let's make sure we're staying connected, okay? All right, beautiful Virgos, into 2024 we go. Now, first and foremost, let's just start with this Saturn-Neptune vibration that has been working, and it's been in your 7th house for some time. Certainly Neptune has. Saturn moved into Pisces in 2023, starting to activate the 7th house space for you. So first of all, with Neptune here in this 7th house space of Pisces for you, you know, your ideas around relationships and philosophy and faith in relationships and your ideas and ideals of relationships, some things, Virgo, have gotten like loosened out a little. Some ideas and ideals, maybe even some relationships, some of which could have been long-term relationships in your life, whether it was a job or a person, have been dissolved. And now that makes space for you to crystallize and bring significant new meaning to your 7th house area, to your conscious chosen one-on-one relationships. So for you, Virgo, as I look at it this year, especially having Saturn in Pisces, it's like, yeah, the relationships that couldn't make it, you know, they got tested. And if those cracks were too deep, not fixable, whatever, those relationships probably fell away. But other relationships, you're going to come into them going, we have mastery here. Right? Like, we have learned, we have grown, I know what's happening here, and I get to take that mastery and demonstrate my expertise now in these relationship zones. So that's not, again, just romantic relationships, but professionally as well. We'll tell a story of this as well. Now let's talk about this like expanding professional zone, because as we see Jupiter and Uranus continuing to travel through your ninth house, first of all, Uranus will continue for all of 2024 through this ninth house space for you. And it's been opening you up to not only new ways to expand, publish, market, put yourself out into the world, but different belief systems. And this could be, Virgo, for some of you, it's flat out like different religion, ceremonial, or belief structures around faith, spirituality, things like that. And it's really opened you up to seeing something a different way, which is really very cool. Now, for other ones of you, it's also brought other people into your life, different organizations, different technology into your life that has allowed you to see yourself in the world differently, which I think is really cool. Now, as Jupiter is going to finish its travel in Taurus, what we've got an opportunity here is for your name to kind of be more recognized. And that has been the case here. And I think particularly towards, the late fall, early winter of 2023, we really started to see your name come up in a different way, or, we're seeing you be recognized in a different way. Now, Jupiter also brings to the ninth house this very comfortable vibration of travel. And whatever travel means for you, Virgo, there is an expansion. If it's you're actually getting on the plane, or maybe you're the new model for socks or whatever, and you're doing the promotional advertising, you're starting a YouTube channel, you're doing a podcast, you're teaching, whatever it is, there is this continued expansion that I think goes very well for your name and for your career as we're traveling. Then we're going to see in May that Jupiter jumps into the vibration of Gemini right at the top of your chart. And this is it. This is a setup, I believe, if it's actualized well, for you to have a nice amount of career success and advancement available for you, because Jupiter's also going to give the signal in Gemini that you're around a new network of people, or your network of people that you're learning from, interacting with in your 10th house of careers, soul level calling, and the title that we call you in public has got a bit of change. And when we get new places and we see new faces, this brings change. So, let me know what that looks like for you as you continue to travel. Now, we're also going to see that the nodes are in Aries and Libra for most of the year. It will take a dip into Virgo and Pisces, and I will cover that with you in the monthlies, and I'll cover it with you in the weeklies and dailies as well. But we're going to focus on this Aries and Libra vibration, as this is happening in your 8th house and 12th houses respectively. So when we're looking at the Aries North Node, it's this energy that's pulling us forward. It's a destiny point saying, come this way, fight for this, usher this in. And that Libra energy is saying your relation to this over here needs to fall out. This doesn't make sense anymore. This needs to change direction. So in Aries, in the 8th house where we've had debt and we need to detox, we need to let something go, we need to look at the way that we are jointly tied to our partners, our trauma, our finances, death, debt, taxes, insurance, our astrology, right? You're initiating a new beginning that is your destiny to move towards. But it also requires that you let go in the 2nd house of something that you've believed around money, your relationship to money. Maybe, Libra is a very business savvy planet. We always think about just relationships, but it's a very business savvy planet. Did you let go of an old company? You don't work there anymore, and that's brought a change to your money. But in relation to whatever you're letting go and beginning, the hope is for you to move them to the middle, find the integration of both of them, because you really want to have this interdependence instead of codependence in my money or hyper independence. I'll handle it all. You want the interdependence of these two financial and intimate areas of your life. It also changes the course of relationships as well. So just kind of keep that in mind, that the nodes are still calling for an active detox of your own doing. Now, speaking of a bit of a detox or a redo, we've also got Mars, the ruling planet of that North Node, stepping into retrograde at the end of the year in the vibration of Leo. So this is going to light up your 12th house space, okay? So this is something hidden. You're working on it behind the scenes, rest, spirituality, things like that. Now, in 2023, between June and October, we saw Venus do her movement and retrograde through this Leo vibration. So I want you to go back right there. What was happening? What was changing for you? What did you and how did you revalue yourself? How did you revalue, Virgo, your creativity, your self-expression, your spirituality, your concept of rest, right? How did those things get revalued? Because Venus really set the tone, is a very personal way to get you cued to what actions need to happen for you to live in those values. And now Mars is going to help you take actions to actually live in what you desire, which is also Mars. So in this 12th house space, you may be working on things behind the scenes. You may be in a position of your life where you changed work, you changed relationships, and you're like, I have the capacity to rest. Like, I can rest now. Or maybe your spiritual beliefs and practices have changed as a result of other changes that have been happening on the stage. Now, last but not least, we are also going to see Pluto, which is big news, making some changes, but it's not entirely new. We're going to see Pluto continue to dance between Capricorn and the Aquarius vibration before it officially moves for its 20-year stay into Aquarius as we're getting towards the end of the year. But dancing here in Capricorn, what it's been doing for you in this 5th house is changing your mind, changing your attitude around children, joy, pleasure, creative hobbies as a actual means, like loving what you do as a means of work and joy and pleasure, of sharing your expression. Now, Pluto it is also because it's an outer planet, it's been changing the world around you as well. So how you were told it has to be, how you have to work, how you have to live, what your family has to look like, what your role in your family is, all of that has been changing. And now the world, as Pluto jumps into the vibration of Aquarius, is ready for you to bring your creative expression into the world in a very different way. Now, with Pluto moving to Aquarius, one of the things I want you to be mindful is, first of all, to go back to March of 2023, okay? What happened for you in the area of your daily routines, health, wellness, including mental health and wellness, maybe being a caregiver or caretaker to animals or people, if you're an entrepreneur, a freelance person, what was happening around work, because you want to see what was going on for you there, because Pluto will bring similar themes to the table. Now, of course, it's going to bring technology full face into your world. It's going to bring groupings in a way into your world, or it's going to change the groupings you've been around. But also, because this is the 6th house of daily routines and health and wellness, I do think that for some of you Virgos, this can be a season where you're having to really look at, what do I need to break down, let end, it's dying off, it is being destroyed in order to make room for me to live in a different way. So if there are health things that come up, this is the year to take that quite seriously. And sometimes I really think in the 6th house, it's Aquarius. I natally have Aquarius in the 6th house. It's these out of nowhere procedures or surgeries that come up for you where you're like, I didn't even know that was happening or going on. So I want you to be mindful of that. And if you happen to have any procedure happening this year, Virgo, in your health zone, I want you to also take care of your nerves. Aquarius is a very electric energy. Okay, so neurologically, your surgery, you may be healing beautifully, living your best life, but you're like, I can't figure out why this thing. Look to the nerves, okay? But Cameron Allen will take care of you with all of that medical goodness coming up here just shortly. So my beautiful Virgos, I hope you have a gorgeous year. Make sure you click in the description box down below, get your own natal chart so that you can see where these energies are happening for you, not just in the general, but in your own personal chart as well. I've got videos on this channel to show you how to identify where that's at in your own chart. And you can absolutely hop over to stormygrace.com where I've got a whole new astrology encyclopedia of aspects, houses, events, lunations happening through all of the chart for you to take advantage of, doing your own little interpretations and understanding what it means for you. All right, beautiful Virgos, enjoy the year. And now I'm going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Wade Caves, who's going to give you your financial timing for 2024. Bye, Virgo.
We've got a bit of a mixed bag for Virgo this year. Lots of great dates to take advantage of. Mars moving in Capricorn, that will be in trine to your sun in Virgo or ascendant in Virgo, whichever it is that you have in that sign. And then at the end, mid-January, around the 12th, Mars in Capricorn and sextile to Jupiter in Taurus. That is a great combination for taking some pioneering steps, decisive action to expand your financial portfolio. And we see that same aspect reflected back in a different way around April 19th when Mars in Pisces sextiles Jupiter and Taurus. So all of those cast favorable aspects to Virgo and can be useful for you. Same with July, Mars in Taurus sextiles Saturn in Pisces. Typically, Mars and Saturn contacts aren't terribly favorable, but these are happening in a soft aspect and good signs for Virgo. And so that can be, an advantageous time to make some amendments. But there's also some periods to watch. When Mars moves into Pisces, that opposes Virgo. And so if your sun or ascendant are in that sign, it's definitely not going to be the time to be making big decisions. In April, there's a conjunction between Mars in Pisces, Saturn in Pisces, and that in particular is going to be a very tough one and one to watch. Saturn turns retrograde in Pisces at the end of June and will stay retrograde for some time. It will station in November, so there will be a period there where Saturn's going to be a bit of a tough energy to work with. It coincides with Mars moving into Gemini at the end of July, which of course squares Virgo. And it leads into this August period, which is tough for all of the mutable signs, when Mars and Jupiter are conjunct in Gemini, which is actually a good aspect in itself. It's just that at the same time, there's a square with Saturn and Pisces that tends to exaggerate some of the drama that can come from any of these other aspects. So that period is definitely one to avoid. In October, we see Jupiter turning retrograde in Gemini. It's not necessarily, the end of the world, but it is one of those kind of retrograde stations that you want to watch because it's in square to Virgo. And if the degree of your natal sun, the degree of your natal ascendant, if it's in or around 5 degrees of 21 Virgo, then you're definitely going to feel that retrograde. Same thing with Mercury turning retrograde at 22 degrees of Sagittarius at the end of November. So we just want to watch these retrograde passes of both of those planets. And then in December, nearing the winter holidays, Jupiter and Saturn are in square with one another. Again, not going to be the right time to be making big financial decisions. So if you'll be traveling for the holidays, you might want to be looking at getting your tickets early, making sure that the dates are correct, that you've got all that kind of pulled together. Or maybe you just decide to do, a staycation this time around. That might be wise.
Virgo, you're in a funny place emotionally speaking. And I bet you could probably say back to me, I've been in a funny place emotionally speaking, Christopher, since about 2012 or 2013. And that's about the time that Neptune first entered Pisces, your opposite sign. There's this feeling of being at sea emotionally. Now, a lot of times when we think about Virgo and Pisces energy, and remember, Virgo and Pisces sit opposite each other on the zodiacal wheel. Even in the calendar, they're 6 months away from each other. And in the zodiacal wheel, they're 6 signs away from each other. So they sit opposite one another there. When we talk about Virgos and their emotional life, a lot of times the image that comes to mind is a cat being tossed into a swimming pool, right? The cat lands in the swimming pool and it's hissing and it does whatever it can to immediately get out of that swimming pool. Cats do not like water unless they're tigers, but for the most part, they don't like being thrown into pools of water, much less a swimming pool. And so for years, Virgos have felt a little bit adrift or at sea, emotionally speaking. Now, that doesn't mean, over 10 years of clawing your way out of the water and trying to get yourself dry. What the effect of Neptune opposite the sun has done is that it has deepened you emotionally. It's sensitized you emotionally. Now, Virgos are not heartless, unemotional creatures, far from it. But what it is that they think about their emotions a lot. This is what happens with the Mercury ruled signs. Gemini is another one. And they think about their emotions a lot, and emotions can sometimes be a problem, particularly if you're trying to solve a problem and everyone's getting emotional or hysterical about it. So Virgos like to sort of keep a lid on things or keep things compartmentalized. With Neptune having been in your opposite sign since I think roughly about 2012, 2013, you have to sort of think of waves on a beach. It's been kind of changing your psychic coastline. Okay, it's made you more susceptible. It's made you more at times uncertain, and then at times very emotionally focused, but not necessarily having the words or the ideas to go along with it. So there's been a lot of feeling lost, or maybe the ground eroding from underneath you. For a time, there might have been a struggle against that. Right now, I would say you've switched from kitty cat being thrown into the pool to tiger in the water. I mean, you're quite adept at swimming, and you've developed quite a bit of an emotional intelligence. Why am I saying all this? Well, because Neptune is coming to the end of its stay in Pisces, but it hasn't completed its stay in Pisces yet. In fact, it gets to 29 degrees and then it retrogrades back in. So you're going to have a feeling this year that you're on the threshold of making these big emotional decisions in your life. Maybe it's about a relationship. Maybe it's about your self-expression. Maybe it's about, I don't know, deciding to have children on your own. Maybe it's deciding not to have children. Maybe it's love of pets. Whatever these emotional decisions, and there's going to be a variety of contexts. You're going to feel like you're coming to a point where you're ready to say goodbye, or you're ready to say, okay, this is it, or this is where I stand on it. And because of the retrograde, think of a wave crashing on the shore, and then it gathers back into itself again to form another wave. You're going to feel like you're also being drawn away from that decision. So in a strange way, it can almost be like a dream sequence or something where you're running down the hall, and the hall is getting longer and longer and longer in front of you. Now, I can already hear some of you Virgos out there saying, that's been the story in my past few years. I can't believe I'm going to go through any more of this. It's coming to an end, but we're dealing with the modern planets. Neptune is a modern planet. Pluto is a modern planet. Uranus is a modern planet. Modern planets is the label that we give planets discovered after the year 1781. Okay, they were discovered in the modern age, and they're further away from the sun than all the other planets are, and they take a lot of time to orbit the sun, which means they take a lot of time to travel through a zodiac sign. So we've got kind of Neptune at the end of Pisces, and then we have at the beginning of the year Saturn back at the beginning of Pisces. And what's happening is that Saturn is following Neptune in the sky. It's a faster moving planet, and it's kind of concretizing things as you go along, okay? So in other words, you can have like vague idea, and maybe I'm going to go through, or I thought I was making this decision, now I'm pulling away from it, now I'm making this decision again, and Saturn's going to be like, make the decision now. Okay, so it's going to be sort of like decision made. So it's kind of like a little bit like watching rushes to a film. That's the Neptune, where you have all these rushes and all these different ideas of what this film could look like. And then you've got Saturn as the film editor. Okay, cut. Okay, cut. Okay, cut. Splice, cut. And that's what's going to be going on through this year. So you are making decisions. You are making an emotional progress. The big decision for you that I feel is if you're currently single, you may be questioning whether you really want to get involved with someone else again. And so that means there's got to be someone else there, and there is, and so there might be a lot of internal debate about whether you really want to get involved with someone again. You kind of enjoy the singleness, but you kind of liked being with someone. So this is ambivalent, ambiguous, all things Neptunian, and then if you're in a relationship, you might have gone through some real problems, and you might be asking yourself if you want to continue with this, and that conversation might be beginning, and then you might be walking away from the conversation. So there's a lot of this kind of like back and forth, and one's tempted to say free flow, but Saturn is following on the heels of Neptune. So Saturn is basically closing the doors behind you. So if Neptune is like opening a door of possibility, there's a door of possibility. And while you're looking ahead, Saturn is quietly closing them right behind you, so that you are going to have to decide if you're in or out, literally, by the end of the year, or at least into early 2025. Something that's going to maybe help you is the Jupiter-Saturn squares that will be taking place. Jupiter will enter Gemini, your sibling sign. And so what that's going to do is present you with a lot of possibilities that you've been yearning for. Okay, like suddenly when Jupiter enters Gemini on May 25th, it'll be like, oh, I could do this, I could do that, I could see this person, I could see that person. There's going to be all these sort of like bright, shiny objects, all these possibilities. Okay, but because it's squaring Saturn, the first square takes place on August 20th, it'd be like, okay, you can go after that possibility, but you're going to have to give up something to go after the possibility. In other words, you can't take what you have and pursue possibility. All right. And what Saturn does when it squares Jupiter in this fashion is that it gets you to really think about how much you want something and how much you want to leave something. Okay. So this is something that will be very, very powerful on May 25th. Excuse me. May 25th is when Jupiter enters Gemini. It'll be something that's very powerful on August 20th. And then it's going to be something that becomes very, very powerful on December 24th. My feeling is that it's when we're in that November-December period that you're making decisions that you're not altogether confident about, that probably feel a little risky for you, and you're trying to make peace with, oh my goodness, I really went ahead and did this, in a relationship, or I really went ahead and committed to a business association, or I really committed to, I don't know, like being a single parent or something along those lines. But so that will be where that is. And so there might be a kind of feeling of like, what did I do? But again, what Saturn does is that it closes the doors behind you. And so in that period, whatever decision you've made vis-a-vis a relationship or an association, you can't go back on it. You have to go forward with it. And that might leave you feeling like, what am I going to do? But something that I really want to tell you, Virgo, is that you were born under the planet Mercury. We think of Mercury as the planet of the mind and the planet of messaging and communication. But what doesn't always get a lot of airplay with Mercury is Mercury's spontaneity, and more importantly, Mercury's resourcefulness and inventiveness. One of the reasons why you're so good at solving a problem is 9 times out of 10, you'll come up with the right answer. But on the occasions that it's not the right answer, you can make it look and sound like the right answer. Okay. And that's a talent that Virgos have. So the thing is, even though you may feel like options are dissolving or being taken away with every decision or step you take towards something that you want, you're going to know how to work with it. In other words, having too many options has been too much of a distraction for your energies, and having a winnowing down of options is going to help you focus and to make much more headway in your relationships than you've ever made before.
Hey everybody, Cameron here, and welcome to your 2024 medical astrology forecast for Virgo rising. And this year we want to look out for is Mercury retrograde. And this is something we kind of want to look out for every year, just because with Mercury ruling the chart overall in the first house having to do with your physical health, like that reviewing your relationship with your body is so important, especially since Mercury is a planet that has us oftentimes being stuck in our minds, specifically our brain minds, even though, let's be honest, Virgo is the Earth version of Mercury. And so that means we need to have a more emphasis and focus on our body mind. However, that's not the case for most of us. So just being mindful, when Mercury is going retrograde through the fire signs, this can have a tendency to stimulate things a bit much. And specifically with Virgo, when Mercury goes retrograde in Aries, it'll be in the 8th house, which is one of the houses that can have a tendency to create problems with our health. And it'll be going through Aries from April the 1st to April 25th. So we want to look out for that time. and kind of like make sure our health is good during that period of time. We would have also just transitioned into the spring season, and people have a tendency to get sinus issues and things like that. So you want to look out for that for sure around that time. Also, the Mercury retrograde cycle happening in Leo from August the 5th to the 28th is going to be in the 12th house, having to do with mental health. So just being mindful to take care of your mental health and find things that are soothing and give yourself a break and give yourself an opportunity to slow down during that time. Really important. Now, the last Mercury retrograde cycle in a fire sign is going to be in Sagittarius from November the 26th to December the 15th. That's not something I'm highlighting super high amount compared to the other two because it's not in the house of health. However, Mercury is finding some uncomfortability in the space of Sagittarius, specifically if it's issues having to do with your family. The stress of that situation could potentially influence your health overall, especially when Mercury is going retrograde and it's going to end up being in difficult or challenging or friction provoking aspect with Saturn in your 7th house. So just be mindful of that. And for that, I would give the same practice as I'm going to give for Gemini rising, but I'm going to give a little extra with it. So the practice is called Sitali Pranayama from yogic practice. And so this is how you do the practice. You stick your tongue out, curl your tongue, and then you inhale through the mouth. And once you inhale in the mouth, you close your neck down, hold for 5 seconds if possible, lift the neck up, and then exhale through the nose. So I'm just going to do the practice, and I'm going to be inviting people to start with 1 to 3 minutes of this, and then moving forward from that space. And also, if you need a practitioner, find one in your local environment, or feel free to reach out so that you can find more tools. And if you don't feel like these instructions are adequate for you, or you don't feel comfortable, then you need to reach out and find a practitioner to work with. So here's how the practice goes. And you would just do that breath continuously, like I was saying, starting out with like maybe 1 to 3 minutes and then increasing your time from there. And also for Virgo rising, while doing that, just feeling into the digestive tract as a whole and just feeling the cooling sensation come into the body, relaxing deeply as possible. And also be mindful with Virgo rising. If you want to think about something, think about your breath. Have a blessed 2024. Peace.
Hey Virgos, I'm Tiffany Harlick, and if you have a Virgo sun, moon, or rising, you are in the right place, or if you're watching for a Virgo that you love. And by way of a quick introduction, my promise to you is to deliver clear, concise, and accurate information, because I have a Virgo midheaven, and your promises to me is to not use astrology against yourself, to follow your heart, follow your intuition, follow your free will. You were born wise, Virgo. Your spiritual opportunity in 2024 is to reconnect with your core values. These are the energetic pillars of your life. And so I want to make sure that you know how to access those as they change, because when you are in touch with your core values in 2024, it's going to align you with the people, places, situations, jobs, relationships, anything that you want to come back in a way that you're going to recognize and see at a soul level that is for you. This is a year about understanding values and worth, about financial stewardship. I see some good things for your money this year. And it is about your soul responsibility with that financial stewardship. So do you want some kind of accountability buddy to work with on these themes? Your mantras are, I'm valuable because of who I am. I'm open to seeing things in a new way. I'm excited by the future developments of life and all the good things coming my way. Your ruling planet is Mercury, which is a primal motivating factor in helping you decide how you want to work with the energy this year. So how do you rise to the occasion of your inner Mercury? It's to understand what thoughts you're going to stop using against yourself. Where are you going to stop fighting? Where are you going to stop fixing, arguing, defending, and explaining all inside yourself? Where are you going to be in alignment with the green lights? So as we consider your core values, we're going to look at this through the 4 quarters of the year. The first one is about spiritual funds. You know, what would it be like if you had the spiritual funding to do anything you wanted to do? The second quarter has to do with your sacred spaces. The third one with your soul connections. And the fourth one with your lineage and your ancestors. But as we look at the year, starting in Q1, this is about your spiritual funds. Mercury will be in Capricorn as we start out the year here. January 16th through 31st. And this is a time when we're more conservative, more mindful. We have a focus on commitments and long-term vision and practical magic, the things that we can do realistically. The first couple of weeks of January are a little hazy. I'm going to suggest that you ease into the year, and I've listed the Mercury transits as to why I think that the caution lights are on. So going slow, not coming in hot into the new year, but easing in. The last half of the month will show some opportunities for more focus, some concentration, some clarity. In February, or I will say also in January, it's a 9-month. It's about integration. So we need to lay down and digest. We need to have this something that's coming full circle, some closure that's going on. In February, it's a 1 month, and this is about our focus, it's about our intention, and it's easy to get into the weeds with analysis paralysis. So be mindful if the mind is overly active, overly stimulated, and what are the exercises you can do to name your mind and call your mind out. So I have an exercise where I call my mind Mindy. And I'll say, if I have some unuseful thoughts or I'm getting stuck in stinking thinking, I'll just say, thanks, Mindy. That's a future thought. Don't need it. Thanks, Mindy. That's a past thought. Don't need it. How can I stay here in this present moment? I think that'll help you. Stay curious when the Mercury goes into Aquarius. That's the sign of the future and the collective. And maybe somebody out there in your network has the answers that you've been looking for. In February, you're going to be very connected into your intuition. You were born wise. You have psychic senses. You have real senses that extend out into the psychic world. So pay attention to them. The vibes don't lie. In March, this is a 2-month. This is about the relationships that you have with other people, but also the relationship that you have with your higher power. This is a month of co-creation. So if you've been trying to do things alone, this is a month to request some spiritual support or some network support, or just call up your cousin or your friend and do the activity together. There is a plot twist middle of March as we lead up to the March eclipse. This is happening in 5 degrees of Libra. So where does that hit your chart specifically will be very interesting. But for all of you Virgos out there watching, this eclipse is in the 2nd house of your values, your worth. How you value yourself is not equal to your net worth, right? This is a sacred reunification with your worth, your values. This is the eclipse support themes for the 2nd and 8th houses. And so are you needing some space to work through some of your financial journey without being rescued? Do you need to stop rescuing somebody else that you might be enabling? Is there some kind of enmeshment or entanglement or awareness of catharsis of lessons that are happening around money, shared resources, shared land? And just that underlying sense of being worthy, Your self-development is to use the Silva method. And so this is what I'm telling all of the signs about. It's an old trick that I have brought back up for myself this year. Jose Silva he created a technique to access higher states of consciousness. And from this higher state of mind, you're able to manifest, or you're able to see clearly, or you're able to use your spiritual vision. And I love this one because he says it will never work unless the spiritual vision you see for yourself also helps other people, right? To be the tide that lifts all boats. For your financial stewardship, I want you to do a little budget check-in right now. And then I also want you to journal about your spiritual funds. This idea, what would it look like if I trusted that my life were fully funded by the universe? I could relax, do the things that bring me joy, that I'm excited about. What would it actually feel like? What would it actually look like? What would my day-to-day, how would it change? And then regarding expenses, you can ask yourself throughout the month, does it need to be bought? Does it need to be bought by me? Does it need to be bought right now? And I want you to touch in with that exercise of core values. And I want you to list 5 or 10 people that you totally admire, that you love, that you cherish. You can know them, not know them. They can be alive or dead. The idea is to find somebody that you just genuinely look up to, admire, and love. And from there, I want you to list the qualities, the reasons why you love them. What is it about them that is so attractive to you? And then take those core qualities. Those are your core values. Leave them up where you can see them all year long. There's a reading recommendation for you. And then as we look at your second quarter into sacred spaces for my Virgos, just know this, that April is one of the biggest, loudest, busiest, interesting months of the year. So we're leading into this Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. So the energy is building because Jupiter expands and Uranus makes things happen quickly, right? And I think that we're going to have mass exposure or a mass sighting situation. Uranus is the future. And Jupiter is making things bigger and better. And this is happening for you in the space of the supernatural. So working with this idea of a pilgrimage or a journey or something that's beyond my natural sight, that's the energy that's leading up and is behind the scenes. It's the background frequency while Mercury is retrograde in your 8th house of shared resources. And while the eclipse is happening in your 8th house of shared resources and the deepest human bonds, you know, overcoming this fear of abandonment, overcoming some codependent tendencies, overcoming, like if you always wanted to have that friend community and you all bought the land and you lived together and you did the thing, how would that actually work? Or what's in the way of that? Things like this. In May, the energy shifts from that 3 outward, like extroverted energy of the April. May shifts into the 4 numerology, which is much more solid, slow, steady, concrete. It's about being a surfer while the waves are moving around you. Many hands make light work. Mercury will be in Taurus. I want you to slow things down, be the quiet observer, and realize the second half of the month, the waves are a little bit bumpier. And this is because we're leading into this June 3rd Jupiter trine Pluto. So big transformation, big change, big leaps of faith are required of all of us as we move into June. And I know kind of mid-June to the end of June that there's a lot of distractions. The 5 is that feeling pulled in too many places in numerology. We're stretched a little too thin. So it's very relieving as Mercury goes into Cancer here and we're recharging the batteries of our heart. You might want to spend time around water. You might want to stay more hydrated. You might want to have a family reunion or visit with people that feel like family. Oops. Your self-development activities. One would be to create a new playlist, something that you can meditate with. Another one, your stewardship would be to work with your psychic gifts, developing them. And my teacher always says to start with one person for a year, and that way you get your foundations and you can explore from there. I think it's really wise. Sorry, the text overlaps there, but your journal prompt here is about interconnectivity, the 8th house, the things that we share deeply, interconnectedness. What does interconnectedness mean to you? What does it look in your life? How does it feel like? What would it feel like? And I want to recommend Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza for you this quarter. So I like the Audible book because you can hear the meditation, and I like to walk and listen to it as opposed to reading it. All right. For your 3rd quarter in soul connections, Virgo, the 6th month of July, I love everywhere I've lived, I've changed to a 6 numerology because the 6 frequency is about the nest and nurturing and taking care of the self and taking care. It's like that Queen of Pentacles energy where all the sheets are clean and something's in the crock pot and everything's taken care of and you can just relax. It's very rose quartz, very essential oils in your bath water. It's nurturing. Now, also in July, if you are writing something or publishing something or producing something or needing to be on stage and market something and roar about something, Mercury will be in Leo, the sign of the heart-centered leader and actor, most of July. You're going to get some more psychic hits. Pay attention to your intuition. Pay attention to your spiritual gifts. And those, the vibes don't lie. Follow your heart. In August, it changes to a 7 frequency, which is about the soul quest and wanting to understand the greater truths and the why we are here and the bigger questions of humanity. And again, we have that supernatural theme as Mercury retrogrades into your 1st and 12th house, right? Who we are, where we came from, why are we here? What is our soul meant to do? Now, towards the end of August, Jupiter in the sky is in a challenging position to Saturn. And so we're all experiencing some kind of inner tension and growing pains. There's a dichotomy, like there's a dialogue going on with what we want the most and what we have to do, our responsibilities. And so be aware of those tensions because those will come back up in December. As we look at September, this is an 8-month, and what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up, and energy is not created nor destroyed. So I'm asking you to consider what's going on in the 4 quarters of your chart, your self, your relationship, your home and family, your career. All of these things are being activated right now by the eclipse in Pisces, which is it's in your 7th house. So it's mostly going to be seen through the lens of relationships and these soul connections that we have with other people. What's the karma there? What's the story? Where's your integrity? How can you end well? You know what I mean? Or begin well, or maintain well. I want you to leave some space for grace with Mercury in Libra. And if you'd like to grab a screenshot, these are the eclipse themes for your 7th house. This is a sacred reunification within your soul, that divine masculine and feminine, that inner alignment, that yin and yang, that healing the rift of all of the inner feminine and inner masculine. So see if any of these themes make sense to you. And because of the 7th house, I'm also offering you my relationship inventory. This is what I personally do when I'm bothered or agitated, because I know if I'm agitated, it started in me, right? I can't go to the hardware store looking for bread and be mad that the hardware store is the hardware store. So I've got to look at myself. Where did things go wrong? Did I set up some kind of deal with somebody in my mind and not tell them about it? Where did things get off? What were my motives? And these questions I'll do in order. I'll share with a closed mouth friend, sleep on it, meditate on it, ask for some different ideas, and be willing to surrender that part of myself and start fresh, reconcile if I need to. If that's not you and you're just kind of in a maintenance mode and things are pretty regular, you can just do some check-ins with the people that you love. Hey, how's it going? Am I serving you well? Is there anything I can do better, right? For your self-development, I'm recommending the box breath. And this is where you're going to inhale for 4 counts, pause at the top, exhale for 4 counts, pause at the bottom. And the pauses have the same amount of counts. So that's an important piece of it. So you would inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4. You may want to slow that down and use it whenever you are irritable, restless, discontent. This type of breathing technique will help center you, ground you, get you back in a place where you can respond from the heart. So your stewardship has to do with relationship maintenance, which I gave you a great slide on. And an activity could be to journal about what it's like to be on the other side of you. What is that like? What does it feel like for the other person? Just do some discovery and do some awareness. So a book recommendation I have for you is Science of the Breath. You could check out like Wim Hof. You could check out James Nestor's book. There's a lot of good breathwork books out there. I like this one. It's short and sweet and classic. So in your 4th quarter, this is having to do with your lineage and your ancestry, Virgo. In October, the eclipse will happen in your 2nd house of money again. So that's 3 times this year that we're looking at themes around finances and income and worth and value and how we value ourselves. I want you to pause when agitated. And the last half of October, I want you to look at this Mercury trine Saturn, but opposing Uranus. I want you to think outside the box and find your niche. Where's the niche? This, for me, this would be like astrology and beekeeping, and putting those two things together in a Venn diagram and finding some similarities. I want you to fine tune what your niche is, and see if that helps you make some connections, or put some puzzle pieces together, or just helps you explore your own creative self-expression. In November, okay, so October was a 9, that integration that we felt in January. November is a 1, that focus that we felt in February. This helps us with our spiritual vision. Mercury has moved into Sagittarius, and then will retrograde there in Sagittarius, and this goes into your 4th house of home and roots and refuge and people with a shared past, right? Your childhood home, right? Areas to excavate, areas to explore. This could be the home you live in now. It could be that you want to expand your home with Sagittarius there. And so I want you to create a vision board here. Mercury trines Neptune, activating your intuition, your creativity, your spiritual vision. And then I want you to use this in a way that helps you understand something about where you came from and where you're going. In December, it's a 2-month, just like March. Focus on relationships. Not just the physical relationships, but the relationship we have with the physical and the unseen world. December 1st through 15th, as Mercury opposes Jupiter, it's going to be in Cazimi, and Mercury will Cazimi, be in the heart of the sun. All right. And so I want you to consider your bucket list items. What are the things that you really, really want to explore in this precious human life? And how will you get there? What are the steps? What are the practical steps that you would take in order to experience those big dreams? As Mars retrogrades here at the end of the year with Mercury, it will go back into your 11th and 12th houses. So this is the network, the friends, the future, and also the supernatural helpers. The 12th house is the house of troubles, but it turns into the house of redemption once the themes are dealt with and explored and excavated. Actually on December 24th, this is a repeat from August 19th, when Jupiter squares Saturn, when our biggest dreams and hopes and goals are in opposition to our responsibilities. So what themes are you noticing? You know, what is in your awareness? You don't have to do anything. It's just to observe. I want to introduce you guys to the Ho'oponopono prayer. If you have not used this one, I want you to research it. The history is really incredible, really impactful. And it goes like this, you use it inwardly towards yourself. You just say that, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Thank you. And I love you. And there's more to it, and I'm going to let you play with that. Your stewardship here has to do with your interior redesign. So an interior redesign can happen at the physical level with your house, but it can also happen at the soul level. And they work together. They support each other. So what does your home say about you? How can you make your home a place you run to and not away from? We're researching your ancestry, your family, putting pictures up of your family members. Knowing your roots really helps inform you in what you're going through and what you're growing through here at the end of the year. And sometimes what we're going through and growing through, it has to do with our DNA. And so if you have some kind of physical thing going on, I want to encourage you to check out Metaphysical Anatomy by Yvette Rose. And so she shows us if there's something physical happening, there's an emotional component to it as well. And I find her work to be very accurate for me. So I just wanted to share that as a resource for you. I have one more slide after this resources page. This is just so you can get to know me and find me. Again, I'm Tiffany Harlick. There's some articles I think you would enjoy. If you're on my page, you're going to see stuff about beekeeping. My astrology newsletter goes out every Friday. I offer one-on-one sessions. There are the outside resources that I think are great for you to work with this year. And I want to make sure you know about the digital astrology calendar. So this is something that I've written the last 7 years. It travels with you in any time zone. It goes on any device. I use Google Calendar, but it goes on yours too. And I have it in 6 different languages. And so it has all of the planetary patterns, ingresses, aspects, transits. It has the lunations, the moon family cycles, and it's very comprehensive. So if you're new to astrology, astrology, it's not overwhelming because the title has a little emoji. So if there's a sun, it's a good flow day. And if there's an umbrella, it's a lay low day. And then if you click on it, the description has my interpretation of what's going on in the skies. So you can learn astrology. So let the universe have your back and use the code STORMY2024 so you can get $10 off your calendar. If you'd like to become a certified astrologer with me, I'm teaching at the Lisa Williams International School for Spiritual Development next year. And I offer free classes through my membership at tiffanyharlett.com. Okay, so Virgos, at the end of the day, the astrology should be supportive, useful, insightful. I hope you have some cool money moves happening this year. I hope you find support in supernatural places. I hope the pivots that you're making are illuminated and supported by this astrology. But overall, just follow your heart. This is a journey of knowing yourself, of loving yourself, and of enjoying the ride. So it is my great honor and pleasure and privilege to work with you all. Until we can work together again, guys. Namaste.
Absolutely beautiful Libra friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024, where Libra, this year we are going to move our energies into air, and you are an air sign, so I'm telling you this year has a completely different feel for you in terms of, first of all, being comfortable with things that are happening in the world, redefining yourself and realigning your vision and bringing a very realistic view to who you want to be and how you want to engage in the world, but also in the sense that the world itself will also be ready for Libra. So it's really kind of an exciting year. It's going to have its ups, it's going to have its downs, it's going to have its challenges. Those relationships are going to absolutely be challenged. Your finances will have some change, and we're also going to see areas that you can spiritually develop. So in order to make sure you are really very prepared for 2024, I've paired this year with 4 other brilliant astrologers, and we are going to break your 2024 year down by not only what's happening in the outer planet overview, but your finances, your relationships, money, medicine, and also spiritual development. So we'll have Wade Caves, Christopher Renstrom, Cameron Allen, and also our beautiful friend Tiffany Harlett pulling it all together at the end here and breaking you down by quarter. What's happening for you, Libra, by quarter? So I'm telling you right now at the beginning of this video, grab a pen, grab paper, put it on, let this play in the background while you're cleaning up, while you're doing whatever, and let the information hit you, because every single one of these astrologers is very well trained at what they do, and we're here to just make sure you're really well prepared. Now, also to make sure that you are prepared, make sure you click in the description box down below and get your 2024 digital transit calendar that comes right to your phone. I love that, from our friends at Wise Skies Collective. And also in the description box down below, you're going to find the contact information for every single astrologer. So if you do need more guidance in finance, or you're looking at your spiritual development, you can reach out and make beautiful contact, because we want you to be successful in 2024. All right, Libra, let's talk about what these outer planets have going on for you, and let's also talk about the nodes. So let's start there. The nodes are going to continue to travel in your sign and the vibration of Aries. So this is going to be lighting up your 7th house of conscious chosen one-on-one relationships, and your 1st house, the house of self, me, who I am. Now, the interesting part about this is that North node is in Aries this year. So it's moving more towards the we. So this is where I think it's always interesting for Libra, because you're naturally more of the we energy, because at an evolutionary level, what Libra understands is that you can only go so far on your own. So we have to partner to have some of these next experiences. But where you're being asked to relook, re-edit, redesign, to surrender some things is where maybe you've had too much we, or you're done with the we that you've had, and now it's time to let some of that piece of yourself go. And you're going to, Aries, move towards a different relationship balance and dynamic. And it's one where your autonomy, where your voice is very well heard. It's not just all about the we, it's not just all about the me, but you're going to spend the year creating this interdependence. You're going to spend the year inching towards new levels of interdependence and where you connect with people and resources that are really significant in your life. Now, we're also going to see Mars, the ruling planet of that Aries energy, take a retrograde at the end of the year. So first of all, when Mars goes retrograde, because it's a personal planet and it's very close to us, we feel that, Libra. We're like, oh, Mars, is that you? You know, it gets very personal, very fast. But let's come back into 2023. Between June and October, when Venus was dancing in the vibration of Leo and also retrograding here, you got a evaluation of your friendship groups, of what is important, what you value around friends, what you value in a tribe, what you value in relationships, what you value for your long-range dreams, goals, aspirations for yourself. And what for many of you this could have looked like is this quote that I think is beautiful, where it's like, tell the truth about who you are, where you are, or what you want, and you will actually find out who's not in your tribe, and that enables you to find your tribe. So if over this time you have found out, you know, in 2023, you were like, I really value these sets of qualities, and the friendship group or the organization or the social media content that was in your life did not actually support that, if you told the truth about what you really value, your new tribe was the Venus set the table for them to be attracted in. Now, Mars will take over the reins and show you how to interact, how to engage, how to get it done. The other thing I think about in this 11th house space with this Mars and Mars retrograde in Leo is that you'll relearn social media. That's it. You're going to relearn technology in some way, because technology in air energy is going to advance and advance very, very quickly this year. So learning how to engage it is going to be a part of what you'll redo your strategy. You'll rework how you're interacting with that, okay? Now, we're also going to see that Saturn and Saturn and Neptune are going to continue to travel through this vibration of Pisces, lighting up your 6th house space. Now, this isn't new news or new information to you, because they've both been traveling here throughout 2023, okay? But as we're going to experience this in your 6th house of daily routines, some things, some ideas, some ideals, some beliefs that you had about your health, wellness, including mental health and wellness, a daily routine that is spiritual as well as able to produce in the real world. Feeling like you have something solid and spiritual and a set of ideals to really stand on to do daily life, instead of being wrapped in the anxiety or living so much in your head that you can't get out into the world. These things will be brought to crystallization, and you'll be working on gaining mastery. As Saturn says, I need to crystallize this area for you. We need to demonstrate mastery. We need to gain mastery, and we need to take this area pretty seriously. So I do think that as we're traveling throughout 2024, if you've had an unrealistic view of what your daily routine can look like for you to be healthy, you'll be doing some reevaluation of that for absolutely sure. And you can infuse it with more spiritual practice. And what does it look like to tend to your spirit, not just your mind, okay? As we're going to see Jupiter and Uranus, they are also continuing to travel through the vibration of Taurus. Now, Uranus will stay in Taurus for all of 2024, but not Jupiter. But as these two are traveling together here, you're getting, first of all, this light up of your 8th house vibration with the vibration in Taurus. Okay, so one of the things that's been happening for you, Libra, is in the area of intimacy and assets. So whether that be a partner's money or some resource that you are partnering with for finance, for value. This could be you're paying off debt. This could be you're learning about investments. This could be your partner's bringing in money. It could be you get a trust. It could be that you're valuing with a therapist, an astrologer, whatever it is. Things have been shaken up and shaken loose from this very torn, it's been stuck place, and it has all of this abundance of value to you. And with Jupiter in Taurus here, you've been expanding that out. Now, for some people, really, truly, your partners have been expanding you out in the area of intimacy, which is what is going on in our relationship, what's happening in our marriage, what's happening in our relationship. You're doing the most, and that's keeping us from being together. Other people, you're deepening that intimacy. You're like, yes, more of us. I understand you more. I see you. I hear you more. So whatever the deepening and the expansion out of your wisdom here has been, we're going to see that continue until we get to May. Then Jupiter is going to move into the energy of Gemini, lighting up your 9th house space, Libra. So first of all, if you are publishing, marketing, broadcasting, expanding yourself, what you know, your training, your skills, your voice out into the world in some way, Jupiter is speaking massive benefit to help you be able to do this. Plus, Jupiter is really comfortable in the 9th house, so we have reason to think that there is an opportunity for success for you here. But remember, with Jupiter, whatever is happening here, you can't keep it for yourself. You can't just have the information for yourself. You can't just network and keep it to yourself. You have to give it away to keep it, to actualize the juice here. You've got to share your information. I think that this speaks very well for travel for some of you, long distance travel. And I love it for any of my people getting ready to do a training, take a certification, get higher education, or develop your faith in a deeper way. This speaks very well to supporting you do all of that. Now, the big news is that we are going to also see Pluto make this shift of energy. It's been dancing between Capricorn and Aquarius as we were in 2023, and we're going to see a bit more of that dance as we're traveling 2024 before Pluto sets into Aquarius for the long 20-year stay, okay? But as Pluto dances through this Capricorn vibration, Capricorn is a cardinal energy, just like you are, and it's been working in your 4th house. So real change, real destruction, real tearing down so that you can rise it back up over the last 20 years of your life, provided you're over 20, in your 4th house zone, Libra, okay? And some of this is your own psychological foundations and where you gain security from, where are you rooted into? And it's caused you to change how you even present yourself to the world. But certainly anything in the domestic zone and how you work from home, what does home mean? Do you want to own a home? Or you're like, that is somebody else's dream, honey, right? Like whatever those changes are, we'll still see some of that. And then Pluto will move into the vibration of Aquarius, which is an air sign, just like you are. So it's comfy. You can understand how this energy works. Now, the thing that I think is, first of all, for us to note is that Pluto here starts to light up your 5th house space, which means that a creative talent, something that you're willing to take a risk on, things happening for your children are all going to start to really take precedence, but also technology is going to become a big piece of the story, right? And we want to be mindful of this because Pluto's not a personal planet, it's a societal planet. So it means that the world around us, ideas that you had on how to work, how to have life, what family means to you, the world wasn't particularly ready for it yet. And when Pluto pops into Aquarius, it's like the world is ready for that. Now come, take a risk, tell us who you are, tell us what you're into, deliver it, let your children see the world in maybe ways that you never thought were possible. And I think a really great example of this is that, for me, I have a stellium in Libra. I'm a Taurus, but I have a stellium in Libra. And I know that there was this idea, Capricorn, in the world that I wanted my children to get educated, to go to college so that they could be safe and prepared and, all of these beautiful things, right? But Pluto in Libra also taught me, being out in these streets, that I was like, oh, well, wait. My children, absolutely, I want them to go to college, but you know what? They could also have their own drop shipping businesses that I can teach them how to build so that they can share their gifts and their talents and their creative expression through clothing or merchandise or services that they would like to be able to offer with the world, right? So this is a very different way of thinking about how the society and the world has to go. and the timing that it has to happen in. And this is something that I think is open and available for you as well. Now, Pluto in your fifth house is also makes a very, very big space to consider how you may be using science in your life to change the way that you navigate family dynamics. So that's going to be a whole thing, and we will open that up and uncover it all year long. So the year is changing, the energy is changing. We're moving more to the air and fire dynamics, which means that this could be a year that you feel a bit more comfortable even being in it, Libra. So I hope you take a lot of advantage. Now, make sure, Libra, that you click in the description box down below, get your own natal chart so that you can see where these planetary movements are actually happening in your own personal chart. And then head over to stormygrace.com, where I've got a brand new encyclopedia and index of all of the planets, all of the aspects. So when I say that the moon is happening in the fifth house for you, you can just grab your chart, look at your chart, see it's the fifth house. What does it mean? What do I do with it? How do I align? I've got you taken care of. All right, my beautiful Libra friends, have a gorgeous year. And right now I'm going to leave you in the beautiful hands of Wade Caves, who's going to give you your financial timing for 2024. Bye, Libra.
We have the nodes in Aries and Libra for the bulk of 2024, and so this year promises to be quite an exciting and volatile one for the cardinal sign, but particularly Aries and Libra. Even still, there are some good windows here, where there's some transits that can be very helpful in expanding one's financial portfolio. The ones that really jump out to me, in February, Mars moves into Aquarius. That'll be in sextile to your natal sun or ascendant, whichever happens to be in Libra. I said sextile, it's actually a trine. Sorry, they're both air signs. So that's good for anything where, some bravery is needed, some courage to advance and move forward. Jupiter makes its ingress into Gemini in May. Jupiter is the natural significator of wealth and wealth management. So to have Jupiter in trine to Libra for the bulk of 2024, it definitely alleviates what could be, through some of the more difficult transits, a stressful period. And generally, where Jupiter gets involved, there's some good luck that follows. In July, around mid-July, Mars moves into Gemini, and it provides much the same benefit that we see in February when it moves into Aquarius. It gives that sense of bravery and courage. And same thing in November when Mars moves into Leo, casting a sextile to Libra, and helping spur on some exciting pioneering developments. But there are some periods that you'll be, wanting to keep an eye out for. So when Mars makes its ingress into Capricorn at the start of this year, that will be in square to Libra. Not particularly helpful for strategies that we want to see sustained and work over long periods. We have eclipses in March and April. So in March, we've got the lunar eclipse in Libra in your sign. So if you've got any, either the sun or the ascendant within a couple of degrees of 5 degrees Libra, this is very likely to hit you. So you just don't want to be making big decisions that you want to last around this time. And then in April with the solar eclipse at 19 degrees of Aries, that happens in the opposing sign to your own, and that can be troublesome. Mars will make its ingress into Aries and oppose your sun or ascendant in Libra, whichever it is that you have. And so between April 30th until Mars makes its ingress into Taurus in June, you just want to be mindful that we're dealing with a bit of a tricky transit. And then Mars really stays out of your hair until we get into September, when Mars enters Cancer and squares Libra from the other side. Okay, so there was the square in January and the square again in September. And finally, the year is going to be closing out with the solar eclipse at 10 degrees of Libra. So if you've got personal planets within 5 degrees of that eclipse, you'll just want to be mindful that this is probably not the period to be making big changes to your portfolio or financial strategies.
Libra, 2024 looks like a very serious year for you. You have the South Node traveling through your zodiac sign all year long. Now, the South Node, as you know, partners with the North Node, and they're related to the moon. The North Node tells us where we're going in our life, and the South Node tells us where we've been. So when you have a South Node, which is transiting your sign, like it will be throughout all of 2024, it really is a kind of like unraveling of who you're used to being, of the way that you see relationships. In fact, there's a very strong Martian energy that's going on through with that South Node moving through your sign. In other words, Libra, which is so much about being in a relationship, and one of Libra's favorite words is we. What the South Node is asking you to do is to introduce more me in your we. In other words, it's being much more present and much more of yourself and much more expressive of who you are and what you want in a partnership. Now, Librans aren't naturally accommodating by nature. It's a cardinal sign. You can be very directed and focused on getting the things that you want to get. But what can happen with Libra in a relationship is that Libras have a tendency to identify with the relationship itself. It almost becomes your job to keep the relationship together. And this is done with the expectation that it takes two people to make a relationship. There's you and your partner. And then there's the third part of the relationship, which is the relationship itself. Okay, so you've got you've got your partner, and then you've got the relationship itself, the circle that includes both of you. And you can see yourself as being in charge of the relationship. You know that naturally there are sacrifices you're going to make or compromises that you have to introduce. And the reason that you're doing it is for the for the health of the relationship. But not all the time does the partner introduce on their side those sacrifices and those compromises in order to keep a relationship going. So this is the year when you get really quite serious about it. Now, Pluto enters the zodiac sign of Aquarius on January 20th, and that's a big step. It's moving from 29 degrees Capricorn to 0 degrees Aquarius. And that could be that could signal the end of a long-standing relationship or the beginning of a new one. So that might be what's going on somewhere in that January 20 to maybe February 17th window for you. But you're very serious about how a relationship works, and you're very serious that you be a much stronger presence in the relationship, and you're also serious that your partner keeps up with you and your expectations that you're going to have for a relationship. That Pluto in Aquarius really is going to be kind of a turbo charge engine to your Libran energy. This is supported by Jupiter entering the zodiac sign of Gemini in May. And so when Jupiter enters the zodiac sign of Gemini, this brings us like a higher purpose to your relationship in a way. I mean, not only is it going to make you very social and you'll have lots of new friends and acquaintances and frenemies and things along those lines, but it gives a very strong forward momentum to the relationship itself. And for you, that basic relationship is important, but all of your relationships are almost like marriages as far as a Libra is concerned. So these are the things that you're going to be very earnest and very focused on. We have eclipses that are taking place on March 25th and April 8th. And again, this is going to bring up the issue of putting more me into your we. And then there's one that's solar eclipse that's taking place on October 2nd of this year. What's also interesting is we've got Pluto turns retrograde in Aquarius and it comes back down into Capricorn later on in the year. And that's going to be a very pivotal point for you in terms of what's going on in a relationship. And that's going to be in the October-November period. And you may feel like like you might have made a wrong turn in a major relationship for yourself, and you're not quite sure if you want to persevere. But when Pluto turns direct and starts moving forward again in that November period, you're probably going to decide to stay with the relationship and to bring it up to par. So there may be, cold feet around that period of time, but I think you're going to answer the cold feet with something that's very affirmative and also something that's very proactive.
Hey everybody, Cameron here, and welcome to your 2024 medical astrology forecast for Libra rising. So this year, I want to make like a point of emphasis with anyone who has Libra rising. As a generalization, we can say that this year you do really want to like watch out for your health, and not saying that to like scare you or anything. However, we do see that throughout this year, the South Node will be moving through the first house, which has to do with our physical body and our wellness. One of my teachers, Michael A. Bryan, says that the first house in the ascendant represents the quantum of energy that we come into this life with. So if we have the quantum of energy that we come into this life with, and we have the South Node that has a tendency to be a draining influence and a depleting influence, then what happens? The quantum of energy that is me feels like it could be depleted. Yeah. And obviously this is not going to be the case for everyone because there's so many people out there with Libra rising, but this is something we want to be really mindful of. Also, something that is a secondary testimony to something potentially going on with the health is that Saturn is going through the sixth house, which oftentimes can create acute illness and physical illness overall based on our daily habits and or lack thereof. Also, something that's been happening for a very long time is that Neptune has been going through the sixth house. So if there's anything going on with any autoimmune issues, I'm inviting anyone to reach out and make sure you go see a holistic healthcare practitioner and go see your doctor if you haven't seen your doctor as well, right? And so for this year, for Libra rising, the invitation from me would be to try out and work with a plant called calendula. And calendula is a plant that works on the lymphatic system. And I say it works on the lymphatic system, and that matters because you have Saturn going through your sixth house, and your sixth house has Pisces there. And Pisces rules the lymphatic system. And if the lymphatic system becomes an issue, then oftentimes this can influence the kidneys, which is corresponding to your rising sign. Now, be mindful. Again, this is a generalization. However, I do think this is applicable very widely. And also, before you try to go work with calendula, go see your local herbalist. Go see your Ayurvedic practitioner, even though they don't use calendula, so they'll probably tell you to use something else. And go talk to your holistic healthcare practitioner. Also, one last transit that I would talk to about for Libra, I would talk about for Libra risings is the eclipse that's happening on October the 2nd, because it's going to be in your first house. And oftentimes eclipses specifically on the South Node represent power outages. So we want to make sure that our health is nice and vital during that time, because also that eclipse is squaring Mars. And so we just want to be mindful of that time period in general. So I hope you stay healthy, stay balanced, and stay in harmony.
Hey Libra, this is Tiffany Harlick, and I'm here to give you your 2024 spiritual astrology forecast. So if you have a Libra sun, moon, or rising, or you're watching for a Libra that you love, you're in the right place. So before we get going, my promise to you is to deliver clear, concise, and accurate information in a way that is useful to you. And your promise to me is to always follow your heart, always follow your free will, and to never use astrology against yourself. Your spiritual opportunity in 2024, Libra, is all about soul connections. I think this is going to be a great year for you guys. And I know that you're going to enjoy embracing different people that show up on your path this year. This is about the deepest human bonds. This is about the juicy connections. This is about healing trust issues with the universe or the masculine or the feminine. This is about co-regulating. This is about shared healing experiences. And this is about information that comes to you in extremes, the contrast, the yin and the yang. And this is to show you what does and doesn't work and what is out of balance, because you are the great adaptogenic herb of the zodiac, and you will find that balance. A little Ram Dass quote for you to remind you that everyone is God in drag, that we can lighten up, that we can have a good time, that we're here to know and love ourselves. Your mantras: I'm in right relationship to myself, which attracts abundance and correct alignment with other people. I love recommitting to my health and vitality. It feels good to enjoy relationships that are divinely balanced. Your ruling planet is Venus, and so I'm going to be looking at the transits of Venus to show us what is really going to illuminate your overall theme here. So Venus is going to be a primal motivating factor in helping you decide how you want to work with the energy of 2024. And so how do you rise to the occasion of your inner Venus? Well, this is going to involve you understanding what emotional wars you're going to stop fighting inside of yourself, what thoughts you're going to stop using against yourself, right? What emotions that you're going to learn how to neutralize and respond from and watch over time. Okay. This year of soul connections can be broken down into 4 quarters. The first one is about self-awareness. The second one is about love. The third one, simply and straightforward, is about your physical health. And the fourth one is about answering a new calling. So in terms of Q1 and self-awareness, Libra, January comes in with a 9 numerology. This is a month of integration and completion and things coming full circle. This is a month when you're going to see karmic relationships. And I want you to pay attention to this deja vu or deja vu experience with the North Node present. Venus is going to be in Capricorn. We're more responsible. Things are slower. We want a commitment, and this is a long-term journey. These are people that are in your life for a reason, not just a season, right? Towards the end of January, Venus is going to square Neptune, so things aren't always quite what they seem. You can trust your intuition, but you also need to be aware that there might be some deception. Things might not be fully. You might not be very clear here the second half of January. Yet Venus goes on to sextile Saturn and to trine Jupiter. So if you go through a little rough patch, just fake it until you can make it. Know that you're on a bell curve going up, that this is about progress, not perfection, and that we're all going to have these moments, these blips in life. And so in February, the numerology shifts to a 1. This is when we can be hyper-focused. This can be useful, but it's not if we get into analysis paralysis or overthinking or get overly driven by one thing. There can be some friction with this energy. In early February, you're going to have some roadblocks and some obstacles that will challenge your spiritual development. And during this time, I want you to really challenge yourself to turn the no's into wows. Like, ooh, dodge that bullet, almost got on that one. Not going to step in the same hole over and over again. You're going to see the hole and not step in it. That's how you're going to turn your no into a wow. The 14th through the 29th, I think that there's going to be some stimulation going on in your networks and in your careers and in the outwardly facing world. I think that it's going to be a little bit more externally focused. And so I want you to be able to bless it or block it, to look at the green lights, be like a leaf on a fast moving stream, go forward in the direction that the energy is offering to you and not get frustrated with there's some red lights. Just say, thanks, going to go the other way. In March, this is a 2 in the numerology. This is about relationships, and not just with the relationship with other people, but the relationship that you have with your higher power, between the seen world and the unseen world, between the physical and the spiritual. As Venus moves into Pisces, this is a great time to practice yoga and meditation. Maybe you want to explore a new studio. Maybe you want to take your practice outside into nature. Maybe you want to create a new yoga playlist to enjoy. Maybe you want to do some art or painting or dancing. As Venus sextiles Chiron, she will square Uranus the first 2 weeks of March here. And so again, this is about finding that non-resistance, that spiritual law of non-resistance. This eclipse happens in your sign, Libra, in your first house. So this is why self-awareness is going to be such a key theme in Q1 for you. And I want to offer you this reflection. So grab a screenshot if you would like. This helps you see more about yourself when you're doing the contrasting between yourself and another. And so here are some concepts to explore that I think that you'll find useful in your journal. And in terms of your eclipse, we're always looking at eclipses on an axis. So this is the first house, yes, which is polarized by the seventh house, the me versus the we, the what's mine versus what's yours versus what's ours. This is a sacred unification in your soul between the divine masculine and the divine feminine. You don't have to go outside to find that inner alignment. And this eclipse shows you what's unhealed so that you can see it, face it with awareness, and move forward, evolve, grow. So take a screen grab of this and journal through these around the eclipses this year. For your self-development, there's a breath work piece that I really enjoy called the box breath. So if you haven't tried this one yet, it's very simple. You breathe in for 4 counts. You pause at the top for 4 counts. You exhale for 4 counts. And you pause at the bottom for 4 counts. And you repeat this, and it centers you and grounds you. You might want to do it a little longer than my dim there. There's a lot of great books on breath right now. James Nestor's book. There's the Wim Hof methods. There's also Science of the Breath, which is the one that I like to recommend because it's short, simple, and a classic and written by a yogi. So that's my favorite. Your stewardship is going to be to write a personal spiritual mission statement. What is your spiritual mission statement? What is a new bio that reflects one of your core values, that reflects something about the way that you believe that this world is, that's positive and good and considers your innocence and your hope and the loving core? What is your spiritual mission here on earth? And if you haven't considered it, this is just your invitation to consider it. You don't have to go get a reading. You don't have to look at your chart. This is just for you to reflect on. So this activity for your self-development comes from the body graph in the Human Design System. So if you want to have a copy, you could go to mybodygraph.com and grab your chart, but you don't even need to know your chart. These are the questions around the open centers in the chart. And I think that they're useful for all of us at different seasons of life. And so if you're in a place of irritability, restlessness, discontent, these are some questions to offer yourself. Does it matter? Am I thinking about something that doesn't matter? Am I thinking about something that doesn't concern me at this moment? Am I feeling like I need to be certain and prove to you that I'm certain? Am I trying to attract attention? Am I fixated on finding love and direction? All of these questions, I think, are very useful over time. Your second quarter about love. Let's talk about April. April is one of the biggest months of the whole year, Libra. We have this Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, and this is falling in your 8th house of the deepest human bonds, where we experience sex, death, and taxes, where we have this visceral reaction and response to the other people. It's where we really need each other, right? That feeling of really this divine connection, this sacred connection to somebody. And the Jupiter expands and shares and blows things up and makes things huge. It's the great cosmic magnification glass. And Uranus happens quickly. Uranus is like Einstein. Uranus shows us a quickening, right? And so it feels like as Jupiter and Uranus conjunct in your 8th house, that something could happen quickly. There could be a sudden windfall. There could be something that goes your way quickly. And so I want you to be aware of this so that you can get your mind right as we're leading up to this interesting, pivotal growth experience, right? Now, as Mercury retrogrades in April, this will be in your 7th house of relationships, and the eclipse is happening in your 7th house of relationships. So you, more than any sign this year, have a huge, huge focus on love, relationships, sacred reunification, this balance within yourself in order to attract other balanced beings and situations is huge. This April eclipse will show you the power of love, and it will be visible in North America. The April is it's a 3-month. It's very extroverted. We are craving connection, and I think you're going to see that out there. In May, it's a 4 energy, and this is more stable, steady. You have to be balanced while the waves are rolling all around you. May has a more shuffling of the deck, but you have to be still and steady. Venus will move into Gemini. This provides flirty vibes. It provides an opportunity to go this or that. It's not the most decisive. And so allow yourself off the hook from making big, major life decisions right now. Just chat about it. Just have a conversation. Get somebody else's perspective. The first half of May, Venus will square Pluto and sextile Saturn. This is when bonds are made and broken, or broken and made. This is when we see the contrast of what we don't want so we can see what we do want. This is a time for us to zoom out, observe, and enjoy the ride, right? The second half of May, Venus will be right next to Uranus in the sky and will sextile Neptune. And so I know that your psychic development is kicking in. I know that you're intuitive, that your spidey senses are on. I know that you're getting some metaphysical messages and some money messages around this time. So listen to your guides, do your meditation, ask questions with your dominant hand and answer them with your non-dominant hand when you're journaling and writing. And in June, we're all leading up to this massive leap of faith. So whatever has been unknown and futuristic and curious in your life and has been very mysterious, this is where we're being asked to trust. And we're being asked to trust something that we can't see. Jupiter is going to trine Pluto. And as you think, as you use your spiritual vision, as you use your pro vision, you'll be able to see more and you'll be able to create the world around you. You'll see that how you think, so shall you be. Right? As above, so below. And on the 4th, Venus will be in the heart of the sun, and it's an auspicious time for love, for connection, for sensuality, for experiencing the law of attraction, things like this. So I offer you, Libra, one of the foundational practices in my life is to do this relationship inventory. We all need it for different seasons. This is the long version. I didn't write it, but I do use it. And I use it when I'm agitated out there, right? So this is when I've got one finger pointing out. I've got 3 fingers pointing back. I know that I'm disturbed. And if I'm disturbed, I'm the one that can do something about it. And this is what I do. I go through these questions. I share it with a friend and get some feedback. I sleep on it, meditate, take it to my higher power, look at it, reflect on it, and reconcile something inside myself. Now, if you're beyond that, if that's not for you, Libra, that's for all those other Libras, then I want you to look at a more regular basis with, your significant other, your best friend, your kiddo. What's going well between us? What could I do better? How have I been of service to you? In your self-development, I want you to do a joy check-in. I want you to remember a time that was so full of radiant joy that's easy to access. For me, one of the easiest ones to access is riding my horse and connecting with my horse. And I love everything about it, the way she smells, the way that it feels, the heart connection, the saddle, the wind, the sunset, all of it, right? Easy access point. And once you get that easy access point of joy, sit with that in your meditation, sit with that in your quiet time, and allow your heart to expand 3 times beyond. For stewardship, I want you to do a friendship check-in. Text your friends, tell them you love them, see if you can help them out in some capacity, bring them some groceries, drop off a heart-shaped rock in their driveway with a little note or a book or something, make them feel special. And in terms of an activity, with regards to your relationships, what is it like being on the other side of you? And consider this prompt. There's a book recommendation I have for you. It's Sacred Contracts by Caroline Meese. If you've already read it, check out one of her other books. In the 3rd quarter, you're going to be focused on health. July is a 6th month. This is about nesting and making your home a place you run to and not away from. It's a heart opener. It's a month to keep the home fires burning. And it's a month to rewire some of the commitments that you have made with your heart. As Venus moves into Leo, this is the heart-centered leader, and you're going to have these opportunities to keep your love light shining big and bright. You might be offered some moments to be the star of your own life. And if you're not the star of your own life, this is a good time to journal through that. There's some deja vu moments with Venus, the North Node, and Chiron, and Jupiter here at the end of the month. This is when you know that you just know somebody. You just know that you've met them before, that you've been in a life with them at some point. This is a place to honor your sacred contracts and your sacred connections. In August, this is a 7-month, and this is a spiritual check-in. This is a time for you to be on your soul quest, to read Rumi and Hafiz, and to study the greater questions of life. It's very supernatural, which goes right in hand with the August Mercury retrograde, which traverses your 11th and 12th houses. This is the unknown. The 11th house is the network, our friends, the future. And the 12th house has to do with the house of troubles that we turn into the house of reconciliation, that we turn into our redemption story. So your redemption story, whether you've had it or not, or you're in the middle of it, this is a theme for you in August. And Venus will move into Virgo, and it's the little things that matter. It's the little things that add up. So progress, not perfection. On August 19th, so leading up to August, it'll get louder, louder, louder. And then on the 19th, it'll be exact and fade away. It will come back in December. And so what I'm talking about is Jupiter square August, square Saturn. Jupiter is our biggest, wildest, greatest dreams, the places we want to go, the places we want to grow, right? Our hope. And then Saturn, our responsibilities, the places where we have to be mature and have duties. Those are in contrast with each other. So there will be some inner tension and some growing pains now that we will revisit in December. In September, this is a moment to have a health check and a health reset. And this is why all quarter long, if you're doing stuff to stay on top of your health, to take care of your immune system, to stay in your physical and emotional wellness practices, you're going to be just fine. The eclipse here in September is in your 6th house of health, but also of routine, of daily rhythm, of the fixed patterns or the not fixed patterns that you need in order to feel a sense of fulfillment at the end of the day. Here are the eclipse support themes. If you'd like to take a screen grab, this is about the sacred reunification within your soul here, the 6th and the 12th house. How you are, your body as the temple, your medical mysteries, your confusion with the unseen world, your challenge to trust the universe, your strength and cathartic opportunities in your physical body. Are there opportunities where you can see like you're self-sabotaging or you're creating more stress than you need to? This will help you see that. Here is a great tool for a spiritual health reset. This is a spiritual healer's list. This is what I have, and I'm just offering it to you as a resource. So I have a pretty extensive list here. You can be basic, you can be broad, but put down some of your wellness practitioners, put down some of your favorite spaces, and put down some of the things that you want to have in your house, your firesider, your homeopathics, your chiropractic, your osteopath, your acupuncturist, and have them in a place so that you feel safe and secure, that you know where to go if something is feeling a little off. And within that, I also want to recommend the book Metaphysical Anatomy by Yvette Rose. There's a lot of books out there for mind, body, health. This is such a great one because, if something is showing up in your physical body, it started or has a spiritual or emotional component. And to me, she just nails it. I think she's so accurate. So I like the yellow volume of her book. Meditation to consider, research the Ho'oponopono prayer. Look at the science, look at the history of it, and start practicing it in your life. It's very easy. You use it inwardly, right? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, right? And see what wonders it can work in your life. Your stewardship is to yourself. So this is a self-stewardship quarter. Your body is your temple. What are you devoted to? What's the self behind? What's behind your thoughts? What's behind this curtain here? And how will you be a good steward of that essence of your soul that will not be created or destroyed, but continue on in afterlife? Your 4th quarter is about a new calling, answering a new calling. And in October, this is a 9. This is a repeat of the numerology from January. This is an integration and assimilation. Something's coming full circle for you. And it is activating your 1st house. So not only your identity and your ego, but that 1st and 7th house access, your relationships. So what have you learned about your relationships, but what have they taught you about yourself? This is a moment of reckoning. This is a moment of reconciliation. In November, we shift to a 1 month, which is about focus and clarity, but we want to be careful to not alienate ourselves or others or getting stuck in analysis paralysis. This is a month to be a little bit more conservative, and just know that Mercury retrograde will go through your third house of communication. You might want to look over old notes, old journal entries, reread old books, watch old movies that you've seen a million times, things like this. And in December, know that the Mars retrograde cycle will kind of overlap there, and this will be in your 10th and 11th house. So looking for career solutions or studying your midheaven in your chart in astrology, knowing what your give back is to the community, to the tribe of humanity, this will be helpful. And then at the end of December, we are on a repeat of the growing pain tension that we saw first in July. Your self-development opportunities here are to create some ritual music, a new playlist. Your stewardship opportunity is to develop your psychic gifts, to know how to make your own decisions from the inside. You don't need to hire a psychic, become one. You don't need to hire an astrologer, become one. Learn these gifts. And another activity for you is to write your ideal job description. If you could do anything in the world and were fully supported and funded by the universe, what would that look like? I recommend listening to Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza because he has some cool meditations. I have one more slide after this, Libra. These are my resources. You can find me at tiffanyharlick.com. I've got some free things to download, some cool articles. If you're hanging out on my site, you'll see beekeeping, and my astrology newsletter that goes out on Fridays is free. I work with people in one-on-one sessions and retreats. I have some outside resources, and I want to make sure you have the code STORMY 2024 to buy your digital astrology calendar. You'll get this for $10 off with the code, and it comes in 6 different languages. It travels with you to any different time zone. You can use it on any calendar platform. I use Google Calendar, and it'll show you a title for the planetary or lunar transit. And then you can expand it, and the description will show you what's going on. So you can learn astrology all year. And if you don't want to read the description, you can also just look at it at a glance. There's a sun emoji for the good flow days, and there's a umbrella emoji for the days that you might want to lay low. If you'd like to become a certified astrologer with me in 2024, I'm teaching at the Lisa Williams International School for Spiritual Development, and I offer free classes to my membership. So before we go, Libra, I just want to say, follow your heart. This journey is about knowing yourself and loving yourself and enjoying the ride. We're here for a good time, not a long time. I hope you found something that really hits home for you that you can explore and enjoy. I hope you have the best year ever. And thank you for this opportunity to serve you. Namaste.
Hello, my absolutely beautiful Scorpio friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024. We're Scorpio this year. We've definitely got some changing tides in what's going on, not only in the world in terms of astrology and how it's playing out, but also in what is really important to you in your life. And I think that there are some old stories that have been buried beneath your surface, and you're going to be letting them go this year, because being in conscious or unconscious relationship to these stories you're going to see is not serving you anymore. So there's lots of change that I think is available, but more than anything, the astrology and the world is happening out there, and I want you to be as prepared as you can be, having your cosmic toolkit and resource toolkit really full. So instead of just me this year, I've kicked it up a notch, and you are going to get your horoscope this year with myself and 4 other brilliant astrologers. Wade Caves is going to bring you your financial outlook and timing for the year. Christopher Renstrom stepping in to talk about those relationships. We have got Cameron Allen, who's going to give you your medical breakdown and some movement, Scorpio, to help you this year process what's happening in the body. And Tiffany Harlick is not only going to pull it all together in your spiritual development, but she's going to break this entire year down by quarter for you as well. So when I tell you, grab a pen, grab paper, put this on, put it in your playlist so that you can listen to this more than once as the year goes on. I really mean that. We've come together to make sure that you have what you need to be successful. Speaking of your toolkit, please click in the description box down below, Scorpio, and grab your digital transit calendar from our friends at Y Skies Collective so you make sure you know what's going on in the transit energy. And of course, subscribe to the channel. Join the soulmate family tribe over here because I am with you every year, every month, every week. And if you are following me on Instagram, I'm also there with you every single day, making sure you are armed with the facts of what's going on astrologically. All right, beautiful Scorpios, let's get in and see what these outer planets hold for you in 2024. Now, first and foremost, we want to take note of the fact that Uranus and Jupiter are going to continue to travel through this Taurus vibration, which is your 7th house space. So, for the last couple years, really, with Uranus in Taurus, relationships have gotten very different for you. Now, with some things, it's like a break happened, or, and I think of a lot in terms of relationship because I also think of the 7th house of conscious, chosen one-on-one relationships as contracts you are assigned to. So, did you finish paying off a debt? Did you finish a marriage, a divorce? The contract was brought to a new state of being. So for many of you, that could have been something you were very much so experiencing, which is really, very cool. Other relationships in your life, though, it could have been like, I wasn't sure if we were going to make it. And then you find yourself on the other side just really well innovated. What's been important to you in relationships, I think, has really been risen to the surface in this last little bit as well. Now, with Jupiter traveling through Taurus, what you have learned about relationships has really been expanded out, right? And I kind of have this vision for you, Scorpio, where it's like you really go through something in a relationship, and then you're able to expand your message and your wisdom out on how you did that. What happened to you? You're sharing your wisdom. You're sharing your story. Were you guys on the brink of divorce and you found your way back and now you're able to share with other people? This is what was happening in our behaviors and we had to innovate. What happened for you around the story of your relationships? Now, Jupiter is not going to stay here. In May, we will see Jupiter actually move into the vibration of Gemini, lighting up your 8th house space. Now, as Jupiter moves into Gemini, first of all, it's busy. It's an air energy, so there's a lot of networking happening in your 8th house. There's a lot of conversation happening in your 8th house. Communication becomes a thing. So one of the things I'm thinking of for you is, first of all, lots of conversations with partners or resources that you are intimately connected with, whether this is the bank because you have a mortgage, debt, taxes, insurance, intimacy, healing. There's a lot of sense for me this year with you that, yes, of course, astrology is in there as well. So if you're learning astrology, come on in, okay? But also talking about something that you are detoxing from the past, whether it is a trauma, whether it is something that is not even a trauma, but you're realizing, I don't need this in my intimate space anymore. This blocks me from connection with myself, from the universe, from my partner, from my money. It blocks me from collaboration. I think that there's some talking it through, getting it out this year that is really, really beautiful. And that makes way for that space to be filled by the universe with opportunity, which Jupiter is about. And then you have these opportunities to collab with this particular area of your life in a very, very different way. So I look forward to seeing what that is for you. Now, to speak a bit more to that, we've also got the nodes traveling through Aries and through Libra. So the North Node over in Aries, we've got the South Node traveling through Libra. And the North Node in Aries is traveling in your 6th house. So in a day-to-day way, in your health, wellness, day-to-day routine, including mental health and wellness, by the way, in the way that you care for yourself or you care for others. If you're a freelance person, this Aries energy is like, I have to take initiative to make this area lively, so that it has fire, it has life, not just so it's inflamed, right? So you're initiating, you're warrior, you're creating a sacred garden of new beginnings, and it is your destiny to do so. And in that, I think that this is, again, another symbolism that whether it be something in the health or the mental health, you're like, I need to talk about that. I need to get that out. I need to share that. I need resolution or whatever to it. And to the other side, the South Node in Libra is pulling things away from you. And this is from the 12th house space, something that has been hidden. It's been behind the scenes. Maybe even it was an illness. You didn't know that it was there, and now it's presented itself, and it's pulling it out. It's saying, let's be done with this, or let's be done in relationship to the world in a way that you couldn't see before. And now we can make real and bring it into your daily routine so that you can create process, strategy, routine around it. And it's really a beautiful thing. And for some of you Scorpios, it's really about, I have been needing to talk about this thing over here. I've been needing to say it, or I've been needing to treat this over here. And it's been behind the scenes. And it's like, don't do that alone. You want the integration of Aries and Libra that comes together. And it's not so much me. It's not too much we. It's the sweet space in the middle where we have interdependence with each other, and we honor each other by getting to walk through life together. It's really very cool. Okay, we're going to see that we've got Saturn and Neptune still continuing to travel through Pisces, similar water energy to you, so you very much so get this vibration. And this is going to continue to work in your 5th house space. So one of the things I want to say is that Neptune here in Pisces, in the 5th house, first of all, things that have to do with joy, pleasure, play, taking a risk with something, right? And things having to do with children. This is a big area that I think in 2023, certainly from the fall through the winter, you got a different idea of how your children are made, right? How they process information, how you process information, and does that actually bring you joy? You had some ideas and ideals, and then you saw that those don't actually hold up. You're like, oh, that's not really the truth. I have to look at this from a different perspective. And Saturn here in Pisces is saying you have to take responsibility for this area. You want more rest. You want more pleasure. You want more play in your life. Stop talking about it, Scorpio, and let's be about it, right? So it's really like encouraging you to put a container around this new information of ideals and even spirituality that you have. I will say, for those of you that have children, especially children that are old enough, if you have children, Saturn in this particular area, go back to March of 2023 when Saturn moved into the vibration of Pisces, and what started to happen for your children? Were they moving to their next level of advancement in some way? Were they getting their first job, a license? Maybe something came in where they felt limited. Do you have a child who struggles with depression or anxiety or something like that? Whatever that is, this may be what you are dealing with and you're working with, and you're needing to look at this from a very different way and put a container, some kind of structure around this to help you actually be about this area in a way that lets you demonstrate some mastery, okay? Now, the big news on the horizon is that we've got Pluto moving and continuing the dance, really, between Capricorn and Aquarius. Now, Pluto and Capricorn's been here for 20 years, so this is not new news. But it has taken 20 years for Pluto through this 3rd house of how you think, how you communicate, the way that you learn, the way that you disseminate energy, things with your siblings, all of this kind of stuff, where you live, housing. All of these things have been changing and being transformed. And in the last few years, there's a lot that has been torn down and destructed so that something else could really live here. For many of you, I've spoken about this, since before 2018 for you Scorpios, is like what has happened with the head injuries, brain injuries, changes to the brain in some way, shape, or form. And maybe some of you were taking that on. Others of you, Pluto was working in the way where your words, your teachings, your courses, your presence of communication has actually come to that next echelon. It's more VIP kind of quality, You've risen to your empowerment. So we will continue some of this theme. But the deal with it now is that as Pluto moves over into this Aquarian vibration, it's less about what you say and more about how you are. That really becomes the theme here. Pluto will light up your 4th house space as it moves into Aquarius. So home, family, real estate, property, your roots, these very domestic things, your parents, your internal psychological foundations. So you've had the words and the thinking, and that's been changing, but now your rooting system. This is, again, Scorpio, brings me back to, what are you detoxing? What's coming out that you're like, whoa, I've been hanging out with that for a really long time and I don't find it valuable anymore. And you're looking to detox it, let it go. But Pluto here as well could be for some of you where you have new ideas of what is family. Changes to family happening for you, and you have a different idea. And I love this because it's not just happening for you, and yes, this is one of your ruling planets, but also it's happening in the world. The world is now ready for some differing ideas that Pluto will bring to your home zone. So I'm really excited to see what you do with that. Now, your other ruling planet, Mars, is going to take a retrograde at the end of the year, okay? So Mars is going to retrograde in the vibration of Leo, fellow fixed sign. So you know what it's like to be fixed, where you're like, this is my idea. Thank you very much. Everybody move on, you know? So as Mars is going to retrograde in this Leo vibration, it's actually in the top of your chart. So this is going to be you reviewing, re-envisioning your strategy around what you're doing around work, your career, your soul level calling, but also, Scorpio, around your title. There's a lot of energy that says you are rising to the level of mastery in your title, and the world is ready for you in 2024. So are you going from being an accountant to being an astrologer in 24? Are you going from being, you know, a father to a grandfather, or a grandmother to a great-grandmother? You know, what's your change in title that you'll also be looking at? Whoa, I need to learn how to strategically maneuver this. I have to learn what to do, Mars, in this particular area. So it's definitely going to be a year, Scorpio, where I think the movement has had the stage set for you in 2023, and the willingness to go with it is here in 2024. The only difference is that in 2023, I think the energies were a little bit more settled, and you could kind of predict where things are coming. But as we move into the air and fire vibration, things will happen around you quite quickly this time, Scorpio. So I want you to just emotionally make sure that you've got your astrology resources in place. Make sure you have your trusted friends, accountants, and people who can help you process and make decisions available to you as well. All right, my absolutely beautiful Scorpios, I hope you have a great year, and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Wade Caves, who's going to talk to you about your financial timing of 2024. I love you, Scorpio.
A lot of really great periods here for Scorpio coming into 2024. We open on Mars, the ruling planet of Scorpio, in Capricorn. It makes that ingress in the earlier part of the year in January. And then at the same time, throughout, the next 2 weeks, Mars will make a sextile to Saturn in Pisces, which is in trine to Scorpio, and it will make a sextile to Jupiter in Taurus. All of this is very supportive of the earth and water signs, and something that can be very advantageous for Scorpio being ruled by Mars. So that January period seems quite helpful. And then Mars comes into Pisces in March, and at that time, Mars will be in trine to your natal sun or ascendant, whichever you have in Scorpio. I also like Mars in Pisces casting a sextile to Jupiter in Taurus. That sextile promises to help bring some bravery, just as it did with Mars in Capricorn, and it's trine to Jupiter in Taurus. This says sextile, but that is a typo. That is meant to be a trine. So the earlier half of the year is more advantageous for Scorpio, I think. But there are some periods that you're going to want to be mindful of. February, I would just throw that month out the window if you can. Mars makes its ingress into Aquarius, which is going to be in square to your natal sun or ascendant, whichever you have in Scorpio. And while Mars is moving through Aquarius, it will cast a square to Jupiter in Taurus. Jupiter being the natural significator of wealth, this particular aspect, I would say, is probably a bit more problematic. When Mars moves into Taurus, this will oppose your natal sun or ascendant in Scorpio. And that's not typically known to bring a lot of good fortune for financial management. Neither is the square that we experience in November. Mars will enter Leo in November and continue in that sign until the beginning of 2025. Mars turns retrograde in December at 6 degrees of Leo, and that's going to be a period to watch. It will retrograde back into Cancer and then move forward again into Leo. But that retrograde period when Mars is in Leo could be a bit problematic if you have a Sun or ascendant degree in the earlier degrees of Scorpio.
When Scorpios pretty much partner for life. Now, that's something that sort of contradicts the popular idea of Scorpios. Scorpios are supposed to have very strong and powerful sex drives, and so they're going to sleep with anyone in sight or within range, and they're just going to be philanderers for their entire lives. And that's not really true about Scorpios. When Scorpios partner, it's a very, very powerful bond that they make with another person. And the area of your horoscope that deals with partnership has been very dramatic and very tumultuous since 2018. That might have been when you began a relationship, or if you ended one, then you began one soon on the heels of it, or there might have been moves or changes that took place. And as Saturn was moving into Capricorn, or became more powerful in Capricorn in 2019, 2020, your partner would have become more of a priority for you. Scorpios tend to focus a lot on their partners. Okay, they don't always like it, and they don't always want to, but they focus a lot on their partners. Sometimes it's constructive, like being the supportive figure or the person that a partner can bounce ideas off of or share trials and tribulations with. And sometimes it can take on a little bit more of a negative bent, like obsessing about the partner's behavior or fixating on their picadillos. But in any case, partners, beloveds, let's really call it what it is, because for a Scorpio, when they partner, that person is their beloved. Beloveds take top priority. They're the ones that the Scorpios really work hard for and work hard with. So with Uranus having been in your opposite sign, there have been a lot of changes in your partner's life. And so you may have found that you've had to accommodate that a lot, that the changes in your partner's life may have dictated the direction that things were going in. They might have taken priority over things that were really important to you, and that might have caused a few spats. Scorpios aren't Virgos, okay? So you're not going to be automatically accommodating. You can be very worshipful and you can be very beholden, but you're not the most accommodating sign of the zodiac. In any case, what's going to be happening is that on April 20th, we're going to have this extremely rare Jupiter-Uranus conjunction taking place in your opposite sign of Taurus. And what you may actually experience is a flipping of the tables in your relationship. Let's say you were the one who was in charge. Then the partner is the one who will become in charge after that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. Let's say it was your partner that you were beholden to, or who was in charge, or that was always taking first place. All of a sudden, it's you. And you may feel yourself being thrust forward or becoming maybe the breadwinner in the family, or the person who's what's going on in the career matters most. But in any case, there's going to be this change, this shift in the balance of power in the relationship itself. And this is going to leave both you and your partner bewildered and not quite sure about what comes next. There might even be this assumption that things will turn back to normal or revert, before long. But with this shift, with this change, it's going to be a solid flip in the balance of power between the two of you. My suspicion is that it's actually going to move you more into the fore. And so that's something that you're going to have to you may find yourself having to be reassuring to your partner who is used to being the one who was, making the big decisions, as you sort of actually gradually take on more and more of a position of leadership, or the person who calls the shots following that period of time. What we also have taking place is Pluto has left Capricorn, entered Aquarius. It retrogrades back down into Capricorn in September before it turns direct and then leaves Capricorn again on November 19th. This is going to be a very interesting placement for you, because with that retrograde back down into Capricorn and then turning direction and then leaving Capricorn again, that's September 1st to November 19th, that's going to challenge some old assumptions. In some ways, you may feel yourself wanting to move back into a more comfortable role or a more comfortable position vis-a-vis your relationship, and then there's going to come this realization that you can't really, that you really must move forward. And so if there's any thought of kind of like, well, I'll just go back to the role that I had before or something like that, that will be dismissed, because with the Pluto entering Aquarius and beginning to square your Scorpio, that's a sort of step up square, and that's something that you'll be doing not only in your relationship, but probably likely in your career as well.
Hey everybody, Cameron here, and we are going to talk about the 2024 forecast for Scorpio rising. And so for Scorpio rising, what we want to really be mindful of is that the nodes are going through the 6th house and the 12th house. And that's important because the 6th house is a house of health. It's actually a house that can create acute illness on a physical level more so. And the 12th house is a house that can create more chronic illness or illness on a mental level. And that's not to say that they can't both create issues with one or the other, right? Because it's not even real that the mind and the body are split up into different things. So that's actually made up, to be quite honest, but it's still a way that we organize the chart in a way that we can think about it in a way that's helpful. Yeah. And so the eclipses are going to be happening March the 24th. There will be an eclipse on the south node. So that's going to be in the 12th house. And then on April 8th, there will be an eclipse on the north node, and that will be in the 6th house. And then later on in the year, in September, we have an eclipse on the north node in the 6th house. And then we'll have an eclipse on October 2nd in the 12th house. And so just being mindful of these time periods, because you want to watch out for your health around then. And when I say watch out, I'm not making that like be some very sensationalized, alarming thing. We just want to pay more close attention to it. Because without something coming up in a variety of your charts, the solar return chart, your profected year, and all these other things, and in transit overall, then you probably won't manifest an illness necessarily. Or even if you do, it'll be maybe like something that's not so crucial, and it'll just be passing by. So these are just times you want to pay attention to overall. So also with Scorpio risings, being mindful that the 6th house also can co-rule the digestive tract. So something that we want to do for Scorpio risings in general is make sure that the colon is moving properly. Also, Scorpio rules the pelvic floor. We're not going to go into that right now. But one practice that I have for Scorpios to do throughout the year, especially during the eclipse periods, to make sure they're really processing things and digesting things, especially when the south node eclipses happen, so things can really flush out. What we do to help move the colon, we get in this posture here, we put our arms out to the side, and we just go left hand, right foot, come back up, right hand, left foot, come back up. Because when we're doing this, what we're doing is pressing on the abdomen on this side when we go down here, left hand to right foot. And then we're doing the same thing on the opposite side over here, squeezing down here. Yeah. And just be mindful if that's not accessible to you, or if you have lower back pain, maybe you want to just take your hands and slide them down. And then squeeze. And then take your time and come back up. Come to the other side. Come down. Squeeze. And if that's not accessible either, then my open invitation would be to reach out and get a session so that you can get what you need in this coming year. I appreciate you all for showing up, and stay blessed. Peace.
Hey, Scorpios, I'm Tiffany Harlick, and I'm here to give you your 2024 spiritual astrology forecast. So if you have a sun or moon in Scorpio or Scorpio rising, or you're watching for a Scorpio you love, you're in the right place. Before we do that, I just want to offer my promise to you is to give you clear, concise, and accurate information in a way that you can understand and that's useful to you. I have a Virgo midheaven, and your promise to me is just to use what works and leave what doesn't, to follow your heart, follow your free will, and to never use astrology against you. Your spiritual opportunity, Scorpio, is for your intuition to increase and your health and vitality to improve in 2024. You are polishing your psychic and your physical bodies this year. They work in tandem. You're learning about the mind-body connection, you're deepening your understanding of it, and you're having a different experience. This might be a good year for you to get in touch with an accountability buddy if these topics are of interest to you. Your mantras this year: I'm a clear, concise channel for spiritual information. I trust as I improve my life, my relationships will also increase in quality. And I enjoy the mysteries of life. Time is on my side. Your ruling planet is Mars. Now, I know that Scorpio is co-ruled by Mars and Pluto, but for purposes of our forecast, I'm looking at the transits of Mars, where Mars is going to be, so I can help illuminate some ideas for you to work with for your self-growth in 2024. Mars is a primal motivating factor in helping you decide how to work with your energy. How do you rise to the occasion of your inner Mars? This is going to be an opportunity for you to look inside and see what wars are you going to stop fighting inside yourself, right? So as we go into this year of intuition increasing and health improving, we're going to break it down by each quarter. So the first quarter is all about that supernatural connection. The second one is going to be the main focus on your health. The third one, you might feel a career pivot, that you're answering a new calling. And the fourth one, you're going to use your pro vision, your professional vision, your spiritual vision. So as we consider this first quarter, Scorpio, in January, it is a 9-month in the numerology. This is about integration, closure, completion, tying things up. Something's coming full circle. There's more flow for you than some of the other signs we're experiencing. And so, yeah, Mars is in a good position with Saturn and with Jupiter. So things might feel very natural. You might have taken the time off you needed in December. You might be starting out on a good foot. Now, the second half of January presents a few more challenges. Mars is square Chiron, the wounded healer. This is where your medicine bag comes out. This is the part of you that can help other people with places where you yourself see in yourself where you're small and vulnerable and hurt and wounded, and you can see and use that medicine bag to help others. So you might see some challenges. So go slow the second half of January. In February, it's a 1 in the numerology. And so this shifts us to focus. We can also be very narrow-minded. We can have the blinders on, and we can alienate. So be aware of not putting yourself into analysis paralysis and using your spiritual gift and your intuition. Mars, your ruling planet, provides energy with Neptune here, the first half of February. Neptune is like the cosmic yoga teacher in the skies. Neptune shows us where we blur things, where we need to dissolve things in order to evolve. It is into the mystic, right? Neptune. Our intuition, our psychic gifts are ignited and illuminated here. This is a great time to start a spiritual development or psychic development class. And as Mars is next to Pluto in Aquarius, right, this is a time when you can really tap into your network, look for futuristic solutions, and look for big cosmic change. Pluto really unearths something, and Mars brings it to our attention and pushes us forward. In March, the numerology shifts to a 2, which is about relationships, not just the relationships we have with each other, but the relationships we have with the seen and the unseen world, the physical and the spiritual, the natural and the supernatural. So Mars is going to move into Pisces here at the end of March, and you're going to be more focused on a spiritual path. And Pisces helps us get in touch with that part of the inner philanthropist, the inner one who is so benevolent and creative and gifted and knows what the culture needs, knows what our family needs, knows what our neighborhood needs. And this helps us stay aligned with a spiritual mission. So if you haven't written a personal mission statement, this would be a good time of year to play with that. I know your mission's starting to pivot a little bit here at the first half of March, but the thing that's going to be louder in the skies is that this first eclipse of the year is in 5 degrees of Libra. Where does that hit your chart? For Scorpios, this is going to be in our 12th house of the supernatural. The 12th house has to do with not only the house of troubles, but also the house of reconciliation. It is the house of the behind the scenes writers and directors. It is the house of the subconscious, the things that motivate us and the things that we're unsure of, right? The things that we can't know what we don't know. So these eclipse support themes will support both the 6th and the 12th house axis. So I invite you to grab a screenshot and journal through these throughout the year as this 6th and 12th house axis is activated for you, increasing your personal health and your intuition. This is a year to have a sacred reunification within your soul. There are things that you're going to give up because they just don't provide you pleasure anymore. There's going to be areas and moments when you realize that you're self-sabotaging some things, right? You're going to also be aware that some of your biggest sensitivities are some of your biggest gifts. Your self-development opportunities this first quarter, I'm inviting you to create a ritual music playlist. And so there's a couple songs that I play in the morning because I have a devotional practice in the morning where I wake up and I want to connect with the thing that I'm devoted to before I go out there and do anything, right? Your stewardship opportunity this month is that development of your psychic gifts. And I recommend that you stay with somebody for at least a year. So there's lots of great teachers out there, whoever you align with, whoever you pick to work on your spiritual development, your psychic gifts. It's important that you get the foundations before you go learn from a whole bunch of other people, right? We are all born wise. We all have these physical senses that extend out into the spiritual world. And so for you, Scorpio, I know that you're intuitive. I know that you have spidey senses. I know that you know things. This is a year when you can really develop that. And it's just like playing the piano. You're not going to be a master overnight. You're going to have to practice the scales, and you're going to have to practice playing with other people, and it's going to be uncomfortable, but you're going to strengthen the muscles, and you will increase, and you will improve, and you will get better. Your activity this quarter could be to do a vision board or a Pinterest board where you are integrating all aspects of yourself. So if I could be a little woo with you for a minute, this is when we're doing healing work and part of us has experienced trauma or drama or abandonment or regret or something back there in the past, and we're still kind of holding on to that with some part of our energy. This is a time when we can bring that forward for reconciliation, healing, and move forward as one, as a whole person, not as a fractured being. Book suggestion for you is Dr. Joe Dispenza's Becoming Supernatural. I prefer the Audible version because I like to listen to the meditations as I walk. The second quarter for you, Scorpio, is about health and vitality. Now, I have 4 planets in Scorpio in the 12th house, and I'm so excited about this part of the report because I can't wait to feel the best I've ever felt. I can't wait to experience full health and vitality. And there's a lot of astrological offerings for us to see more about our physical health and how to improve that. And as we get cleaner with our physical health, of course, it improves our intuition too. So April's one of the biggest months in astrology. It's a 3 in the numerology, and this is about connection. So we're craving some of that. The Mercury retrograde cycle and the eclipse go in your 6th house of health and routine and rhythm, right? It's the things that we need to do to feel good and to take care of our body as our temple, and our devotional practices to the self and to bow to the highest self. There's also one of the biggest transits of the year is the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. This is happening in your 7th house of relationships, of sacred contracts, of soul connections. And so Jupiter is the great expander, and Uranus makes things happen quickly. I think we're going to see mass sightings. I think we're going to see things that windfalls, things that happen overnight. I think we're going to see a lot of crazy makeups and breakups and all kinds of things that happen quickly and big. And for you, this is in your 7th house of relationship, and it's worth knowing about. It's worth knowing about. Now, as we move this energy into May, this is a 4 in the numerology, and this is about being the surfer, being still and steady, like the waves are crashing all around you, but you are grounded. Mars will move into Aries. There's opportunities to have more self-awareness, right? There's opportunities to work with your spiritual vision, and there's opportunities to shift some of your purpose, to hear a new calling. So in order to hear a new calling, we've got to be still and do our meditation practices and really listen, right? You can listen. There can be messages and spiritual synchronicities and signposts all over the place. They could come in form of a song. You could look up at the clouds and get a message. You could see a design in somebody's art. There's all kinds of ways that Spirit will give you the information that you're looking for. On June 5th, we're experiencing this heart opening and a reminder that as you think, so shall you be. Jupiter trines Pluto, that's a big one. And it's a magnification of something that's coming up to be regenerated. This is the Phoenix rising. This is the big change that we're looking for this year. Mars is going to enter Taurus by the June 9th and will square Pluto. So that's very tense. I want you to be careful. I want you to go slow. I want you to pay attention to the elders in your life, the littles and the pets. Be safe. If you're accident prone like me, then just be aware that this, first week or so of June is going to be perhaps a little more trying. So I offer to you the Serenity Prayer. It's what I use when I'm agitated, okay? For self-development, you could do some breath work. The one I'm offering you guys this year is the box breath. So you could study Wim Hof. You could read the James Nestor book. There's lots of great opportunities for breath work. Science of the Breath is my favorite one. There's many different exercises, but the simple box breath is one that you can always come back to regulate your nervous system, especially when you're agitated or doubtful. You inhale for 4 counts, you pause at the top for 4 counts, you exhale for 4 counts, you pause at the bottom for 4 counts, the box breath. In terms of stewardship, this body is your temple. This is the only place your soul lives here on earth. Maybe you're doing some astral travel, but the idea here is, how will you be a good steward to this physical body? What will you do? A journal prompt is to list your go-to creature comforts that are healthy for you. How will you take care of the body? And list it out. For me, I make a list, like we'll go to the grocery store and I'll have an idea of what we can make with the food that we have. I'll kind of write out a menu for the week, and then we'll just see what feels good, see what sounds good. So there's not all this pressure to make a last minute decision that isn't healthy for me, right? And then I'm going to give you the activity of the spiritual healers list. Scorpio, the book Metaphysical Anatomy by Yvette Rose is so cool. If your body's talking to you, if something is coming through your DNA or from your spiritual reality and it's just not adding up and the doctors aren't understanding and you have an emotional component to your physical situation, this is the book to find that out. For your spiritual healers list, mine's kind of big. You do whatever you want. I list the people I want to work with, the places I want to work in, and the home remedies kits that I want, the home remedies items that I want to bring into my house. And that way I have a full menu of different ways I can take care of this precious human body. This is a relationship inventory. This is something that you're going to want to use whenever you're frustrated out there. So if we have 1 finger pointing out, 3 are pointing back at us, and I know if I'm upset that I set the ball rolling somewhere and I can correct that. You can't buy bread at the hardware store, right? So it's my fault for going to the hardware store for bread in the first place. So these questions will help you see where you set the ball rolling to get upset, and check in with your motives. I did not write this. I do them in this order. I share it with a trusted friend. I get some feedback. I sleep on it, meditate, and ask my higher powers to remove me of the bondage of self, right? To make it clear for me that I can see, so that I don't have to step in the same hole over and over and over again, that I can see the hole and I can make a different decision in here, to not fix, argue, defend, explain, fight, justify, that I can just be aware. Right. And if that's not you, that's for all those other Scorpios. You could do on a more regular basis, check in what's going well with your loved ones. How have I been of service to you? Is there anything I can do to improve? In the third quarter, you're going to see a career pivot. You're going to answer a new calling. July is a 6th energy, which is all about nesting and rose quartz and bath with essential oils. And it's very luxurious and clean and fresh. There's an opportunity for you to have a more intuitive approach to your self-care. So less about the checklist and more about, how does my body feel? There's opportunities to connect in with your creative side. As Mars goes into Gemini in July, Gemini presents dualities and decisions, and Mars kind of stimulates. Mars was in Gemini for 7 months back. What is it, 2022 now? The idea with Mars and Gemini presents the dualities. It represents the lungs and the shoulders and the wrists and the hands, and the little things that we do to learn and take in information. And Mars stimulates. Gemini rules our siblings and our childhood friends and our neighborhoods, right? And so Mars can have a quickening effect in these departments. So these themes might be more top of mind for you, for your awareness this quarter. In August, we have a 7-month, and the 7 is about our soul quest, our spiritual approach, our healing that's taking place. This is reading Hafiz. This is reading Rumi. This is reading Khalil Gibran. This is getting in touch with your sacred texts. In August, Mercury will retrograde through your 10th and 11th houses, Scorpio. So your career journey is definitely being highlighted. You don't have to change courses completely. You just want to change your own devotional practices inside. You can make the most beautiful spreadsheet in the world and be completely devoted to something that's higher than yourself, right? Or you can be grumpy about it. My uncle used to say, you can be happy or you can be sad, but it's a whole lot more fun to be happy. And you can get happy in the same shoes you got mad in. So being aware of this, being aware that Mercury is showing you something different about your career and different about the network and different about the people you've been hanging out with. What solutions are you aware of, right? One door closes, another one opens. In August, Jupiter will square Saturn. Jupiter shows us our biggest, wildest dreams, the thing that we want to do the most. And Saturn shows us where we have responsibilities and boundaries and duties, and we have to be mature. And there's a tension in there. There's a growing pain going on. And this will resurface in December. So in September, we have an 8-month. And so this reminds us that energy cannot be created or destroyed, and that it's the infinity symbol, right? It's what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. And so in September, you're going to be finding some buried treasure here, and you're going to find it in an unusual place. And the unusual place is really just where you like to have fun, where you need to lighten up a little bit, where you need to go with the flow a little bit more, right? You might feel like you want to do some home improvements or edit your house or do something to increase that nesting vibe all quarter because of the 6th in July. And then also Mars moves into Cancer in September. And that is the sign of the one who wants to keep the home fires burning, who wants to walk in with fresh sheets and the crock pot going and the candles perfectly lit. And it just feels good. It feels like, I can relax here. So the September eclipse will be in your 5th house of creativity. And the 5th house is on the axis with the 11th house, right? So this is a sacred reunification with your inner child. So maybe identifying some themes around what would the best mom or dad or caregiver have told you in those moments of crisis growing up? What would they tell you now? What do you need to hear now? What does your inner child need to do? Sometimes my inner child needs to have ice cream for dinner and go to bed early. Sometimes she wants to get on a bike. There are moments in your life where you will feel emotional and be able to inner parent, your inner child. It's a study, it's a practice, it's not a perfect. There can be times when you're overcoming issues or blocks with your own creative process or your own ability to connect with people in a way that feels really authentic, right? So where do you self-sabotage sometimes? Your self-development, I'm encouraging everybody to check out the Silva method. This is an old tool that I am using again. And this tool was created by Jose Silva. He was born in El Paso, Texas. It is a technique that is very strategic and specific. You can find free and paid versions for it. And it improves the quality of the mind. It increases your conscious awareness. And he says it only works, if you're using it for manifestation, it only works if you're using this in a way that uses your spiritual vision to help other people. So I really like it. See what works, leave the rest. Your stewardship, taking good care of your finances, connecting with your CPA or your bookkeeper, or reviewing your budget, or reviewing your rates, right? Are you paying yourself what you're worth, or do you need to adjust that? Do you have champagne taste on a beer budget? Are you aware of your expenses, and are they going in some kind of formula that is useful to you, right? I have some ideas here for you for journaling, right? Your favorite job description, your financial stewardship, and your reparenting opportunities. A book suggestion is Warrior of Light. It's got some good little snippets in it. It's easy to read. You can pick it up and get something different out of it every time. So Scorpio, as we get to the end of the year, October is going to feel a little bit like January. It's a 9-month again. We're coming full circle with that 12th house side, that intuition side. What have you learned about your spiritual development? How have your psychic gifts increased? This eclipse in Libra is going to show us more about that supernatural side, that connection to the afterlife, that connection to something that is more and greater and bigger. I'm suggesting some mechanical repairs going on here in October because Mercury is going to square Mars. And so staying on top of your maintenance for your car, your health, your home, your computer, your electronics, all of these things work together in your energy system. So staying on top of it and knowing that by the end of October, there's a trick or treat forecast that we're not going to be able to predict. There'll be a plot twist there. In November, this is a 1 energy, much like February. We have singular of mind. We're focused on something, but I want you to stay flexible. And this was a very Scorpio thing to write about, purging and praying. Mars opposes Pluto. That's very much a purging of something, right? So you might want to clear some clutter. You might want to do a physical cleanse of sort. Be gentle on yourself. Work with your herbalist or somebody that's a pro. You might want to try a new way of offering yourself in prayer. When I do my yoga poses, every pose is some form of devotion. You could work with this in whatever you like to do, right? So in November, Mars will move into Leo for the rest of the year. We've got Mercury retrograde in your 2nd house of money, knowing that your net worth is not your self-worth, knowing that some of these financial questions that we were asking ahead of time will help ease into the awareness that you're getting as Mercury is retrograde and the edits you will need to make to your budget to help with your overall health and well-being. In December, we have a 2-month, which is like March. It has that relationship, that connection we have with the spiritual and the physical, right? That bridging, that where the veil is thin, where we can make those spiritual connections. Mars will retrograde into your 9th and 10th house. So your 10th and 9th house. So this is a vision pivot, not a Bison pivot, but a vision pivot. This is where we might need to go on a spiritual journey to find this provision, this ability to see beyond, this ability to see what is needed, and this ability to relax and trust the universe, that we're going to get all the information we need, that things aren't going to be hidden from us, that we don't have to worry about abandonment or rejection, that we're going to be seen and provided for. And so if we don't believe that, this is an opportunity to work through some of those. And then December is a reflection here of December 24th is a reflection of August 19th, the growing pains, the inner tension between what we want to do and what we got to do. So what is in your awareness around this time of year? I'm encouraging everybody to try the Ho'oponopono prayer this year. I'm sorry, right? Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. It's an inward prayer you do with yourself. And there's so much great history and research. I encourage you to go explore it. your stewardship is to the things in your life that need the maintenance, right? We were talking about this for your October forecast, Scorpio. So your auto maintenance, your air filters, the things that need to be replaced regularly so that you don't have a big problem. An activity to consider is to look at the open centers of the human design chart. If you want to get your chart, you can get it for free at mybodygraph.com. Otherwise, if you don't want to look at your chart, I think these questions are super useful for everybody, especially when things are kind of tense or unclear. If you ask yourself these questions, and if you're studying your chart, you're studying your open centers and which questions relate to your open centers. So I have open head, open ajna, I have open root. Am I in a hurry to be free of the pressure? If I'm in a hurry to be free of the pressure, I may not have entered into a situation correctly, right? And so this gives us more fodder, more information for our self-development. Science of the Breath, I think I already recommended that to you guys, but if not, here it is again. Science of the Breath, one of my favorite ones. I have one more slide after this, Scorpio. I just want to give you my resources. Where you can find me is tiffanyharlick.com. There's a lot of free handouts, articles, blogs, podcasts. If you're on my site, I have stuff about bees, a newsletter that tells you the astrology forecast every Friday. I do offer one-on-one sessions and retreats. There's some of my favorite outside resources. And then, of course, I want to tell you about my digital calendar. This I've been writing for 7 years. You can get $10 off with the code STORMY2024. And it's so cool. It lists all of the planetary transits, the ingresses, the lunations. If you're new to astrology and you click on the title, the description pops up and tells you exactly what I think the transit means, right? And you can start to learn astrology this way. This is how the universe can have your back. And if you don't have time to read the whole thing, you can just look at the emoji and the sun tells you it's going to be a smooth day, or the umbrella tells you this is a day to lay low or be aware of something going on. If you'd like to become a certified astrologer, I am teaching at the Lisa Williams International School for Spiritual Development, and I offer free classes to my membership. So Scorpio, we're here for a good time, not a long time. Know yourself, love yourself, follow your journey into 2024. May it be a good year. May it be the best year ever. May you find the ultimate health and vitality. May you connect to your intuition and psychic gifts beyond your wildest expectations. And may you feel the supernatural support system that is there for you. Until we can work together again, thank you for the opportunity to serve. It is my pleasure and honor. And namaste.
Beautiful Sagittarius friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024, where Sagittarius, I actually love the vibe that is on the table for you for 2024, especially around your relationships. As Jupiter moves into Gemini, we've really got a story of unfolding, especially Sagittarius, if you're looking to make some changes in your life, not only in significant relationships, but in a romantic way as well. We could see there's definitely some different networking this year that is taking you in a whole different direction. But to make sure that you are prepared for 2024, I've taken it up a little notch this year. So you're not only going to get the overview of the outer planets, which really govern what we're doing long term. You'll get that from me. But I've also paired with 4 other brilliant astrologers who are masters in their area of astrology. And we are going to bring you Wade Caves with finance, Christopher Renstrom taking care of you in your relationships. We've got Cameron Allen not only bringing you medical, but also movement Sagittarius that can really benefit you through all of 2024. And then Tiffany Harlick is going to handle our spiritual development and she is going to tie it all together by breaking down every quarter for you, Sagittarius. So grab a pen, grab paper, add this video to your playlist so that you can listen to it more than once. Maybe listen to one section at a time. Do what you need to do to make sure you are really prepared for 2024. Now, also to make sure that your toolkit is nice and full, we want to make sure you get your digital transit calendar. Click in the description box down below. Our friends at Y Skies Collective have you hooked up so you can just see the transits coming right to your phone. Know what's happening. Give yourself a notice. Okay, I'm in 30 minutes. I need to rest because the moon will be void of course. Whatever it is that helps you successfully navigate 2024, we're taking care of you along with all of the contact information for every astrologer in this video in the description box down below. All right, Sagittarius, let's talk about what is going on this year. And let's just start with Jupiter. Let's start with the ruling planet because that is such good beans. So Jupiter is traveling through the vibration of Taurus right now, along with Uranus as well. So they have been not only shaking up your sixth house, so your health routine, your wellness, including mental health and wellness. Sagittarius, you're a mutable sign. So when a mutable sign is really experiencing an out of whackness, let's call it that, what can happen is it turns into anxiety or it turns into worry, and you are fire mutable, which this can create mental or anxiety inflammation. So Uranus has been changing the landscape of your health and your day-to-day routines. Now, in addition to that, many of you may have seen job changes or location changes in how your day-to-day routine was functioning with that Uranus in Taurus. But as Jupiter has been in Taurus, this has been this expansion of your daily routines, of what you're doing. You know, for some of you, I don't know if your waistlines did a little bit of expanding, or if it's more something where you're like, I really understood my health and my fitness and my wellness in a different way. I'm applying more wisdom. I'm learning more about what I need to function in a day-to-day way. I'm learning more. I've expanded my business out to how to function in a day-to-day way. And the sixth house is forever having to do with coworkers. So I'm so sure some of you had some real experience with those coworkers as you traveled through 2023, and 2024 will be no different, at least until we get to May. In May, we're going to see Jupiter move into the vibration of Gemini. Now, this is going to light up your seventh house space, and this is where Jupiter moving into this sign, first of all, go back into your life 12 years ago, because it's when Jupiter was here last. What was happening around conscious, chosen, one-on-one relationships, significant relationships in your life. Look at what was happening then and look at what you learned that you have the wisdom to bring to the table now. Now, Gemini is a networking, communicating kind of energy. So for many of you, you may experience this expansion of your network, of being with or around people who will become significant relationships, even romantic relationships or business partnerships for you as we're traveling through 2024. Now let's talk about this Pluto energy, because Pluto's been dancing between Capricorn and Aquarius, and we will continue to do that in 2024 before Pluto stays in Aquarius in 2025 for that long haul, okay? So we've still got this dance going here between your financial house, your second house, where Capricorn is, and your third house, which is the house of communications, intellectual pursuits, and things like that. So as we're going to see Pluto continue its journey in Capricorn, first of all, changes to your finances, how you make money, the value of how you make money, maybe even job changes like I spoke to, companies, or what has been an authority in your financial life has had a really big reset. And for some of you, it maybe looks like, did you take on investing? Did you take on your taking care of your finances or making money in a different way? I do think for many of you, there was a job change, at least at the end of 2023, somewhere in the fall, winter, there may have been a change of circumstance to the job. But this has brought your attention there, and you will keep it there for most of 2024. Now, we'll see Pluto pop in with a little dance into the third house, and you switch from being so money-minded to going, okay, what are my intellectual pursuits? How am I communicating? Pluto in Aquarius has to do with technology. It has to do with your tribe, your groupings of people. It has to do with making money via science, the internet, math. Things like this are going to start to be really top priority. You know, and for some of you too, because this is a third house, you know, whether you're starting that website, starting that online real estate business, selling something online. Maybe you're doing drop shipping, or you're even going to be taking or teaching classes online. That Pluto in Aquarius could be really making life possible for you in a way that you just had not been accustomed to in this last, 20 years for sure. Okay, we're going to see the nodes traveling through Aries and Libra, and this is a little bit comfortable for you because you do, as a fire sign, resonate with that Aries fire, and you can also get on board and expand with that Libra air. Fire and air work beautifully together. We'll also spend the year with the outer planets moving more into fire and air. We'll see Mercury retrograding in fire all year, so the year, Sag, is a little bit more comfortable, okay? But as we're going to look at the Aries Libra vibration, so the Aries North Node is pulling you forward into this 5th house. And first of all, Sag, it's like, what do you want to usher in? What are you going to initiate? You have to do it. You are the Aries. You have to say, I'm doing this. Now, this could be romance, a new romance. You're taking an initiation or a new view of love, pleasure, play, your creative expression. You're like, yeah, I need to express me now. For those of you that have children or things around children even, because some of you Sagittarians, you may be like, I'm not at a place where I want to have children, but I teach children and I love your traveler vibe. Maybe you're teaching children in another country or another city, whatever it is. This Aries vibration is empowering you to make a start, but it is saying you need to initiate yourself in this direction or take some initiative here. Okay. Now, Libra on the other side is in this 11th house space. So it's going to show you this year where some of what has been this is how we do it. This has been my tribe. This has been my social network. This has been my idea about technology is being removed, right? It's pulling out because your relation to that does not work anymore. So instead, you're looking for this place where you say, I tell the truth about what I want, who I am, what I'm finding out about myself. And that leads me to taking initiative on doing, being, having that thing. And then I'm able to lose the tribe, lose the group connection, the 11th house, the friendships, even that don't belong, or to reset them. And in that way, the appropriate tribes, groups, and relation for my friendships becomes interdependent instead of polarized. So you're really going to be working that this year. So expect certainly some change in your technology and in that friendship group as well. Now, speaking of Aries, Libra, we've also got Mars going retrograde in other fire energy, Leo, as we get to the end of the year. And you do want to take note of this because when neither Venus or Mars goes retrograde, Sag, we feel it. We feel it because it is very close to us, okay? Now, Mars going retrograde in Leo for you is going to light up the 9th house base, publishing, marketing, broadcasting, my students, it's higher education, it's training, certifications, anything like that. Can be things involving the law for you. Certainly international travel, moves, and things like that. So I want you to go back into 2023. Between June and October, where Venus was retrograding in the vibration of Leo. So Venus set the stage for you to revalue this area of your life where you're like, what do I value? Where do I feel like my creative talents have needed to kind of be stomped out, or my dreams had to be stomped out? I couldn't do it. I couldn't take it on. And now when Venus was done, there was a healing brought to that. And you realize what you want. You realize what you value and how you're ready to move it forward. Some very Leo things are romance and finance. They really are. And also that self-expression. So Venus cleared the way. Now Mars is going to show you how to take action in this 9th house space. So even if it's just taking action to study a new philosophy, maybe you've changed your major, maybe you changed your course of study, maybe there's a change of where you would like to live moving forward. Whatever it is, that Mars retrograde is going to help you figure out how to readjust a strategy in order to get yourself in place and position that you would like to be. Now, Saturn and Neptune are going to continue to travel through this vibration of Pisces through your 4th house this year. So Neptune in Pisces is first of all, giving you this idea, and especially at the end of 2023, whatever you have thought about home, family, real estate, property, your childhood, your roots, things with your parents, right? Neptune in Pisces is like you had some ideas or ideals about this area. And when Neptune came direct, it was like, whoa, that's not right. I was seeing something that's not necessarily true, you know? And now you're faced with a different reality. And that's cool because it lets you grow spiritually in this area and dissolve what is not the truth of this area for you, okay? And Saturn here in Pisces, as it continues to travel, is going to help you create a solid spirituality and a solid container for emotional mastery about the truth that you're seeing. So what does this look like? You know, did you think forever, I have to live in this place because it's where I was born and is what I know? And now you're like, whoa, I've seen the truth. I maybe don't have to. I can live anywhere in the world I want to. You know, did you see something about your parents or your mother and you're like, wow, that wasn't true. And there's a space and an opening for forgiveness. And then you're taking action and living in a space of forgiveness. Whatever it is, the changes to the home zone, you're going to be taking pretty seriously as we're traveling throughout 2024. So my beautiful Sagittarians, there is plenty going on for you. I do think it's going to be a much more comfortable year for you than when we were in so much earth and water. But you let me know in the comment section down below how things are unfolding for you, and make sure you get your own personal natal chart, okay? Head over to stormygrace.com, go see one of our other astrologers, go to Cafe Astrology, astro.com, get your chart so that you can see how this general horoscope also is playing out in your personal chart. And if you're like, Stormy, I don't really know how to interpret that, don't worry. You can stay right there at stormygrace.com. I've got a whole new index of planets, houses, placements, so that you can look up like a big fat encyclopedia whatever is going on in that chart and start to explain and interpret your own astrology and really make it make sense. All right, my beautiful Sagittarians, I love you a ton. Enjoy. And right now I'm going to leave you in the hands of Mr. Wade Caves, who's going to take care of your financial timing for 2024. Bye, Sag.
So this is a very challenging year for the mutable signs, and the two that I would say are probably getting hammered the hardest, I would be thinking Pisces and Sagittarius. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on, because we do have some good aspects too. So let's draw some attention to that first. You know, in February, in the beginning of the year, Mars makes its ingress into Aquarius, which is in sextile to your natal sun or ascendant, whichever is in Sagittarius. I also like Mars in Aries at the end of April for you. That's in trine to your natal sun. And same with November, early November, Mars moving into Leo. The problem with 2024 is how much energy is in the mutable signs, and that activity seems to be a bit problematic. So this might not be the best year for, you know, constant revision. There might be periods where it's easier for you to make an early decision, but not something that you'd want to be continually amending throughout the year. So with March, Mars being in Pisces, that's in square to your natal sun or ascendant. And we have a conjunction between Mars and Saturn in Pisces in the middle of April. And that conjunction tends to stir up disappointments, frustrations, and financial loss. So probably not the right time to be making big moves. In June, Saturn turns retrograde in Pisces. So that retrograde signification is going to last until November. So you'll just want to be a bit mindful of the period between June and November that there's a tough retrograde that's going to be lighting up your chart. And Mars in Gemini, that ingress takes place in July. And when Mars enters Gemini, this opposes your natal sun sign or natal ascendant sign of Sagittarius. August is the tricky month. This is where things get a little bit tough. We've got Mars and Jupiter in conjunction in Gemini. That aspect is actually normally a favorable one. It's just that it's happening in the sign opposite to your own. And very quickly after that conjunction, both Mars and Jupiter head into a square with Saturn in Pisces, and Saturn will be retrograde at this time. So that seems to be a tricky period, and August might be a month to completely avoid. Jupiter turns retrograde in in October, and then Mercury turns retrograde in late November. And it happens to be that these two retrogrades will be in signs that will really stir up some change and development for Sagittarius. It's typically not the kind of signature that you want to be planting seeds financially. When you have this retrograde in Gemini opposite Sag, or you've got Mercury retrograde in the middle of Sagittarius. And then in December, around the winter holidays, there's a Jupiter-Saturn square. Saturn will be direct now, but Jupiter's retrograde. So this square, it's kind of a brutal one. So you'll just want to make sure to avoid making any big financial decisions around this period. Although, if you want to travel around this period, it's probably fine. You just want to make sure you're buying your tickets early and outside of the windows that we've identified here.
Sagittarius, the big news for you in 2024 is your ruling planet Jupiter entering the zodiac sign of Gemini on May 25th. Gemini, as you know, is your opposite sign, and many astrologers regard it as your partner sign. Certainly, Gemini plays a role in relationships, and your ruling planet Jupiter moving through the zodiac sign of Gemini talks about big developments ahead in relationships. Now, as a Sagittarius, you may find yourself suddenly falling for someone who's from another country, who's from another culture, who's from a different economic bracket than you are, and your first reaction or your first impulse is going to be to leave everything that you have to go running after this person. Okay, so it's kind of familiar in that you've had infatuations before. Infatuations are common currency as far as Sagittarians are concerned, but this one really packs a punch. This is going to be an infatuation. Let's call it an attraction, a yearning for someone who really strikes you as being very powerful, like maybe potentially a soulmate. I bet you're probably saying soulmate at the time that the two of you meet. But there's something about the circumstances of you two getting together which is thwarted. Some signs would be like, oh, this is too complicated. I'm stopping right now. Other signs would be like, oh, that's the way of love. It comes into your life and moves everything upside down. But alas, we must part ways. With you and this particular fascination, the more complicated it gets, the more drawn to it and irresistible, the more drawn to it you are and more irresistible it becomes. And what this is going to be doing is, again, this person is from a very different walk of life than you are. So, of course, it will be raising questions with family and with friends and with loved ones. They'll be like, hey, what's going on here? Like, or wow, this person is like, whatever, do you think you could keep up? There will be a real difference in terms of it. And your first instinct will be to leave everything behind and run away with this person. And that's something that's not going to be doable. Why? Because you have Saturn in Pisces, and Saturn will be squaring the Jupiter. Saturn in Pisces will be squaring the Jupiter in Gemini on August 20th and again on December 24th. What you may discover with these squares is that there is a steep cost to your action, or that there's a steep cost for your partner to be with you. So again, this could be different economic brackets. This could be different cultures. This could be a partner who's switching sexual preferences to be with you. Something in which it's very dramatic. It's a turnaround. It's something that's very different, and it's raising a lot of questions as to whether this whole thing's going to work out. But part of what goes into deciding whether it's going to work out is what the cost is going to be. Now, if you're single, then you may be, able to go and be with this person. But the Saturn in Pisces might introduce that the person is not single, and so isn't available to go and be with you, even though you both are having this very strong feeling of attraction and wanting to be with one another. That could be a complication right there. Or the person's has to make a cultural shift or a change in some way. Maybe you're married, maybe you have a family, and you're going to be like, I'm leaving it all for you. Jupiter's been known to do that when it's traveling through your opposite sign. There, you may have to ask yourself some questions as to whether this is feasible or not, or being a Sagittarius and with Jupiter being so powerful going through Gemini, you may ask for a timeout in your marriage or in your relationship so that you can go and figure out what's going on with you. Your partner may not be thrilled with it. Your partner might say that's a deal breaker. Then again, your partner might be like, take the time out and let's see where you are on the other side of all of this. So that is also something that's feasible. It's not out of the question as Jupiter is moving through your opposite sign. What I can definitely assure you is that it will be a whirlwind. It will turn your world upside down. Please cut the cough. What I can assure you is that it will be a whirlwind. It will turn your world upside down. And do the two of you come together and get together? Well, Pluto is moving into Aquarius. Next year, we have both Neptune moving into Aries, and we have Uranus moving into Gemini. That's in 2025. So I'm talking about your 2024. So when I said next year, in 2025, you have Neptune moving into Aries and Uranus moving into Gemini. So that's what indicates to me that this may be more than just a whirlwind thing, that it may have legs, but it may be quite the telenovela throughout 2024. In other words, it may be quite the soap opera from May 2024 into the beginning of 2025.
Hey everybody, and welcome to your 2024 medical astrology forecast for Sagittarius rising. Now, I just want to be mindful while I start that I myself am a Sagittarius rising, so just be mindful when I'm speaking here. I'm speaking on things that I've already looked at pretty thoroughly in my own chart, so I'm going to try to break it down and keep it as simple as possible. So the first thing that we need to be mindful of is coming into this year, we already have Jupiter, which is our ruling planet, in our 6th house, and so this automatically is saying something about the need for us to make sure that we're making adjustments to our health. Sagittarius, we have a tendency towards overindulgence already to begin with, and we can have a difficulty with assimilation of fats, oils, heavy and rich foods, and you put that in the sign of Taurus and it slows things down even more. So you want to really be able to assist your metabolic fire throughout this time period. It leaves May 26, Jupiter leaves Taurus May 26 and goes into Gemini, which that's a whole nother thing that we'll talk about here in a second. But what I'm going to say about that is from now until May 26th, for me, and this is my invitation to bring you into this process, I've been making sure that I focus on teas that help with metabolism, just making sure our metabolic processes are working and functioning properly, because we do have a tendency to slow down the process of assimilation at times, especially because we can also be overdo things a little bit. So just be mindful of that. And also when Jupiter does leave Taurus May 26, it goes into Gemini, which is the sign of its considered to be its detriment. So it doesn't have as many resources as it usually would like to have. And specifically, it's going into the 7th house of relationships. So just be mindful how relationships are influencing your health overall as a whole as well. There's 2 other times I was looking at that are prominent for me as far as like looking at when something might go on with health. And so that's like between March 22nd and April 29th, because Mars, the planet that rules our 12th house of mental health, is going to be in the sign of Pisces. And that also is co-ruled by our ruling planet. So it has a point of special emphasis there. And so during that time, Mars is going to be meeting up with Saturn, and it's also going to be meeting up with Neptune. So just being really dialed into what's going on in my home environment and how is that influencing or affecting my mental health and my health overall in general. Also, something here about the ancestors might be coming up. So if you do have something that has to do with your ancestors, that has to do with your health, you might want to pay attention to that as well. The next time that is actually the most emphasized point from my perspective is September 23rd to October 17th. And the reason why this is the case is because we have a constellation of things happening also while there's eclipses happening. So there's an eclipse on October the 2nd, and there's an eclipse on October the 17th. And so we want to be mindful of those things, but also when this is happening, the ruler of our 6th house, Venus, will be in Scorpio. The ruler of our 12th house, Mars, will be in Cancer. And these are places where they tend to have a tendency to have a difficulty. And we already know, starting since May 26th, that Jupiter is going to be in Gemini. So we have Jupiter that rules our 1st house. We have Venus that rules our 6th house. We have Mars that rules our 12th house. And these are 3 of the major houses of health. Well, also, an eclipse is going to be happening. And so the moon is going to be having some struggles as well because of the eclipse. And that rules our 8th house. So all 4 houses of health have the potential to be influenced during this time between September 23rd and October 17th. Now, what I really advise here is like to get a reading, to be really, really specific. If you are going through something that is a health crisis during this time. However, for me, I always like to go back to my favorite practice as a Sagittarius rising when it comes to really feeling into the essence of who am I and the strength and potency I can have and provide myself as a Sagittarius rising. And this is the archer's pose. As you can see here, I actually have a bow and arrow, so it's actually helpful for me to practice this posture too. But with the archer's pose, you just get down into like a lunge-like position, and then you come here, and then you lunge, and lunge, and lunge, and lunge. And then essentially you would just do the same thing on the other side. Lunge, lunge. Now this is too low. You can come up higher and just kind of lunge, lunge. And if that's not high enough for you, you can also be down here. Lunge, lunge, lunge. So just being mindful. The reason why I'm picking that is because I'm focusing on strengthening what and who we are as Sagittarius risings. Because there's a lot going on, and to try to pinpoint one thing when I'm talking to a large crowd, when there is this many things going on, you know, I just don't like it. And I feel like it wouldn't be diligent. So just be mindful of all those things. Also, go out in nature. Whatever you do, take a hike, go out in nature, and just like be with the essence of, natural law. And just follow the light of nature as much as you can. If you don't know what that means, just go out in nature and hang out. So that's what I would be saying for Sagittarius rising for 2024 from a medical astrology perspective. And as always, if you need something more particular, just feel free to reach out and let me know. Cool. Stay blessed, dear ones.
Hey Sagittarius, I'm Tiffany Harlick, and I'm so excited to provide the 2024 spiritual forecast for you. If you've got a Sag sun, moon, or rising, or you're watching for a Sag you love, then you're in the right place. Let's jump in with a quick promise to you. My promise to you is to give you clear, concise, and accurate information in a way that you can understand. That's my Virgo midheaven. Your promise to me is to follow your free will, to follow your heart, to follow your bliss, to follow your direction and impulse, and to never use astrology against yourself. Your spiritual opportunity, Sag, is to find soul friends, to make these meaningful connections that help you live with your heart on, like just hearts wild. This is about karmic connections this year. This could be your lover, this could be your best friend, but the idea here is that the support of friends is going to be critical for you in 2024. I want you to have recognition that brings you joy. I want you to feel fulfilled by your connections, and I want you to leave some room for creativity. And don't stop before the miracle happens. Your mantras are, home is where the heart is. I'm naturally attracted to experiences that create an immense amount of joy and creativity. Trustworthy and honest friends are an important part of my soul's journey. Your ruling planet is Jupiter, and so Jupiter is a primal motivating factor in helping you decide how to use your energy in 2024. And I'm going to help you see that through the transits of Jupiter throughout the year. How to rise to the occasion of your inner Jupiter. What ideas, what philosophies, what belief systems that you were conditioned to believe will you stop using against yourself? The idea of let's break it down to each order. The first order is about collaboration. One is about your psychic nature. The third one is about entering a calling, and the fourth one is about your mission. These collaborations we're talking about in January with a 9-month, which has to do with integration, assimilation, digestion, something coming together. I want you to look at the lens because Jupiter is absolutely aspected all over the place in January. There's really opportunity. You don't have to take them all. In February, the numerology shifts online. So we're more focused. We can be hyper focused and we get analysis paralysis and even healing ourselves. I want you to be aware of this energy and be okay with some positive delays. Jupiter is inspired by Mercury, Venus, and Mars in February. And so these positive delays are blessings in disguise. Just know that sometimes enough is enough. Just say, I'm here to enjoy the ride. I'm not going to try to control it. In March, this is the two of numerology. It's about relationship, sacred reunification of our own soul. This is the relationship we have with the physical and the spiritual, with the natural and the supernatural, with the self and the higher power. This is about co-creation. If you have alienated yourself, this is an opportunity to ask for help, ask for support, decide what you want to collaborate, who you want to collaborate with, what you want to create. And are you inviting spirit in, or are you just on to be volunteer? This is a big man and open for opportunities, love, grace, ability to connect with the pilgrim of your heart. The March eclipse will fall into the house of friends and alliances and future. In a sign of Libra relationships. It is a reunification of your child. It's an 11th house active work hand in hand. And here are some support things. I invite you to grab a screenshot of this and then journal back through it as time is right. This is also my what I use when I'm by something I know that I'm actually bothered by something in here that I need to do self-discovery and understand my motivations and these are the questions I ask myself. So something is bubbly with other people, with your network, with your friends, it just doesn't feel like good in with yourself, right? And if you go through these questions, you can ask some friends, see if you accidentally left something out, sleep on it, pray about it, meditate with that, new ideas, and ask for higher power to really remove these character defects from you so that you can see the whole story second again, right? And you can start to be more aware and really hold on to your own energy instead of throwing it out there. If that's not you, that's all those other Sagittarius out there that need that support on a more regular basis. You can check with yourself and know, like, and your friends supernatural connection between the body and the supernatural, the physical and the spiritual. There's a positive wind going on here. Mars is Libra. Positive fortune in your favor. Big financial windfalls. Big things can happen quickly. Things can turn on a dime. Jupiter expands and you're going to see it happen. And May, the four energy for me to be going forward. We don't even know there's things changing around us. I know that psychic abilities are really enhanced for Jupiter placement here. And I wonder if you stick with one teacher for a year. So there are many people to choose from. Choose somebody that you feel like is really the vibe that you're wanting, that they have what you want, so to speak. Because you can distract yourself out to these foundations and work with it in a way that increases once you practice skills of going into increase your psychic nature. Shown have a 5 energy, which is we feel sorry to then. So be aware of overcommitting in June, and know that this future time Pluto is a very juicy transit to work with as opposed to the low. As you think, so shall you be. And because of this activation going on, I want you to create your own spiritual healer's list. For me, this is something that you can do what you like. Practitioners or counselors, right? Like studios or at nature trails or something that you want to explore this year. Write down your home remedies, get things that you happen or the go-to remedies that you use in your home for your own wellness. And let this be the top of mind as you unfold. For self-development, an easy thing to practice your meditation is to go back to the breath. There is a James Nestor book on breath. There is the Wim Hof method. Simple one that you can use. You just start eating 4 counts. You pause at the top for 4 counts. You exhale for 4 counts. And you pause at the bottom for 4 counts. And you can use this anytime you need to recenter yourself. Yourself in the nose and see the changes. Your stewardship is physical, right? Your stewardship of your own body. Is your body physical? What is behind the body? How are you taking care of it? Your spiritual leaders. This will help you know a name of services that you want to check and use this year. And activities, put your intention, right? And you on something changing, stirring up for you. Why is astrology keeping? Where can I have these two images come together and have a diagram that is something that I can uniquely bring to the world? Superimposition is becoming supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. And because I like to listen to the meditation while I'm walking. Q3 Sagittarius, you're going to be in a new calling. There's some kind of career pivot going on for you. In July, we see the 6th energy relaxing and feeling everything is taken care of and supported. You have this deep soul breath going on. There's more opportunity than not in July. In August, as the Mercury retrograde goes through your career house, it's also it your 2th house is activated, your 4th house is activated, and that means your 1st house is activated. So as you start with one area of life, all of the areas of life shift and everything comes to to pause, not to make huge decisions, but to see what is in your awareness and see what is wanted to take time. There is this energy that is happening to take advantage of the fact that it's coming for you in August. Now, your pattern, you're going to be kind of aware of what you want to do versus what you have to do, responsibilities and duties versus your interests. And they are in a challenging position for all experiencing growing pains. This will occur again in December. In September, this moves into the energy. It's going to be a reminder that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It's a month where you could really tap into some studying your lineage, working with your wise elders, and this goes into your 4th house, your home and family, your roots and your refuge. This is your enthusiasts and students out there to the world. So prayer is very simple. You do it in order to yourself. I'm sorry. Thank you. I love you. I want you to read the research that is behind this. It's beautiful. Your stewardship is an obligation to your own interior design. You're designing your house or your level that needs your attention, that needs your great care and stewardship. And your activity has to do with researching your ancestors and acquiring the letters to your ancestors, thanking them for what they brought forward for you to be able to experience human life. But if your body is happy and you don't have an understanding of what's happening or why or the symptoms are evading you, I want you to check out the physical anatomy by Taurus, shows you the supernatural component to the physical body. Your fourth quarter is all about your mission. And in October, this is a repeat of numerology from January. Things are coming together. This is coming full circle. For you, this is in your 11th house, the 11th and 5th house axis of the inner child, of the creative one, of the one that must have fun in this human life, and of the audience, the network, of friends, right? Soul friends, continue to show up for you in ways that expand your life beyond the strings. There's an energy transmission, there's an information exchange going on between you and your network in October. In November, this is that one energy, that focus energy, and Jupiter will help you exercise your thinking. Mercury will replicate in your first house of yourself and your identity. Right? And you have a fall makeover. It can also be a little bit more spiritual energy, a way to connect, right? A way to have self-awareness. This Mercury retrograde period helps you see you differently, right? Work with your own evolution and grace. And in December, we have the main thing that Mars retrograde in your 9th and 8th house. Right? So this can help you understand what spiritual journey you want to go on, what places you want to travel to, what you want to study and get into, and maybe revisit some things around those that topic. On December 24th, we are revisiting that energy of July where we have those, where we have those growing pains, and we have those tensions of your awareness now. You don't have to do anything, it's just about looking out the window and enjoying the ride. So I'm also offering for you this month a personal mission statement idea. You need to update your bio. It's about the first house, the identity. Are you writing your autobiography? Are you recording your life story? And do you have a spiritual mission statement? Here's some questions for you to consider. Self-development. I would offer you guys this Zigzilla was born in El Paso, Texas, and you can find his method for increasing and improving the state of the mind. Use this manifestation because this only works if your vision, your spiritual vision includes a solution and ways to help many other people. So if this work for you, your stewardship has to do with your soul responsibilities. How are you dealing with your friends and your responsibilities that the things that you are in stewardship of? In fact, it could be who are your council elders. This could be people you know or don't know. This could be people that you really admire and you want their advice. And this could be your higher power. I want you to write your council of elders, your angels, the beings of light. I want you to write to them with your dominant hand, and I want you to answer with your not dominant hand and see ideas and ideas. A book suggestion is Warrior Light. A lot of little brilliant pieces of information. I have one more slide to go before we get there. I just wanted to show you where you can find me. I'm at tiffanyharlan.com. I have articles, resources for you, one-on-one sessions and retreats. I have an astrology newsletter, a podcast, and it's about me, my just some of my outside resources. And I would love to introduce you to the digital astrology calendar. If you use the code FORMY2024, you'll get $100 off for friends for me. And the astrology calendar is, I've been writing it for 7 years. It comes in 6 languages. It travels with you through any time zone. It's a calendar. You can use it whichever real purpose is to love yourself. So it's my honor and pleasure to work with you all until we can see each other again. Have a great year. Have a beautiful year.
Hello, my absolutely beautiful Capricorn friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024. We're Capricorn. Yay! Pluto's going to try and get out of your sign this year. Now, listen, that's super cool, but it's not staying out just yet. So I just want you to, let's celebrate the changes Pluto has brought to you over this last 20 years, because there has been some transformation. Absolutely, for certain, some old ideas, some old connections to the family, things like that have really done some changing for you. And really, we want to celebrate who you are, how you are, where you are right now, because this is the truth and this is the place where the growth is. We will see Pluto take a few minutes, give you a deep breath, move into Aquarius, but it's not going to stay there for the long haul until 2025. So we'll work with what we've got, continue to make it as beautiful as we can, and let the transformation and the changes come over you. Now, to make sure that you are set and prepared for 2024, I have kicked it up a notch this year. I kicked it up a little bit, Capricorn. I sure did. I have Capricorn South Node, so I'm creative, right? You get it. So this year, instead of just getting the outer planet long-term forecast from me, I have paired with Wade Caves, Christopher Renstrom, Cameron Allen, and Tiffany Harlick, and we are going to break down your horoscope through finance, relationships, medicine, and also spiritual development. So we are taking care of you in all of these different areas of life. And not only are we going to talk about them, but each astrologer is a master professional in their area. They are trained for this particular topic. So you're really getting the good here. So what I want to say, Capricorn, is first of all, grab pen, grab paper, grab a snack, plan to spend some time with this video because there is a lot of content here for you. We really wanted to make sure that you are prepared for 2024. Now, to also make sure that your resources toolkit is packed to the brim, we want you to make sure you grab your digital transit calendar from our friends at Y Skies Collective. You can click in the description box down below, take advantage of the transits coming right to your phone, getting you prepared. You're following your astrology so that you can really know how to use it and what is going on around you. And it also helps you to learn. Now, you can also get in contact with any one of the astrologers from our video in the description box down below as well. Pluto is in your sign. It has been in your sign for 20 years. But I really think when we back up and we look at your life from 2008 until now, Capricorn, really, how are you different and where can there be a celebration of it? Because the way that you're different now is going to impact how you use the energy of all of those changes in your first house when Pluto gets into Aquarius. Because as Pluto moves into the vibration of Aquarius, it is going to start to pull your attention to your financial house. Now, Pluto is not just about this wrecking ball coming in, destroying everything in your finances, run for your life, you're going to lose all your money. No, Pluto is also this vision of you stepping into your dream job, your VIP status, where Pluto is at. It also can bring that empowerment. You're empowered. You know yourself differently. You know your craft. You know what you do. You know how to hold your own. So as you come to your financial realm, you're also able to hold that vibration and make these changes. Now, Pluto is still Pluto. So expect to deal with your finances. Expect to look at if there are gaps. If you have debt, look at what the payment plans are going to be to get those things taken care of. If there are gaps in your self-awareness, if your self-worth is low, Pluto is going to get you into taking a look at that as well. And I'm telling you, you have just really done the changing. So what Pluto has to offer coming through 2024, I think you very much so are able to navigate and handle that. Now, we've got these nodes traveling through Aries and Libra, and they did throughout 2023, but we're going to continue it here. Now, where the North Node is in Aries and it is going, it is saying you need to come this direction. This is a destiny time. You're ushering it in, and the people that you need, the resources that you need along the way are going to meet you. They're your destiny meetups who help you continue the journey, Capricorn. So Aries is down here in your 4th house. So first of all, the question is, what are you starting in your 4th house? Are you starting a family? Are you changing your home? Are you changing where you live, where you work? Is there something going on with your parents? And this is very much so changing that dynamic. Are you working from home? What is happening? But you are the force that initiates the change here because it's what you know you want to do. Now, that Libra energy is up at the top of the chart in the 10th house. So the working relationships that you don't need anymore are either going to start to fall out, or you're going to come into a different relationship with them because you're like, you're not the boss of me. I have some of my own authority and I know it today. I might have forgot for a minute, but I remember today. And then you create this interdependence in your relationships between home and work. But another place that I see this happening is you have a change of title. And when I say change of title, yes, you can think work, career, taking the dream job on, right? But also at home, do we call you single and now you're taking on a marriage? Right? And you're like, okay, I see the we and where this is needed to change. And I also see where I have to hold my autonomy. So we have interdependence instead of polarity. So really watch for those changes, but be sure you're looking at that Aries side to say, okay, what do I need to initiate? Do I need to initiate understanding where in my childhood my attachment style is getting in the way of my relationships, right? These are going to be the big questions. Now, speaking of Aries energy, we've got Mars going retrograde at the end of the year in the vibration of Leo. Okay, when Mars goes retrograde, we feel it. It's like, I want you to also flash back to June to October of 2023 when Venus was retrograding through this Leo area, okay? Venus was coming through, and if you remember that time frame, it kind of felt like the world was on pause and like nobody could go anywhere, right? But all of these things about what you value, how you value yourself, how you value partnership, how you value collaboration, your money, debt, other people's money, death, astrology, all of that lives in the 8th house space. So as we're going to see Mars now moving through this area, Mars is going to help you take action in the 8th house space. So I'm telling you, death, debt, taxes, insurance, inheritance, collaborating with another person, sex, intimacy, reproductive health, detox of some variety. Astrology absolutely lands in the 8th house, and anything having to do with your partner's money as well, or your partner's values. So as we see Mars going through here, Venus has shown you what you value. Now Mars is going to help you take action to make sure that you are living in a strategic way to make this really, really actualize, okay? Jupiter is traveling with Uranus through the vibration of Taurus still, but Jupiter is not going to stay. It's going to move into Gemini, and Uranus will continue through Taurus. Now, this lights up your 5th house space of joy, pleasure, play, children, creative expression, being willing to take a risk. And for many Capricorns, I know at least amongst my clients, many Capricorns did things having to do with really finding the love of their life. And for some of you, it's that you had children, you took on work and creative hobbies that you loved, and some of you got pets, right? So whatever you have found out really brings you joy. We saw many of you having a shakeup here, but I love Uranus and Jupiter as a pairing in Taurus because where you've needed to be creative and just share your creative love in some way, the Uranus-Jupiter combination has helped you to expand that out. Now, Jupiter is going to move into the vibration of Gemini when we get into May, and this is where we're going to start to pay attention to the expansion of your health, okay? So for some of you, again, I think that this is a great work opportunity where Jupiter is fortunate and he's like, I'm bringing you an opportunity to work with the clients you said you really want to work with because you know your value. You know how to make money with what you value. You know how to pull into your life a grouping and a person and friends that are in alignment with who you really are today, okay? So as that happens, there's a great opportunity for work, for working with people that you like, good coworkers, but also changes to the health area of your life. And that's physical health and well-being and mental health and well-being. And in a way, speaking of health, I do think that some of you end up taking on a caretaking role for maybe a parent or a grandparent or something like that, where you're in a care role for at least 4 or 5 months this year. Whatever it is, Jupiter will expand your network here because you will be surrounded by a network of people who help you learn to do what you're doing in the sixth house area. So for some of you, if it's just joining a new gym or Pilates or breath work, that's very air sign, which Gemini is, this can be something really beautiful. Now, Saturn and Neptune will continue the entire year with their journey through the Pisces vibration, okay? Now, Neptune here has been bringing more spirituality to your thinking, and maybe you're learning, you're studying, you're consuming astrology and spiritual content, right? You're teaching spiritual content, you're writing that book on spiritual content. But whatever it is, Saturn has been like, if we're going to get this, we have to put a container about this. You can't talk about it anymore. You have to be about it. Build the website, write the book. Actually study and take the class and get rid of the distractions so we can get it done. Buy the house, sell the house, the contracts in your life. You can see yourself entering this year with a lot more focus and discipline to this particular area because what you're really wanting is to gain mastery. And it's not just mastery of a physical task, but it's emotional and spiritual mastery, which is where you'll be focusing your energy as we're traveling throughout 2024. And what this looks like on the other side is you have something steady that you have mastered to also be able to communicate, which is that third house realm. All right, my beautiful Capricorn friends, have a gorgeous year. I will see you every month, every week, and every day if you're following me on Instagram. But right now I'm leaving you in the hands of Wade Caves to talk about your financial timing for 2024. Bye.
Pretty good year for Capricorn financially. I think Capricorn tends to know how to make, jam out of any mess of berries, but I don't think there's too much adverse that you'll have to deal with over the course of this year. I like Mars moving into Capricorn as it does. It will make a sextile to Saturn and a trine to Jupiter and Taurus. Those aspects are very beneficial for Capricorn. They give bravery, opportunity to expand, opportunity to deepen, opportunity to consolidate. So there's a lot really to look forward to, I think. In April, there is, don't let me forget March. I mean, we got Mars moving into Pisces, which casts a sextile to Capricorn, and it will sextile your sun or ascendant in Capricorn, whichever it is that you have. And I like the sextile that we get from Mars in Pisces and Jupiter in Taurus that comes in the middle of April. There are some transits that you're just going to want to be aware of. The two that really stand out to me are Mars making its ingress into the cardinal signs that are in square to Capricorn. So Mars in Aries will square your natal sun or square your natal ascendant, whichever's in Capricorn. And then Mars in Cancer will be in the opposing sign of Capricorn. So generally not advisable to be making big, important decisions when Mars is transiting the sign opposite your natal sun.
Capricorn, you're going to have more people in your life than you know what to do with. And that's thanks to Pluto moving into the air sign Aquarius on January 20th, to be joined by Jupiter moving into the air sign of Gemini in May. Now, this idea of having more people in your life than you know what to do with. Well, if you were Gemini, if you were Leo, if you were a Libra, And even if you were an Aquarius, you would find this delightful. Okay, this would be a wonderful thing. Oh, all these people in my life, all these new friends, all these new acquaintances, all these new clients. What a wonderful thing. I'm surrounded by people who are full of stimulating ideas, different opinions, different perspectives, entertaining conversation. I mean, you can almost hear the delight that a Libra or a Gemini would have with the prospect of all of this. You were born under Capricorn. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, and you are an earth sign. So you're very aware that the clock is ticking and that there are bills to be paid, and there are things that you need to get done, and you need to produce results for the work that you do. Typically, as a Capricorn, even if you perhaps work even in a corporate environment, you're used to going off by yourself to go and get the work done, okay? You don't really socialize a lot with work. And if you socialize in your life, it's probably because your partner is very social or an air sign, okay? But Capricorns have a tendency to distance themselves from other people so that they can focus on work or focus on the important things in life. And people are fun, like maybe at a cocktail party or a bowling tournament or something along those lines. But you don't want too many people in your life because they have different wants and needs that are always constant, and they're interrupting your schedule. And Capricorns are very much about their schedule. Well, get used to more people in your life, as I already said. You have a huge, enormous influx of people that are coming into your life in 2024. It begins in January, and you're going to have to work with them. You're going to have to work with their timetables. You're going to have to work with their changing needs. But they're not here to sort of like make you jump through the hoops, okay? They're not here with, like, oh, Capricorn, I want this, I want that, I want this. Up to it. No, that's not what they're here for. They're actually here in your life to improve your life. Okay, they're here in your life to take you to the next level. They're here to promote your work. They're here to promote you as a personality. They're here to expand the horizons of your world, the experience that you have of your life and of your world. They're here to make you laugh. More importantly, they're here to help you. As a Capricorn, you're used to being the reliable one. You're used to being the one that people turn to, and you're used to helping people. And so the question's always like, well, who helps you? And you're like, that's fine. I've got, Priscilla or Bob or whatever to help me. But, the real answer is nobody helps me. I take care of myself. You're an earth sign. You're a Capricorn. Well, this is what's changing with Pluto coming into the zodiac sign of Aquarius, and it's change you're going to have to deal with for the next 20 years, as there is a significant shift in the elemental energy of your chart. You've had Pluto in your own sign, an earth sign, since 2009, so that's been more solitary, that's more by yourself, that's more like, in the wilderness trying to find yourself. With Pluto in Aquarius, you're coming out of the wilderness, you're re-socializing, you're reacquainting yourself with people. You think it might be a passing thing, but it's not, Capricorn. It's here to stay. So at first you might be sort of cranky old goat pants, about like, I have to change my schedule for this person or whatever. But in time, during 2024, especially after May, you're going to sort of get used to the idea. You're going to kind of enjoy it. But, because it's Pluto's first real year in Aquarius, and it's not even a whole year, it retrogrades back into Capricorn between September and November, you're not going to really trust it. Okay, and indeed, during that period of time when Pluto retrogrades back down into Capricorn, which is September 1st to November 19th, you're going to kind of pick up your old curmudgeonly solitary ways again, and you might kind of put your foot down and focus on you and all these sorts of things. But during that period of time, not only are you going to miss how social your life was, the people in your life aren't going to give up on you. They're going to be like tweeting you and emailing you and doing all these things. And so you're going to kind of like warm up to this idea of having a more peopled life than you're used to having. And that's something that I wish I could be there to sort of see the smile creep across your face as you get used to that more and more. And the thing is, not only are you going to be getting used to more people in your life, Capricorn, you're going to find that you're liking it, that you really, really enjoy it. And this Capricorn, this is the marvelous revolution that Pluto in Aquarius has to bring into your life. It begins in 2024, and oh boy, does it pick up momentum a lot in 2025.
Hey everybody, and welcome to your 2024 medical astrology forecast for Aquarius rising. And you know what? Aquarius risings, you out of everyone are the ones who I had to search for something that was really, really highlighted for you. And to me, I was trying to make something happen there. And so I just noticed that what I really would like to do here for you this year is to give you something to think about and feel into, because it's having to do with your health overall throughout your life. And so one thing you want to be mindful of with Aquarius rising is that Aquarius can rule the energetic field that one has. Yeah. So the overall nervous system and also EMF, right? We know that Aquarius can be very sensitive to technology. And so with that, we want to be mindful as Pluto is kind of going back and forth between your 12th house and your first house, that you really pay attention and you're really mindful about your relationship with technology, and know that you're not just being influenced by EMF outside of yourself. You actually have EMF. You have an electromagnetic field. And so to be able to make sure your nervous system is strong is really, really helpful. One herb that is my favorite, most epic herb for Aquarius risings, as a generalization, of course, is the herb gotu-kola. I recommend it all the time. And if you've heard me somewhere before, I probably talked about gotu-kola for Aquarius, and I'll talk about it this time, and I'll talk about it in 5 years, and I'll talk about it in 10 years, because I just love, love, love that plant so much. So just being mindful of that, your relationship with technology. When you're on your phone, is your neck down? Because if your neck is down, that's stopping the flow of energy going through your spine, which is in the opposition with Leo. Yeah. So be mindful of things like that. Very small intricacies. Also with Aquarius risings, we have a tendency towards receiving a genius amount of information, or having this very high-minded perspective. However, that can lead to us working in our genius mode, in our mad scientist mode, and we're up at 2 a.m. in the morning, and we just had this amazing idea. And then 2 weeks later, we feel kind of we're burnt out and we're tired. And we really need to pay attention to that, because Aquarius is the only sign out of all the signs of the zodiac that has the ruler of the first house also ruling the 12th house, which can lead to issues through time just by us being us and not focusing on and being diligent about our need for isolation. Yeah, the 12th house also oftentimes represents isolation. So if you don't allow yourself to have some type of isolation, that could end up being your own self-undoing. So you want to be mindful of that with Aquarius rising. Also, something that I find that's this is one of the things that would be close to universally applicable for a rising sign, is Aquarius in the herb rosemary. Because oftentimes Aquarius can get cold hands and feet. And so it also, rosemary brings circulation to the brain. And we know, being a fixed air sign, there's a lot of information going on there. So just be mindful of that. And again, there was things that I was looking at, and there was things here and there having to do with what's coming up this year for you. But I felt just giving you some perspective on things that you probably already know, but hearing it reflected from someone else will give you the permission to really take care of yourself in the robust way that you really need to. So have a blessed 2024, and I'll see you all next year.
Hey Capricorn, I'm Tiffany Harlick. If you have a Capricorn sun, moon, or rising, or are watching for a Capricorn loved one, you're in the right place. I'm going to offer you a spiritual forecast through the lens of astrology. Before we get going, my promise to you is to offer clear, concise, and accurate information in a way you can understand. I have a Virgo midheaven. I'm a Scorpio. And your promise to me is to follow your free will, to follow your heart, to follow your direction, and to never use astrology against yourself. Your spiritual opportunity, Capricorn, is answering a calling. This is a career pivot for you. This is something to be aware of. This is about loosening up, lightening up, having a good time, and enjoying the ride. We're here for a good time, not a long time. I want you to have more open-endedness in your schedules and see how that feels. I want you to experiment with that. And you might want an accountability buddy this year. Your mantras are, I enjoy embracing positive change quickly. I love this precious human life and trust in divine right timing. My body is my temple. My mind, body, spirit health is a priority for me. Your ruling planet is Saturn. So Saturn is a primal motivating factor in helping you decide how you want to manage your energy this year. And that's why I've looked at the Saturn transits to help you understand where you might be pulled. So how do you rise to the occasion of your inner Saturn? What rules are you going to stop using against yourself and other people? This is about answering a bigger calling. You're going to see a career pivot. We're going to study your lineage. We're going to offer some space for grace. And ultimately, we're going to see we're going to see ourselves better through the lens of the other, through our relationships. So this career pivot that's happening in the first quarter, the January is a 9-month in the numerology, and this is an integration, an opportunity to assimilate and digest. There is better opportunities for flow in January because Mars, Mercury, and Venus all sextile Saturn. It feels better. It feels like flow. Things are coming together. Things are coming full circle. In February, the energy shifts to a 1 in the numerology, and this is about focus. We can tend to get alienated. We can tend to have analysis paralysis. Be aware of this and circle. February 28th is a very interesting and auspicious day to do some soul writing. Mercury and Saturn will be in the heart of the sun in Pisces over the course of a couple of days here. So this is very intuitive, very psychic, very woo-woo, but also very clear and direct information. In March, we have a 2 in the numerology, and this is about the relationship we have between the physical and the spiritual, the natural and the supernatural. And the reason that I'm saying that there's a career pivot going on is because you've got this eclipse happening in your 10th house of career, reputation, your legacy, how the world sees you, the gifts that they need from you, Capricorn. And just know that also there might be some goodbyes going on or some space needed. Venus conjunct Saturn there. Sometimes people are in your life for a reason, and sometimes they're in your life for a season, and it feels like there might be a beneficial opportunity to unplug from some energy here in March. Feel free to grab a screenshot. These are the sacred reunification opportunities within yourself, within your lineage, within your home and family and roots, where you might self-sabotage at work, where you might see some things that you've been afraid of and see if they make sense throughout the year. For self-development, I'm offering everybody to check into an old tool of mine, which is the Silva method. And Jose Silva was born in El Paso, Texas. He created this technique to access higher states of the mind. And the thing I love the most is that he says this won't work unless you use it to help many, many people. For your stewardship, check in with your financial stewardship. How are you doing with your budget? How are you doing with tithing? How are you doing with the responsibilities of being a good steward of your finances? And I want you to journal about your spiritual funds. What would it look like if you could do whatever you wanted and your life was completely funded by the universe? And I want you to list 5 people that you really admire. I want you to take out the qualities that you admire about them, why you like them, and see if you want to embody any of those this year. I have a book suggestion for you there. And as we look at your second quarter, your lineage, where you came from, your roots and your refuge, April is one of the biggest months in astrology in 2024. The 3 month is about connection. So we're craving that connection. And there's also a lot of ancestry opportunities for you. Mercury will retrograde in your 4th house, right, of home and family and our roots. This same house is where the eclipse will activate in 19 degrees of Aries. There is some elimination process going on here, so be aware of the things that are slipping away, the things that you aren't bringing with you. And then on April 20th, we have this building momentous energy and then windfall energy. Things happen quickly and big and massively in a big way. This falls in your 5th house of creativity. And so I want you to be open to something massively good happening for you. That's a lot of fun. In May, we have a 4 in the numerology, and this is about being steady and still while you're on the surfboard of life and the waves are crashing around you. Saturn, your ruling planet, is aspected positively. Things are going to work out. Your job is to stay grounded, centered, and neutral. In June, the numerology of the 5 feels like we're pulled in a lot of different directions. We can feel pulled too thin. But the good news here is, yes, we are distracted. Yes, we are feeling challenged. However, this Jupiter trine Pluto is going to overpower that. And as you think, so shall you be. Jupiter, the great magnifying glass, Pluto, the great transformer. If you work with the Silva method or any method for your provision, your spiritual vision, this is the quarter to do it. This is the one that really kick it in gear. Just access a place of joy, feel it, and sit with that feeling in your meditation. Let that feeling expand. Okay. Your self-development here, I'm inviting all of the signs to go study, research, look up the history and information behind the Ho'oponopono prayer. It goes like this. It goes inward towards myself. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Your stewardship has to do with the interior redesign of your house and your heart and your soul, the interior castle. So how can you make your home a place you run to and not away from? How can it reflect something for you that you can relax and have structure around you and take it easy? A great activity here this quarter is going to be to research your ancestry, your lineage, your family tree, your roots. See if that resonates with you, with something that you're wanting to know about yourself. Maybe you want to write a letter to your ancestors, thanking them for something wonderful that they have gifted you, that you are taking forward in this precious human life. If your body is talking to you and you don't know why, there's usually a spiritual and emotional component to it. And this book, Metaphysical Anatomy, to me is I think it's the best one that I've found to be able to pinpoint the relationship between the physical and the metaphysical. So this might be one you want to check out. In the 3rd quarter, I want you to leave some space for grace. July is that 6 energy. This is nesting. This is home comforts. This is Queen of Pentacles energy. And your Saturn is positively aspected. And I know that there's going to be opportunities, doors open. You're able to make long-term commitments. Things feel really good and restful and restorative in July. In August, we've got a 7 energy, which is about more like the spiritual questions, the reflective inner time. It is going to require a little bit more of your spiritual discipline. Your Saturn is challenged. It's not as easy at flowing as it was in July. There's more growing pains because we've got Jupiter squaring Saturn. Jupiter shows us what we want to do, our biggest human potential, and Saturn shows us where we really have to have more responsibilities, or we have our duties, or we have the things we have to take care of. And there's inner tension, there's growing pains there. So the Mercury retrograde cycle will go from your 9th to your 8th house. 8th to 9th house, 9th to 8th house. And so this is about sacred spaces. This is about your pilgrimage. This is about your spiritual journeys. This is about your desire to connect with culture. And that can be a huge asset to you as you're studying your lineage. In September, we have an 8-month. This is about energy not being created or destroyed. This is trusting that what goes up must come down and what comes down must come up. Now, I want you to be aware that this eclipse in September is not like the others. This is on your 3rd house. This is in the house of information exchange, of ideas, of transmission, of receiving knowledge. It is the teacher and the student. And so I want you to leave some space to learn something else. And really, with with the retrograde cycle and the eclipse here, I feel like we can tend to live like we're living 100 hours and 24 hours. It can feel like overload. So I just want you to have a little extra breathing room in your schedule, Capricorn. If you want to grab a screenshot, these are the questions I have identified for a sacred reunification with your inner knower. You know, is there some area that you have self-sabotaged your education or the information that you receive from the universe? Are you worried that the universe is not going to give you the information that you want? Are you not trusting yourself to receive the information? These are some things to work with. For self-development, I'd love to see you create a new playlist. For stewardship, I'd love for you to research some opportunity for you to volunteer or help with humanitarian aid or foreign support. And for an activity, I would love for you to write a letter to your council elder, whether they're real or fictitious, right? You can write the question with your dominant hand and the answer with your non-dominant hand and see what comes up. This is one you can play with throughout the year. And there's a recommendation for you. In your fourth quarter, there's a bigger relationship focus going on. In October, the numerology is a repeat of January. So it's that integration, closure, completion. Something's coming full circle. And what is that for you, Capricorn? It's more information about your career pivot, your reputation. Study your midheaven in astrology. Go to your astrologer and learn as much about your midheaven, your give back as you can. My midheaven is in Virgo. So it doesn't matter what I'm teaching or what I'm talking about or what I'm excited about, as long as I'm doing it in a Virgo way, right? As long as I'm giving bullet points, as long as I feel like I'm helping people, right? So let's see, in November, the numerology changes to a 1, where we have that hyper focus. That's going to be helpful for you as Saturn goes direct in Pisces here in November 15th. And so Saturn has a long retrograde period. That's totally normal. Saturn in Pisces, Saturn shows us discipline. Discipline comes with the word disciple, which is to study, right? Regularly. And then in Pisces, that spiritual nature, that inner psychic. And so you might want to create a spiritual wish list or use Pinterest to do some kind of vision board for a spiritual space you want to create. Mercury will retrograde in your 12th house of the supernatural. So I think it'll be kind of a woo-woo time of year for you. And then in December, Mars retrograde overlaps the Mercury retrograde in your 8th and 7th houses. Now, Stephen Forrest describes the difference between the 7th and the 8th house like this. It's like the 7th house, man, your best friend comes in and they say that they're moving overseas and you're going to miss them and it's going to hurt, but you're happy for them. But then your lover comes in and they say that they're moving overseas and you are gut punched and you are wrecked and your world just changed. That is the difference between the 7th and the 8th houses. Now, as December comes to a close, we will see Jupiter square Saturn for the second time. So this inner tension with growing pains, with what we want to do versus what we got to do, will be repeated from July. So what are you aware of this time of year? What is in your awareness right now? I want to offer a relationship inventory to everyone, but for you, this is kind of the time of year. This is the season when it may come in most handy. So this is my personal one I use. I didn't write it. I go in this order. I write it, I journal through all the questions. It takes me about an hour. And I sit with a closed mouth friend and I offer, I ask, have I missed anything? Is there anything that you see that I might be leaving out unintentionally? And then I sleep on it. I meditate, I pray on it, and I ask to be removed from the bondage of the self, and I ask to be shown my motives and my underlying energy because I want to not be agitated at people. I want to understand myself, right? And if that's not you, Capricorn, that's all those other Capricorns, and you need something kind of basic, just do a little check-in with the people that you love. What's going well between us? How can I improve? Was I of service to you? What do you need from me? How can we do this better? Your self-development opportunity, to do the breath work, to do the box breath. You just start at the base and you inhale for 4 counts, and you pause at the top for 4 counts, and you exhale for 4 counts. And you pause at the bottom for 4 counts. I love the book Science of the Breath if you're interested in studying the breath. Your stewardship is to do that relationship maintenance. And your activity is to look at this journal prompt. What's it like being on the other side of you? What might it feel like? And I want to offer you the book Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I love it because on Audible, because I like to listen to the meditation while I'm walking. I have one more slide for you, Capricorn, but before we get there, I just wanted you to know where you can find me. I've got resources, blog, podcast, YouTube, newsletter, articles. I do one-on-one sessions, and I offer retreats. And so check those offers out at tiffanyharlick.com. There's some other resources for you. And please use the code STORMY2024 for $10 off my digital astrology calendar. This is something I've been writing for 7 years. It is a passion project. It goes with you in any time zone. I use it in Google Calendar, but you can use it in any of your calendar systems to let the universe have your back. So you just click on the title of the calendar entry, and you can see what's going on in the cosmos. There's a description, so you can learn astrology if you want to, or you can just look at the emojis and get a vibe for if this is a day to do stuff or to lay low. I'm teaching a certification program if you want to be a certified astrologer at the Lisa Williams International School of Spiritual Development. And I offer free classes for my membership. So these are some things that I offer out there in our community. And above all else, we're here for a good time, not a long time. This is about enjoying the ride. This is about knowing yourself, loving yourself, following your intuition. So I hope this has been useful for you. I hope this has been fun for you. And I hope you have the best year ever. It is my ultimate pleasure and honor to read for you and to work for you in this capacity. So until we can work together again, Capricorns, namaste.
Beautiful. Beautiful Aquarius friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024, where this year, Aquarius, the big ticket item is that Pluto is moving into your sign, and honey, and we're going to do it for 20 years. But the better news is that you're going to just get a sneak peek of what is to come over the next 2 decades without getting the full meal deal this year. So there is time to get prepared for these big changes that are coming to you, and we're going to talk all about it. And just to really make sure that you are extra crispy prepared for 2024. You're not just going to get a forecast from me this time, but instead you're also going to get a financial, relationship, medical, and spiritual development breakdown from Wade Caves, Christopher Renstrom, Cameron Allen, and Tiffany Harlick. And the reason that this is happening is, one, we all want you to be prepared, but I wanted you to also get a forecast from people who are actually trained and really specifically spend the year focusing into these areas. So I got you some of the best and the best out there, and the goal is to really help you use and actualize your astrology for 2024, Aquarius. So also make sure that your resource toolkit is packed and loaded by getting your digital transit calendar from our friends at Wise Skies Collective, and you can click in the description box down below. Take advantage of my coupon, get a little discount, but have the transits come right to your phone so that you can really see what is going on. You can also get in contact with all of our astrologers in this video in that description box down below. All right, Aquarius, let's talk about 2024, and we'll start right here with Pluto, okay? So Pluto has been dancing between Capricorn and your sign just in 2023, and we're going to continue that dance because, like I said, Pluto is not staying for the long haul here in Aquarius in 2024. We will deal with that in 2025. But as Pluto is going to dance in this Capricorn vibration, it's still changing the tides, the last moments of changing the tides in your 12th house space. Changes to family structures, changes to spiritual structures, changes to, even bad behaviors that could have been your own undoing, illnesses that could have been your own undoing, and you were able to bring them to a next level and put some structure around them and really bring them up. Now, the other thing I think of are any projects that you have been building, developing behind the scenes. Maybe you have really loved astrology for 20 years, but you did it behind the scenes. And as Pluto moves moves into the vibration of Aquarius into your sign, it is like, you turn into this thing where you're shedding this phoenix to the next set of a version of you, and your astrology can come out, your creative talent can come out, your new role in your family life comes out, whatever it is. Pluto is going to help to bring that development, but also severe, big, important, use all of those good words. Changes also to your physical body are on the agenda. Like I said, though, I think that this year you start to get the omen of what is to come for your changes over the next 20 years. So start to pay attention to what is happening to your body, to your external environment, and to the role that you're taking in your family and in your relationships, okay? Now, we're also going to see that the nodes are dancing between Aries and Libra. So as we're going to continue that work, that North Node in Aries will continue the conversation of pulling you forward towards your new ideas, the new way you communicate, new relationships with your siblings. But the basis here is very Aries. It's like, I have to own my autonomy, and I have to be the one who initiates my side of moving it forward, whether that be I see how I need to take initiative to own my part in how this relationship, this book, this class, this teaching, these lessons, this relationship have gone. And then I'm taking action to make those changes, or I need to speak up and say, here's an authoritative decision that I am making. Now, on the other side, we've got that Libra South Node that is pulling out. It's going, okay, hold on. Some things are not needed here anymore. So we need to not only pull the relationships out, but we need to pull how you're relating to these ninth house things out. So publishing, marketing, broadcasting, faith, legal things. You're getting a new and different rearrangement to how you relate there. And it is coming from the other side of the axis where you're going, here's what I think, here's what I have to say. Your communication becomes a little bit more fire, because what we're looking for is the integration of both the Libra and the Aries axes. Between your thinking and communication houses, we want proper integration. We don't want push-pull, right? We want to try and end that or make it as small as possible with that integration and that interdependence. So you'll continue to work on that. Now, Jupiter and Uranus are going to continue at the beginning of the year traveling together in the vibration of Taurus, another fixed energy like yourself. And this has been lighting up the fourth house space for you all of 2023. So Uranus and Taurus has really been bringing some differences to the family structure, to the housing structure, maybe even many repairs, electrical things happening for you in the fourth house zone. But it also, again, speaks to a change in your authority level in your family in some way. Now, Uranus will continue those changes in your 11th house space. So just know, expected the unexpected a little bit at home, which is nothing to fear, but it is stay flexible. Stay flexible. But Uranus is one of your ruling planets, so I think you know how to work with that electricity pretty well. Jupiter will move into the energy of Gemini, and this is going to start to light up your 5th house space. And I like this for you because it's like, relax. Relax. Aquarius, relax. What is your life like about relaxation? Taking it easy, some pleasure, some play, some childlike fun and faith and laughing. And where are you going to even take a risk this year to calm down a little bit and bring pleasure into your life? Now, for some of you who are like, I'm not trying to be a single Pringle anymore, definitely Jupiter moving into Gemini could be bringing things into the romance zone for you. We'll see babies and projects and adoptions also coming about with this particular energy. And I do want to say this. I tend to see in my personal practice, when Jupiter is at this 4th house place, so you can look at this in your own chart. If you have Sagittarius or you've got Jupiter in your 4th or 5th house, I tend to see a strong connection with stepchildren or children that you take care of, but you didn't necessarily give birth to them. Okay, so we'll start to see some more stories and how that shows up for you in your life and your world as well. When we get to the Saturn and the Neptune in Pisces vibration, this is not new either. This is continuing to work in your money house and in your value house. So it's a bit like you've needed to get a spiritual concept around your money. And some things around money, some things around finance, I'm sure have dissolved and called in a bit more spirituality. They've also called in places where you not only had to have the discipline of money, Saturn and Pisces, where you really had to get that budget together, really understand how that investment works, really understand your funnel system, whatever it is. But it's also asked you to trust and develop your intuition around your self-worth and value, around what it is that you do to creatively make money, but also just money in general. So it's a good year to continue your spiritual development and your spiritual mindset around how you connect with the vibration of money. So I'm telling you, pick up those books. Absolutely. Use that Aries North Node in that third house to pick up those books. What's your mindset around money? What do you understand about it? What is your mindset around your self-worth? What do you understand about it? And let yourself be led in a new direction, okay? Now, before we close out the year, we are going to see Mars go in retrograde in the vibration of Leo. And if you think back to 2023, between June and October, when we saw Venus retrograde in Leo, between June and October, for many people, it kind of felt like, whoa. When Venus and Mars go retrograde, it's like, whoa, because we can really, really feel the changes that are happening through those personal planets. So you probably had a big reevaluation, and one of them was in your relationship zone, conscious chosen one-on-one relationships, right? Whether that be a romantic relationship, you got married, you got divorced, you decided to take something to a next level, a business partnership, your relationship with you and whatever you call a higher power. These were all really significant changes that Venus helped you revalue. Relook at what you value and how you'd like to be valued in this area. Now, as we're closing and we're getting to December and we see this Mars go retrograde here in your seventh house as well, you're going to be looking at the strategy that you're using to live that new set of value. But also, Mars gives some energy here. So in your relationship, things may get busy. Now, Mars is still Mars, so conflict is a thing, but sometimes we have to have a breakdown before we have a breakthrough. And sometimes we've been sitting on something for too long in our relationships that it's inflamed and it has to come up and it has to come out. But if you use the Mars retrograde to channel this into something productive, whether it's staying together or coming apart or moving in a different direction, which is what Mars does, moves us in a different direction, you can actually do it in a way I think is really very productive for you, okay? All right, my beautiful Aquarian friends, I love you so much, and I look forward to walking with you every month, every week, and if you're following me on Instagram, every single day, as well as we're traveling throughout 2024. Now, make sure you also get your own natal chart, okay? Because the general is great, but I want you to see where this is happening in your personal astrology. So go to astro.com, get one for free. You can come get one from me or any of the other astrologers you'll see in this video. And then if you need some help interpreting that thing, not only does mine come with a report, but you can also head over to stormygrace.com, where I have created my new encyclopedia of aspects, houses, placements, so that you can say, I have this in the second house, look it up, see what that means, and start to weave your story. So lots of help and resources available for you this year. Have a great year. I love you. And right now I'm going to hand you over to Wade Caves, who's going to talk to you, Aquarius, about your financial timing of 2024. Bye, my friends.
Aquarius is going to have a bit of an open year this year. There's some, an equal amount of advantageous transits and more challenging transits. And so there's just, I think, a bit more of a wider window for you to get on with life and make decisions outside of these, volatile periods. Let's start with some of the really helpful transits. Mars moves into Aries at the end of April, and that will continue until about mid-June. That sends a sextile to your natal sun or ascendant, whichever happens to be in Aquarius, usually quite a helpful thing. Well, Jupiter moves into Gemini in May, and that casts a trine to your natal ascendant or natal sun. Jupiter is the natural significator of wealth, and so this opens up a lot of opportunity throughout the year. I also like Mars making its ingress into Gemini, so that's going to send a trine to your Aquarius placements, whether that's your sun or your ascendant degree. There's only a handful of transits that you're just going to want to be mindful of, and they all come when Mars enters into the fixed sign. So when Mars enters into your home sign of Aquarius, that can stir up a bit of restlessness. And the square that Mars will be forming to Jupiter and Taurus, that's not really terribly helpful because Jupiter is the natural significator of wealth, as I've said. So Mars being in square with Jupiter, it shows, a bit of recklessness or rashness that works against your favor. Mars in Taurus casts a square to your placements in Aquarius, and so that's a period to watch. It will continue until about mid-July. And then in November, we have Mars in Leo, and Mars will continue in Leo into the beginning of 2025. And that's in the sign opposing Aquarius. So that's usually the really sticky time. You'll notice that Mars turns retrograde in Leo in early December and will continue retrograde into the new year. So you'll just want to make sure that any big decisions that you make, you're avoiding a close contact with that retrograde Mars, since it's stationed retrograde in a sign opposing your own.
There's a fascinating thing that's going on in 2024 that has to do with both Aquarius and Pisces. I'm going to talk about Aquarius first and then talk about Pisces. But what's really interesting is that in 2024, Pluto finally enters Aquarius, all right? It entered Aquarius in March of 2023, and it was there until maybe roughly about mid-June of 2023 before it retrograded back down into Capricorn again. And so here we have this kind of delayed beginning of Pluto entering Aquarius, and Pluto finally enters Aquarius on January 20th. What's also going on that's interesting is that just as Pluto has been sort of like lingering in its entrance into Aquarius, for people born under Pisces, Neptune is going to sort of hang out at 29 degrees Pisces. Okay, so there's going to be this feeling with people born under Pisces that things are coming to a close, but not a substantial close. It's kind of a feeling of like, I kind of feel like I'm concluding something, and then it just sort of like hangs out there, which is Neptune anyway, but Neptune does it at the 29th degree, which, as we all know in astrology, is a critical and crucial degree. But I'll talk about Pisces in a moment. I really want to talk about Aquarius. Pluto entering Aquarius. There's been a lot of talk about what Pluto entering Aquarius is going to be like, and I'm sure that there are all sorts of things that one can watch and read on the subject. But Pluto entering Aquarius is going to feel, and you got just a touch of this in 2023, you're going to start to feel very subtly, very slowly. Actually, this feeling's been building for about a year. Pluto in Aquarius, that nobody gets you. Now, some people could say, well, isn't that what Aquarians feel anyway? They're constantly misunderstood, and they constantly feel like people don't really get them. And that's true. There is a sort of ahead of their time quality that's sewn into the psyche of Aquarius, and it can play out in various and different ways in all kinds of relationships. But there's never been a sense of really being alone and apart. Aquarius is an air sign, so it can be very social, and it really looks to its friends and acquaintances and business associations and neighbors, for that sort of day-to-day stimulation, conversation, and socialization. But as Pluto really enters your sign, and it enters on January 20th and really makes its presence known, there's going to be this feeling that nobody gets me. My spouse doesn't get me. My best friend doesn't get me. The people I work closely with don't get me. And again, this feeling has been building, but now it's really going to be very conscious. And it's going to leave Aquarians feeling like, what do I do with that? Do I masquerade? Do I pretend like everything's fine and typical and we carry on as is, meanwhile feeling this aloneness? Or do I talk about it? What I would counsel as an astrologer is that you talk about it. yes, you're going to have a number of people say, "Oh, you always say that," or "Oh, you always feel apart," or maybe they'll even cheer you up, like you're just as social as ever, and you're so popular, and well, Betty gets you, and Steve's your best friend. Steve's always gotten you. You may have all these reassurances, but what I would really encourage with Aquarius is to talk about what's going on internally with the people in your life, and sort of gently guide them back to the feeling that you're feeling a kind of a disconnect, and you're not looking for reassurance. You kind of feel like it might be going on because something's changing in your life. Now, your intimates will be like, "Well, what's changing?" They always get like that. "What's changing? Are your affections changing?" But it's more this kind of feeling like I'm entering into a new chapter of my life, and I don't really know what it is. And that's where I want that to hang out with you, Aquarius, of just like, I'm entering a new chapter of my life, and I don't really know what that is, and I don't really know what that means. And the people who are close to you, that you feel don't really get you, will get that. And they've been friends with you or in a relationship with you long enough to know that when you say these sorts of things, and they can be a little cryptic, they're also prescient. There's also a sort of prophetic quality about it as well. And so what you can do is that you can actually carry them with you on this journey. Now, what's changing in you? Okay, you feel an apartness, you feel like people don't really get you. Pluto in your sign really connects you to a deep generative transformative power in your life. Now, a lot of people like to talk about transformation as like, I used to be a brunette and now I'm a blonde. I'm transformed. Okay. It's not that. When these changes take place on a very deep level, and they always are on a deep level when we're talking about Pluto, I want you to think of a seed sprouting or a seed beginning to send out roots, and then it comes up through the ground and it sprouts. This is what's going on with Pluto. Pluto is associated to the underworld, everything that takes place or lives underground. And so it rules over things like corpses and riches like gold and silver and precious metals. They come from beneath the earth, but it also rules over seeds. And so when we have a Pluto experience in our side, it's almost like our seed self, a deep part of ourself, is beginning to emerge. It's not going to be overnight. It's not going to be in this year. It's not even going to be fully understood like in the next few years, but it's taking place. And the best way to work with that energy is to honor it. And being an air sign, of course, you're going to share it with the people who are around you. Now, you have a big change taking place. Perhaps it looks like it may be in your home life on April 20th, when Jupiter conjoins Uranus in Taurus. This is on the eve of Jupiter entering Gemini. And this may be a change in your home life, a change in the makeup of your home life. It may be a move, a sale, or a purchase of property. It may be, a sudden feud that takes place with family members that you grew up with. Or it might be difficulty that's going on with a partner or partner's family during this period of time. So look for a substantial change taking place in your home life around April 20th. On May 2nd, Pluto turns retrograde in Aquarius, so that feeling of like, nobody gets me will subside, because now Pluto's retrograde. And so it will be like, oh, maybe that was a weird thing or something like that, And then at that point, Jupiter enters Gemini. And this is going to be wonderful, because Jupiter coming into Gemini is going to bring a lot of new friends, a lot of new acquaintances, a lot of fresh faces into your life. And of course, you might be like, well, maybe they get me, They may not, but at least you'll have like a fresh batch of faces to sort of maybe share these thoughts and ideas with. And they may not have the investment that old friends and old loved ones do in you staying you, and so they might be more like, well, I just got to know you and whatever, but, go for it, let's explore your new and remarkable self, that's coming out. So there may be a lot of support that's going on, or there might be changes in your career in which maybe you're transferred to another division or something opens up or you make a change and there's new faces. And it's a sense that you get to sort of test drive different aspects of yourself that you haven't been able to introduce before, because people who know you have been like, oh, leading you back to what's familiar. This is the thing that can be difficult about going through these Plutonian changes with loved ones and with friends, is because they have a lot invested in you staying who you are to them, staying familiar. And so they may support changes, but then meanwhile lead you back to the old you. And so with Jupiter and Gemini, this might introduce new people, new acquaintances who really don't have anything invested like that and are ready to support a new you. Pluto will re-enter Capricorn on September 1st, and it's there until October 11th. So this will be a bit of a feeling of a regression, of you maybe going back to an old you, like, oh, maybe that, and so you're going back to an old you. But it just dips its toe back into Capricorn, and Pluto moves forward into Aquarius again. And it may be this feeling of like, it's kind of almost like someone who quit cigarettes or something. They're like, oh, I'm going to just have this one cigarette. And they're like, ew, ugh, I don't like that, and so they put that cigarette away or whatever. It would be like that. It's like that old me doesn't fit. I'm committed to a new me, And so this is Pluto re-entering Aquarius on November 19th. What's going to be interesting is you end the year with Mars entering Leo, which is your partner sign, your opposite sign, on November 3rd. And so this is going to bring up, Mars is always about conflicts and difficulties. And so this is going to bring up conflicts or difficulties with your nearest and your dearest. And as you can tell, this is going to feed on that theme of nobody really gets me, and so Mars will be retrograde in Leo from December 6th until February 24th. It's a nice chunk of time, and this will be a lot about maybe you shutting out old friends or familiar loves because you really don't feel like they're getting you, or it may be them, really invested in you coming back to the new you. Like what was a subtle feeling underneath with Pluto retrograding back into Capricorn, dipping a toe and moving forward, now comes out into the open. And it's going to be hard because you're going to feel conflicted and you're not going to be able to articulate it. Okay. And so what I would say is be sympathetic with yourself and be sympathetic with a loved one who's really trying to understand you. It's kind of hard to understand, or what do you do with someone who feels restless and just like things aren't clicking, but then they can't articulate it at the same time. So have a little sympathy for the people who know you well, who are just kind of like, I want to help you with this unrest, but I don't really understand it. But have a lot of sympathy for yourself as well. What's really going on is that you're stepping into a stronger sense of centeredness in your life, being more of an authority in your life. Aquarians are often in positions of authority in their life, but they have a tendency to do it by consensus, working with other people's needs and wants and priorities, etc. And this is a period with Pluto at the beginning stages of Aquarius where it puts the emphasis on you. And you might not have thought about you in a very long time. And the you that you're looking at in the mirror may not bear a familiar resemblance to what you're used to, because this is a new you. The Pluto is bringing out a new you. And so you have to make room for that. And that can be a little awkward and strange in relationships and associations. Sometimes it means the end of friendships or associations, but it can also be extraordinarily powerful if you invite people to travel along with you down this new and unexplored road.
Hey everybody, and welcome to your 2024 medical astrology forecast for Aquarius rising. And you know what? Aquarius risings, you out of everyone are the ones who I had to search for something that was really, really highlighted for you. And to me, I was trying to make something happen there. And so I just noticed that what I really would like to do here for you this year is to give you something to think about and feel into, because it's having to do with your health overall throughout your life. And so one thing you want to be mindful of with Aquarius rising is that Aquarius can rule like the energetic field that one has. Yeah. So like the overall nervous system and also EMF, right? We know that Aquarius can be very sensitive to technology. And so with that, we want to be mindful as Pluto is kind of going back and forth between your 12th house and your first house, that you really pay attention and you're really mindful about your relationship with technology, and know that you're not just being influenced by EMF outside of yourself. You actually have EMF. You have an electromagnetic field. And so to be able to make sure your nervous system is strong is really, really helpful. One herb that is like my favorite, most epic herb for Aquarius risings, as a generalization, of course, is the herb gotu-kola. I recommend it all the time. And if you've heard me somewhere before, I probably talked about gotu-kola for Aquarius, and I'll talk about it this time, and I'll talk about it in 5 years, and I'll talk about it in 10 years, because I just love that plant so much. So just being mindful of that, your relationship with technology. When you're on your phone, is your neck down? Because if your neck is down, that's stopping the flow of energy going through your spine, which is in the opposition with Leo. Yeah. So be mindful of things like that. Very small intricacies. Also with Aquarius risings, we have a tendency towards receiving a genius amount of information or having this like very high-minded perspective. However, that can lead to us working in our genius mode, in our mad scientist mode, and we're up at 2 a.m. in the morning, and we just had this amazing idea. And then 2 weeks later, we feel kind of like we're burnt out and we're tired. And we really need to pay attention to that, because Aquarius is the only sign out of all the signs of the zodiac that has the ruler of the first house also ruling the 12th house, which can lead to issues through time just by us being us and not focusing on and being diligent about our need for isolation. Yeah, the 12th house also oftentimes represents isolation. So if you don't allow yourself to have some type of isolation, that could end up being your own self-undoing. So you want to be mindful of that with Aquarius rising. Also something that I find that's like, this is one of the things that would be like close to universally applicable for a rising sign is Aquarius in the herb rosemary. Because oftentimes Aquarius can get cold hands and feet. And so it also, rosemary brings circulation to the brain. And we know, being a fixed air sign, there's a lot of information going on up there. So just be mindful of that. And again, there was things that I was looking at, and there was things here and there having to do with what's coming up this year for you. But I felt like just giving you some perspective on things that you probably already know, but hearing it reflected from someone else will give you the permission to really take care of yourself in the robust way that you really need to. So have a blessed 2024, and I'll see you all next year.
Hey Aquarius, it's Tiffany Harlick, and I am here to give you a spiritual astrology forecast for 2024. So if you have an Aquarius sun, moon, or rising, or you're watching for an Aquarius that you love and admire and adore, you're in the right place. So this is my jam. And before we get going, my promise to you is to provide clear, concise, and accurate information in a way that you can understand. And your promise to me is to not use that information against yourself, to follow your heart, to follow your free will, to follow your direction. For you, Aquarius, your spiritual opportunity is with foreign aid or humanitarian efforts. This is different than every other forecast I offered. It's a little bit curious to me, but this is what I got when I was working with Spirit and on your charts. So I know that there's going to be some discoveries you make by being a nomad, by studying different cultures, studying people from a different walk of life, and looking for opportunities where you can help. Education and travel is a platform for you in 2024, and learning will help ground you. There is a reconciliation of global issues going on that your part of your soul wants to take on at some level at some point in 2024. So if that's news to you, welcome, and let's see how it unfolds over the year. Maybe you want an accountability buddy when it comes to these topics, and I'm just offering these mantras to you, Aquarius. I'm a child of the universe, and I dare to embrace the full journey. It feels good to learn and explore this precious world. I enjoy talking about things that matter. Your ruling planet is Saturn, and so Saturn will give us some really good basic information about how you will be navigating the spiritual waters of 2024. I want you to rise to the occasion of your inner Saturn by asking yourself this: what rules am I going to stop using against myself and everybody else? Where can I be a little more open-minded? In terms of foreign aid or humanitarian efforts, we're going to break your year down into 4 quarters. The first one will be about accessing wise counsel. The second one will be about transmission of information. The third one will be about relationships. And the fourth one will be about the alliances that you're making this year. So as we shift into this first quarter of wise counsel, there we go. In January, we are in a 9-month in the numerology, and this is about integration and assimilation and completion. Something's coming full circle, and the planets are aspected positively to your Saturn. So you're going to have it easier in some capacity than the other signs. There's more flow available to you. In February, we're in a 1-month in the numerology, and this is about focus and hyper-focus. So be careful not to alienate yourself or to ask for space if you need time to focus. There's very auspicious moment here around February 28th, when Mercury and Saturn will both be in the heart of the sun in Pisces. And so this is when you're going to get downloads, intuitive hits, information from spirit. So pay attention to what nudges you get. These can come in many ways. They can come from a song on the radio as you're driving. It can come from looking up and seeing something in the clouds that reminds you of something. These can come by flipping through a book and getting a passage that just nails it and hits a message for you personally. In March, the numerology shifts to a 2, and this is about relationships. The relationship we have with the physical and the metaphysical, the natural and the supernatural. In middle of March, Venus will start to conjunct Saturn, which means it travels right next to it. And sometimes we can need to say goodbye or let go of some things. Sometimes things that used to bring us pleasure don't anymore. And we need some time to unplug and reassess to get out of the mix of somebody else's energy or the energy of the masses and just have a little quiet reset. People are in our lives for a reason and a season, and we can't ascertain that if we're bombarded all the time. So a little unplug would be helpful for you in March, especially as we're going into this eclipse season. So the first eclipse of 2024 is March 25th. It's happening in your 9th house of travel, of spiritual journeys, of pilgrimages, of other cultures. And here are the eclipse support themes for you that you're going to see 3 times this year. This is a sacred reunification with your inner knower. The universe is not withholding information from you. You have access to all of the answers right inside yourself. This is a year to know that, to really embrace that. And so I invite you to grab a screenshot and see if any of these themes work for you. I encourage you to start a new playlist. I encourage everybody to start a new playlist at some point throughout the year. And for this one, I want it to be something that helps put you in Bhav, in the mood of devotion, in the mood of creativity. In terms of stewardship, I want you to research some ideas, concepts, groups, things that you're pulled towards in terms of humanitarian aid. And an activity you can do is to create your council of elders. This could be your aunt or an angel or a spirit guide or a celebrity that you really admire. They can be living or dead. The idea is that you're bringing together this tribe of light, this council of beings, and you're asking for access to information and insights. And you're going to write a question with your dominant hand and then allow an answer to come through your non-dominant hand and practice this soul writing in communion with your council of elders. All right, there's a book recommendation for you. As we look at the second quarter, this is about transmission of information. Again, the universe won't withhold any information from you. You have access to know what you need to know when you need to know it. April is the biggest month for astrology in 2024. April is a 3-month. We're seeking connection. We're seeking a way to be with people. Now, the Mercury retrograde and the April 8th eclipse will fall in your third house. This access, this third and ninth access of information and transmission of data and ideas and information exchange and learning things, and the student-teacher alignment and the elementary school versus the university. These are going to be top of mind. And on April 20th, the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction is happening in your fourth house of home and family. So there can be windfalls, there can be sudden change, things can happen in your favor. Jupiter expands and is benevolent, and Uranus makes things happen quickly with aha moments. It's brilliant, right? In May, the numerology is about being steady, still surfer. While the waves of life are going all around you, it is your job to just be centered and neutral. And the planets are aspecting your ruling planet well. So things are going to work out. Things are going to be okay. If April was really intense, it's all right. May, it's going to work out. Things are going to sort out well for you. Jupiter is going to then trine Pluto, and all of us are being asked to take a leap of faith, to let go of what we know and trust in the unseen world. You might feel distracted. There's a 5 in the numerology where we feel pulled too thin. Venus, the Sun, and Mercury square your ruling planet. So there can be that agitation of challenges and things feeling like more obstacles and red lights than green lights. Now, as Saturn retrogrades through Pisces, it's always retrograde for that longer period of time. This is totally normal. Saturn helps us focus on what we need to be disciplined in. And when it's retrograde, it acts like a mini Jupiter. It gives us some luck, some benevolence, some kindness, right? And so there's some kindness available for you in the Pisces themes, in your heart of hearts, right? In your spiritual, compassionate side. Your self-development. I'm inviting everybody this year to check out the Ho'oponopono prayer, to go back, read the research, read the history, read what's worked for people over time. It's beautiful and impactful and simple, and you use it inwardly, and it goes like this, right? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Right? If all of our astrology friends were doing this, what a world we would create in 2024. Your stewardship here is to really look at the feng shui of the soul, to see what feels twisted and off and misplaced and in the wrong color, and to repaint it. Okay. Your spiritual activity is to research your ancestry, your family tree, and your roots. I think everybody should do this at some point throughout 2024, and I think this is your moment. I want you to check out the book Metaphysical Anatomy. This is by Yvette Rose, and I think it's one of the best books I've seen on physical health in the metaphysical world. So if your body is talking to you, it is accessing something on an emotional and spiritual plane that she brings so much light and awareness to. So I think it's fascinating. In Q3, we're going to focus on your relationships, your heart of hearts, the soul connections that you came here to make, to be with. In July, this is a 6-month. This is about nesting. This is very Queen of Pentacles, responsible, way to relax at home. Venus, Mars, and the Sun are in a positive aspect to your ruling planet. I know that it's going to feel good to make some commitments, to get stabilized, and just to rest. In August, it's also a little bit more internal. The 7-month is about understanding the deep whys of the universe. Why are we here, right? And the Mercury retrograde cycle will go from your 8th to 7th houses. So 7th and 8th houses activate your relationships, right? Your theme here. And the difference that Stephen Forrest teaches between the 7th and the 8th house, the 7th house is kind of like your best friend comes in and says, I'm moving overseas. And you're like, oh, okay, like you're happy for them, but you're sad, and you're happy and you're sad, but there's a levity to it. When the 8th house comes in, it's like your lover coming in and saying, I'm moving overseas. You are gut punched. You're wrecked. Your life is pivoted, right? Without anything that you've done. So this is the difference between the 7th and the 8th house. So looking at your soul contracts, looking at your sweet and deep relationships, and learning something about yourself in this lens. There will be some growing pains here. Jupiter in the sky that rules our biggest human desires, the things that we want to experience the most out of this life, is in a challenging position to our Saturn. Saturn in the sky shows us our responsibilities, our duties, the things we have to do, challenging by the things we want to do. There's an inner tension going on. It's not super balanced. And this will come back around in December, right? When Saturn goes direct. So in September, we've got an 8 energy. So this is a reminder that energy cannot be created or destroyed. There is an afterlife. Your soul lives on. Stay open-minded to the spiritual connections that are being made in September. On the 18th, the eclipse will fall in your second house of values. So this eclipse is not like the other ones. This is in a different axis for you. I want you to leave space for grace, room for obstacles and delays, room for cosmic reroutes, and study your second house issues around money, spiritual money, the energy of money. Your worth is not your self-worth, how you find value in the world. These are the themes that would support that. Now, in terms of your self-development activities, I want you to consider the Silva method. Jose Silva was born in El Paso. I really love his technique and his strategy. It's a way to access higher states of mind and higher states of consciousness, help you use your spiritual vision to co-create the life of your dreams, your dream life. Now, if you're just using this to manifest something for yourself, he says it's not going to work, that you have to also employ the strategies and techniques in a way that uplifts humanity. And this is how your human aid might play out, just with your spiritual vision. A stewardship, because we have this second house axis going on and activated, I want you to check in with your tithing. What are you giving back financially? And is it a responsible amount? Are you over giving? Are you not giving anything at all? Is there something that you'd like to ask yourself about in this capacity? And in terms of an activity, I want you to list 5 of your favorite cultures, places, countries, people that inspire you, that you want to learn more about, and list those qualities that you just really love about them. And I want you to keep these qualities posted where you can see them. And I want you to take these qualities and notice, are there any attributes that you want to embody this season? There's a book recommendation for you. And as we go into your 4th quarter, Aquarius, the reason we're thinking about culture has to do with October. We've got an eclipse in your 9th house, activating that inner knower, that information, that universal data, right? So maybe you're learning how to access the Akashic records. Maybe you're learning how to see things from another point of view. Maybe your belief system is changing. Maybe you're going from Buddhist to Catholic to Hindu to who knows what you're doing, but you're bouncing around some ideas so that you can come in alignment with what's going to work for you and your higher power, right? And you're staying committed to this spiritual walk. You're staying committed to this path. You're finding alliances. In November, the energy shifts to a 1, that hyper-focused energy. You might be able to use this energy to create some kind of vision board, use the Silva method, use your meditation, use your supernatural powers to create and co-create the life of your dreams. Now, Mercury will retrograde at the end of the month in your 11th house of friends and alliances, right? The people that we share life with, that we're in network with, that we're in communion with. And so what can you learn from these people? Where do you want to go with these people? What editing needs to be done in your friend groups? In December, this is a 2-month in the numerology. This is that relationship between the physical and the metaphysical, the seen and the unseen, the relationships we have with each other. And this is very fitting because your astrology, Mars will go through the 7th house of relationships and the 6th house of health, right? And so again, as Jupiter squares Saturn, just like it did back on August 19th, here at the end of the year, those growing pains are going to be visible. The lessons will have come to fruition. You'll be more aware of something that you weren't aware of or couldn't see before. And this is a reminder that the universe has your back, that things are working in your favor. Because of this placement with your 6th house, I invite you to create a spiritual healers list. For me, it's very grandiose because I love this topic, but you could pull from this and play from this and come up with some people, places, and things that will help you stay on your path of health, wellness, vitality. And as your physical body is healing and improving, it also increases a connection to your own inner divinity, right? So some meditation, you could do the breath work of the box breath. This is an easy one for us all to access at different points of the year. You inhale for 4 counts, you pause for 4 counts, you exhale for 4 counts, you pause for 4 counts. And you do this box breath anytime you're agitated, discontent, irritable, upset, and it will calm you down, bring you back, regulate your nervous system. In terms of your stewardship and your physical health, your body is your temple. Do you believe that? What does that mean? What does it look like to be a good steward of this body? And why would you want to do that? These are questions for you to explore and answer how you want to do that. And I want you to reflect on your role in friendships. What kind of friend are you? What's it like to be on the other side of you? And I want to recommend the book Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I prefer the Audible book because I like to listen to the meditation while I'm walking. But yeah, there's the physical book too. I have one more slide for you, Aquarius. Before we get there, I want to make sure you know where you can find me. I'm Tiffany Harlick. You can see my blog, podcast, YouTube, and resources there at tiffanyharlick.com. You'll find some stuff about beekeeping and astrology. If you like to work with me one-on-one or at retreats, awesome. If you want my Friday newsletter that goes out to give you the weekend forecast, awesome. There's some outside resources, and my favorite best-selling product is the digital astrology calendar. So please use the code SORMY2024 to get $10 off this year. It is my pleasure and honor to write this, and it goes with you in any time zone, and it is offered in 6 languages this year. And what it does is it lists all of the planetary transits, aspects, the lunations, the moon family cycles, right, the retrograde cycles. And so you click on the description and you can title and you can see a big description. So you can learn astrology throughout the year if you want, or you can just look at the emojis and get a vibe for the day. But it helps you let the universe have your back. It helps you understand the cosmic influences. If you'd like to become certified in astrology, I'm teaching at the Lisa Williams International School for Spiritual Development, and I'm offering free classes through my membership. So before we go, Aquarius, just know this. You're here for a good time, not a long time. Enjoy the ride. Look out and enjoy this precious human life and find meaning in the little things. It's the small things that matter. You're here to know yourself. You're here to love yourself. You're here to follow your intuition. I hope this has been useful and fun for you. It is my honor to serve in this capacity. Thank you for this opportunity. And until we can work together again, guys, namaste.
Pisces friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024, where Saturn this year, we are going to continue with Saturn and Neptune traveling through your sign. And I want to tell you out of the gate, with all of the rest of the planetary changes coming around, this is one of my favorite because it's actually putting you in position to really author your own story, take responsibility, manage some things in your life a way that really demonstrate that you have the mastery of self. And that is so incredibly empowering. So I can't wait to talk to you about that. But also to make sure that you are really prepared for 2024, I have also collaborated with 4 other brilliant astrologers, and we are going to break your 2024 horoscope down by finance, relationship, medical, and spiritual development as well. So thank you so much to Wade Caves, Christopher Rentrum, Cameron Allen, and Tiffany Harlick, because you guys, I went and got you some of the best, and they said yes. So Pisces, we are going to have you taken care of. I want to tell you, grab pen, grab paper, grab what you need, put this video on, listen to it many, many times throughout the year, but take note of the timing and the things that are being shared with you. And also to make sure that your toolkit is nice and full, make sure you grab your digital transit calendar from our friends at Wise Skies Collective. Click in the description box down below. Take advantage of my discount so that you get a little, get a little discount on these beautiful transits, and they come right to your phone. So if you are on, the banks of Costa Rica, or you are over in Oregon, you get it coming to your phone at the time it's happening for you. And there is nothing more empowering than being in alignment with the energies that are happening around you. So take advantage. And you can also get in contact with any one of the astrologers that is going to be in our video here in that description box down below as well. All right, Pisces, in we go. So first and foremost, let's start with that Saturn Neptune in Pisces. It will continue this year through your first house. So things have been dissolving, like some pieces of your old identity, maybe even external environments that you lived in. And life can be a little bit more of a dream, right? It's like I'm living in this place where I have to decide if these are the right ideals for me. What is my new ideal alignment for how I would like to be, who I would like to be in the world? But it's also very spiritually centered. I think you're trusting your intuition like never before. It's also had its own maturing going on with Saturn being in Pisces. But for some of you too, this has just been about full on getting mastery of the self, right? How are you doing with your diet? How are you doing with your aesthetics in your personal zone? What responsibilities did you pick up and take on that you're in charge of managing? Who are you in your relationships? There's so much mastery, and you're going to continue to work on it as we travel throughout 2024. So just know that you're here, you are in the development. And I want to say this as well. Okay, I know that Saturn and Neptune, it's like one is trying to push the brake, the other one is like, what brake? You know what I mean? But this is a great year for weight loss. Saturn can be a helper for weight loss, so hopefully you're losing weight and that's something you're choosing to do. But it can be great if you need to put a structure in place around something in your physical body or even in your daily routine, okay? Now, we've also got Pluto moving out of Capricorn and moving into the vibration of Aquarius. Now, Pisces, we're going to move out of a year where we have so much earth and water, which is actually very comfortable to you, to a year where we've got more air and fire. So Pisces, sometimes that can be a bit more of an uncomfortable vibration. So I just want you to be mindful of your own energy and the speed that you're working at this year as well. Now, something even better you can do is check out my progressed lunar phase class so that you can see what season of life you're actually in, or check it out on my website, stormygrace.com, okay? But we're going to see Pluto move out of the energy of Capricorn and into that vibration of Aquarius. Now, it's only for a short stay. So we're really going to still be focusing on a lot of what's changing in your social groups, your tribe, social media, science, organizations in your life, places where there are groupings of people. This is still continuing to make a change. And one of the biggest things that Pluto and Capricorn has done for your 11th house is really make it clear that you do not digital nomad. You can be a digital nomad if that's something that you would like to do, like the way that technology can really play into your life, which is a really cool thing. But also, I think bringing you more solid friendships that you can really work and build with. So as Pluto jumps for just a bit into the Aquarius vibration, it lights up your 12th house space. So transformation to your spiritual life, I think, is going to be really big. And this year, you're just getting the omen of what is to come as we're going to travel in 2025. So first of all, go back to March of 2023 when Pluto jumped into Aquarius the first time. What was starting to happen for you in your 12th house? This can be the house of, behaviors, actions, attitudes, secrets that you didn't know were there, and they come up and they could be your own undoing if you're not doing something about them. Illnesses could have presented themselves and now you know and you're able to do something about them. But creative talents, trusting your intuition, the moving between the worlds, and absolute creativity, things around elderly people or situations with children could have become very pronounced to you. So look back to your March 2023 and what was happening, because we're going to see symptoms of those changes transforming right here in 2024. We're also going to see the nodes traveling through Aries and Libra, and we're going to do a little touch in with those nodes in in Virgo and Pisces as well, but I'll talk to you about that as we're actually in the monthlies and in the weeklies, okay? But as we're going to put a focus on this Aries-Libra axis, remember that that North Node in Aries is pulling you forward. It's like, yep, come on, come forward, come this direction. You have to initiate a change. You have to say, I'm doing this. I'm willing to fight for this. I'm willing to make adjustments to where I am willing to make adjustments. It's like this, Pisces. It is where the North Node in Aries says there is a gap between the life that I say that I want and the behaviors that I am showing up with. And I am willing to take responsibility for that. Okay, whatever that has to look like. But as you're taking responsibility, as you're initiating a start there, the people that you need, your destiny people, your spirit guides, your soulmates are going to show up to help you do it, because what you're trying to do is on time and on track, okay? So you're moving towards that, and this is in your money house, how you make money, how you value yourself, what you charge for your creative talents, your budget, things like that. Now that South Node in Libra is here on the other side in that 8th house going, there's a relationship that needs to be detoxed from your life, or how you are engaging in a relationship needs to have a detox so that these two things can come together, because the 2nd and 8th houses are not only financial houses, so something changing in your financial world is the thing, but also it's an intimacy house, intimacy and assets. So, do you feel intimately connected to your partner? What's happening there? Is there a breakdown? And that's something that you're having to, in your me and we dynamic, renegotiate. Are you in a long-term relationship? And where's the sex? Where's the intimacy? Where's the connection? Where's the resource where you're sharing and stimulating each other in those ways? When you're practicing astrology or you're going through healing, right? Where are you participating with these sides, and what needs to be renegotiated in the relationship dynamic? So you'll have plenty of time to work on that as well. Now, we're going to continue to see that we've also got Jupiter, your other ruling planet, traveling with Uranus through the vibration of Taurus. Now, they're going to travel together for this first little bit, but Uranus over here in Taurus has been zinging and whipping your 3rd house. So lots of conversation, lots of different kind of conversations that come to your world, not all pleasant. There have been breakdowns in conversation, contracts, negotiations, things having to do with buying, selling houses, teaching, taking courses, creating courses, writing those books, things with siblings and family, especially family if you're short distance from them. This has been really, really big. And I do think for some of you, there were big contracts that ended, and you were able to let those go with that Uranus and Taurus. So you're going to stay stimulated in this way. So what I'm going to tell you is stay flexible this year. Stay flexible in how you communicate, how you learn in these kinds of things. Now, Jupiter is going to move into the vibration of Gemini and get into a fellow mutable energy. So you're like, okay, I get this a little bit more, right? You're like, I got it. I think how you think, okay? And as this happens, you're going to start to have an expansion and start gaining a lot of experience and demonstrating wisdom in your 4th house, home, family, real estate, property, your roots, things with your parents. The dynamics of expansion are here. And for some of you, I'm really seeing it. You live someplace else. Like you have traveled, like you have picked up your little fish house and you are living someplace else. You've taken your family someplace else, or you're taking them on this expansion of new beliefs in some way, shape, or form. Jupiter is no stranger to bringing new people into your house or having them leave on their own adventures as well. So please make sure you keep me posted in the comment section down below. Is somebody coming into your house? Are you going to live under a rock now? Like, what are you doing? My beautiful Pisces friends, just keep me posted in the comment section down below. All right, my beautiful Pisces friends, I love you so much, and I look forward to seeing you every month, every week, and if you're following me on Instagram, every day as well. But right now, I'm going to leave you in the hands of Wade Caves, who's going to walk you through your financial timing for 2024 so that you can really have that on point, okay? I love you, my beautiful fish. Bye.
So there is a bit of a pileup happening in 2024 that's a bit tough for the mutable signs. I think the mutable signs that have it hardest are Sagittarius and Pisces. So this may not be, the easiest year for financial expansion, but there's still some good periods to work with. I mean, in the beginning of the year, Mars enters Capricorn. That casts a sextile to your natal sun or ascendant sign of Pisces. And then while there, Mars will send a sextile to Saturn in Pisces, and it will trine Jupiter in Taurus. These are fantastic transits that can help really alleviate some of the strain that comes from having Saturn pass through your sign, as it has been for the past year and will continue through 2024. In April, Mars will be in Pisces, and that's not typically very helpful, but Mars, for Pisces anyway, but Mars and Pisces will be in sextile to Jupiter and Taurus. And so there's this little window here where we can see some really positive traction. But as I've said, it's a bit of a tough year for the mutable signs, particularly if you are a Pisces, because we've got Saturn in Pisces for the entire year. Mars makes its ingress into Pisces in March and will conjoin with Saturn around mid-April. So these are periods that you'll definitely want to be taking a bit of a break from, big financial changes or moves. Although, like I said, around that April 19th period, there is something quite positive. And then Mars leaves Pisces on the 30th of April. Saturn will station retrograde in June at 19 degrees of Pisces and continue retrograde until middle of November. So this is going to be a bit of a broad, overarching, tough period when you've got the big bad in the sky going backwards, which can show hesitancies, delays, reversals. Mars entering Gemini in mid-July. Also something to watch for, because Mars in Gemini is going to be in square to your natal ascendant or sun in Pisces. And that square can really stir up some challenges. It's really what's happening in August, though, that doubles down on the difficulty. Mars and Jupiter are in conjunction with one another in Gemini, normally a very favorable aspect, actually, for expanding one's financial position. It's just that both Mars and Jupiter rush almost immediately to a square with Saturn and Pisces in this time. Remember, Saturn's retrograde, so this isn't just your normal square. It brings in additional complications from things being slowed down and delayed. We do have a lunar eclipse at 25 degrees of Pisces in September, and in 2024, we'll have the nodes in Pisces and Virgo, and so we'll start to see more eclipse activity in these signs. So this is really a forerunner, and something that we'll see more of as we begin to enter into a new nodal ingress. October, Jupiter turns retrograde in Gemini. Maybe not, the end of the world. It's not the worst aspect on the screen, but it is something to pay attention to if you have personal placements around 21 degrees of Pisces. Same with Mercury's retrograde station at the end of November. This will be in a sign square to your own. And so just like Jupiter, that square, if you've got personal placements around 22 degrees of Pisces, it can be, stirring up unnecessary problems for you. And then we close the year out on a rather tough aspect between Saturn and Jupiter. Jupiter will be direct at this time, retrograding to a square of a direct Saturn in Pisces. So that square is not typically very helpful. You can see it happens around the winter holidays. So if you plan to travel at this time, you might want to get your tickets early. Don't get yourself in a position where you feel financially bound. Double check, get insurance, make sure you've got the right dates and travel details all locked in so that you're not experiencing the hard part of that particular square.
Pisces. 2024 is a fun and funny year for you. Okay, it's not altogether like fun. I mean, you have Saturn in your sign. Saturn entered your sign in March of 2023, and it's going to be there until about June of 2025. And so when Saturn comes into your zodiac sign, there's always a feeling of heaviness. And almost solitude or seeking solitude. Now, if you're like a Gemini or Libra, it's like, oh my goodness, Saturn cramping my style, But if you're Pisces, it's like, I like solitude. I like retreating into myself. I like being by myself. Okay. And it's funny because when I've spoken to Pisces about Saturn in their sign, I always sort of start with like, oh, what's it been like or whatever. And they're kind of like, I've liked it. Now, I'm not saying all of you Pisceans have liked it. I mean, Saturn does bring burdens and obligations and a sense of plateau or being static, maybe even stagnant in some way. But for Pisces, that sense of retreating back into the self and not having to present to others, it's kind of a nice feeling, and so that might in some ways be your guilty secret, is that, okay, I haven't felt very social and I've kind of liked that a lot. Okay, so Saturn in Pisces is like that. Saturn in Pisces, as I have also just said, is associated with heavy responsibilities and obligations, and these are things that you probably had to face on your own, and you will continue to face these on your own, where you may be carrying the heavier part of an association, where you may be showing up in a relationship more than the other person in the relationship shows up for you, where you might be helping a friend who's going through a very difficult time. Okay, so these sorts of things may continue. But what's interesting is that there is a relationship that's on the periphery, for Pisces people. Now, some Pisces people will say, which one? And Pisces has been known to have serial relationships. I mean, I think, I know that Elizabeth Taylor was a Pisces, but I think she married like 7 times. And so Pisces can have a lot of relationships that are going on at the same time. But there's one that's starting to become more meaningful for you. And it's just, but it may just still be in a casual place, or it may be in a kind of like they're involved in some sort of melodrama thing, or you're involved in some sort of melodrama thing, that you may be seeing each other kind of like on the side, or maybe, you're separated by a long distance, something along those lines. Saturn is astrology's version of the Catholic nun at a high school mixer. Okay, always showing up with the ruler and saying 3 feet between the two people, move it off, 3 feet. So Saturn's always introducing spaces in your togetherness, okay, or distance in your togetherness. But this is going to change when Jupiter enters Gemini, and Jupiter enters Gemini on May 25th. But before Jupiter enters Gemini, let me tell you, Pisces, about one of the best times. I think it's actually the best time of the year. And this best time of the year goes on from May 18th until May 23rd. Okay, you get 5 days for best time of year, but it's a fabulous time of year. Why is this such a good time of year, Christopher? What makes May 18th to the 23rd such a special time? Well, what it does is that Jupiter conjoins the sun, and Jupiter is your traditional ruling planet at 28 degrees Taurus. Okay, so that's a special conjunction. But what makes it even more special, and remember, Jupiter conjoining the sun, Jupiter is the planet of good fortune and higher purpose. And it can also be a planet that brings love into your life. Okay, Jupiter conjoins the sun at 28 degrees Taurus on May 18th. And then Jupiter forms a sextile to Neptune at 29 degrees Taurus. Jupiter's moved to 29 degrees Taurus, and Neptune is at 29 degrees Pisces on May 23rd. Why is that such a big deal? It's such a big deal for you because Jupiter and Neptune are the two co-rulers of your zodiac sign. The ruling planets are a big deal. For me, the ruling planet is always the planet that rules the sun sign, and everyone's got at least one ruling planet. Leos have the sun, Cancer has moon, Gemini and Virgo both share Mercury, twinsies. But with certain signs like Pisces, Aquarius is one, Scorpio is another, you have two ruling planets. And when you have two ruling planets, you have to answer to both of them. Sometimes the ruling planets are on the same page, and sometimes the ruling planets are not on the same page. but they are your two masters and you must serve both. So it's very rare when you have Jupiter and Neptune sextiling in such benevolent signs for you. Taurus is a wonderful energy with Pisces. So having Jupiter and Taurus is a really wonderful thing, but it's approaching a sextile to Neptune at the last degree of Pisces. And it also rules the Neptune at the last degree of Pisces, this Jupiter. So this is very powerful, not powerful in like, powerful stock market or play the lottery or, make that move. No, it's powerful in that it's bringing together a very strong and valuable property aspect into your life. I'm seeing it as relationship based, okay, and so it can be romantic, but it can be love, it can be agape love, and it could be love of a friend or loved one. But it's a beautiful, beautiful sextile. It could even be maybe you're parting ways with someone that you hadn't gotten along with, and the person finally grants you the divorce, or the person finally says, you know what, I've always treasured and loved you as a friend, and I wish I could have been a better one. So there's something about this sextile, even if it's signaling a departure, in which you're parting on really beautiful terms, in which things that haven't been said are finally said, and they're very enriching, and they're very supportive, and they're very encouraging. Then Jupiter moves into Gemini on May 25th, and what that does immediately is lighten the tone of the year for you. Why does it lighten the tone of the year for you? Because Gemini lightens the tone of the year for everybody, okay? And Jupiter entering into that marvelously friendly and copacetic and just charming, playful sign. It changes the nature of relationships. Relationships become much more conducive, and they become more conducive for you because Jupiter is your traditional ruling planet. So, maybe that sextile meant the end of a relationship, and now you have the beginning of one, or maybe you've got a new development in an ongoing relationship that really becomes concretized when Jupiter enters Gemini on May 25th, but it's there on the table. And what's really nice about this is that it lightens up, as I said, it lights up the emotional energy of the chart, where the Saturn can be sort of isolationist, or it can be heavy, or it can be like, Greta Garbo, I want to be alone, something like that. Jupiter in Gemini introduces people who are like, hey, Pisces, what's going on? And people who want to get you out and about, people who want to sort of change your thinking about the way that you live your life, and they might invite you to go on trips together, or to go to other places, or something along those lines. But in any case, it introduces a dangerous word for Pisces, frivolity. Okay, it introduces frivolity into your life, and this is a good thing. Now Jupiter will square Saturn in your sign twice this year in 2024. It was square on August 20th, and it was square on December 24th. And what I see happening is you may be in a relationship or a strengthening relationship with someone in which you don't feel like the person is as emotionally deep as you. Okay, where you might, be wanting to talk about something, that's very existential or very profound, and the person's like, sounds great. What do you want to have for dinner? Okay, they just might be onto and you might sort of feel like, maybe we're not on the same level. Maybe we're not, this person is too superficial, or this person is too, caught up in what they're having for dinner, or something along those lines. Or this person wants to hang out with their friends more than me, or I can't stand this person's friends. They're all so silly, and I'm too profound. Something along these lines. And this is actually a good square for you. Pisces has a tendency to expect people to be on the same emotional depth that they are, and that if someone isn't or can't match that emotional depth, then the relationship's doomed. You're not going to get together, something along those lines. Or sometimes you even do the emoting for both people, What this does is that this forces you to deal with someone who's not going to go that deep, but that doesn't mean it's meaningless. Okay. And it doesn't mean that it's not important. And most of all, it doesn't mean that it's not lovely or romantic. All right. Sometimes what you have with squares, it's kind of like when salt water meets fresh water from two different streams or rivers. You have a mixing of the different waters. And that's almost really what I see with this marvelous Saturn-Jupiter square, is this mixing of the waters where you can almost feel like you can be deep and surface, and deep and surface, and becoming more comfortable with that, and not having to always, be the serious emotional, angst ridden one of the couple. And I actually see this energy playing off. Now, whether you stay with each other or not remains to be seen. We have Neptune changing signs next year, so that's going to change the balance of relationships and their tone. And if it doesn't come together, it's not going to pass. This will be a new color that's added to the tapestry of your psyche. But what I see is actually, I don't know. I think it will come together, and I think it will stay together. And I think it's all about the difference between the two of you. What this is kind of what this is playing with is what I mentioned earlier when I was talking about Aquarius. Neptune is at 29 degrees Pisces throughout a good chunk of 2024. It's from May to September of 2024. So 29 degrees Pisces is really the end of something, all right? But it's right on the cusp of something beginning. So there's this feeling of being in a profound transition, but not really getting to the other side of it until we get into 2025. So that's why I wouldn't be so quick, if I were you, Pisces, to be maybe judgmental about relationships or ruling out things, and to actually be very open to what people are bringing into your life, even though it may seem like it doesn't really fit who you are. What's going on here is that it is setting up the transition of Neptune leaving Pisces and entering Aries in March of 2025. And it's a very slow transition, but this whole feeling is what's going on in 2024. And to really let yourself revel and enjoy it, because you might end up the year being very surprised with where you find yourself in a relationship, by maybe perhaps going out with someone that you wouldn't have gone out with before, or making changes in your lifestyle that you didn't really think that you had in you. But it all leads into 2025. And my feeling is that it's really a transition preparing you for 2025. And so who knows, that might be saying that it may take until March of 2025 for you and this person to really get together.
Hey everybody, Cameron here, and welcome to your 2024 forecast for Pisces rising for medical astrology. So Pisces rising, as you already know, Saturn is moving through your first house. And so really, to be quite honest, there's no need to look any further than there. And when it comes to Saturn moving through the first house, oftentimes this can bring a slowing down energy, a depressive energy. And when I say depressive, I don't mean like clinical depression, but just kind of like sad, or feelings of like stagnation or limitation, or as if my energy feels cold and dry and starting to slow down a bit, right? And so even like life is pressing down on me, that kind of depression, not depression like, clinical depression, right? And so something that's really important for the Pisces rising is the lymphatic system. And knowing that when Saturn comes around to your first house, if we're thinking about the lymphatic system, we know that Saturn is very cold and dry. And Saturn creates restriction in the body oftentimes. And so the lymphatic system, that is the last thing that it needs. The last thing that it needs is for it to go cold. The last thing for it we need for it is to get dry. And so with that, we need a lot of motion and a lot of flow. And so since Saturn's coming around, we need to make sure that's happening for ourselves, because Saturn might be bringing to us an opposite quality of that. So I'm thinking this year, just like anything having to do with flow and motion of the body. Even when I started saying that, I started moving in a way that's more flow oriented. And so something that can be really simple is think about where your lymphatic system is the most dense at. So here, and just tapping, just to make sure everything's moving. Here, just making sure the lymphatic system is active. And also when we think about Saturn leading to potential restriction and depression in the tissue states, what we can bring in with this practice is stimulation. It's the opposite quality of Saturn. Flow and allowance. Just let your body move unhindered in any way that feels good to you. And just letting your body flow. Yeah. Also, something else to be very mindful of is that the eclipses are going through your second house and your eighth house. And so we want to focus in on the eclipses, especially when the eclipses are in Libra. Now, the eclipses will be in Libra on March 24th and October 2nd. However, the one to really watch out for is that eclipse on October 2nd, because that eclipse will be happening with the sun in Libra. And the sun in Libra can have like a little bit of issues there sometimes when it comes to the vital force, and also the time of the season can also bring a more slow energy and can tend to make things a little sluggish. So you want to be mindful during that time as well. Maybe during that time you want to give the lower back part of your body more love. And maybe you want to supplement more with things that give you more energy. And just know that it's not necessarily easy. You know, with your energy levels this year, it might not necessarily be easy. And that's okay, because we have astrology. And we know that that can bring a sense of slowness. So we find ways in order to let things move. Right now, I'm thinking about like ginger tea is something that could be like really helpful to make sure things are still circulating. We know that Saturn is cold and the sun brings warmth and lightness to it and awareness to it. So having like a simple ginger tea can be super helpful. Of course, I'm not your primary healthcare physician, so you need to check in with that or your local herbalist or any practitioners that you work with. So just be mindful of that. Also, another thing that's been really big and coming up with every single zodiac sign, well, not every single zodiac sign, but most zodiac signs for the year, is this period of time where Mars is with Saturn and Neptune in Pisces. And since that's in your first house, it's going to be even more emphasized for you more than anyone else. So between March 22nd to April 29th, you want to really make sure you're putting a lot of effort towards not allowing yourself to descend into a heavy feeling. That doesn't mean you won't have a heavy feeling. That doesn't mean you won't have any type of grief or anything like that. But just know that that is a time period where you have to make a choice and be responsible for your body and your health more than the rest of the year. So that's your medical astrology 2024 forecast for Pisces. And I hope y'all all stay in the flow throughout the year. Peace.
Hey Pisces, I'm Tiffany Harlick, and I'm here to give you a spiritual astrology forecast for 2024. So if you are a Pisces sun, moon, or rising, or you're here to watch a Pisces that you love, you're in the right place. So that's a little bit about me. And as we start this, my promise to you is to deliver clear, concise, and accurate information with a heart-centered delivery. And your promise to me is to never use this information against yourself, to only use astrology as guidelines, and to always follow your heart, follow your free will, and get inspired by the planetary influences going on in the sky. Pisces, your spiritual opportunity is to have a mystical rebirth. This was one of my favorite ones to write. So I hope you really enjoy this forecast. I hope that your year is amazing, best ever, especially if you're into the metaphysical world like I am. I think you're going to have a lot of good, juicy, esoteric connections, some fated joint ventures, some opportunities to collaborate with people, maybe some opportunities to expand your intellectual property, and really dream up a new financial future and collaborate with spirit. This is a mystical opportunity, not a physical one. So don't stop before the miracle happens, Pisces. Your ruling planets are Jupiter and Neptune. We are focused on Jupiter for purposes of this forecast. So Jupiter is a primal motivating factor in helping you understand how to work with the astrology this year. And how are you going to rise to the occasion of your inner Jupiter, Pisces? What ideas are you going to stop using against yourself, right? So in terms of this mystical rebirth, it's going to come out in these 4 quarters like this. The first one is about interconnectivity. The second one is a financial reboot, which is going to be awesome. And the third one is going to have to do with your physical health and your metaphysical health. The fourth one is about answering a calling, which is much more than working a job. So your first quarter about being interconnected, you have a lot of momentum in the skies. Not all of the signs have the same momentum that you have in January. It is a 9-month in the numerology, which is about completion and integration and things coming full circle, wrapping something up. And for you, I want you to look for the wins. I want you to identify what has gone well in the past and all of the milestones that you have celebrated and the milestones that you want to celebrate this year. In February, the numerology shifts to a 1, which is about having focus. And we just need to be careful to not have the blinders on and to not alienate ourselves. You're on a spiritual mission, and Mercury, Venus, and Mars all square Jupiter. And so you could very well feel pushed out of your comfort zone in February. You might get to a point where enough is enough. And so be careful with the momentum that you're feeling in January with what you want to do with that momentum in February. In March, this is a 2-month in the numerology. This is about the relationships that we have in our lives. This is about the interconnectivity that is going on in your quarter. And it's not just about the people or the pets or the places that we have relationship to, but it also is that relationship between the physical and the metaphysical, right? This life and the next, this world and the afterworld, our own human life and our connection to our higher power. And so what kind of thing can you co-create with your higher power, with your spirit guides, with your angels, with your teams? This effort of co-creation is going to help remind you that you are not alone, that you don't have to do this alone, that this isn't just a single-minded effort, that you have a network, that you have a team, and that there are willing participants that want to support you in your journey. There's opportunity for big magic to happen when you reach out and connect. Now, the March eclipse kicks off your eclipse season here. This is going to be in Libra, the sign of partnerships, in your 8th house, having to do with the deepest human bonds, having to do with shared resources, having to do with understanding your value and your worth. So I invite you to grab a screenshot of this and journal through some of these support themes. This is a sacred reunification with your values, your value system, knowing your core values, knowing how you spend money, knowing where you self-sabotage, leaving things that feel really controlling for things that feel a little bit more open-ended, understanding how you where you place your value, where you find value in your life, not journeying with like the emotional entanglements or the financial entanglements anymore. These are the themes to play with. And I invite you, Pisces, to create a personal mission statement, especially early in the year. It's going to help you stay clear and focused as the year unfolds. So maybe it's a new bio. Maybe it's your autobiography. Maybe you're telling your story this year. Or maybe you're just writing a new mission statement that incorporates something that's a little bit more spiritual than it is tangible. Your self-development, I want you to create a playlist that helps you to stay in the mood of devotion, in the mood of connection, in the mood of creativity. For your stewardship, I want you to find a volunteer opportunity. And you don't have to overdo it, but just one little opportunity to be of service this quarter. And for your activity, you know, the human mind in the yogic and Buddhist philosophy is geared towards suffering. And so the kleshas help us understand the cause of suffering, right? And there's 5 kleshas. And so I want you to journal through your awareness of each of the kleshas. And I've listed them here for you. Because of the 8th house focus on shared spaces, shared resources, the deepest human bonds, the people we viscerally love and want to be in partnership with, I want you to check out Lynn McTaggart's book on the power of 8. You might have read The Field, you might have read The Intention Experiment, and I'm just curious if this one will help you this time of the year. Your second quarter is a financial reboot. In April, this is one of the biggest months of the year in astrology. April, we have a Mercury retrograde in your second house of finances, and there's an eclipse in your second house of finances. So for sure, the budget is going to be a conversation. And I want you to look for big windfalls, big financial wins. Things happen suddenly, quickly, and in a big way. And I want that to be good for you, Pisces. This is because of the April 20th Jupiter-Uranus conjunction happening in your 3rd house of information. And so if you're wanting big media, if you're wanting loud attention, if you're wanting things to happen quickly, a transmission of information to the masses, a mass sighting, a mass ability to be exposed with your brand, something like this could happen for you. There's a positive spin. Mars sextiles your ruling planet. This gives us drive, motivation, and energy behind our biggest dreams, the things we want the most, not just for ourselves, but for humanity. In May, the numerology shifts to a 4, and this is like being a surfer. This is like being steady, calm, even when the waves around you are moving. On the 18th, circle May 18th is a very auspicious day for you financially. Jupiter will be Cazimi in the heart of the sun in Taurus. Very auspicious time for growth, benevolence, wealth, abundance, good things to happen. Jupiter can be very godmotherly-like, very generous, right? The cosmic magnifying glass. And so just be aware of that as a very positive day for you. I know towards the end of the month that your psychic abilities and your spidey senses are increasing. And I know that in June, Jupiter will trine Pluto. So your ruling planet will be in a positive spin as we build and build and build. The good stuff gets better. And we need to use our spiritual vision to pave the way for that. As above, so below. As you think, so shall you be. What you think about expands. And so I want you to be careful or mindful of what you're putting into your brain and the messages that you're sending out there. What you're saying matters. Your self-development this month, I'm offering to all of the signs to check out the Silva meditation method. Now, this is a method developed by Jose Silva from El Paso, Texas, and it is a method for accessing higher states of mind, higher states of consciousness, help you with your spiritual vision and help you co-create the life of your dreams. So this takes practice. You don't have to be perfect. And the main thing that he says as you're going through these techniques is that it doesn't work unless your vision helps many other people. So this includes your ability to have excellent financial stewardship this month. And I want you to consider talking to some financial professionals and getting more information and getting more honest with yourself about your money. An activity for self-reflection has to do with that second house. Have you misplaced your self-worth with your net worth? Have you somehow felt good or secure about yourself based on the amount of things you have? Is there some entanglement going on there for you to see and explore and unwind? Are your purchases emotionally charged? What are your spending habits like? When are you buying? What are you buying? Why are you buying? Does it need to be bought by me? Does it need to be bought now? These are the type of questions. And there's a reading suggestion for you. In the third quarter, I want you to focus on your health. In July, this is a month of opportunity, but also a month to relax. And so the 6 energy is about nesting. It's about rose quartz. It's about essential oils in your bath. It's about feeling like the Queen of Pentacles, that everything's in place, the sheets are clean, the house smells good, and you can just nest and enjoy that space. Home is where the heart is in July. That's your biggest opportunity, is to find that state of relaxation and grace at home. In August, we have a 7 in the numerology, which is all about that soul quest. It's when we want to find our spiritual texts, listen to the songs that connect us to our divine innermost self. And it is a month where you're going to see a health pivot and a relationship pivot. Mercury retrograde will go through your 6th house of your health, your routine, your day-to-day things that you do, and your 7th house of relationships, right? This will be an interesting one to see what plays out. You're going to have an energy boost mid-August, and then you're going to have some growing pains. On the 19th, Jupiter, your ruling planet, is in a challenging position to Saturn. What we want the most out of life is challenged by what we have to do, our responsibilities, our duties. And so there's an inner tension. There's some growing pains going on. And these themes will be revisited because of the retrograde cycle in December. So know that what's going on now may be a preview for what you will have answers to in December. In September, it is an 8 month. And so this is the reminder that energy is not created nor destroyed, that what goes up must come down, that when the body dies, the soul lives on. This is the infinity symbol, the 8. Now, all things will be better in moderation. The sun is going to square Jupiter here the first 2 weeks of September. Venus will go on to trine Jupiter. And sometimes we get like a sweet tooth. And when something feels good, we go towards pleasure. We really just want more of the good stuff, right? So I want you to be aware of those feelings and those tendencies to go overboard in September, and just moderation in all things. The Temperance card. On the 18th, this eclipse goes through your 1st house of yourself, your identity. This eclipse is different than the other 2, okay? So check out the support themes for this one, the sacred reunification of your own soul, the 1st and 7th house. What's mine versus what's ours? Is there a part of yourself, like your ideas got shot down and you're having to reconcile that? Is there a part of yourself that self-sabotages when you're in a relationship? Is there a part of yourself that you haven't fully accepted or understood? Where do you need that reunification process going on inside? Is there a part of you that's been playing small or big? And we're needing to right size and go back to that moderation in all things. And if we're talking about the 1st house, we're also talking about the 7th house. The 7th house has to do with our relationships. And this is the relationship inventory that I personally do. I didn't write these questions, but I do use them in order. If I'm upset out there, I know that I've got 3 fingers pointing back at me, and that I can do some personal work and discovery and reflection to understand myself, to understand my motives. And so once I have shared this with a closed mouth friend, I'm going to rest on it, sleep on it, meditate, pray about it, and ask that these defects of character be removed so that I can see the hole that I'm about to step into instead of repeating stepping into the hole, right? I'm not going to look for bread at the hardware store because I know that the hardware store doesn't sell bread. So I'm not going to set myself up for upset, disruption, dysregulation. Now, if this isn't you, if this is all those other Pisces, don't worry about it. Something that you could do on a more regular basis is to check in with your buddies, your lovers, your kids, your parents, the people that you're really, really close to in life. See what's going well between you. Ask them how you can improve. What can you do better? Ask them if they feel like you have been of service to them. And if not, where can that change? I want you to consider a spiritual healers list too. Let's see. The spiritual healers have to do with your practitioners that you want to work with, the spaces you want to play in and work in, the home remedies kits that you want to acquire and use throughout the year. And this is something that is great to have on a list with contact information, so that when you get into a rut, or before you get into a rut, that you know, okay, these are the maintenance things that I want to do for my health. Excuse me. For self-development, I'm inviting everybody this year to check out, research, go back and learn the history of the Ho'oponopono prayer. And it goes like this. It's inward, right? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Your stewardship is to yourself, right? Is to your body, to this body temple. Is your body your temple? Do you believe that? And if so, how are you taking care of it? What does that mean to you? Your self-study journal prompt is to really ask yourself, what is it like to be on the other side of yourself? I have this great book recommendation for you guys. It's called Metaphysical Anatomy by Yvette Rose. And if your body is talking to you, if you've got something going on in the physical, it's connected to something in the metaphysical. And she will show you what and how. And it is fascinating. It has been spot on for me. Okay, the last quarter of the year, Pisces, you're going to feel like you're answering a calling. The destiny is here, right? This is more than just your career and reputation. This is something that answers a deep calling. It could be a joint venture. You have so much of this 8th house shared resources energy going on. In October, it is a 9-month, which is the integration month, which is the same as January. So something's coming full circle in what? The eclipse in your 8th house theme of shared resources. So look back at those 2nd and 8th house themes, those reunification of values and your worth inside yourself. Know that October is a pretty good month for you. There's a lot of information exchange, energy flow, transmission, learning things, taking classes, giving classes, student and teacher information. This is a good, positive month for you, Pisces. And in November, as we get into the 1 month in numerology, we're going to be more hyper-focused on what? Right-sizing things in our career and our reputation. Our career is the 10th house. And so you want to study your midheaven in astrology, right? My midheaven is in Virgo. And so no matter what I do, no matter what I'm teaching or talking about, it needs to be delivered in a Virgo way, where I feel like I'm taking good care of your health, where I'm giving you bite-sized, concise, bullet point information that you can take in, digest, and use to your advantage. So whatever your midheaven is, that's going to help you understand what type of behavior will feel fulfilling to you in terms of your career, your give back, the thing that the world needs from you the most. In December, the numerology shifts to a 2, and this is about not only our relationships, but the relationship we have between the physical and the metaphysical, with ourself and our higher power. I want you to plan for some quality time here and to really take care of yourself. We've got Mercury and Mars retrograde. There will absolutely be some delays going on. There will absolutely be some obstacles and reasons to slow down and take it easy. Jupiter squaring Saturn, so there's growing pains, there's tension. You might see them or feel them more in your 6th house, your health, your routine, the day-to-day processes that you do to keep the home fires burning. Could show up for you in your 5th house where you really, really want to play, but you got to do this, right? Your self-development offer, again, I'm offering everybody the box breath this year. So the box breath, this is a simple technique that you can use to reset your energy and regulate your nervous system anytime. Basically, you just inhale for 4 counts. You pause at the top for 4 counts. You exhale for 4 counts. And then you pause at the bottom for 4 counts. There are a lot of great books about breath and a lot of teachers who are very, just showing us different ways to do breath work. One that I love a lot is The Science of the Breath. And so that's a book that you may find valuable this year. Your stewardship opportunities, I want you to look for an opportunity to volunteer, to be of service, to do a give back. And in terms of an activity, I want you to find your niche. For me, a niche is astrology and beekeeping. And where do these things Venn diagram? What's similar? What can I find why do these things work together? What's different and unique? I think 2024 is going to be an amazing year to hyper-focus and fine-tune something that is a niche. A book recommendation is Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I like the Audible version because I like to listen to the meditations as I walk. So I have one more slide for you after this, Pisces, but just so that you can find me, my resources, my podcast, my YouTube, all of this, the blog, the articles, the stuff about beekeeping and astrology are at tiffanyharlick.com. I offer an astrology newsletter every Friday if you want to learn from me, and I do sessions and retreats. The main thing I'm excited about to tell you is the digital astrology calendar. You can use the code STORMY2024 to get $10 off, making it just $29. I use it on my Google Calendar, but it goes in any calendar system. It travels with you across any time zone, and it shows you the planetary ingresses, transits, the lunations, the retrogrades, the moon family cycles. It's really comprehensive. And when you click on a title, the description will pop up and you can learn astrology by reading the description. You can also just look at the emoji and get a vibe for, is it a sunshiny day of flow or an umbrella day where I might want to lay low? So it's great at a glance or as a study companion. If you'd like to become a certified astrologer, I'm teaching at the Lisa Williams International School for Spiritual Development, and I offer free classes to my membership. So if you'd like to stay connected, I'd love to hang out. Last but not least, Pisces, we are here for a good time, not a long time. This is such a small blip in your precious human life. And above all else, you are here to know yourself deeply and to love yourself deeply, right? This is a journey. This is your adventure. And I hope that this year is better than ever. My heart goes out to you on this mystical rebirth that's happening, that you get to see the blessings from the supernatural world helping you forward in your life. Until we can work together again, Pisces, thank you for the opportunity to serve. It is my great pleasure, my great honor. Namaste.
Hello, my absolutely beautiful astrology soulmates. It's me, Stormy Grace, and are you ready to be empowered with the insights of your 2024 astrology? Because if that is you, you're going to definitely want to hang out with us live today as myself and 4 other really powerful astrologers take you through not only all of the different areas of life that we're going to be watching out for the trends of 2024, but we're doing it for all 12 signs. So I'll be here giving you your overview. Wade Caves is going to give each and every sign their beautiful financial timing for the year. Christopher Renstrom is taking us through relationships. Cameron Allen is going to hold us down in the medical department to include some medical movements for you as well. And Tiffany Harlick is going to bring us into the spiritual development and walk us through every quarter of 2024 for each sign, what you need to be watching out for in order to continue to grow and maximize your astrological energy. So if that's you and you're looking for that kind of insight, make sure you stay and hang out live with us, especially come talk to us in the chat. We are live in the chat with you all day long. We'll also make sure that the resources that you need to not only get in contact with your astrologers, but if you need a chart, you want to get a book, you need a digital transit calendar, whatever it is that you need, we'll make sure all of the links are not only in the chat, but in the description box down below. Now, keep in mind as well, beautiful friends, we'll be going all day long here. So grab a snack, grab a beverage, and make sure you're listening in. Even if it's not your sun sign or it's not your rising sign, make sure you're listening for a family member, a spouse, a friend of yours, someone you know who you could definitely be helping understand their yearly astrology as well. Now, if you can't hang out with us all day long, I totally understand, and I'm going to make sure that all of the videos are posted individually by sign tomorrow. You'll be able to check it out right here on this channel, but today we're doing it only by live, so we would love for you to tuck in and join in with us. So grab some snacks. You know how I feel about those snacks. Get comfy, and let's get ready to enjoy the 2024 astrological insights from 5 fantastic astrologers. Absolutely beautiful Aries friends, and welcome to your horoscope for 2024, where we are going to break down the year and see what is going on for that fiery fire energy of yours. But this year, we're taking it up a notch. We're getting a little deeper. We're going a little further with your horoscope so that you can maximize the energy of the cosmos and know what's on the docket for you for 2024. This year, you're not only going to get the annual report from me breaking down the movement of the outer planets and where this is going to create long-term emphasis for you, but I've also invited 4 other top astrologers to break down your horoscope by finance, relationship, medical and health, and also Tiffany Harlick is going to pull it all together at the end, give you spiritual and self-development for not only your year, but she is going to take you through quarter by quarter. So Aries, honey, let me tell you, when I say put this in your playlist, get a notebook, jot some things down, and prepare to spend some time with me, spend some time with us. That is exactly what I mean, because we are here to get you set for 2024. Now, before we jump in and look at your horoscope, please click in the description box down below to meet up, take advantage, get in contact with any and all of the astrologers that are going to be in your videos today, because all year we are committed to tapping in and being of service to you. So make sure you click down there, check us out. If you need specific help in finance or you need specific help with something in your spiritual development, you want to make sure you can get in contact with the one of us that can really, really help you. As well as we're traveling through 2024, my goodness, get your toolkit ready. Get your astrology toolkit ready. Click in the description box down below and get your digital transit calendar from our friends over at Y Skies Collective. It comes right to your phone so that you can know the transits that are happening. Now, the other thing you want to be mindful of, Aries, is that yes, in this video, I am going to break down what's happening in the outer planets for you, getting you an idea of a long-term theme, because it takes longer for those themes to actually pour out. But I will be with you every month, and I will also be with you every week. And if you're following me over on Instagram, I will be with you every day, walking you through the aspects that are happening. So make sure you're taking advantage. Everything you need is in the description box down below. And if you're ready, I'm definitely ready to get into the Aries 2024 horoscope. All right, my beautiful Aries friends, as we are preparing to travel through 2024, we've got some major planetary shifts that are not just major because they will impact you personally, but they impact the world around us, which means that how you engage and how you're going to be able to make moves, offer your services, products, and yourself to the world is infinitely different than it has been in the previous decade. So we really want to focus in on what these outer planets are bringing into the themes of your life, starting with Pluto, who's going to be taking this dance again back into the energy of Aquarius. Now, we've seen Pluto dancing between Capricorn and Aquarius energy, and it's going to still do some dancing here in 2024 before Pluto actually makes its stay to do long-term 20 years worth of time in Aquarius. So you want to understand the dynamics. So as we're coming into the year, we've got Pluto still in the energy of Capricorn. And this has been here lighting up your 10th house space. So Aries, we know as we're traveling throughout 2024, there's still going to be this emphasis on a really big change or a continued change to your career zone. Now, when I say career, I want you to also think 10th house. Think broadly about it, okay? So your career can be the actual work that you do. Maybe you have had a complete destruction or you've had a complete change in direction that is allowing you to rise and be empowered in what you actually do in your career. But this could also be your title. In the last 20 years, have you taken a major change to your title? Were you single and out here trying to mingle like a Pringle? And now you're married. Were you married and now you find yourself in a different position? Were you just you and now you're a grandparent, right? What has been the title change that is also continuing to work out under this energy? But now as Pluto takes this move into the energy of Aquarius, we're going to see that your 11th house gets lit up again. Now I want you to cue back to March of 2023, Aries. What started to happen in your 11th house of friends, social groupings, social media, long-term goals, aspirations that you had for yourself, your connections to organizations. So this gives you a little clue about what 2024 has to offer to you when Pluto gets back into the vibration of Aquarius. And you want to know this because as Pluto makes the moves here, Aries, this is your signal that your social grouping, your friendship grouping, your alignment and understanding of AI, technology, and these kinds of things is going to take a massive overhauling. And this is one of the things I want to remind you, Aries, is that you're a sign that is about big energy, big fire, big warrior, big courage. But sometimes when it does come to changing what you perceive to be a grouping that you're safe in, this can actually be a little bit challenging to you. But I want you to remember that the North Node is also traveling in Aries this year. So your new friends, your new soulmates, the people you need to really unfold your destiny, it's all happening for you right now. It is happening. It is on time. So to the best of your ability, remember that sometimes if a friendship, a social grouping is falling away, it's because it's in its destiny to be falling away, but the universe never leaves a hole. You will have your tribe. You will have this advancement of your technology. You will use technology in different ways, even if it's just because the world says now you have to. So let's talk about those nodes for just a second, Aries, because we do have the nodes traveling with the North Node in Aries, so in your first house, and the South Node over in Libra in your 7th house. Now, the North Node in Aries is pulling you forward. Where are you going? What is your destiny? Where are you to make a name for yourself in this next year? Where are you to say, this is what I believe in, this is what I want, this is where I am willing to be known, I'm willing to have my name put out there. But also, who am I willing to be and what do I need to look at about myself in my relationships to actually have them work and be nicely in balance? Because that South Node in Libra is working for you, Aries, in the 7th house space. So it's saying something about your relationships, conscious, chosen, one-on-one relationships. It's time for those things to fall out or to fall away in how you have been gauging in those relationships. So as we're traveling this year, I really want to encourage you to activate your relationship with whatever you call a higher power, whatever you call the universe, because as these relationships are changing and some are falling away, or the way that you have interacted in particular relationships really changes, I want you to know that it is this space where you get to see and you get to decide, is this relationship as healthy as I would like it to be? Is this relationship, is there something that I can adjust about me that will improve the health of this relationship? Or is it time for me to let it go? But whatever happens, the universe has got your back. Remember, you cannot mess this thing up, okay? Now, let's continue to talk about you, Aries, because I like that for you. We've got your ruling planet Mars stepping into retrograde this year, so this is pretty important because when Venus or Mars go retrograde, they're so close to us that we really feel the impact of that retrograde. So as we get into December and your ruling planet is going to go retrograde, it's going retrograde in the energy of Leo. So what it tells us is, first of all, there's some big changes happening around children. pleasure, beginning something new, maybe actions you've been taking to begin something new, to put something out there. And this is going to be something that has a big revelation in how you're doing what you're doing or what you desire to be doing as well, Aries. Now, I want to cue you again right here before we're even in 2024. Think back between June and October of 2023 because we had Venus go retrograde in this Leo vibration. So Venus very much so set the tone for you getting a new understanding of what you value in your fifth house, understanding what you value in joy and pleasure, where you're willing to take a risk in expressing your own beautiful creativity. So Venus set the stage and got your heart and got your aesthetics even on board. Now Mars will help you really actuate that, like really manifest it, do it, go for it, but also tweak the strategy if you need to in order to really get something done. I will say, you're going to get a lot of information from the 4 other astrologers who are going to break this down for you, but keep an eye on that Mars retrograde because it can actually be really, really helpful. Jupiter is going to change signs. It's been traveling in your money house, in the second house of Taurus, and it's been cool, right? Like you've made some bigger financial decisions. Maybe you had bigger financial bills come to you in 2023, or you expanded out in your money zone in some way, whether it's that you were able to make more money, you spent more money, you had an expansion of understanding of what you would like your financial life to look like. So we'll continue to travel with that vibration in your second house, being nice and expansive until we get to May. In May, on the 26th, Aries, we've got Jupiter moving into the vibration of Gemini. Now we've got Jupiter in air, and air and fire are very compatible energies. They expand each other. So this gives us the cue here, Aries, that as we get into May, we're going to see your social circle, your networking, how you talk, the things that you write about. Maybe you're buying, maybe you're selling something over this next 12 months. We're going to see it get a great expansion. Now, here's a cue for you. You want to go back in your life 12 years ago, because 12 years ago, you had Jupiter in your third house as well, Aries. What was expanding for you? What happened? What were you starting to talk about, teach about? What did you leave behind? Because Jupiter is here to expand it. Jupiter in this third house position for you, Aries, also will bring you a new teacher. Let me say that again. It will bring you a new teacher to show you how to do something. And maybe it's not that you need to learn a whole new skill, but it's how to get it out there, how to communicate it out there, the networks you need to be attached to in order to really expand. Some of you are going to be teachers, and I cannot wait to see you around the block because I know you have something delicious to share. Now, we've got Saturn and Neptune both continuing their journey through the vibration of Pisces through your 12th house space, Aries. So this is nothing less than an absolute understanding for you this year that your ideals and ideas about spirituality, about creativity, about rest, about rejuvenation, about hidden things, whether it is a hidden illness or it is a hidden creative talent or something that you're working on behind the scenes, maybe a secret that you're keeping, whatever it is. With Neptune traveling here, you have some different ideals. Some veil has been lifted where you're like, that won't work for me anymore. I can't make that happen. And Saturn says, okay, Aries, stop talking about it and be about it. Even if you're just working on it behind the scenes, be about it. If you're like, I need more rest, and Saturn and Pisces encourages you this year, Aries, to do less, honey, do less. In order to get your money right, in order to get your spirit right, Saturn and Pisces might be saying, stop talking about it, be about it, do less. Let some things transition out, let things culminate, but absolutely in full capacity, work on your spirit, work on your heart, work on getting clear and creating a beautiful, solid container that you have no doubt that whatever move you make, whether it's in your money, your relationships, or yourself, that you are seated in the hands of the universe, safe and protected. Get that together, Aries, and the rest of the year can just really be divine. Now, we don't want to leave out Uranus over in Taurus because it's going to continue to travel here in the money house. So while Jupiter and Uranus are traveling together, before Jupiter leaves in May, you've also got this opportunity where Aries, you may be making money. You may be engaging in money or creative talents, how you make money using your creative talents in ways you really never thought that you would. Some of them will be in technology. We are in the digital revolution. So some things about that may really include technology, but it may also be bringing up gems and jewels and beautiful skills and talents that you have that you didn't know you could actualize them and turn them into something valuable. Now, I also do think for you, Aries, with Uranus and Taurus here, it gets you a little bit stuck out of any rut that you've had around finances. So this can be really very helpful for you to be like, okay, I've kind of been sitting on this and I haven't made any decisions, or I didn't understand how to innovate my money. This can be really, really useful for you because we're going to have Uranus here all of 2024. So this is one steady energy, just like steady Eddie Taurus, that you can come to count on. Now, remember, as we start to get into the middle of the year per se, right? It's the middle of the year, depending on which calendar you're following. But when we start to get into the time zone between May and June, we're going to start to see our outer planets get ready to take their retrogrades all the way until the end of the year. And that will be the time for you to understand that not only has the world changed and maybe come to a pause and a rest, and you get the opportunity to review, redo, reconnect with everything that you're starting at the beginning of the year and really perfect it, but also that the world is making space for what you have to offer in order to bring it out. Now, my beautiful Aries friends, make sure you go over to stormygrace.com so that you can also follow along and you can look up a resource list of the new moons, the full moons, the eclipses. What does it mean when it's happening in particular houses for you? You can get your natal chart, you can get your progress chart, your birthday charts, whatever you need, so that you have the tools and resources this year to really make your understanding of astrology work for you. Speak the language of the cosmos. I love that you come listen to me, but I want you to have the kind of year where you go, Stormy's website says that this moon is happening in my 5th house of my personal chart, and this is what it means for me. So go grab your resources. Everything's in the description box down below. But right now, my beautiful Aries friends, I'm going to leave you in the beautiful, capable hands of Mr. Wade Caves.
So the positions of the nodes makes this a pretty busy and active year for Aries sun signs and those with Aries rising. It's a few transits that I think you could definitely take advantage of. Early in the year, in February, Mars moves into Aquarius, which will be in sextile to Aries. Mars is helpful for Aries because Mars rules that sign, and the sextile from Mars can help give a little bit of strength with new ideas and things that you are bringing into fruition that need a little bit of bravery. Same thing in April, Mars will enter into Aries. Now, traditionally, Mars moving over somebody's sun or ascendant is not the most advantageous because it can show places where you might be a little bit impatient or a bit reckless in spending, but it's a bit different when you've got a strong Aries emphasis in your birth chart because this brings the chart ruler back into strong position. We have some positive traction in Gemini in May and July. Jupiter enters Gemini, which will be in sextile again to your sun or ascendant sign. And then with July, Mars and Gemini, both of these could be advantageous for making big changes. And then later in the year in November, Mars in Leo in trine to your natal sun, a good time for new developments. But there are also periods to watch. When Mars enters Capricorn in January, that's going to be in square to your sun. It's often the case that Mars squares to sun or to your ascendant if you're Aries rising can bring some rashness and recklessness you'd want to avoid. March, we have a lunar eclipse in the opposing sign, and then in April, a solar eclipse at 19 degrees of Aries. These are generally things you want to avoid, as well as the Mercury retrograde period in Aries. So that will happen on April 1st and end on April 25th. So probably April's not the period from March 25th until April 25th, a period you want to avoid making big decisions. In September, Mars enters Cancer, so this squares Aries from the other side of what we experienced in January. So Mars in Cancer and square to Aries will bring about some of the more difficult themes related to the ruling planet of Aries. And in October, the solar eclipse in Libra, the opposite side, not ideal. With eclipses, you want to allow, a few weeks on either side. So at least 2 weeks before and 2 weeks after that you just want to take things a little bit at pace. Overall, it's a lot of activity for Aries this year. Once the nodes slip into Pisces and Virgo, I think we'll find ourselves in a position where there's more helpful windows for Aries than otherwise.
Hello, my name is Christopher Renstrom, and I'm here with your 2024 relationship forecasts. Let's begin with the zodiac sign of Aries. Aries has a lot going on with them this year in regards to relationships. Not only is the North Node traveling through your zodiac sign through the entirety of 2024, but also Chiron, the asteroid representing the wounded healer, is traveling through your sign as well. What this means is that there will be a very strong emphasis on you, yourself. Now, you might be like, well, what's new about that? Aren't I always supposed to be thinking about myself? Aren't Aries supposed to be headstrong and full of themselves and all these sorts of things? Well, actually, I found the opposite to be true. Aries, I find, has a tendency to sometimes lack from sometimes they want to be in the leadership position, but they don't always feel comfortable taking on the leadership position. They would rather be the soldier trailing behind the leader, maybe boosting the leader when they need that boost of morale, or chastising the leader if they're not living up to their expectations. They'd rather be in that position than to be in the leadership situation itself. This year, the stars will be putting a very strong emphasis on you taking over a leadership position. But what does a leadership position really mean for an Aries? That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be CEO of a company, or you're going to be general of the armed forces, or anything along those lines. What a leadership position, what an authority position talks about is basically dad. Aries is one of the 3 zodiac signs that deal with the father. There's Aries, there's Leo, and then there's Capricorn. And this year, all 3 of those signs will be playing a very active role in your horoscope. In later January, Pluto will move from the zodiac sign of Capricorn into the zodiac sign of Aquarius. And this will signal a shift in energy from you struggling with an authority figure to you actually becoming an authority figure. You kind of had a dress rehearsal with this in the earlier part of last year, but this year in 2024, it begins in earnest. So this is where you really sort of come into your own, but also as an authority figure. An authority figure that people are going to be looking up to as a role model, looking up to emulate, also looking up to chastise and bitch about behind your back if you're not living up to their expectations. This is something that you will be feeling at work, but it's also something you're going to be feeling in your own life. For instance, you may have issues dealing with your own father that are taking place around this early period of 2024. Or you may have issues dealing with the father of a spouse or a partner of yours. These may play a very strong role for you. Then we follow this with the eclipses that are taking place in March and in April. Aries, if you're not in a relationship now, you probably will be around the time of the eclipse. Now, that kind of goes contrary to conventional wisdom in astrology. Eclipses aren't really seen as the time when people get together or things along those lines. It's more kind of like a lot of suppressed or unconscious energy comes to the fore. But what I've seen in the work that I've done in recent years is that actually a lot of times eclipses bring relationships. And when you remember that the rulers of the eclipses, the lunar eclipse in March is ruled by Venus, which is in a water sign, Pisces. And also the solar eclipse on April 8th is ruled by Mars, which is in a water sign, Pisces. This is pointing to a very strong emotional energy and a very strong emotional bonding that's taking place. So this is something that I would expect to happen. Now, as you can imagine, this is going to press all kinds of buttons for Aries. Aries prefers to be the person who runs to the rescue of someone in trouble rather than sharing relationship space with someone else. Indeed, the idea of showing someone your weakness is one of the perennial problems of people born under the astrological sign of Aries, something that is being exacerbated by Chiron being in your sign throughout the year. What this eclipse is asking you to do is to show you your partner's needs, to show you your your partner your needs, and to show your partner your vulnerabilities without grousing about it or being resentful in some sort of way. You don't have to be tough all the time any more than you have to be optimistic or can do. Now, this is going to be a very interesting reflection on you because Aries is what I often call coach dad. You come into people's lives to sort of get them up and going and to be better versions of what they are. But that doesn't necessarily include you. You're in charge of that. So a partner or a romantic attachment sort of asking you about you and what they can do to sort of help you be a better you might be something that you scoff at first. But by the time that we get to the second eclipse in the fall, it's something that you may be becoming more open to as an idea. Now, in September, from September to, it's September 1st to November 19th, Pluto will come back down into Capricorn. And again, this will bring up father issues very, very strongly in your life. How you play a father issue. And this includes women, by the way. Lots of men take on mothering roles and lots of women take on fathering roles. And so again, this might be a very powerful trigger for you from September 1st to November 19th. And it's something to be aware of, not in terms of repressing or controlling, but doing the opposite. Ask yourself, what piece of armor can you take off? How can you show vulnerability in a way that's meaningful and bonding? Things that make you like, but things that are necessary in order to have a successful relationship with another person. Finally, your ruling planet Mars turns retrograde in Leo, the zodiac sign of the good father, on December 6th, and it will remain there until February 24th. And again, this will bring up questions about your relationship to people in authority. And this can be professional, but it can also be dealing with parents or older siblings. So the way that you manage these situations, the way that you sort of introduce yourself as a parent into these situations, maybe you're parenting your parent at this time, or maybe if you were the youngest sibling in a family hierarchy, you're taking on a more older sibling role. These are things that will be interesting when they come up. They will be challenging, they will be provocative, but more importantly, they will be empowering and they will help you to grow.
Hey Aries, welcome to your 2024 medical astrology forecast. And I'm going to keep it really short and sweet for you. You just want to be very mindful this year that the North Node is moving through your first house and the South Node is moving through your seventh house. And so what we want to be mindful of is that the first house represents the physical body in medical astrology. And so when the North Node comes, there can be an excessive amount of energy happening there. Yeah. And also the South Node being in the seventh house means that since there's an excessive amount of energy that we're feeling that we might be giving out and leaking and dispersing, the South Node in the seventh house means we might be potentially being depleted by some of the connections and relationships that we're in this year. Now, something else you want to be mindful of is that Saturn is going through your 12th house, which is the house of mental health and medical astrology as well. But Saturn is tending to be in this joy in the 12th house, which means it's kind of comfortable there. And I know sometimes the 12th house sounds kind of scary to some people, but the 12th house is the house of self-undoing. And so we want to consciously undo ourselves, allow ourselves to unravel and let go of things. And as a Aries rising, oftentimes we can have the energy of go, go, go. And we want to chill that out this year. So one thing that I'm inviting all Aries risings into this year is a very simple practice. And this practice is to put your hands behind your head in this manner. And what we do is we close our eyes. I'm going to keep my eyes open, but we close our eyes and we simply turn our eyes to the right and we hold it there until we yawn or we swallow. And then we bring our eyes back forward. And then we bring our eyes to the left. Again, until we yawn or swallow. Or if you have it on a timer, maybe do it for 3 minutes. And then you bring your eyes back forward again. And just let that relaxation drop over you. So just a real quick, simple, easy, fast, and dirty way to go about it. So my invitation is, in this present moment, allow yourself to go through that practice and see how it feels. And let me know how you're feeling. And also, if you have anything going on with you already from a medical perspective, then feel free and reach out and get a full consultation, because that's the only way to truly know how severe something is or is not. So again, being mindful that this is a general projection and overall overview for all Aries risings. Have a blessed year. Peace.
Hey Aries, this is Tiffany Harlick, and I'm here to give you your spiritual astrology forecast for 2024. It's my intention to give you clear, concise, and accurate information to help you with some self-growth opportunities this year. Real quick, my promise to you, again, is to deliver clear, concise, and accurate information with heart-centered delivery to the best of my ability. And your promise to me is just to follow your free will, to follow your heart, and to never use astrology against yourself. So your theme for 2024, Aries, is all about relationships. This is where you're going to have the most amount of personal growth opportunities, is within the lens of relationships. Krishna Das describes it like this: it's just about polishing the mirror of your heart, right? Because we're all just these reflections of each other. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities in 2024 to witness contrast, to witness the dark and the light, the yin and the yang, the masculine and the feminine. There will be opportunities to learn through these polarities and opposites. So this is all about progress, not perfection. This is a year of integration. This is a year of understanding through contrasts. So if you see things that feel unbalanced, I would ask you to just stay curious about that. Why does this feel unbalanced to me? What seems a little bit off here? And what can I learn about myself through this situation? And just don't give up before the miracle happens. Okay, your mantras, Aries. I'm in right relationship with myself, which makes everything else better than okay. I'm aligning with the best version of myself, one day at a time, 1 hour at a time, and one response at a time. When I'm centered, happy, and neutral, I attract right relationships of all kinds. Your ruling planet is Mars, and so your spiritual forecast is going to incorporate the transits of Mars. Mars is one of your primal motivating factors in helping you decide how you want to work with your energy this year. And so how can you rise to the occasion of your inner Mars from a spiritual development opportunity lens? You know, Mars is a spiritual warrior. So I'm asking, what wars are you going to stop fighting inside of yourself? Where are you going to stop beating yourself up? And knowing that fighting is a form of accepting it or tolerating it. So let's go into your quarters. So this is just at a glance. In the bigger scheme of relationships, we're also going to be breaking it down into spiritual vision, health, and some buried treasure. So let's start in Q1 with a main focus on relationships. Okay, in January is a 9-month in the numerology, and this is all about integration, assimilation, letting things come together for digestion. So this isn't like this fresh new start feeling of a new year. It's more about really integrating all that you're bringing with you in 2024. You might want to do some kind of vision board about what you're integrating, what all the different pieces of yourself that you want to bring forward in 2024. The first half of the month looks really good with the Mars forecast. There's flow. Mars is going to sextile Saturn and trine Jupiter. This is just the next right thing, not the next thing right. And then there's challenges, maybe the second half of January. So being aware that we're all healed until we're triggered. We're all in the state of grace until we have that one thing that trips our system. And so be aware that second half of January, as Mars squares Chiron in the nodes, trines Uranus, that there might be some challenges. Mars representing the masculine and Chiron, of course, the wounded healer. So knowing that some pieces of your medicine bag may have to do with healing wounds from early childhood, paying attention to the inner child, things like this may be cropping up for you in January. In February, the numerology shifts to a 1, and this is all about focus. And so it is important to have good focus, and it helps you with your ability to be inspired, to see clearly, and have your purpose and your vision out in front of you. But sometimes with that 1 energy, we can get kind of like blinders on. And so we need to just be clear with other people if we need time to focus, right? Just to be communicating all the expectations out there. The first half of February, Mars, your ruling planet that offers so much energy is going to be in a positive position to Neptune. Neptune is kind of like the great yoga teacher in the sky. It's the part that we just fade into the mystic. It's the part of us that's very intuitive and creative. And so you may find the first half of February that your spidey senses are on, that you're feeling more creative, that you're wanting to spend more time with your muse. And then Mars will conjunct Pluto in Aquarius on the 11th. And I just wanted you to be aware of this because, not on the 11th, in your 11th house. I wanted you to be aware of this first 2 weeks of February in case you're wanting to network or join some new groups or get some perspective on relationships through the lens of your network, the people that you hang out with. Okay, and in March, this might be like the pinnacle month for you to be aware of the theme of relationships. It is a 2-month in the numerology, which is about relationships, not just the relationship we have with our significant other or our pets or our children or our best friends, but the relationship that we have with the unseen world. So between the seen and the unseen, between the physical and the spiritual. Mars will have gone from Capricorn into Pisces. We skipped Aquarius. So Mars will have gone from Capricorn into Aquarius into Pisces here by March. And so I know that there's going to be a focus on the spiritual path by the time we get to March. And so the first 2 weeks of March, Mars will sextile the North Node in Chiron. That's good, positive flow. And then as it squares Uranus, there can be a plot twist. There could be something big that comes to your attention, your awareness, and you see what you're really wanting to change. So it's important to do some discovery about yourself and your relationships so that you can be eyes wide open by the time this plot twist comes around the middle of March. Now, at the end of March, we have our first eclipse of the year, and it's on the 25th in 5 degrees of Libra. And this is in your 7th house, where we typically find information about our significant other. This could also be a business partner, but typically we are looking at somebody that you are very close to that will show you more information about yourself. So some self-development activities for the first quarter of the year. I've broken them down each quarter into meditation, stewardship, and an activity you can do. So for your meditation, maybe you want to create a new playlist. Maybe you want to download a different meditation app. Maybe you want to play with some new music or some sound bowls or some sound bath healing, something like that. I included a couple of my favorite songs I listen to in the morning over there for you to play with. In terms of stewardship, do you want to start developing your psychic gifts? Early in February, when you're feeling more on, when you're feeling more intuitive, know this, our senses extend into the spiritual realm. So sometimes we smell, see, hear, taste, and feel things, or just know things that are in the unseen world. And starting to understand that so that you're not afraid of that could be a really wise use of your stewardship, the wise use of your own natural gifts. We were all born wise. It's just a matter of if you want to develop them, how you want to develop them, and who you want to develop them with, right? So if you're starting out with psychic development, something my teacher taught me is stick with a teacher for at least 1 year. That way you can get a good foundation before branching out, because there are a lot of opportunities out there, and this will help you just get your foundation and start your development process. The activity, maybe get on Pinterest and do some kind of vision board to integrate all of the different aspects that you want to bring into 2024. And I have a recommendation for you, The Mastery of Love, to read that one by Don Miguel Ruiz. So a book recommendation to go with this quarter. Cool. All right. Your eclipse support themes this quarter are going to be in the 1st and 7th house axis. So feel free to grab a screenshot. This 1st and 7th house axis has to do with the sacred unification within my soul, the sacred divine masculine and feminine inside of me, so that I can be fully aware, aligned with that thing inside of me before I go out and expect to find it in the world. So, the eclipses can show us some things about ourselves that are really coming up from buried treasure from the past. It can change things in a dime. It can feel like a lot of heated energy around this time at the end of March. And so just be aware of some of these issues around self-acceptance, some codependency themes, emotionally charged relationships. And knowing that, to ask yourself, where have I been playing small, or where have I been downsizing or upsizing or changing my energy to try to meet something else? And where can I just be balanced inside myself? Another one to look at during this month would be a relationship inventory this quarter. And so this is one that I personally use. If I'm upset at you, I know that I've got 3 fingers pointing back at me. So if I am disturbed, there's something that I can do about it. And this is what I personally do. I didn't write this inventory. Again, the purpose is to understand yourself and to know yourself, not to figure out what somebody else's motives are. But if you want to take the time to journal through these questions, right, you would then share it with a closed mouth friend, get it out of your system, say, do you see anything else that I'm missing here? Maybe sleep on it, meditate, pray about it, and then turn it over and see if you get some new ideas or insights in the morning. Now, if you're not upset or bothered this quarter, that's awesome. If you're cruising, Aries, it's something that you could do on a more regular basis is just to check in with the people that you love. How's it going between us? What's going well? Is there anything that you can see that would be room for improvement? And have I been of service to you? Is there some way that I could be of service better? In the second quarter, I'm suggesting that you connect into your spiritual vision. And I love this word, right? It has spirit and it has ritual in it. And our spiritual vision comes from the third eye. It comes from the heart center. It comes from developing your psychic senses. And so if you are working on those February, March, you're going to have a stronger approach to your spiritual vision as you come into this second quarter. So in April, this is one of the bigger months of the year, okay? And I'm feeling like you're going to have this new purpose, this pivot, this interest, this new calling. It's a 3 in the numerology, which is more creative, right? More outwardly focused. And boy, is there a lot going on in the skies. Mercury is retrograde all month in your 1st house. The eclipse is happening in your 1st house. And so there's some kind of rectification or reconciliation within yourself, with your identity, with who you are, with how you shine in this world. So you're going to have to get right with yourself, right? On the 10th, Mars is going to be right next to Saturn, another opportunity to recommit to yourself and cut away the things that aren't working for you to get very strategic, disciplined, and focused. On the 20th, one of the biggest transits of the year is the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. And this falls in Taurus, which would be in your 2nd house of money. And so if you are looking to change real estate, if you're looking to buy something, if you're looking big, if you're looking for some financial windfalls, you would be best served studying these opportunities as you're getting closer and closer to that conjunction, which then fades away a little bit towards the end of April. And then on the 29th, Mars will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. And that is one of the reasons that I feel like the spiritual vision is going to be one of your biggest gifts this quarter. What really is spiritual vision, right? It's taking time to be quiet, to listen, to meditate, to look, to see, to try to understand something that is beyond just us and beyond what we know and beyond this physical realm. In May, we've got a 4 in the numerology, and the 4 is about being still and stable. It's about riding the surfboard where all the waves are going crazy around you. That 4 is about just being solid and concrete and reliable. Now, Mars will move into Aries towards the end of April. And so, right, Mars in your sign, this is still an opportunity to do some self-awareness checks, some self-editing, some discovering more about yourself, again, through the lens of relationship. On the 3rd, Mars will sextile Pluto, right? And Mars gives us that drive, that purpose, that motivation. And Pluto helps us see what needs to be changed, what needs to be regenerated, what goes beyond, right, our normal understanding. Towards the end of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node, which shows us our destiny, our purpose, where we want to go, our life's calling, right? And Chiron, our medicine bag that gets us through some of life's biggest challenges. And so you might find a new purpose or a new sense of answering a new calling here at the end of May. In June, it's a 5-month in the numerology, and that's where we feel very distracted, right? We can be easily distracted, I'll say, with a 5. And so you want to be careful to not overcommit your time or energy. On June 3rd, so you're going to feel this all of May. It'll be building, 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 and then release on June 3rd. Jupiter's trining Pluto. That's a big leap of faith for all of us. This is that opportunity, as above, so below. As you think, so shall you be, right? So really using that spiritual vision to your advantage. Mars is going to enter Taurus there at the end of the month, in June 9th through July 20th. And it's going to be in a challenging position to Pluto. So checking in with that initial question about Mars, what wars are you going to stop fighting within yourself? When we stop fighting, when we drop the rope, there's peace. You know, you can say to the people that feel like maybe are defensive in your world, like, hey, I love you so much. I'm not going to argue with somebody that I love so much. These are the type of things that you could be saying. In terms of self-development, I really want you to consider the Silva meditation. The Silva method provides a training. You can get free, you can get paid versions. But Jose Silva was born in El Paso, Texas, and he came up with this beautiful way of training the mind, focusing the mind to use your spiritual vision. It's very specific. It's a very clear technique. And the coolest thing about it is he says it doesn't work at all unless you're using it in a way that uplifts other people. So kind of a manifestation technique, but also helps you with that spiritual vision. In terms of your stewardship, I think it would be great to check in with your finances if you need to have a phone call with your CPA or just ask some discovery questions, look at your budget, review some of your rates, maybe your worth, where you're getting your sense of identity and your self-worth. This would be an interesting time of the year to be looking at that. And then in terms of an activity, right, that inner child that lives with us our whole lives, if you want to look at childhood photos, if you want to reconnect to that inner child version of yourself and do some reparenting where you could write them a letter, you could write them a promise note, you could write them a thank you. You can do a meditation where you bring them into your heart, right? Say, I choose you first. I love you above all else. Reparenting yourself in some way. And then also checking in with that financial stewardship. A book you could work with is The Warrior of Light by Paulo Coelho. And I like this style book because it's just these short blips, this little pieces of information. So you can flip through and just get like a little nugget at any time and get a different takeaway every time you look at it. In the third quarter, I'm suggesting that this would be a good time to check in with your health. So in July, it's a 6th month in the numerology, which feels much more like nesting and going within and being nurtured. This is a month for intuitive self-care for you, Aries. The first half of the month, there's a lot of energy for you available for creative change. So staying open to futuristic solutions, things that are going to work that differently if you come about it from a different angle. Mars is going to be right next to Uranus in the sky. Uranus is that great awakener, right? It's the shifter. It's the lightning bolt. It's the Einstein energy. And so you want to be careful and play it safe. But this is happening in your second house of finances. So if you have done some of those budget check-ins and financial check-ins, this could really work in your favor, right? You could pay something off quickly. There can be all kinds of good news that can come of this. Mars will move into Gemini July 20th through September 4th. And in Gemini is all about decisions and dualities. The energy of Mars in Gemini is very chatty, very this or that. And so as you're working through some of your spiritual development activities, journaling, talking things out, getting different perspectives, not making sure, solid, absolute decisions, but going kind of back and forth and getting more information. Gemini is about learning. It's about transmitting information. It's about discovering and taking classes, things like this. In August, the numerology changes to a 7, and the 7 is really about a soul quest. This is more like reading Hafiz and Rumi up in your bedroom than it is about being out in the public. And this is good because in August, you have a huge opportunity to do a health reset with Mercury retrograde going through your 6th and 5th houses. So reconnecting to health in a way that's fun for you. So instead of maybe joining a gym and doing everything specifically with a specific routine, how can you just have fun by working out? Do you want to pick up tennis again? Do you want to try horseback riding? Do you want to, what is the fun way that you can access to improve your health this quarter? Mars is going to sextile the North Node and conjunct Jupiter, then square Saturn. So in August, there's some mixed information in the skies, and one door closes and the other one opens. And around this time, Jupiter squares Saturn. Jupiter shows us our biggest dreams, our wildest moments, our bucket list items. And then Saturn shows us where we really need to kind of keep it realistic, where we have responsibilities and duties. And when they are square each other, this provides a really challenging dynamic. It feels like there's inner tension. It feels like we're not sure whether to go or to stay or when to hold them and when to fold them. And this energy will come back to give us more information in December. So just be aware of some of those tensions going on and take care of your health. In September, we've got an 8-month, and I'm calling this more about buried treasure. So this is a double 8-month because we're in an 8-year. And so the 8 is the infinity symbol. And just know this in September, what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. Play it safe the first half of September. When Mars in the sky squares Neptune, that cosmic yoga teacher, that one who knows no boundaries, who dissolves in order to evolve, just know that it's better to play it safe, to watch out for your elders, your littles, and your pets. Go slow. This can be a time where things are confusing, when things are a little bit more hazy, when more will be revealed, right? So just go slow this first half of September. Knowing that when Mars moves into Cancer, you might also be wanting to do some home edits, some feng shui, some taking care of your nest, this whole quarter, nest and health. On the 18th, we have our second eclipse here, which falls in the 12th house of the supernatural. So the 12th house is known as the house of troubles, but you can always turn your troubles into some sort of reconciliation, and it can become the house of redemption. So during this health reset month, I want to invite you to create a spiritual healers list. And that's something that you can access all year long. I was really robust with my suggestions here, but basically this is anybody that you want to work with mind, body, spirit, health, any places you want to visit that would be beneficial for your well-being, and anything that you want to have on hand at your home. In the self-development of this quarter, I'm inviting you to check out the Ho'oponopono prayer. And if you haven't read the research on this, it is fascinating what has been done with it. But it goes like this, and you can use it for yourself or for other people out there, but ultimately it's this interior reconciliation inside yourself. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. And you just do it inside, you do it towards yourself. The stewardship is really about your body. How can you be a good steward to your own physical health, your own mental and emotional health? Do you need to learn about the aura and the protective system of the aura and the physical body? Do you need to learn more about that mind-body connection? And then your activity is to really have a list of your go-to creature comforts that are also healthy for you. You could also do some Pinterest or vision boards with some fun home edits going on this quarter. In terms of the creature comforts that are healthy for me, this helps me so much when I will get the groceries and make a list and say, here are the menu items that are available, and not have to make a decision in the moment that I'm hungry, but be aware of what we have on hand that sounds good, and I can just pick from there. So that's kind of what I meant by that one. My book suggestion for you this quarter is Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I got the paperback, and I couldn't really get through it, but once I listened to it on Audible, it was great. And there's meditations in there that I will walk with, or I'll sit in meditation with, and it's wonderful for working with that 12th house activation that you have going on. Here's a little bit more about the sacred reunification of your soul in terms of the 6th house, your health through routine, and the 12th house, the supernatural side of you. You might notice that some of your habits or things that you used to really, really love aren't giving you the same pleasure anymore. And some of that's sliding away. You might be aware of some guilt or shame that's coming up that you're not really needing to carry around anymore. You might be aware of some self-sabotage themes, like, are you willing to make some adjustments and not self-sabotage this quarter? And can you see that some of your sensitivities are some of your biggest gifts? So feel free to take a screenshot and journal through those. As we move into the 4th quarter, we're talking about buried treasure. For October, this is a 9-month again, integration, just like January. And right off the bat, you're going to have another eclipse in the 7th house of relationships, your bigger theme for the year. The first half of October, I'm suggesting some mechanical repairs. This is a great time to check in about your car, your house, your electronics, your technology, things that need an upgrade or some attention or just some routine maintenance. And as you do these things, out in the physical world, it does help on the interior castle here. So the things that you are good stewards of does have an effect on your energy. Are you driving around in a junked up car, or are you taking care of it to the best of your ability? Are you letting stuff pile up at home, or are you cleaning out the energy, playing good music, freshening things up, keeping some plants watered, right? All of this has an effect on your energy and your spiritual development. Towards the end of the month, another plot twist is available for you there in October. So, check in with the skies and see what the trick-or-treat forecast is. Mars will be in an interesting sextile there to Uranus, and it trines Neptune. So a moment to connect with your muse, a moment to connect back into your spiritual gifts and surprise yourself, and let some of your no's turn into wows, right? I have so many fun, juicy stories about no's to wows in psychic development. And this is where you can really learn them and learn those techniques. Okay, in November, this is a 1 month. And the 1 month is about focus. It's about precision. It's about staying on task. And just be careful that you don't have to put blinders on. This is about connecting into your power source, right? Your higher power. I want you to stay flexible. And I thought it was kind of Scorpio of me to put purging and praying on there. But what you're seeing here is Mars in the sky, right, is opposing Pluto. And I think there's going to be some power struggles. I think you're going to notice feeling pulled in 2 directions. Yet Mars will trine the North Node. And if you listen to your gut and you listen to your heart and you're staying plugged into your power source and not anybody else's, and you are deconditioning from the world that has tried to form you and give you ideas and make you think from your mind instead of your heart and body, right? If you stay plugged into that power source, you're going to be fine, because Mars trine the North Node is going to show you this is the way for you. Mars will move into Leo there on the 4th for the rest of the year. And the Mercury retrograde cycle will be in your 9th house, right? The 9th house has to do with our philosophies, our belief systems, the journeys we take overseas. And so you might be really interested in a pilgrimage or some kind of travel that has to do with a meditation or yoga retreat or something like this could be of interest to you. In December, it's a 2-month, so a last opportunity of the year to look at the relationship theme. And as Mars retrogrades, it'll be in your 4th house of home and family and your 5th house of creativity, of children, of having fun, of lightening up, right? And so sometimes with spiritual development, we can get so intense, or sometimes with astrology, we can get so particular. But at the end of the day, right, we're here for a good time, not a long time. So use this retrograde cycle, that it's a double one here, Mercury and Mars retrograde at the end of the year, to review and cut out the things that are just too much, too heavy, right? Yes, keep your responsibilities intact, but maybe there's an opportunity to remind yourself to have fun, that this is your dream life, right? And there at the end of December, yes, we will have that Jupiter-Saturn square again that will show us some of those inner tensions where we're having to reconcile some of those growing pains with what we have to do with what we want to do. Okay. So your self-development for this month is to try some breath work. You could sign up for a class. You could find some free thing to download on YouTube or Insight Timer, something like that. A simple way to work with the breath work is the box breath, where you inhale for 4 to 6 counts. You pause for the same amount, 4 to 6 counts. You exhale for 4 to 6 counts. You pause for 4 to 6 counts. So inhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. Pause, 2, 3, 4. And that's the box breath. That will calm